something in the last 48 hours. Was that too much to overcome? And also, how close was Aaron not going to be able to play today?
Aaron Gordon is incredible. What he played with today, I don't know many people that would even attempt to go out there and run up and down. And he did it in a Game 7 against Oklahoma City on the road. That was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. So, yes, he was extremely close to not playing. I was surprised, that they said, no, he's a go, he's going to start. I knew there was a chance. But in the back of your mind, you're kind of planning, I don't think he's going to have it. Guy had 8 rebounds at the half. He almost had a double-double going up and down in that kind of pain. Shot the ball. The 1-3 in front of our bench looks so comfortable. Like it's just a testament to his toughness. I can't sit here and say, hey, because we're beat up and this guy's sick that we lost. We got beat. And if we were that tired late, we certainly weren't tired early. So we had an opportunity to take control of that game. And we missed that opportunity at the end of the first quarter. And that run, to start the second, obviously at the end of the half, really put us in a tough spot.
Coach, you guys, kind of, at the end of your talk, in the locker room, just kind of dapping each other up. And, was that just out of respect of the run that you guys made? And can you put into words, kind of what you guys went through from, the house cleaning towards the end of the regular season up until this point?
Yeah, man, I think it's, groups, in team sports, you can fracture very quickly because there's a lot of different personalities in that room. And even though it's a team sport, there's individuals in that room too. And for them to take a look at each other and say, no, we have enough in here and we can galvanize this and we can make it work, was incredible. And I told them in there, it's about the man next to you. That's what you do this for. You do it for the guy next to you because you want the opportunity to be a team thing. And these guys did it. And, I'll go back and kick myself. Game 4 and 5 of the series, those are just as crushing as tonight because we had legitimate opportunities to completely control the series, but we just didn't follow through with that. But yeah, it's a testament to the people in there. It really is. It's not about one person. It's about the whole group staying together, believing that they could make something happen through injuries, up and downs.
All right, after some technical difficulties, we're out here live at Sanctuary today. We'll get the technical side figured out here soon. But in the meantime, I feel as if that this is a very, how do I put it? A very easy way to kind of go about losing the season. And here's why. We all kind of went into this thinking that we weren't good enough. That's a huge part of it. That the entire sort of last vestige of the regular season when it comes down to the Nuggets and when the firing of Malone and Booth went down, it was kind of just a reminder that the team is just not at that level. And when they aren't there, you have a whole bunch of different issues that you're trying to deal with heading into the postseason. You're trying to deal with maybe a disbelief within not just the fan base, but your own team, your own organization. They've basically admitted that they didn't think it was good enough. And to have your butts kicked like that, none of it's fun. I had a miserable time outside like the first 10 minutes of the game. But it does provide a couple of things. And I don't want to make this too much about the future and what's next and all that different stuff. But it does give you a very clear picture that things need to change. If they won that game yesterday, maybe you could convince yourself that things should stay the same, that there's not a whole lot that needs to change as far as roster makeup or core of the team or whatever. And you could just go out there and say, well, what do you mean? We made the Western Conference Finals. Why wouldn't we think this is good enough? But yesterday provided a very, very harsh reminder that that's not the case. And so it sucks. I wanted that win. Despite all that, I wanted it. I wanted the Western Conference Finals. I wanted a chance at a rematch with Minnesota. But it was very clear, I think, to most people, especially when the AG news came down with the busted up hammy, you're playing essentially with Joker, with Jamal, with Christian Brown, and then a very, very small piece, which is half of MPJ, half of Aaron Gordon, and then you're trying to throw together like this bench unit of Russell Westbrook, Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther. It's not enough. I mean, Joker said as much after the game that it wasn't enough, that they need more depth. And he's not somebody that's going to sit there and complain or make excuses. But I'm telling you, it just painted a very clear picture of what the offseason should be. You know, you aren't as good as Oklahoma City. I said it the entire time. We did the all hands on deck pregame show, and there was a moment at the end where it was me, it was Kreckman, DMac, Lindahl, and Berto. And Berto's like, give me your predictions or whatever, right? And I thought there'd be a low scoring game. And I said, I think OKC wins 94-90. Because they're better. And you're hurt. Like the people that need to play well are trying to do so at like 40 to 50% operating level. And so with all of that, you hit this different place. You hit this realization point that even if you do get the win, it's not going to be enough. It just won't be. And so you find yourself here today thinking towards the offseason and what needs to happen. And like I said, we'll get there in a bit, but it's pretty amazing that in that game, it came down to like it was a butt kicking that came down to a couple different details. Number one, turnovers. The amount of turnovers in that game were insane. 22 to finish it out. But they had 16, I think, in the first half alone. And when you had Oklahoma City, who I thought was feeling the pressure early in that game. They were tight. They were tense. They were missing shots, wide open threes they were missing. And that's when you jump out to that big lead. What changes? Well, it's very simple. You give them easy buckets off turnovers that they convert on layups. They aren't missing those. The second that started to happen, their confidence grew, and then they were like a freight train that you couldn't stop. And you didn't have enough to answer back. Turnovers, and it came down, I think, to something else that was really bothersome in the middle of, or I guess towards the end of that first quarter. We've talked about this all series. You got to be able to close quarters. You have to. And if you don't, you get results like this. The Nuggets were up 10 in the first. And then with a few minutes left, they make a couple of substitutions. Westbrook comes in, turns the ball over a couple of times. And then it's a tight game late in the first. You're still up 5, but you felt that momentum shift. And then it was turnover, 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 turnover. And then all of a sudden, you just kind of knew, right? We knew there wasn't a comeback in store. It was too easy at that point for OKC to get buckets. You know, there is something about the last couple of years that has become painfully obvious in watching these games. My wife was watching, and I said it to her. She agreed. Not that my wife is some big basketball brain, but I'm saying even someone who barely watches it can see it. Oklahoma City gets buckets easily. It looks like you're fighting, scratching, clawing for every single point that you put on the board. That is a flaw. This team, when it operates at its highest level, and to be fair, they did that during the regular season, but they get buckets easily. There are no buckets to get that come easy anymore. I mean, you saw the way that they were totally swarming around Nikola Jokic. The way that Jamal Murray had trouble making shots. I mean, that's another thing, by the way. I thought in a game 7, you would very easily be able to make something work with Jamal Murray because he's been there and he's done that before. But finishes the game with 13 points, 6 of 16 from the field. You know, it felt at times that CB was the only guy that was really available to go. So in that, it's just something that I think we all realize team's not good enough. How do we fix it? That's what the offseason is about. It's fun. It was fun to make this little bit of a run, have 2 game sevens, be able to get past the first round, all that different stuff. Like all of that, yes. But at the same time, there is just a realization point in that game for me that this wasn't going to work and it wasn't going to be good enough. By the way, Adelman post game, you guys heard a little bit of it to start the segment. I don't know what the thing is with his job and whether he's going to keep it, whether he's the guy. I will say one thing about this is that they have at least a decent sample size here of what they're available to do. And if Adelman is capable of doing the job, because he's made at least a pretty good effort towards it, the question is, do you want to keep this? And there's nothing against Adelman. I think he's a different voice than what Michael Malone was. At the same time, it feels like more of Malone. You know, this is the chicken or egg thing that we're never going to figure out or truly know until this team changes a bit of, is it the players? Is it the way they were coached? Is it a combination of both? What is it? So all of that is still something that you're trying to hammer out before this very pivotal, I would say the most important offseason in the history of the Nuggets. You have Nikola Jokic that still has a few years of prime basketball left. That if you can't get this right, you're probably finishing here with a single championship. And at least you got one, but it would feel like you left a lot on the table. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. If you guys want in, one price, one person, 1 hour. Out here at Sanctuary, dealing with a couple of technical stuff. We'll get that fixed here soon. But I want to hear from you guys today. Is the prevailing emotion, is it anger or what? What is it? We'll get to all that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Back here live at Sanctuary as we're dealing with some technical gremlins, so we'll get that fixed here soon. But again, I'm asking you guys about what you feel with the Nuggets and how the season ended. You know, Vic asks this question a lot, and I usually disagree that I don't think that this is something you want. You know, if you had your preference, would you want your team to get their butts kicked, or would you rather have it be a close game in which you lose? I will almost always take the close game, but in the situation yesterday, I kind of agree with him. I just wanted a clear picture. You know, could the Nuggets have played a really good game and found a way to get by OKC, move on to the Western Conference Finals? Like, yeah, they could. But it almost would feel like not that the win or the accomplishments would be fake, but that you're faking your way through it, if that makes sense. It would be just a very, I don't know, like a faux way of trying to move. You're basically, you know, you're handcuffed and you're just barely doing enough. I think part of this is like a little bit of, I don't even know if I want to say relief, but it lets you know that you have to work on things. You know, teams can convince themselves the more that they kind of just get by that things are okay. And the last thing that I wanted was this team to try and convince itself that this model is working. And I think they knew that it wasn't. It's why people were fired with 3 games left in the regular season. But you need this to be fixed. You have to. To know that you can make it to the point that they did with the limited roster that was available. Again, if you really work through this, I know OKC is going to spend, you know, this entire probably day, next couple of days, dunking on how bad they beat you in Game 7. And I guess to a certain extent, they can rock that if they want to. I mean, they did it. But I don't think their smiles should be too big. They were taken to the brink of elimination with a team that had essentially 5 players. That's the thing. Nelly, you had some audio on this over here?
I have that clip that you sent me of Jokic when he was asked about, do you feel like this team can win a
let's hear it.
championship right now?
Nicole, do you leave this series feeling like you guys are still close to being able to win another championship, or what are your thoughts after 2 Game 7s? And I know you dealt with health issues, not you, but Aaron and Michael. Do you feel like this team could still win a championship as it's put together now?
I mean, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
I agree.
Your impressions.
I agree. It's like you can't play the game of we got close, so everything's fine. I mean, we did that a little bit last year. So at the end of the season, you lose to Minnesota. Myself, I think most people on this station were like, if they beat Minnesota in the Game 7, then maybe they go to the finals and blah, blah, blah. Like you can't do that 2 years in a row. It has to be a very specific diagnosis of what's wrong and how do we fix it. And in this case, the warning signs were there. It's why people lost their jobs heading into the postseason. But the diagnosis is pretty clear. You don't have a, quote, basketball team. You got a few players. I'm not saying that you have to like be OKC because they're also an anomaly on the amount that they can throw at you. But it has to be more than this. That's all I'm saying. Has to. Like when you get the you get to a place where you can comfortably play 8 to 9 guys, or at least you would trust them in the postseason if you had to, that's what you should strive for. But there is, again, a clear diagnosis of the problem. The question is how to fix it. And I keep saying, like, I don't want to dive into offseason stuff too much because I want to save that for later, but it's really hard not to when you're like, okay, so where do you go from here? And then you're like, all right, the only way to get more depth out of this roster is by finding a way to move a big contract. And Joker's not one of them. So that leaves a couple of different options in Jamal and MPJ. And then the next question becomes, okay, how do you find a dance partner in that? I mean, I give Porter credit in the same way I give Gordon credit. I can't believe that Gordon played that game. Can't believe it. His hamstring, we're talking about at least a month with a grade 2 hamstring sprain. Same thing with Porter. Porter had a 5 to 6 week injury that he was trying to play through. But what I couldn't get over in all of that is, why did they feel like they had to do that? And the reason's simple. They didn't trust anybody else. Think about having 2 players that are obviously hamstrung, no pun intended, by injury and hamstrung by a lack of depth on the roster. And your response is, instead of playing somebody else that we were paying millions of dollars, this is our best option. No, all of the, you can't have your 5th and 6th highest paid players be unplayable. God, was that on display more than ever in the postseason. Dario Saric, Zeke Naji couldn't get a minute on the floor when a guy with basically one leg is out there playing. So there needs to be, whoever they bring in for the new GM spot, and I don't know if they're getting a new coach or not, but this new GM has a monumental task. Monumental. In trying to find the solution to this, because it's not going to be easy. You have only a couple of different options, and finding somebody to go with you on those, talking about MPJ or Jamal, is going to be a crazy hard task to do. You can trade the contracts, but then there's making the money work, and then there's making sure you get the right sort of things in return. And like, the last thing I want to do is have the team take a step back to move forward. But maybe that's the only thing that's left. I have no idea. But it's just, that game provided so much clarity. I hated it. I was miserable. But there is something about sort of seeing the forest through the trees. And Jokic was asked about the depth after the game the other day, or yesterday. And he's, yeah, go ahead.
They tried to make a point to wear you guys down with their depth throughout this series. You guys were obviously playing a shorter rotation for most of it. Maybe this is above your pay grade too, but as far as depth, what do you sort of think this team needs most going forward?
Like you said, it's above my. But yes, we definitely need probably. I think we played so long for such a way, and it's hard for the guys to step up and especially play, especially against 2 really good teams, Clippers and OKC. We cannot ask for somebody who didn't play maybe, 20, 30 games to jump in and like be good and like expect him to be good, But like Julian step up, he was good. Peyton, he was in a rotation, but he had some good minutes too. So definitely, seems like the teams that has a longer rotation, longer bench, it's the one who are winning. Indiana was the name, OKC. So.
I mean, he's talking about exactly what we've discussed forever. You know, even in the middle of the regular season, you can't ask somebody who doesn't play to step into the postseason and then play. And then the question is, well, why aren't they playing? I'll go back to the old classic here, Nelly. And why does the guy not play? Because they don't trust him. Why do you not trust him? Because he doesn't play. Why does he not play? Because I don't trust him. Why do you not trust him? Because he doesn't play. Like, it goes like that over and over again. And then you hit the postseason. You hit the postseason and you're playing a crucial series against the best team in the league, and two guys go down with major injuries, and your response is, I'd rather have that. Because I'll tell you right now, if Jaden Williams had a grade 2 hamstring strain, he's not playing in Game 7 for OKC. If Lou Dort has an AC sprain that's a 6-week injury, he's not playing for OKC. But part of that has to be, okay, well, we've played these guys before. It's funny. When you look at Cason Wallace's or Aaron Wiggins or guys that were coming off the bench for OKC, if they were on the Nuggets roster, would they play? I don't know. I really don't. And so when it came time for the postseason, if they aren't playing in the regular season, they aren't going to play then. So there needs to be, I think, just a sort of organizational, philosophical overhaul where you got to figure out, first of all, how do we use the regular season in preparation for the postseason? One thing about the Nuggets, they play every single game as if it's the playoffs. How many regular season games did they go just 7 deep off their bench? And it's just, who is that helping? You know, I mentioned this before, but when you get to a place, you obviously want to win games in the regular season because you have to keep pace. And some games are bigger than others, and some games I think it's appropriate to go 7 in the regular season. But you need to be willing to sacrifice a couple of losses maybe in the regular season for the long-term gain of guys finding experience. You have to. And again, I apologize for the audio issues. We're having some trouble out here today. Should be fixed here soon. So bear with me. But Texas writes this in. The main feeling that I have is disappointment. The Nuggets need a major shakeup, not ego stroking. I love what Adelman did, but he's probably not the guy. I hope the Kroenkes don't want to just keep up with these options because Nikola really needs help. I don't know what's going to happen with Adelman. I think he made a hell of a case to keep the job, but I do feel like if you're going to start over in the way that we're talking about, hiring the guy beneath the dude that you fired probably isn't the right call. Again, I like Adelman, but just on principle, if you're trying to change things within your organization and you let 2 major pieces go, hiring a piece which is right underneath the previous guy is what the Rockies do. That's what the Rockies do. You fire your GM. Well, who is the assistant GM? Now he gets promoted. What does that change really? I mean, the thought process is the same. And I think that Adelman and Malone, for that matter, obviously did a hell of a job. He brought the first championship ever to Denver. But I think we all kind of recognize that something needs to change. And again, I think Adelman's voice, maybe his messaging was different that I think helped in the postseason. You'll never know, but I saw somebody questioning, could the Nuggets have done the same thing in the postseason with Michael Malone that they did with David Adelman? Maybe. I don't know how you'd find the answer to that. But here's another text coming through. Again, this is a matter of perspective this morning. So I want to hear from all of you. That's short-sighted and dumb. We are 4 games out of the play-in. It's not good enough to let regular season games go. I understand that this was a weird year in which the 4 seed and the 9 seed could have flipped with a couple of games. That's usually not the case. But it turns into this. It turns into I'm only able to play 6.5 dudes throughout the whole course of the postseason, and 2 of them are playing at 50%. Another text coming through, everyone's overreacting. We just took a 68-win team to Game 7 with plenty of injuries. There needs to be bench improvements, but we certainly don't need an overhaul. Well, whether you think there needs to be an overhaul or not, there's going to be. You fired your coach and your GM before the regular season ended. That's an overhaul. The only way to get better options off the bench is you need money. You don't have it. The only way to get it is by moving a major piece on this team. That's it. That's why they're in a pickle. That's why they're going to have, I think, a hell of a task this offseason. This isn't like other teams where it's like move the chess pieces, ship this guy off, bring this guy in, do this, sign this guy in free agency. It's not going to work. It's not going to happen. They don't have the money to do it. They used what little money they had last offseason to sign a player to a $5 million a year contract who didn't play more than like 2 minutes the entire season. The one option that they did have, that they acquired in the offseason and actually played, was Russell Westbrook on a veteran minimum contract, and you guys, most of you hated him. If you want to get a player, there's got to be bigger moves. So we can continue this on the other side. 303-504-0925. Again, the overall feeling today for me is clarity. I just think it's a very clear picture that the team didn't have enough, that they need to have more. Their superstar said as much. Depth is what killed you. OKC had it, you didn't, and that was the difference. Again, I'm broadcasting live from Sanctuary today. Apologies for the audio issues. We'll have those fixed soon. People asking, why are you broadcasting from a bathroom? I'm not. It's a bar. It's very
Brett,
different.
No, actually, the reason you're broadcasting from your bathroom currently is you're trying to pay tribute to the second quarter from the Nuggets yesterday.
Exactly. And it stinks. All right. So take a quick break. Back after this.
All right, out here live at Sanctuary. This should sound a little bit better. Again, you can get in touch with us. Shopmaster text line, 303-504-0925. The Nelly, not the Nelly. Nelly is back at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. And again, today is, to me, a very, I've said it before, it's a day of clarity. I think that's what Game 7 provided. You want to win. You want to go out there and make sure that you're doing things correctly and that you move on to the Western Conference Finals. Like, I think that it would be great. But I said this before. Vic has brought this option to me multiple times. He has said, would you rather get your butt kicked or would you rather have the game end in a close, heartbreaking fashion? And in most cases, I choose the heartbreak. Not yesterday. Yesterday I thought was if you're going to lose, it was the perfect way to lose. Because none of it was a surprise either. You weren't favored going in the game. You weren't favored when the series started. You were in a position in which you're playing the best team in the league with two of your starters down for what was already the thinnest team depth-wise that the NBA had to offer. And I still, OKC gets to dunk on you today, and that's fine because they won, you didn't. It's Game 7. They took it from you, blah, blah, blah. They might go on and win the championship. Who knows? What's funny to me is you can't be, I don't think, as proud as you would want to when you were that big of a favorite to start. The fact that you were pushed to the brink on a Game 7 by a team that you were clearly better than, and it took that for you to make it through, pretty nuts. And so they're sending all the memes about, SGA smiling after which game was that? Game 2, 3, whatever. And I'm like, all right, yeah, he's got that dog in him to beat a team that they clearly should have beaten from the very jump. That's all stuff that I think, all right, you want to go ahead and have your fun this morning, be my guest. But there is a pretty wild gap between what your expectation should be versus what reality was. And reality was this. The better team won the series. But it took them a hell of a while to try and get to the point where they believed that they were actually going to get there. The beginning of that game, and I'm not kidding, when I watched the way that OKC was shooting, when I watched the way that they felt tight at the beginning of that game, you probably were thinking the same as me. There's a good shot that the Nuggets win. Because the Nuggets were making shots. They kind of had that been there, done that sort of mentality. And OKC was very clearly tight. The biggest reason why things changed is you turned the ball over, I think 157 times was the end total, and you gave them easy buckets. Easy buckets led to confidence. Confidence led to that sort of finish. Like a 40-point gap between you two. So with all of that, you head into the offseason. Hey, can I talk? You can try. Keep giving it a shot, Vic. We trust you. Can I talk to you? No, not yet. No, you can't talk yet. I'm going to keep talking throughout this show. What I'm getting at is there's an off.
When am I allowed to talk?
Now you're allowed to talk.
Right.
Now you're allowed.
You said something at the beginning of this monologue, and I'm sorry to come on and interrupt your show.
Please do.
But you said something that was fitting, and I know we're going to have a lot to discuss today.
Mm-hmm.
But I told everybody, if you're going to lose in sports, lose decisively.
Yeah.
Lose with a little vigor.
Mm-hmm.
Get your butt kicked.
I preferred that yesterday.
Because I'll give you two examples of losing, and you tell me which example you prefer. Do you prefer what happened last year in a game in which you were leading by 20 and you lost in the fourth quarter? Or do you prefer getting your butt kicked like you did yesterday? Which one sits with you? Which one do you take home with you? Which one resonates with you? Which one hurts you most?
You know what's weird, though, is that it's hard for me to compare because the expectations for this team were so wildly different than last year's team.
But I'm talking about the initial shock of the loss. like the initial shock of last year losing at home.
Yeah.
It took days to overcome that.
Right.
I was over yesterday, 5 minutes after the game.
I was too.
Over it. I was like,
I was
good
over
enough.
it midway through the fourth.
I'm not. I mean, I was like, I was actually at ease. I was calm.
Yeah.
I looked at that game and I said, that team is deeper. The Nuggets don't have enough healthy bodies, and it's just not going to work out this year.
Yeah.
And now they have something to build off of in the offseason. They know exactly what they need.
Yeah.
That's what that game taught me. Now, part of you're exactly right. Part of you's like, wow, if OKC wins it all, and let's say that they win it all and they win the next series in 5 or 6, and then they win the championship series in 5 or 6, you could say that the Denver Nuggets gave them the biggest problem.
Yeah.
That's how close the Nuggets really are. Or are they?
Well, that's the whole theme, I think. It's last year we played that game, didn't we? They lost to Minnesota, and we said, dude, if they just held on in the second half, then you're probably winning a championship at the end or something. You know, that's what we're saying.
Play those games all day.
I don't think you can do that. Not this year. Like, here's the reality to me. The reality is this. You gave it your best shot. You had a team that was clearly flawed, and you got by on what, Vic?
Sheer grit.
Brute,
Yeah.
grit,
Yeah.
and fight and scratching and clawing. Again, I mentioned this earlier. AG has no business playing in that game last night.
And if AG plays last night, and again, I'm telling people this yesterday. We're here at the National Jewish Health Golf Tournament. Last night we had the dinner portion, and everywhere I went, people wanted to talk about the game. And this was my takeaway. Let's say you find a way to win. Let's say you maintain whatever lead you built, and you find a way at the buzzer to win that game, whatever. You're going to go into this Minnesota series, and let's be honest. You can't expect AG to suit up every game of that series with that bad wheel.
Nope.
He did yesterday. You can't expect that.
There were times I was watching him run down the floor. It looked like a 100-pound weight was attached to that leg.
Yeah, well, he did more on one leg than
I know.
a couple Max players did on two.
I know. But that's the thing. You know, what I mentioned earlier was this.
Yeah.
If AG played for Oklahoma City, he's not playing in that game.
Of course not.
If Michael Porter Jr. played for Oklahoma City, he's not playing in that game. And this is, again, the word I've used a lot this morning is clarity. Like, I had clarity after the game. If you feel like your best shot to win is to play two clearly massively injured players over anybody else off your bench, you got a major problem.
Well, that's all you need to know. Then, you've already described your deficiency. And I'll tell you right here what happened. AG, of all people, executes the N1. You remember the N1 play?
Yep.
He goes up. They're up 11.
Mm-hmm.
11 points, and it could have been more. They go up 11, and all of a sudden, they start turning the ball over. I'm looking at it right now on the play-by-play sheet, and they start missing shots, and, oh, geez. Both teams went a full 2 minutes with the Nuggets up 11. Nobody scored.
Yeah.
For 2 minutes straight. It was like back and forth. Nobody scored. Peyton Watson, up 11, subs in, misses both free throws. They're up 11. Russell Westbrook missed a layup. They're up 11. Jamal Murray missed a jump shot. They're up 11. Christian traveled. They're up 11.
Yeah.
They couldn't move that score. And at that point in the game, Oklahoma City looked frozen.
Yep.
They looked scared.
I'm telling you, you could have easily, hear me, easily won that game if you didn't have a million turnovers. Because they were so tight, they couldn't hit a shot. They were nervous. They looked a little scared. And then you gave them easy transition buckets, which led to confidence.
With the Nuggets up 11, let me give you Oklahoma City's following buckets. All right. They couldn't shoot. They couldn't shoot. They couldn't make a three. They couldn't shoot. They were frozen.
Yep.
The intensity and the pressure of the game early in the game got to them.
Could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you hang on to this when the 7 o'clock hour starts?
Oh, what time is it?
6:54 in the morning.
We're that close?
We're that close. Out here live at Sanctuary for the National Jewish Health Golf Tournament today, charity tournament. Always happy to be here, and glad we got the technical gremlins figured out. Nice to be back, but today's going to be about the Nuggets. I don't know how much is going to be spent on the game, how much is going to be spent on the offseason. I mean, there's a lot to get to with this, but there's just things that I think were very clear in that game that need to be addressed moving forward, and we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. You can watch us live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also on YouTube, search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Nuggets are down by 9. High left side is Jokic. Hands it off on top to Gordon. Back over to Joker. Knocked out of his hands.
Should have been
and
a foul.
Steal, Jalen Williams dunk. 11-point lead for the Thunder, their big lead of the day. 1 minute left to go in the first half. Inbound goes to Christian Brown. I just keep feeding Jokic. If they're going to guard, Caruso steals it from Jokic. Back the other way, in the paint, Williams layup good. Holy cow, what a run by the Thunder to close out this first half. 14-1. Williams goes to the left hand, shoves Porter out of the way, jump shots up and in. And this one is starting to slip away from Denver with a little help. Three-pointer Porter won't go. With that miss, he's 1 of 5, Scott, and I'm starting to lose confidence here. I need something to get me going here. High right side is Alexander. Step back 3. Good. Uh-oh.
Well, see, now they're playing with confidence. There's no pressure on them. Denver dropped the reins in the late first quarter, and they've handed him over to Oklahoma City.
And there's the horn, and that's it for game number 7. The Denver Nuggets season is over. Final tonight from OKC, 125-93.
And we will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
I don't blame them. We're out here live at Sanctuary for the National Jewish Health Charity Tournament. Discussing a, whatever you want to call this, some sort of disaster yesterday that I also think provides a good amount of clarity. And here's the main sort of takeaway that I have from the game yesterday. You were worse than OKC. That's very clear. But, and there is a but, the way in which you lost was, to me, preferable. I'm usually a guy, Moj, Vic, that I like. I enjoy. If you get your heart ripped out, at least you're in the game. There's something to be said for that. But I think I needed that one. I was over the game immediately. It didn't hang with me, nothing. I was. Yeah. I think part of it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Part of it also applies to what I would call a very soothing end to the game in which...
Soothing?
Here's why. I knew the team wasn't good enough. Yeah. We all knew it. The Nuggets knew it. That's when they fired their head coach and GM 3 games left in the regular season. The soothing part is, you know what the problem is. You just need to diagnose and fix now. That's what it becomes. Am I wrong?
Soothing's not the word I would use. I would say just it was now you know exactly what to work on. So the word's not soothing. It's, I guess, decisive.
Yeah.
Decisive. The way that game ended is very much what you need to start working on in this offseason. And we'll get into that because it's not as easy as snapping your fingers and redoing your roster. I keep hearing people say, well, trade this guy, do this then. Good luck.
Yeah.
And I say that, I'm looking right into this camera, and I'm looking at you right now. For all of you who think you can just give a full facelift to an NBA roster in one offseason when you have no draft picks, you have very little wiggle room, I say to you, good luck. You're not going to do that.
Okay, here's the thing, though. I guess it would be like one of the best plastic surgeons on earth trying to give a facelift to me. Mm-hmm. Okay? So now listen, it's not going to be easy, right? But here's the thing. There are certain – you can be as creative as possible to make me look like I look, but you've got to really do some tucks and some pulls and some stitching here and that sort of thing.
Got a lot of work to do there.
Well, agreed, but it's got to be –
You don't have the money to do it.
And you have to take away from other spots.
Hey, Duck, I got $500. Do what you can.
Yep.
All right.
Make me Brad Pitt.
Yeah. Exactly.
But
right.
the problem is you have to take away from other spots to fix the one spot. Listen,
Agreed.
We all know what the issue is with the Nuggets. It reared its ugly head again yesterday. The Nuggets were up by 11 points. It was 22-11, or was it? Is that 21-10?
So. Yep.
They were up by 11 points with 3:55 to play in the first quarter. The second they went to their bench,
the game was
Oklahoma
over.
City made its run.
The very second
the bench was called upon last night. the game changed. And I'm going to tell you how it changed. The Nuggets went from doing everything right, up 11. AG just completed that three-point play, the and one. A guy on one wheel, for crying out loud, the and one.
Yeah.
And here are the next buckets by OKC. All right, here are the next buckets. You tell me what happened. Chet dunk. Case and Wallace dunk. Chet dunk. Caruso 3. Wiggins layup. J-Dub layup. J-Dub layup. Hartenstein dunk. Every bucket at the rim except one. Every single bucket. A product of turnovers, a product of frenzy, a product of the second unit that completely threw the Nuggets' first unit off-brand.
That is correct. That's absolutely right, Vic, and it was just far too easy. I mean, Hartenstein can't score unless he's standing underneath the bucket. And that's the only way he's going to get points. So that means you got nobody there when he's going up and over the top and beside. And at some points, these guys were wide open for dunks and layups. I know. Driving to the hole, yeah.
Did you see how nervous OKC looked to start that game?
Very nervous.
They were terrified.
Very nervous.
I'm looking over at Dempsey and everybody in our studio. I'm like, oh, my God, they're scared.
I was listening to Kaz at that particular point, and he said, Scotty, he goes, OKC is ice cold right now. The Nuggets have to take advantage.
That lead very and David Adelman said it afterwards. You're up 11 with 3:55 to play. You should have been up 20.
You should
have been up 20.
Yeah.
You should have been up 20, and you couldn't get it to 20 because you were just making some mistakes, and that's where the game lies. And I know, listen, everybody's going to say, well, come on, the game got out of hand. I know it did. But that's where you have to make your run. You have to make your run. You should have been up 20 at that point, and being up 11 with your bench is just not good enough.
You bailed them out. They couldn't make a shot because they were nervous. That was clear. And then you turn the ball over and you give up layups and dunks, and then they build confidence.
How do you soothe their nerves? You give them layups and dunks.
Yeah. Texter writes this in. If not for injuries, the Nuggets would have won that series, even with their lack of depth.
No, I'm not buying it.
I'm not either.
No, I'm not. Listen, everybody. If you're waiting for us today to make injuries an excuse for the Nuggets dropping out in the second round, I'm not going to do it. And I understand AG wasn't healthy. I get it. But if that's the case, you should have won game 4 or 5.
Right.
Well, the series should be over.
This is the other thing. You say if not for injuries. Well, every team's going to deal with something. Your response to the injury, though, was to play a guy with a grade 2 hamstring that takes a month at least to recover from and say this is our best option.
He's going to be hobbling for a month.
That's the main problem here. It's not that guys were hurt necessarily. It's that guys were hurt and you go, I know they're hurt,
but this is our best option.
There are only options.
Yeah.
That's
is the
what's
best
crazy.
we can do. Hey, and the fact that you have a starting 5 that is still elite. If you looked at the Nuggets starting 5 and measured its rating against OKC starting 5, who do you think did better in this series?
Oh, the Nuggets.
The Nuggets did.
Yeah.
The Nuggets starting 5 was the better starting 5. There's no denying. The Nuggets still have an elite core, an elite starting 5. The problem is the team cannot get better unless you disassemble part of your elite core.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, because you have zero flexibility unless you do something like that.
Exactly right. So your starting 5, just mano a mano, if you left your starting 5 against theirs yesterday, you probably win that game. But as soon as you go to Caruso versus whatever you bring up, he was the most, and man, me and Dempsey went the rounds yesterday on this with Marlo. I called Alex Caruso the most impactful player in this entire series, outside of the starters. Outside of the starters.
Agreed.
Well, yeah, I think so.
Well, he's also allowed.
It doesn't matter what he's. I know. We're going to sit here and we're going to bitch and moan about what he can do, but he's impactful.
No, agreed.
He does exactly what the refs allow him to do.
If the Nuggets had a guy like that was allowed to get away with whatever,
yes.
Sure,
I hate him. I hate him because he plays for OKC. But if you said, hey, guys, tomorrow Alex Caruso's a Nugget, I'd be doing cartwheels. Cartwheels.
Yeah.
You can't do a cartwheel.
I can do a cartwheel right now. And if you gave me Alex Caruso, I would – I'm telling you, Alex Caruso is an impactful player.
Okay,
a
Simone.
Smart player.
Whatever you say, Simone.
You know what? What you said earlier is so right. And here's what sucks. the only way that they get better in the depth category is by taking away what they're elite at.
Yeah.
You have to remove something out of that in order to have even the opportunity to get better. And I'm not, again, I know that a lot of people, I was watching the game with a few guys yesterday. They were all talking about.
Moser just tried to grab my coffee cup as a spitter. Moser, he just went at my coffee cup and tried to. I know what you were doing.
I just was seeing how full it was.
I know what you were doing. This is the first segment of this radio show. We're at a very nice golf club, and he tried to take my fresh coffee to use as a spitter. That's where we're headed.
Drink
Should have
your
been
coffee,
quicker.
let's go.
Should have been quicker. No. What I was talking about was I was watching the game with a few different guys yesterday, and in the middle of the game, you're talking about, the fouls, and how is that a call? And this, I know that it was an annoying, sort of just offshoot of what this series was refs and how it's had nothing to do with who won and lost.
When I woke up this morning, I wasn't worried about the refereeing, the officiating. Well, there's some suspect calls, of course. There were. We can go on and on and on.
OKC's playing that game on the other side. They're saying that we overcame Joker getting every call.
Yeah, and I don't want to play that game. Yeah. Listen, they played with a furious frenzy, and that's what they do. And that's who they are. They played with that frenzy. And I thought David Adelman said it best. What makes Oklahoma City so difficult to deal with is they are really chameleon-like. They change the way they play. Their starting five plays one way. And then they go to their bench and they bring guys like Caruso in, and they play a completely different style. I mean, Hartenstein is guarding Joker one trip, and now they're fronting with Caruso on the next trip. So they play a different brand of basketball with their bench, and it works for them. So you know what I'm going to do this? I'm going to be above the fray. I'm going to tip my hat to OKC, and that's a team that is deeper. That's a team, I don't think they're better. I think they're deeper. Understand the difference between those words. They're better because they have more players. But the front five for the Nuggets, the best five, are just as good as
I'd put that against anybody in the entire league.
Yeah,
for sure.
But the problem is you can't play an entire playoff series with five guys.
Here's the thing. I didn't even think the starting five were very good in this series.
Well, they weren't elite.
Well, you're also dealing with an MPJ with one arm, and you've got some things going against you, Brett.
It was. I'm just saying for overall, Jamal wasn't that good in this series. Joker, for the way that we grade Joker, wasn't the usual thing with him, and still you pushed it to a Game 7. But I remember we did this last year after Minnesota, where it's like, guys, if they just hung on for the second half, then we'd be in good shape. I was the one trumpeting that all offseason, where I'm like, why would you want to blow anything up? Like, you were right here on the cusp of making the Western Conference Finals, maybe winning and going to the finals again. I don't feel that way now. Despite this being a Game 7, hey, you took a 68-win team to the brink and you had all these injuries. Yeah. I don't feel that way. There needs to be changes this offseason.
Well, I mean, changes are – it's easy to say the Nuggets need to make changes. We all know changes are coming. What they can do and what they will do are two entirely different.
That's why I said whoever this GM hire is.
It's going to be the most important hire.
It's going to be incredibly important, and it's going to have to be – whoever this person is has to come in with creative ideas on what they can do. And maybe this is a hybrid plan, too. Not a long-term plan where, okay, let's clear some stuff out and let's rebuild. No, because you've got the core that's still there and ready to go. You're going to have to be a little bit of long-term, short-term, big-time to try to make this happen. I was thinking about this, too. I don't know what the first-round pick from last year holds. I don't know what kind of player he can be, but he may be found. Maybe you get some found gold in Deron Holmes, okay? Again, he blew up his Achilles in the summertime. We have no idea what he can do at this level. We have no idea how impactful he can possibly be. But he's a guy that you have high hopes for, but you start to think about, okay, maybe that's just a piece that comes back into the rotation because he's healthy. Then what else do you do? Whoever gets this job is going to have to really peel away not only that CBA, but really peel away exactly the right fits for this team.
Here's my theme going into the offseason for the Nuggets, as long as we're skipping to that right now.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask.
We're already there.
Are we doing the offseason?
Well, I don't even feel like rehashing yesterday. There's no point in it.
I don't want to talk about that game.
Okay.
Who cares?
Well, not so much the game, but just kind of.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Why don't Vic and I do a separate show where we talk about the important things, and you sit here and talk about free throws?
I mean, I
How's
don't know.
that sound, okay?
There's not much to say about that game. That game was over at the 3:55 mark of the first quarter when they could not extend the lead and the bench came in. The game was over.
Was just the runs, Brett. Yeah. And Vic, you talked about this even before Game 6 for crying out loud.
Yeah.
The turnovers and lack of stops. And it got away from them. That's the problem in this series. It got away from them too many times.
I want you to remember these 3 words. This should be the theme of the offseason for the Denver Nuggets. These 3 words.
Kiss my grits.
Addition by subtraction.
Yeah, we'll get back to this in just a second. Get in touch with us on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Get a couple texts. And, look, here's another thing. Big question for the offseason if we're here. David Adelman, did he win his job or not? Get to it next. All right, back here at Sanctuary for the National Jewish Health Charity Golf Tournament today. The question I got, David Adelman did a good job.
Yeah.
Is it good enough to win the permanent head coaching gig?
Yeah.
That I don't know. But I'll say this just initially. I think that his change in tone, the way that he I think caught the team a little bit more, bent their ear a little bit more than maybe Malone lost it later in the regular season. I think he improved certainly on that part. But wouldn't it feel like Adelman's more of the same?
No.
You don't think so?
You didn't see any changes? You didn't see the use of zone many, many more times? You didn't see perhaps a difference in the locker room? You didn't see there was a lot of things that I saw from a coaching standpoint, but it doesn't matter what we see. What matters is what this new GM is going to see.
Yeah.
That's what matters, because the new GM will have a say in who the head coach is going to be. It's not going to be just one call. It's everybody, and they have to work in unison. They have to work together. The reason why they fired both their GM and their head coach to begin with is because they couldn't work together.
Yeah, but I think that Josh Kroenke, he knows his team, and he knew there was more in there. Now, obviously not enough to get by OKC, the number 1 seed in round number 2. But the question I have is, okay, is he going to have a guy come in who shares the same vision of what needs to be done with this roster? Or is he going to say, hey, you know what? It's your job. You go ahead and get it done. I would think he would say a little bit of both. Like, he knows what needs to be done, yet this GM has to come in and say, I'm creative. I've got ideas, and let me wheel those ideas. Because right now you have a precious product. You have a precious thing. You got the best player on the planet in his prime. All right? And that comes around once in a lifetime, essentially. You've got a precious commodity that needs to be nurtured and babied and fixed.
Did you hear what he said, by the way, Joker, after the game?
Yeah.
He was asked, are you close to a championship? And he said, well, we didn't win one. I don't play these what-if games.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't play these games. We weren't good enough, so we're not. The end. There's no, like, hope and dreams and this and that. In fact, let's hear it from Joker, because it took a while for him to get to it. But you tell me if this is a superstar that thinks this team is one move away.
Do you leave this series feeling like you guys are still close to being able to win another championship? Or what are your thoughts after 2 Game 7s? And I know you dealt with health issues, not you, but Aaron and Michael. Do you feel like this team could still win a championship as it's put together now?
I mean, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
Okay, I want to stress something right now. You mentioned, did you see anything different from Adelman? I want to ask you. You are a young, energetic, creative head coach in the NBA. What in God's name can you do any differently with that roster that he did? He won a series. He got the best team in the NBA to the 7th game. What the hell do you want him to do that's any different than what he did?
I don't think really anything on the surface. I don't think it's – how do I put this? When you're looking to change something within your organization and they're heading for some sort of change, obviously they're going to have a new GM at a minimum and probably a roster shakeup of some sort if they can pull it off. You know, I know it's not the same because he had success, but I'm going to just make a comparison around different teams because typically what happens when teams fire their head coaches, they're bad, typically. This is a really unique situation in which the 4 seed fired their head coach with 3 games left in the regular season. But typically what happens is guy takes over as interim. Sometimes interim guys do a good job, but they're like, I'm looking to change things. And when you take somebody that's underneath the guy, how much is that really changing? Now, to your point, I think Adelman did a great job. I don't know if he could have done better, to be honest.
It just shows me, guys. I mean, we're overthinking this. We are getting so critically constructive in rotations and what you do each time down the floor. This is a roster issue. It has been for the last 2 years. It's not necessarily a coaching issue. The reason the coach is in here is because for whatever reason, he and the GM couldn't work together. And it cost them both their jobs. But at the core of the Nuggets issue moving forward, it's a roster construction problem. We have talked about this. How many times am I going to tell you, you cannot win an NBA title when your fifth and sixth highest paid players do not play?
Agreed.
How many times do I have to say this?
Okay, I'm gonna play another Jokic clip here that is going to kind of get to the next point. And this is the one question I have. And this is you can't get an answer out of this with where the Nuggets were at when Adelman took over. But I've been harping on this for a while, Vic, because I do think this is important. We talk about roster construction, and yes, it's flawed. It's very obviously flawed. But Joker said something after the game that I think is an argument towards what the Nuggets haven't done the past couple of years with what they've had, which is you need to see. And he didn't come out and say this, but he was talking about guys like AG goes out, they gut out this Game 7. Porter's obviously been playing hurt. But Joker was talking about depth and guys who are not on the floor and goes, well, if you can't trust somebody who's only played 20 or 30 games in a Game 7 like that. That's what Joker said. Mm-hmm. And as Nelly looks for the cut, he's talking about how can you play somebody who hasn't played the entire year in that kind of moment. And my question always goes back to this. Well, why?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you why. Strawther didn't play because he got hurt.
So, hey, hang on. Let's hear this from Joker first. Go ahead.
The Thunder, they tried to make a point to wear you guys down with their depth throughout this series. You guys were obviously playing a shorter rotation for most of it. Maybe this is above your pay grade too, but as far as depth, what do you sort of think this team needs most going forward?
Like you said, it's about my. But yes, we definitely need probably. I think we played so long for such a way, and it's hard for the guys to step up and especially play, especially against two really good teams, Clippers and OKC. And we cannot ask for somebody who didn't play maybe 20, 30 games to jump in and be good and expect him to be good, But Julian step up, he was good. Peyton, he was in a rotation, but he had some good minutes too. So definitely, seems like the teams that has a longer rotation, longer bench, it's the one who are winning. Indiana, what's the name? OKC.
You can cut it right there, Nelly. It's fine. Here's what I'm getting at. You aren't going to overhaul 9 guys from this roster. Most of these guys will be back. Yeah. Even if you make changes this offseason, and even big ones, most of this roster is going to be here next year.
Well, what's most? What? I mean, there's going to be changes. There are already 4 guys whose contracts either expire or there's player options. So
sure.
There's going to be changes.
Here's what I'm getting at, though, and this is what I wonder, and this is an unanswerable question. If Case and Wallace and Aaron Wiggins were on this team, do they play consistently?
Yes.
I don't know how you can be so sure about that.
Yeah, I think that Julian Strawther played. Everybody who says, well, we'll give him – he played, and then he got hurt for the last 2 months of the season.
But Strawther didn't play in the postseason until these last couple of games.
Because he wasn't even healthy until the postseason started. We didn't even know if he'd be able to play in the postseason. But hey, Payne Watson played. He played.
He did.
He played plenty of times.
He was your 7th guy. You have to play somebody.
I know, but this ridiculous notion that you got to play more guys, they did.
Is Pickett going to be on this roster next year?
I don't know.
Would you assume he would be?
Did he play?
No, he didn't.
He didn't play during the regular season.
No, he played a little bit during the regular season.
But he played, right? He played.
I mean, barely. Would you consider, if you're looking through the rotational players for the Nuggets this year, you would say Jalen Pickett was one?
No, I would not say that.
No way he was
Number
one.
2, when I listen to Joker talk about that, he's not putting the onus on those players saying, hey, look, you guys just stink or whatever. He's like, look, you can't expect these guys to come in after playing a handful of minutes in some games of the regular season and kick ass in a Game 7. You can't expect that. So I think he's a roundabout way of saying we need a deeper basketball team.
Well, exactly.
With guys how many minutes did those OKC bench guys get all year long?
But they were also better.
Agreed.
They were better.
Agreed.
So I disagree with Brett's mentions that you got to go. You got to give up and sacrifice regular season games to make sure these guys can play. How many more do you want to give up?
It's not.
They barely crawl to the 4
Nobody
seed.
see that's
It's not so
Vic,
much
here's the
giving
problem.
up,
Yeah.
but they have to have experience. And that's been my beef for the last couple of years. When we talk about a lack of depth, sorry, Mosh, I'll get done in a second. But we talk about a lack of depth, and I'm still sitting here, and I'm saying, can Jalen Pickett play or not? He's been here for over 2
Can
years.
Zeke Nnaji
How do
play
I
or
not
not?
have an answer to that
Right.
yet? How do I not have an answer? How do I not know? Like, here's the weird thing about Zeke. Zeke can't play basketball. But Zeke also got a 4-year extension at $8 million per. So they obviously thought he could do something, but we don't know. That's what I don't get.
It's exactly right. And Vic, you're talking about sacrificing.
What do you
hold
mean?
on.
What do you
hold
mean
on.
you don't know?
Vic,
Okay.
you don't really know if these guys are regular
what do you
rotation
mean?
guys.
You watch?
All right, Vic.
Do you watch?
So is Calvin Booth a moron who just throws around
Did you
30?
just say listen, I'm going to have a conversation about what you deem acceptable talent to win in the NBA. Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, what do you consider? What do you consider playable? I guess is my question. Does the guy have to be incredible to be on the floor? Can you have a couple of guys who are just okay? Like, is Zeke or Jalen Pickett just okay? Are they just okay basketball players that you can play for 10 minutes?
Here's the difference, though. They're players. They're bench players.
Let Moshe finish here. We cut him off. Go ahead, Moshe.
Here's what I want to say to you, Vic. You said, well, you don't want to sacrifice the you shouldn't have to sacrifice games in the regular season to find out if guys can play. You should know, right? I mean, you should know, and if they can play, then play them. So what you're telling me is this roster needs fixing, but it also needs improving. And I don't want to sit here and bag on these guys, on the bench. But can they play in this league or not?
Sometimes
and you need to make that decision earlier than right now, where we're doing a
because if the answer's no, then why are they here?
Exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Well, that dysfunction.
I don't want to sacrifice any regular season game to quote find out.
The fact that we're asking this question for the second consecutive year,
tells you all you need to know.
It tells you why the GM and coach were both fired at the same time.
Absolutely,
because they couldn't come to terms with those questions.
Agreed.
They disagreed too many times. There was dysfunction there, and the fact that we're sitting here in this clubhouse at Sanctuary on May 19th asking the same exact questions we asked a year ago is why they're no longer employed. That's why. Because you know what? They wouldn't answer the question.
Yeah, like it's funny. When Julian Strawther has that game 6, like Calvin Booth is probably sitting on his couch somewhere going, "Ha, told you."
Right.
Should have played him more. Like that's probably what he's thinking.
Well,
and then when Julian Strawther misses a whole bunch of shots or whatever, Malone's going, "Ha, told you."
There's a lot of "ha, told you."
Well, here's the thing. One of them was you always see chicken and egg.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was the chicken, and one of them was the egg. And the chicken and the egg had different visions of how this should be done.
Which is why I thought Adelman was a breath of fresh air, because he didn't play those politics. He just said, guys, we got to win. We got to win. What can we do to win? Every single time down the court, we got to go zone now? All right, let's go zone. He coached the team to try to win that specific game.
But going back to I'm going to use Zeke as an example, okay? So you're under the impression, and I largely agree with you, that Zeke is not a player. Okay, fine. But I'm using him as
I'm not saying he's not a player. You know, if you put him on another team with a fresh start and a completely different philosophy, I think he can be a player. It ain't going to work here. Sometimes you need a change.
That's fine. I agree. I totally agree with you. But what I'm getting at is, if he wasn't that for this team, he is not seen as a player. Obviously by Malone he wasn't, and obviously by David Adelman because he didn't play in the postseason. He wasn't. How the hell does that guy get a 4-year extension at $8 million per?
It was a mistake.
How does that happen?
It was a mistake. I mean,
I guess Calvin thought that, this guy, he's going to be a player. Well, maybe he was or maybe he wasn't. He just never played.
Or he didn't play. Calvin said he should have been playing the 4 all along and not the backup 5. He was misused. That's the excuse there.
Yeah.
Well,
he was misplayed.
Then okay. Well, then what about AG?
What do you mean?
You mean backup 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back up to AG.
I think you said he should be playing the 4.
Well, when he plays, he should be playing the 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Not over AG.
Good God, you almost give me a heart attack.
No. I mean, listen, I'm going to ask you guys right now, is there any player outside of 15 as you enter this offseason? And remember the theme I gave you, Nuggets fans, addition by subtraction.
You do not subtract AG.
No, but I brought this up. What did I say a season ago in the offseason? I said, I think the Nuggets need to release one of their max players. I think I need to unload one of their – I said this last summer.
Yeah. I disagreed at the time.
You disagreed. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to say it again, what I said last summer. The Nuggets have too many max players on this roster.
I don't disagree now.
I said it last year, and I'll say it again. You are not going to get better unless you subtract one of those salaries.
Well, okay. One of those salaries is non-negotiable, non-discussable. So then you're talking about two other ones. You're looking at Mike or you're looking at Jamal. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
All right? One of the two.
And
Jamal makes twice as much as Mike makes.
It honestly might come down to who's easier to move. If it comes down to that.
I don't know. I don't know what other teams want. I don't know what other teams desire. I don't know if other teams look at this roster and say, God, these guys are all just joker merchants. We don't want them. Or if they're saying, God, this guy can lift us and he's got that playoff pedigree. It depends. Other teams have different needs and desires. I know this. MPJ's contract is more desirable than Jamal Murray's.
It's cheaper.
It's cheaper and it's shorter. But is his play more? I don't know. And now you're sacrificing players not because they're bad players. I'm not. This is not personal, all right? It's not personal on either of those two players. The only way you can get better as a team is to sacrifice one of those contracts.
Yes,
that's it.
How does it work, by the way? Because you can't just offload. You still have to make money work in these trades, right?
Sure. You have to get. I think within. What is it, 75% of the other deal? So it's got to be close. Maybe it's a question where there's a team out there that needs a shooter, that needs somebody to establish the perimeter, and they're willing to take a chance on MPJ. And in return, they're not going to give you much. Maybe they'll give you a draft pick or two and a role player. I think you have to investigate it. Listen, we just talked about how the Nuggets starting five is still elite. They are. They're elite. Their starting five was better rated than OKC's starting five.
You're taking a piece off of it.
You're taking a piece, and you're making it worse than it was. I get it. But sometimes you have to take that step back.
Okay, so now that the season is over, boy, I sure hope that they get on this GM thing pretty quickly.
It's going to be the most important hire of the franchise.
I'm not saying rush. I'm saying they've had time now. They've had over a month to consider things and to really talk about things and find candidates and so on. I would like them to not rush, but find somebody sooner rather than later so that somebody can start to get to work and grind. That somebody needs to grind.
Here's the thing. If you were to ask me the untouchables on this roster, well, I'll save that. I've got three untouchables on this roster.
Oh, really?
But sometimes if you want other teams to touch players, you have to throw in an untouchable.
So we'll get to that in just a second. Again, broadcasting from Sanctuary today for the National Jewish Health Charity Golf Tournament. Going to be here until 10 o'clock. Stick around.
Oh,
Out here at
yeah.
Sanctuary Golf Course for the National Jewish Health Charity Tournament today. Vic, you said 3 untouchables on the roster. I would say mine are 3 untouchables in the organization, and they're the only 3. Everybody else, who knows? But I got 3. I want to hear yours first. Go ahead.
Well, I think there are 3 players that I would consider right now players that you want to keep around only because you could tell in pressure situations, in those moments, they will produce. Actually, 4, because I think one of these contractually you're not going to be able to unload. So I'll go with 4.
Okay.
Nikola Jokic, obviously. He's not going anywhere.
I disagree. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Aaron Gordon is a player I want in my trench.
100%.
Aaron Gordon needs to retire a Nugget, and when he passes away at the ripe age of 99, he needs to die in Denver. He's never allowed to leave.
I sent out a tweet. I said Aaron Gordon is tougher than a $3 steak.
Yeah. Well, it's a $2 steak. You can't misusing it.
Yeah, I know. For inflation, I upped it to $3.
Oh, you gave it $3?
and then I got a host of people going, "Where do you find a $3 steak?" I'm like, it's an expression, bruh. I probably should have said, today's day and age, $7 steak. That would be a tough steak.
Mr. Steak used to be a place.
I know, dude.
44th and Sheridan.
Yeah, dude. Mr. Steak, you get like a steak dinner for $6.99.
There's no denying that Aaron Gordon is a core piece, and you don't part with somebody who wants it that bad. I mean, he played with the bad wheel.
But he's a gamer.
Yeah.
That's what matters the most. He's just a gamer.
Speaking of gamers, do not take Christian Brown away from me. Do not take Christian Brown away from me.
He was incredible early in that game. He
was the reason they were up by 11.
Yep.
He was the reason. And he may not make his shots all the time. I get it.
He's a gamer.
But he'll take them.
Yeah, he's a gamer. Got to keep a gamer around.
And Jamal Murray is the last piece that you have to keep around because I don't know if you can you can't take that contract and part with it at this point.
Well, okay, that's 2 different things.
The
previous 3 guys you mentioned are untouchable because you like them.
Well, it's not a question of what I like them. I think they are core pieces to a team around Nikola Jokic.
Okay, well, is Jamal that or not?
He is. He is.
But you said because of the contract. What I'm asking is, if the Nuggets got a trade offer and somebody's willing to take Jamal and you get the right sort of price for it, would you trade him?
Yes.
Then he's not that.
But what's the right sort of offer? I mean, he has proven that he can score in the playoffs and face pressure. Now, he didn't yesterday. He did not yesterday. He had at halftime he had 4 points.
Playoff run.
He had 4 points at halftime. All right. They needed Jamal in the second quarter.
Yeah.
They needed Jamal to do something in the second quarter, and he had 4 points at halftime. I mean, I think he finished with 13. That doesn't do you any good.
Listen, I think it's fair to call him a very good player. Very good player. Not special player.
I've said this,
and I'm not trying to beat him down or anything like that, but he's not an all-star. He hasn't been.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we could have made an argument at a time or two where he could have been an all-star, but again, when you look at the stats with Nikola Jokic having never played with an all-star in his entire career, it's pretty crazy.
Pull up Jamal's contract.
People get caught up, by the way, with the Jamal thing. I look at him completely differently than most people do.
How do you see him?
People talk about him and his no all-star appearances and
I don't
all-NBAs,
look at that.
and he's getting paid a max contract. I don't care.
Yeah.
Jamal gets paid for May and
Yes.
June.
Yes.
That's when he makes his
Well,
money.
the second quarter last night, he needed to be that guy.
That's my point, though.
Yes.
He didn't do that this postseason,
Yeah.
and he didn't do it last postseason, which is a problem.
And there's really no excuse. Last year, he acknowledged he had a bad calf. He had a calf strain, right? And he
Well,
had
that was
to play
obvious.
through. Okay. Well, there's no excuse.
Right.
There just isn't.
Right.
And, oh, my God, the perimeter defense for Oklahoma City. Great. I mean, but this is what you get paid, the money you get paid. This is why you get paid. So
Jamal's contract he's making
60.
We'll just ballpark it at $50 million a year.
how many years?
So he's got another 4.
4 years at $50 million. Who's taking on that contract?
So 46 next year, 50 the year after that, then 53, then 57.
Who's taking on that contract?
I don't know.
That's $200 million out the door.
No one's taking on that contract. You have one option, and it's Michael Porter Jr., the soon-to-be expiring max contract. That's it. I mean, I hate to make the decision for you, but
Who would you consider a peer to Jamal? Who is Jamal? Like another player, point guard, that you would say is like Jamal Murray?
Well, there's point guards that have made the All-Star game. Trae Young's made the All-Star game, but what has he done in the playoffs?
But I'm saying if you're comparing just the player, right? Like Jamal Murray is to blank.
It's hard to compare because he's a playoff riser. He won a championship. Without Jamal Murray, you don't win an NBA championship. You don't.
No.
You don't win without him. So, we can sit here and complain, but you don't go where you went without Jamal Murray.
That's a great point, Brett. If you traded Jamal for Trae Young straight up, would it make you any better? I don't know that it would at all.
I have no idea.
I know they're different types of players, but like De'Aaron Fox, would you say as far as overall player, are they close?
I've never seen De'Aaron Fox become a playoff riser.
I get all that.
So it's impossible to make that comp. Okay, I'll give you one. Fred VanVleet.
Fred?
Yeah, playoff riser. Toronto doesn't win an NBA championship without Fred VanVleet.
Agreed.
A few years ago, probably.
Yeah,
a few years ago, Fred.
Yeah.
Not today, Fred.
No, I'm talking about a comp. That's a comp for
The reason I brought up De'Aaron Fox is because he got traded this year, and he's making $35 million.
Mm-hmm.
So not 50. Van Vliet is obviously not making that money. Yeah. I don't know. I heard a national show.
$50 million a year.
I heard a national show talking about Jamal. It is weird. Jamal is very hard to describe. If somebody did not know who Jamal Murray was and they were like, explain to me this point guard for the Nuggets, I don't know how you're like, he's good, and he can be really good, and sometimes not very good, but he's good when it really matters, but if it doesn't matter, he's just okay. Like, he's very hard to describe to somebody. I heard these national guys try to, and it's like they couldn't figure it out.
Well, you just described inconsistent.
Well, yeah.
You just the definition of inconsistent is right there. Listen, in no world should a man on one wheel, Aaron Gordon, who played with one wheel, outplay two max contracts. And that's what he did. He outplayed two guys on his own team with max contracts. Is that fair to say?
Agreed, yeah.
At halftime of that game, in the second quarter where they desperately needed some help, at halftime of that game, MPJ and Jamal Murray combined for 6 points.
I mean, it's untenable.
You can't win.
Yeah.
And so you can't complain then that, we don't have a bench. We don't have a bench. Well, the money is all going to those guys. If you don't have a bench and you're funneling all the money to those guys, then those guys have to produce. Correct?
Well, yeah.
How many? Let's just be hypothetical here. Let's say you could move MPJ, because, like you said,
it's the more movable contract.
It is the more movable contract. It expires quicker. It's less bread for sure. And when the guy is on, he can really shoot. Okay. How many players could you get in return that are going to help you?
You're not going. First of all,
or is it just a player and some bread?
You're not going to get the return that people think you will. You're going to get stuff that okay, I guess but that's okay. It gives you financial flex. I'm looking for financial flexibility at this point.
Can you describe this to me, though? Why does that give you financial flexibility if you have to make money work? How much more flexible are you? I mean, you can only get the way I thought about it was you can get two players for the price of one. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's flexibility or not. Are you talking about trading for like an expiring contract or something?
No, I guess for people thinking you're going to trade a max for a max, right? I don't think that's happening. You're going to trade a max for depth. By the way, a friend of mine just texted in looking for Jamal Murray comps out there.
Yeah.
He said Jimmy B. Well, Jimmy B's a perennial all-star. I mean, is that a real comp? A healthy Lillard. Damian Lillard is a perennial all-star.
No.
Spider Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell.
No. Those guys are I think all those guys are better.
Well, Donovan Mitchell. Wait. Donovan Mitchell better? What's he won?
Well, I know he hasn't won jack. I'm just talking about the player.
Okay.
The player. You put Spider Mitchell on this team right now. I mean, come on,
I agree,
man.
but that's why it's so hard to describe Jamal
Agreed.
Murray.
I
that's
completely
why.
agree.
Because you can compare the two players and say, "Oh my God, look at what he's done."
I'm going to go back to what Brett said. I don't care about the money. The only reason I care about the money is because it hamstrings you from doing things. Okay.
Well, that matters.
But agreed. But if Jamal Murray is Jamal Murray in the postseason, and last night he had risen up and he pumped in 20. I mean, that would be pay him whatever you want to pay him. Pay him $2 billion. I don't care.
2 years ago, Jamal averaged 27 a game in the postseason. I will pay you 55,
100%
gajillion dollars a year if that's what you're going to do. But for 2 straight years, he hasn't.
Okay, but here's the thing: if you're going to do that. If you're going to pay him that money, then you have to get it out of him.
But that's
you
the
have
thing.
You have no choice. Otherwise, you lose, which is what they've done. Otherwise, you lose.
In the contract, the second he signs it, I'm like, okay, anytime from October to April, early April, don't really care. From mid-April all the way through June, this is where you get $50 million. And for 2 straight years, he has not been worthy of the $50 million at that time.
See, I'm looking for impact players who are – may not make max contracts, but they do exactly what you expect them to do in the playoffs, right? Here's my expectation. Here's what I need from you. Oh, and there it is. The problem with these Nuggets is we don't know what we're going to get from some of these players.
Yeah.
From one game to the next. I'll give you a classic example. Do you know how much money Alex Caruso makes?
14?
I have no clue. 9?
He makes $9.8 million. Who was the more impactful player in this entire series? Caruso, Jamal, and PJ.
Which was obviously Caruso.
Yeah.
Well, I had this argument with Dempsey, and Dempsey's spitting offensive numbers at me. And my retort was always, what about what he does on the defensive end? Why do we never value that? Why do we never value the way you change a game just defensively? And just your mere presence alone. That man impacts the game in so many different ways. I hate him unless he played for my team. He's not going to give you 25. He's not going to give you 8 threes. I don't need 25 and 8 threes. I need you to impact the game.
But if Jamal or Porter, for that matter, were doing – we've seen how they look at their peak offensively. We know they have their limitations on defense. If they were consistent with their offensive game, I don't think we care nearly as much about their defense, but they aren't. Like, I remember when I asked this to Bednar in the middle of the Avs season, and I thought that every coach would probably prefer this, but he said sort of the same thing. You prefer the consistency because you know how to coach it.
Correct.
It's so much better to have a guy who is maybe less, he's not a superstar talent, but you know exactly what you're getting. And that was, I think I asked that about Logan O'Connor.
Right.
You know every night what you're getting out of Logan O'Connor.
And that's what
every single night.
You can identify, I'm going to this guy, I know what I'm going to
Yes.
get. Oklahoma City has a bunch of those players.
Bunch of
I'm
them.
going to go to this guy, I know what I'm going to get. The Nuggets have too many question marks.
Yes.
Way too many.
Brett, it's called the predictability factor.
Yeah.
Yes.
What you know you're going to get. Ross Colton, you know what you're going to get out of him? LOC, you know what you're going to get out of him? Nate, you know what you're going to get out of him?
And it may not be like outstanding play, but I know exactly what I have.
Right. It's easier to work with. It's easier to game plan.
And that's the issue with an MPJ at times. And listen, I'm not going to bash that dude. He is one of the toughest hombres I've come across playing through some of the things that he has played through in his career.
Nobody wants to hear it, but I don't care. It's true. What you just said.
Yeah,
nobody wants to hear it. They're like, I don't care. Make shots.
And I love the
But
dude. He does not fit what I just said. The definition of what are you going to get?
No idea.
You don't really know.
Remember those 3 games where he put up 30 points apiece before
that was
before the
exciting.
trade
Yes.
deadline?
What are you going to get? By the way, Caruso, as good as he is with that contract, he just signed a veteran extension that kicks in this offseason. That's going to pay him an average of $20 million a year.
Oh,
He's
you
worth
have
it.
bread coming.
And I think he's worth it.
I'd pay him that.
So
Good.
would I.
Start breaking up the Thunder, man.
Well, I don't know. It's going to hit them eventually.
Eventually it
that
will.
what I'm saying is all of this wonderful depth they have, it's going to cost them eventually.
Well,
it always
same thing
does.
happened with
It's doing to
Minnesota
Boston.
last year, yeah.
It's going to happen to Boston.
We'll get back to this in just a second. Again, broadcasting from Sanctuary today for the National Jewish Health Charity Golf Tournament.
Why do these have to be on a Monday, these postmortems? This sucks.
I know. By the way,
it's going to affect
if you guys
my
don't want to
golf game.
text, get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Do you leave this series feeling like you guys are still close to being able to win another championship, or what are your thoughts after 2 Game 7s? And I know you dealt with health issues, not you, but Aaron and Michael. Do you feel like this team could still win a championship as it's put together now?
I mean, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
It's Joker after the game. I don't disagree. You can play that. Hey, man, we're okay. We took the best team in the NBA, 68 wins, to the brink of elimination, Game 7, blah, blah, blah. You can play that game if you want to. I'm not. I did it last year.
But you know what?
But I believed it last year.
If OKC wins it all, and this is the only team that takes from 7, guess what we're going to talk about?
Yeah, but here's the trouble with that, though. This is going to sound crazy to say. The Nuggets weren't winning a championship this year, though. I think we all kind of knew it.
Well, one of the reasons why I sleep easy today, and you do too, let's be honest. If the Nuggets find a way to win that game yesterday, if for some reason they don't blow that 11-point lead early, they hang on.
They lose to Minnesota.
You're going to play Minnesota without Aaron Gordon at
and MPJ still on one wing. No,
see, but
come on now.
But here's what I'm getting at. Obviously, I wanted to win yesterday. God, I would have loved, even though I think it wouldn't have gone well, I would have loved the chance at a rematch with Minnesota and the chance to go to the finals and all that stuff. It would have been great. There is something, though, about when teams kind of do the unexpected and go farther than they think for even a flawed team. You can start to convince yourself based on those results, oh, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Maybe we should just keep this together. Maybe, and I think a win yesterday could have maybe pushed you farther in that direction. What happens if they win yesterday and then they go 7 with Minnesota?
Yeah, but no. Brett, I'm
just saying.
I dig what you're saying.
You can start to convince yourself, like, maybe I was kind of wrong about this.
But if you're absolutely truthful, you stay the same course as you would if you lost to the Clippers in 5. Same course.
Yeah. No,
period.
I totally agree.
And maybe we should be a 3-headed GM. Let's call the boss and say, hey, we got the. You do the same thing as if you'd been, smoked by the Clippers, and because it's about winning championships. It's about whether or not you think you have a team that can win it all. It doesn't matter how far you go.
By the way, I'm way too reactionary to be a GM. I would cut people after bad games.
Yeah.
I would be a terrible GM. Too,
what? You were 1 of 11 from the floor. Get off my team.
Well, you'd be on 4 IPAs after the game on the phone saying, "Send him to my office. You're out of here."
Right.
All right. Can we establish something as we move forward as the 3-headed GM/coach? All right. The roster is flawed. It's not as much coaching as it is roster. Do we agree?
Yes.
Agreed.
Do we agree? And it's been that way for a couple seasons now, right?
Yes.
And the roster is flawed because the CBA has changed and it's very top heavy, and whatever reason you want to put on it, that's what it is. So moving forward, the most important hire, I think more important than the coach, will be the GM.
Totally.
Because you have to have a creative mind to come in here and figure this out. And you don't have that much time to figure it out. Like, this isn't a 5-year plan.
Correct.
You're the Nuggets historian, Vic. I think it's the biggest offseason in franchise history.
Well, you could say that. You could say that every year, but it's what it is, the most pressing offseason. I'll say that. I'll define it as the most pressing because the time, my biological clock is ticking.
Oh, don't you dare. Here's why. Speaking of biological clocks, Joker's is at least for prime years. He's in his 30s now. He's not 25 years old anymore.
My niece is getting married.
Okay.
The daughter of my sister.
The point is this.
My biological clock is ticking like this.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I was waiting for it to come. The point is this. Jokic is in his 30s. I feel like he
Don't
can
say he's in his 30s.
What do you mean?
If you're in your 30s, you're thinking 36.
He's 30.
He's 30. He's barely out of his 20s. Don't because it's a different connotation.
This chick I saw on Twitter is she said the guy said he makes 6 figures and he makes $102,000, and I was like, well, by definition, 6 figures, same thing. He's in his 30s. The point is this: whoever this new GM is going to basically adopt. It's not a difficult situation to have Joker, but it's difficult in this sense. You're responsible for not just the franchise. You're responsible for the best player in franchise history and one of the best to ever live, and what the rest of his sort of legacy is going to be. Now, you know the problem. How do you fix it? And that's the impossible situation that I think this guy's going to find
Vic,
himself
I need. Here's the thing. This guy doesn't have to be a bookworm. Okay, it would help because you have people for that. But you got to get up inside the CBA. Mm-hmm. You got to check you got to get in every orifice of this CBA. And you got to be as creative as possible.
There's only so much you can do.
I know. There's no loopholes anymore.
No, there's only so much you can do.
But you've got to think outside. I don't want to – that sounds so cliche. You got to do more than the average bear is what you got to do because this situation is difficult to get out of.
What if I told you that the roster would look pretty much the same as it does right now coming into next season?
I think it's going to. I don't think that they can move all that much.
Okay, let's talk about the players who are movable. Let's talk about the roster spots that will come open, okay? Dario Saric is not going to be a Denver Nugget. I don't know how it's going to unfold.
He's going to opt in.
He's going to opt in, but they'll probably buy him out for whatever the difference is between what the European team is going to offer him and what he makes.
Right.
He's going to be made $5.4 million. So there's a team in Spain or a team in France or wherever he ends up playing that's probably going to pay him what, $2 million? And
Greece.
The Nuggets will have to pay the difference.
Why wouldn't they give him $2 in a Snickers bar if the Nuggets have to make up the money? Why would they even offer
Because
him?
he's going to be looking for more security down the road, maybe a 4-year deal.
Oh, okay.
He's signing on security.
Yeah.
And that's where that goes. So Dario Saric will, and that's a swing and a miss, and I'm going to raise my hand. I thought he was going to contribute to this team. I thought it was I was pushing the table. I was pounding the table
I know.
for it.
We know.
I thought it was going to be a great addition.
Now that the season's over.
He just completely forgot how to play, apparently. I don't know.
Can I say one thing? That's the most insane signing in the world. You had no money to work with. You had this much money to work with in the offseason. You signed a guy, and the second you signed him, it's like, oh, he can't play.
He can't play. I mean, I can't believe it
immediately.
Either. I couldn't believe it. He played 2 games, and you're like, well, he's not going to play again. And the Dario Saric signing, that's the reason you let KCP walk. Why'd you let KCP go, people say? Yeah. So that you can relieve yourself of the second apron, so that you can go sign a contract of that size. That's what it was. And not only did you let KCP walk, but you got nothing out of that signing. Nothing.
No.
I mean, nothing. So that's going to change. That's number one. Number two, what happens to Russell Westbrook? He's got a player option.
He opts in his contract.
Do you think he opts in, or is there a young team out there that is looking for someone to push him? Someone to – I mean, listen, the Nuggets –
Well, put it this way, excellent point. How old is Russ?
36.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's not getting another contract from the Nuggets. If somebody offers him a 2-3 year deal, then he'll opt out.
Exactly. If he gets even a 2-year deal somewhere else, a 2-year deal at that same number.
Right.
It all depends on what he wants to do.
Right.
But would he do that with a bad team? Probably not.
Do you think
he
the
wants
Nuggets
to win.
would want him back?
What do you think?
I honestly don't know.
Moj, what do you think? It's going to depend on this
GM. That's right on the cusp because we've
was
already
the
argued.
Only trusted bench player.
Yeah,
totally trusted
and he
bench
actually
player.
helped you win games. Okay?
Did you trust him in the postseason?
Not really.
I didn't really trust anybody in the postseason.
Yeah, outside of 15. No.
So here's how you have to look at the Nuggets, guys. I'm all about the postseason because this is no longer about, this isn't field day and pink ribbons. It's about what can you do to win a championship again or get there. I want players that are going to impact the postseason. I don't care about anything else. We just talked about it. Alex Caruso is an impact player for postseason basketball. We've seen it. So if you're not going to impact my postseason hopes, I don't need you. I just don't. I don't need you.
That's the weird thing about Russ. Russ helped a lot in the first series.
He did.
He was great in the first series.
He did.
He helped 0 in the second. None. He hurt, actually. Forget helping. He hurt.
So, those are 2 roster spots.
But here's the thing, though. If you have a deeper team and another guy to go to, you can mitigate the Russ situation. Say, just come on, hey, you don't have it today, sit down. Come over
well,
here.
This is what I would just caution people that just want to throw Russ out the door and keep the car moving.
You ain't got nothing else right now.
Here's the thing. He's on a minimum
It's as
contract.
cheap as it gets, yeah.
For a guy who did do something for you this year.
Think about how shallow your bench is when a minimum veteran contract is your single best bench player.
Yeah. Agreed.
Think about that.
Yeah.
The flaw of the Denver Nuggets remains what it's been for the last year and a half.
Yeah, the more I talk about it, I think you
and
keep
sixth highest paid players do not contribute.
Yeah.
At all.
Yep.
I mean, at all.
Yeah, I think you keep him. Because, it's not the same situation, but you just said it, Vic. You let KCP walk saying, all right, I'll use some of this money to go get somebody who can play. Well, how many vet minimum contracts exist that would have played as much as Russell Westbrook? How many guys on a vet minimum contract would have done that much?
I don't know. I don't know if there's – but other teams don't have the same flaws.
Understood.
Other teams don't have the same issues.
Russ played a lot for every team that he's been on, though. He played a lot for the Clippers and a lot for the Lakers. He might not have played well, but he played a lot.
Again, I'll give you an example. Isaiah Joe, who was a player, I think he had a game this season where he had 11 threes.
Yeah.
He barely played in this series for OKC.
Barely.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he'd be playing if he played for the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Hell,
sure
he'd probably be your sixth man.
Yeah. Sure do.
I'd hope so. I'd hope.
He played 3 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, this is, I'm telling you, this little chicken or egg conversation with that is, the day I die, I'll probably think about it and be like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is. Because we just are like, oh, Case and Wallace and Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins would have played on this team. I'm like, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
You're automatically going to have more depth because Deron Holmes is going to play.
Yeah, but see,
now,
again, I brought the rookie. I brought him up earlier because I don't know I don't know. Nobody knows.
I have no idea if he can play.
Yeah, is he Zeke Naji part 2? I mean,
no idea.
What is he?
No, I have no idea. I've watched him. No idea what he can do.
Why are people just under the assumption that he's great? And he's going to help
that's
hope. That's
exactly.
Hope.
I want to pump the brakes. I mean, I know Deron Holmes is a big body who you can use off the bench. We have no clue what he's going to be able to do. None.
Here's what my big concern is. Again, I don't know the CBA because you've got to be an MIT scientist.
And if you're banking on an unknown, by the way, Moj,
then you're in trouble. That's absolutely. You're banking on hope and prayers, not reality.
You're sitting here going, "Oh my God, he's going to save us." You have no idea.
That's what I said. That's why I said in the first hour, maybe he's found gold, but you can't count on that. Here's my fear, because the CBA is so damn complicated. And who's our
Jake Coyne?
Jake Coyne. He knows it. Are you so far deep right now that the ability to unwind all of this crap is a 3-4 year process? Because if it is, then we're screwed.
I actually was thinking.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying, Brett? If the need to unwind and unravel all of what you're in right now with the CBA and friggin' aprons and this and that and all this other crap, and the max here and the max there, if that's the case, then man,
hold on.
Maybe we're hoping and praying every postseason.
I want to ask how many Nuggets fans would be willing to do this, because I've thought about that too.
Don't even say it.
Are you so deep that would you be willing to take a step back to try and get forward again?
No.
I want to get to
you
that.
May have
I'll get to that in just a second.
And I also have a comp. Everybody who rips the Nuggets about, they should have gone into the second apron or the eighth apron. There's a team out there that spent just as much as anybody. They're the 2 most spending teams out there, 3 of them, and they all sucked.
All right, get to it next. All right, so back here at Sanctuary for the National Jewish Health Charity Golf Tournament as we are breaking down not so much what happened yesterday, but what needs to happen for the Nuggets moving forward.
You're an excuse maker, and I want to bring this out in the public. I need the public to know this because Nelly attended the dinner last year. I invited Nelly in. He was so kind, and he came with his girlfriend and dressed up to the nines, and Nelly was so thankful, and I really appreciate that, Nelly. So this year at the event, it's a 2-day event. The night before we have dinner at Shanahan's, and this morning we're playing golf. This year I invited Brett and his lovely wife. And Brett on Friday says, yeah, let me ask the wife. And then never gets back to me. So we had 2 empty seats last night that were supposed to be filled by Brett and his wife. And then he has the gall to say to me, well, I mean, I never, like, he's giving me heat for not getting back to me.
No,
so I want to know.
It's not what I said. You see, you can't twist this. I took full responsibility for not getting back to you.
Yeah, but you're trying to come up with crap excuses. Oh, this and that. There are no excuses. Just take full accountability and say you messed up.
Hand up.
Yes.
Hand up, Vic. I'm sorry. Now.
Why do you think I never asked Moser? He's more flaky than you are. I mean, I got to work with 2 of the biggest flakes around.
What? Yeah, sorry, I was taking a whiz. What happened?
Last night, I had empty seats at this thing.
I told you I couldn't go, you moron. I told you a week ago.
You know what? His excuses are even dumber. How many concerts do you go to a year? What concert was this? Was this a violin bluegrass? What was this one? What
I would love to see
this?
Bluegrass with a violin.
It's called a fiddle, you big idiot.
I mean, I got another concert. Every time you ask Moser to do anything, I got a concert.
No, I want a bluegrass band with somebody who tucks it underneath the chin,
right,
and starts doing this.
Right.
Who's the famous violinist?
Charlie Daniels?
Oh no, he's a.
Itzhak Perlman.
That's a fiddle. That's different.
Itzhak Perlman.
I don't know.
Itzhak Perlman.
Well, I have a lady in my head. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the lady
Sterling?
I don't know.
I mean, I've learned my lesson, Nelly. Nelly, from now on, when we do this event, and I do it every year, I'm the co-host of this event. From now on, Nelly is getting those seats. Nelly and his girl. So thank you.
Where were we, Nelly, when you brought your girl and you went to town? Where was that?
Okay.
I mean, my God.
Phrasing?
Right, everybody. Yeah.
No, I mean sorry. At the dinner. That doesn't matter. Okay, go ahead. At the dinner.
Moser, I don't like to kiss and tell personally.
Yeah, okay,
but
copy. All right. Yeah, all right.
Nelly, where were you when you brought your girl and you guys just went to town?
Yeah, you and your jalapeno poppers. All right, go ahead.
Were they going to town?
Oh, good Lord.
Anyway, so getting back to this, here's the question. I think it's going to be really difficult. And you said this earlier, Vic. You said if they trade a contract like MPJ, you're probably not going to get what you think is the return. Like, you aren't going to trade MPJ for a guy who's probably not like some superstar player that you would think is worthy of a max. So what does that mean? If you want to get rid of the contract and you want to have some flexibility cap-wise, my guess is you have to take at least a little step backward.
Well, the only reason I'm targeting, or we are targeting MPJ here for possible trade bait is because I don't think Jamal Murray's contract is tradable.
I don't either. That's $200 million still coming. $200 million.
Yeah, I don't think it's tradable. Do you?
Talking about Jamal's?
Yeah, I'm talking about Jamal's contract.
I think it could be. It's just it would be really hard. I don't know how people value Jamal. Like, there's teams that fear. I'll tell you what. I bet you the Lakers think Jamal's worth $50 million. I bet they do because they've watched him bury him over and over again.
They might. Vic, you also talked earlier about if you want to move something, you may have to give up something that you don't want to give up. Yeah,
to move a contract,
you don't have picks to move.
You might have to attach a CB. Which you don't want to do. Which you don't want to do, right? You don't want to attach a CB to a contract.
But the thought process I had is that the new GM comes in. You don't need superstars coming back the other way. You don't need great players coming back the other way. You just need hold on.
If you're trading one of those guys, you probably do.
Okay, well maybe if you're talking about a 2-for-1, Brett, maybe you just need guys. The new GM has to come in and say, I got the best player on planet Earth. What can I win with the best player on planet Earth? What can I win with? And I got AG because he's not going anywhere. He's on a cost contract, and he's a great player, and all this stuff. what will it take to win? Don't get attached to guys who, they're supposed to be in this stratosphere. It's, okay, how can they work together to win?
Mm-hmm.
And can I get a little bit more out of a guy like this and a little bit more out of a guy like that to compensate for the loss of a guy like that? Does that make sense? I mean, this is going to be full-on creative here. You're going to have to be creative, and you're going to have to be intuitive. Again, this is a major important hire. Major. Whoever comes in here better have their P's and Q's all ready to go.
Would you trade would you trade Jamal Murray straight up for Fred VanVleet?
No.
Well, hold on a second now. This is where it gets interesting.
Really? Fred VanVleet has 1 year left, guaranteed.
What's he
making?
making?
$44 million. 44. 1 year left. One.
Okay, so here's the thing. But hold on, Vic. Hold on. You'll be out from under that contract if you want to be after this year, okay? And Fred can play. Man, I sat there one night.
Fred's only 30.
We were in Toronto that one night, Vic. Do you remember the night? You remember every damn game, so you probably remember. The Nuggets were in Toronto. Kaz says, hey, come on, sit with me. Let's do this game with me. I said, okay, sounds good. We're in Toronto. And the Nuggets gave up like 47 in the first quarter. And Fred was going off. And I'm like, Fred? No. Fred? No. And causes Fred. I mean, the guy can play. And when the guy gets hot, he can really play. And you know what? He's not the biggest guy in the world, tallest guy in the world, but he's a gamer.
But did you see how quickly he said no? Why'd you say no?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for.
But no, you were quick to say no. I'm just saying.
Because Fred VanVleet is not as good as Jamal. And you said straight up. What you're talking about is getting out of the contract.
So wait a minute. He's not as good as Jamal Murray,
no,
huh?
Not anymore.
Kevin, those numbers you have in front of you, can you give me those numbers? How do you measure what's good enough? Because I'm going to show you some numbers, and you tell me what you think of these numbers.
Okay, I'll tell you one right now that
Fred
will kill you.
Hey, Brett, I'll tell you this. Fred can play.
They both have NBA championships
Fred
under their
VanVleet shot 37.8% from the field this year.
Okay, he had a bad
That would drive
year.
you nuts.
He had a terrible shooting year.
He's a 40% shooter for his career.
Okay.
He's just not a good shooter.
Okay.
He can get hot, but what have we just been talking about? I want somebody every night.
But it's only 1 year, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about getting out of the contract, not the player anymore. You're talking about having flexibility after next year.
That's what I'm saying. You got to.
So it's not about VanVleet. It's about getting rid of the contract. That's what you're talking about.
That's why I said earlier in the program that this is a hybrid situation. You're thinking a little bit long term and a little bit short term, and you got to make the two jive together.
And so it goes back to this. So you're willing to take a step back for a year to take a step forward the year after that contract's gone. That's the translation.
What's a step back? Missing the postseason?
Oh, they'll never miss the postseason.
Okay, well then what's your step back? Getting washed in the first? I mean, I don't.
Here's my step back.
Define me step back.
Okay,
not winning a title, but anything short of that.
I know that it came to this point at the end of the season where you came to a realization that they weren't winning a championship. It would be knowing you're not a championship contender next year. You'll be a playoff team, but that's it. That's the step back. You had aspirations this year for being a champion. Up until the very end.
Oh, but everybody's whining and moaning about the loss of KCP.
You can't. Let me tell you
Brucey
why you can't.
B's gone, and
let me tell you why you can't do what you did. And again, I've got the numbers in front of me. VanVleet and Jamal Murray. Jamal is a more efficient shooter. He averages 2 more points per game over his career. Other than that, you're right about.
Just look recently.
I don't know how to do the recently. I mean, you're asking me to do recently.
That's the last 6 years. Well, here's what I'm telling you. The last 2 years, Fred VanVleet has averaged between the two 15, 16 points a game, and he's done that on 39% from the field.
All I'm saying is, and I'm not saying I would make the trade. I'm telling you that take a step back to move a step forward. Yeah. That's the kind of step I'm talking about.
Well, that would be fine. But hang on a second. You were telling me, or you were trying to make the argument that they're the same player. I don't think they are. Okay. Jamal is better.
I agree. But they're in the same neighborhood is what I'm trying to say.
I don't think so.
That's correct. Okay, but
I think Jamal is a lot better than
maybe
VanVleet.
Jamal has one extra bedroom and a nicer deck and a hot tub, but you live in the same neighborhood. Okay.
What about the fact that Nikola Jokic can change a player's game? What about everybody says, surround Joker with shooter, and everybody looks at Michael Porter Jr. and the great shooter he is, and we know he is. How much of that is because he plays with Nikola Jokic? Have you seen Michael's numbers when he's with Jokic and without Jokic? Mm-hmm. Have you seen them?
Yeah. Well, that's the other part of this. If we're talking specifically about Jamal, if you do not have Jamal on this roster anymore, which again, you can convince me of. That's not a problem. You can talk me into some other thing. Even the Van Vliet thing. If you're saying no, my mentality towards this is he's got 1 year left on his deal. After that, we can go crazy in free agency and pick up a whale. Okay, fine, I'm in. But here's what you're doing if you get rid of Jamal. You're changing this team entirely. Their offense is run through Joker and Jamal. That is what their entire offense is.
First of all, I don't think they can get rid of
But
Jamal.
I'm just saying, in the hypothetical world that Jamal Murray is not on this roster, you are not just moving a couple chess pieces.
I agree.
Their entire offensive strategy is run through Jamal and Joker running a two-man game.
I think you can win a title. And by the way, that window has to be addressed now.
Yes.
It cannot be addressed in 2-3 years. It has to be addressed now. Here's why. You just said, you may get a couple role players and not be as impactful in your top 5. The window's always open because you never know what's going to happen in the postseason with injuries. You never know. Teams might lose somebody. And I'm going to give you an example of a team. Remember, the Nuggets, they got rid of KCP, and people said, well, what are you doing? I mean, be more like the Celtics. Look at the Celtics. They're all in. Look at their roster. Nuggets got far. What the Celtics do.
Well, and not only that, but they are in trouble.
They're screwed.
They are
why
in real trouble.
Hey, why do you think their owner sold the team?
Agreed. They got out at the perfect time.
They're screwed.
They bought it. They bought it at the highest. I mean, they sold at the highest point of the market.
If you think the Nuggets are in hot water moving forward, I would not want to be the Boston Celtics right now.
Agreed. But Brett, here's what I love about what you're saying. And you say, well, Fred's not as good. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. They're in the same neighborhood, but he's not as good. Okay, fine. But the fact that you're willing to listen to that's what I think this takes right now. I think it takes a GM who is willing, outside of Joker, and I don't want to throw AG and CB in there, but everybody else is on the table. You're willing to listen to anything.
You have to.
Well, you have to because right now what you got ain't going to work. So you're going to have to. And this is going to be a heavy-duty job. I mean, again, this is going to be an incredibly important hire. And then you talk about the two-man game with Jamal and Joker. Agreed. But what if a new coach comes in with a different philosophy? What if he's got something different going on? What if he's got a different way to get into his offense?
I'll throw a name out there, and it's not – I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen it on the text line or whatever. It's not like I'm pulling this out of nowhere. A guy like a Bob Myers is really intriguing to me.
What's with his hair?
I don't know, but look at his resume.
His hair freaks me out.
He had a similar situation. Mm-hmm. He had sort of a unicorn, all-time generational player that was doing something different than anybody's done before. Nobody shot like Steph. He was something brand new, right? Joker's the same way. Not that he's Steph, but he's unique in his game, and he does something nobody's compared to him because it's his own style. And he found a way to do what? Put the right puzzle pieces around the weird sort of unique player.
It was a different CBA then.
It was.
CBA. It's not as hard as it is now.
See, but it's
not. I mean, that's the truth. It's not.
That's fine. All I'm saying is he found he didn't go out and I mean, I know they got Durant, but before that.
I know. I'm laughing because you make it sound like he's some genius. Oh, Kevin Durant wants to play here? Oh, okay.
Well, they did have pretty good teams before Durant got there.
I'm not going to give Bob Myers all these flowers. The
Why
GM,
wouldn't you?
No, because you know who a better GM is? Sam Presti in Oklahoma City.
He's good too.
He's better.
Well, he's not available.
I know, but I'm just saying that's a GM. That's a guy who makes something out of nothing. I'm not going to give.
You know who's a great coach? Nick Saban. Okay, great, but you weren't getting Nick Saban. So what can you get?
I understand, but I think you're giving Myers too much. Everybody's giving Myers all this credit. What did he do? Oh wow, he adopted Kevin Durant. Wow, I can't win with that in his prime.
They went to 2 straight finals before Durant got there in a very difficult Western Conference, and he filled that out with role players that worked.
Yeah.
Like he found Draymond Green. He found, or at least was able to take Andrew Wiggins and make him into something when people gave up on him. Like he did that. I don't know why you're trying to poo-poo his...
I'm not trying to poo-poo.
Okay.
If that's what it sounds like. I'm just trying to say I think a lot of that is overstated after the fact. Some of the best GMs are not the ones that win championships, are the ones who compete with very little to work with. Those are some of the best GMs.
You know who's pretty good that has a chance to be open on the open market? This Tim Connolly guy. I don't know if you guys have heard of him before. He might be available again.
I don't think. Hey, can I take a step back very quickly here? And I want to ask you guys this, because I know today we're just at each other's throats talking about fixing this roster, blah, blah, blah.
I'm not at anybody's
I'm
throat. I
good.
think you're being weird.
Yeah, I'm good.
I that's why I want to take a step back.
Well, you need to.
I want to say this. I thoroughly enjoyed this Nuggets playoff run. I'm fine with it. The Nuggets are out of the playoffs today, and I did not miss a minute of sleep. Listen to me. I did not toss. I did not turn. I woke up this morning with a smile on my face. I am content. My heart's content because the team, I thought, played as hard as it could given what it had.
That's such a flippin' good point. Brett, let me throw something back to you.
Okay.
All right? And I don't feel good, but the reality was they weren't going to go all the way.
And you knew that.
Yeah, I think that I feel better this morning than I have after any exit from the postseason since maybe before the bubble.
But I think
Talking about
also,
for the Nuggets?
Yes,
I think
or maybe the bubble. The Avs.
I felt fine the 2 years they didn't have Jamal.
Oh, okay. I guess you're right. I guess you're right. But that was disappointing because they were on the come. They were coming, and it just hurt because you wanted them to actually do something.
If they were injury-free, I think the injuries sort of gave us a way out, right?
Yeah, a
Aaron
little bit,
Gordon's injury,
sure.
to me, it gave me a way out. It's like, okay, here it
Mike.
is. But if they were injury-free today and they had no issues with their injuries, and I look back at this series and go, oh, my God, win just one game, game 4, game 5, and you win the series. Oh, my God. If you think of it that way, now you go back into that depressed mode again. They could have won this series.
Not really, because I think OKC could play the same game.
Of course they can.
I think they could have.
Of course they
can. They
can.
could have said, bro, we could have swept you. You know?
Now, do you want me to be honest? Nuggets fans, you want me? The last thing I wanted to see was a Nuggets team with half an AG go play Minnesota again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did not want to see that.
By the way, I don't know who to root for here. I've grown to hate OKC during the course of the series, and I can't stand Minnesota, so what the hell do I do?
That's a good question.
What do I do?
Does the recency anger toward OKC and a lot of their Hick fans, what do you do there?
I thought you made a bunch of buddies at that park.
I did, but there's also a lot of Hick fans who are calling me out on Twitter that I'm fighting with. Is it OKC or Minnesota in this round? Part of me wants to see Minnesota and the Knicks go at it because of that trade, and both teams won that trade, right? It's very rare where both teams win a trade. I mean, you trade core players, and let's say you end up meeting in the finals. But I've come to the determination I do not want to see the Knicks anywhere near the finals because their fan base bothers me. And all the
give me Indiana.
Bull crap.
Give me the Pacers.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go for the Pacers.
Let's
give me Halliburton.
Yeah.
Have you been to Indianapolis before?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, guys, everybody, hands in. We're Team Indiana.
Team Indiana.
Yep. Team Indiana.
Yep.
Team
Sounds
Pacers
good.
to win the NBA title, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Halliburton, you proved those overrated things wrong. You keep doing your thing, buddy.
You get your old man on the floor. You get him yelling at dudes.
I'm gonna start a petition to let his dad back at the game.
Absolutely.
Am I a bad neighbor for not
Get in
wanting,
Brunson's face. Come on, let's do it.
Not wanting one of our brethren from the Northwest Division to win? Yeah, I don't want them to win. I want Indiana to win.
You think I want Dallas to win the cup?
Of course you don't.
By the
Nobody
way,
does.
Just quickly, I have a suggestion before we get to break. The Nuggets do get Bob Myers, and he does the easy thing.
Mm-hmm.
He gets Kevin Durant on this team. Let's do that. Just do the old thing that he did, and then we'd be perfect.
I can get you Kevin Durant.
Hey man, we haven't even thought about. You know what? Just come in and luxury tax it up and stack the pig out of this thing, man.
I'm not kidding.
Oh my, we haven't even gone that direction
What
at
if
all.
What if that's his message?
If Bob Myers walks in,
Kevin Durant.
If Bob Myers walks in and he has some sort of meeting with Josh Kroenke, and he goes, "I can get Durant," you sign him on the spot, don't you? If that's what he says, you're like, "All right, fine."
Straight up,
pay that man his money.
You're only going to have to go in.
laugh.
You're only going to have to go into the 8th apron. Okay, don't worry about that.
You laugh, Vic.
Oh my God!
I told you we can't make fun of any stupid trade proposals anymore after the Lakers and Mavs won. Anything's possible now. Anyway, all right.
Hey, you don't think that Ishbia's in a world of hurt down there?
I'm a content.
Hey.
I'm a content Nuggets fan this morning. For those of you who are, still a little upset, I'm not.
Yeah, can I ask
I'm
that?
not. I'm worried about the future, but what just happened? I'm good.
In a word,
it's a fun season.
In a word, 303-504-0925. Do this during the break, everybody. In a word, what's the overall feeling? Content Are you angry? Disappointed? What is it? Get at us on the text line, 303-504-0925. Get to that next. In a word, what's the overall feeling? Content? Are you angry? Disappointed? What is it?
I was sitting there eating my muffin and drinking my coffee and replaying the incident in my head when I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You know, that's a great question that
I'll tell you what.
Brett asked before the break. What is one word to describe your feeling regarding the Nuggets? Because last year at this time, what would it be? After Game 7 against Minnesota, what was the word you would have used?
That's it.
Yeah.
Despondent.
For me, the word last
despondent,
year.
pain. Yeah, I mean, the excruciating pain, if there's two words.
Think about the worst words you can come up with. Those are the words you would have used last
year. That's it right there.
This year, it's just maybe we're getting used to it. I don't know what it is.
What did Clubber Lang say? What's he bringing? Clubber Lang. Pain.
Yeah, you just said that.
You want me to, rifle through there's a whole bunch of text here. I'll just rifle through some of these.
Some of the words?
Proud, chill, exhausted, please.
Exhausted's a good word. It's like...
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
almost
a little bit.
Oh, my God, I feel like a prize fighter.
Yeah,
relieved, content, angry. Somebody's angry.
Mm-hmm.
Not surprised. That's two words, but I'll accept it.
Didn't get the assignment.
Unsurprised.
There
Let's go with unsurprised.
Unsurprised. Somebody said humbled.
I don't understand that one.
There's a bunch of these.
Keep going.
Optimistic.
Keep going. I'm until you hit a word. There's one word that you used. Verklempt. Okay.
Somebody says anxious, and then he goes ... about the future.
I like that word.
Yeah.
I like that word. You're not too angry, but you're anxious because you know the moves to be made here will have ripple effects for many years to come.
Is that one word or two words?
That is one word. That's a good word.
Yep.
But you know what? I think that's a bit too harsh for the feeling right now. I don't feel that way.
Okay.
I don't feel that way at all. I don't want to go too crazy
curious?
And say curious is like anxious, I guess.
Yeah.
Very similar. I'm not like happy. I don't know if you got a content. I'm not content. Content's not the word to be used.
No, I'm not content either.
Content. But I'm not despondent either.
Okay, well,
let's
if you're going with these single words there, Brett, your brilliant idea on this Monday morning, great job. Give me a single word to describe my butt.
What great show prep. Let's come up with words.
How about this?
As Vic opened up the segment, it's a great question asked by Brett. And now he's just going to jump on with what Moser said.
Well, of course. How about this? How about going forward? Let's say this offseason and forward, what's your word?
Let's go.
That's two words.
Two.
No, not the way I said. Let's go.
How about L-E-G-G-O? Let go.
Wasn't it Barkley? 3 words for you. Curry and Durant must see television.
No, he said 2 words.
Whatever, yeah.
I would just say going forward, is it even hopeful? I guess it is. I'm anxious going forward. I'm anxious.
Here's what scares me going forward. And this is the scariest proposition of all. You got Oklahoma City that's not going anywhere, no matter what happens this year.
No, but they're going to as they progress.
Yeah,
they're
but not
run
next year. I'm talking about next year and the year after.
Okay.
The next 2 years, OKC Okay, they're fine. This team is what you're going to see. OKC is stacked, and now they have playoff experience to go along with that stacked roster. That's scary. Minnesota, they got some questions when it comes to Naz Reid, whether they can keep him around. But Minnesota, they have Ant. How about some of these up-and-coming teams? San Antonio has the second pick of the draft, and they've got Wembanyama.
It's a bunch of crap.
They're only going to get better.
And they got De'Aaron Fox.
Dallas has the first pick in the draft.
I know they do. That's a bunch of crap.
The Western Conference is a joke. It's so hard.
By the way, the Western Conference, somebody's going to get Giannis, it feels like.
Exactly. So what's scary.
If he comes to the West, no. No.
Well,
No.
He's not going to go anywhere in the East.
If he comes to the West, dude.
See, and that's what's scary to me. What's scary is you live in a neighborhood where you did a couple upgrades to your house. You put some new shingles out there, and you're like, yeah, look what I did. Meanwhile, your neighbors, they're redoing their entire friggin' outdoor.
No, they got a whole new addition.
Exactly right. Yeah. They're doing things to their house. You're like, oh, crap, I got to keep pace. That's what's happening in the Western Conference.
Yeah. But how?
I don't know.
How?
I know. I want to say, but why? But how?
But why?
Well, it's going to take some smaller scale moves that will lead to some brilliant results. And I'm going to tell you how. The moves that the Nuggets made to win an NBA championship, under the radar moves, acquiring Bruce Brown and
Yeah.
KCP in the
Yeah.
offseason, nobody in the NBA looked around and said, "Oh my God,
Those
watch
are
out.
championship
Oh my
moves
God,
right
the
there."
Nuggets."
Yeah.
But you know what? Those were below the radar
Okay,
moves.
but that's what I'm saying.
That were the exact moves they needed.
Wait, but there is a giant Kim Kardashian-sized butt. Jamal was great that year. Great. Like, the starting point was Joker, Jamal, unbelievably good. Now throw in Bruce Brown. Now throw in KCP. Like, you haven't gotten that from Jamal in 2 years now. If Bruce Brown was on this roster.
And by the way, Bruce Brown would like to play here, but I want to warn people, he ain't doing this for free.
Yeah, at what price?
But hang on. If Bruce Brown was here this year, somehow they were like, you know what, screw it. We're just going to bring this in some sort of weird way that the CBA allowed. If Jamal has 4 points at halftime, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it matters in a lot of different ways because when MPJ would struggle that year, they played Bruce Brown instead. They finished with Bruce Brown many times. You know, again, Michael Porter Jr., and this is where we go back to what can you expect, right? What can you expect? If you don't expect a max player to be on the floor to finish a game, should he be a max player?
No. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to hindsight this thing, Vic, 2020 it, because if you didn't pay MPJ, somebody else would have.
I know.
Easily.
I know.
So let's not. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not hindsighting.
Well, I don't want any fans to do that either.
No, I mean, you can never do that because it got them a championship.
Agreed.
Listen, everybody who's going to hindsight and say, why'd they do this? Why'd they do this? You won a championship. Now, you can hindsight. Should they have given Jamal the extension before they had to?
Sure. Brett, but go back.
But that's the same deal, though, because somebody would have, and the Nuggets would have been in the same predicament.
But going back to what you said when you disagreed with Vic on the under-the-radar stuff, I feel like with the position the Nuggets are in and the way the CBA is, you're going to have to, again, this is going to be an incredibly creative situation. You're going to have to. It's not a question of do you want to. You're going to have to do some under-the-radar stuff that works. You're going to have to. If you want to win more titles, as of right now, you're going to have to do under-the-radar stuff that comes in, that helps, that plays above expected, all these different things. And that's where this GM hire is so incredibly important.
But what
Are you winning a championship?
What does that mean?
Well, maybe Jamal's not Jamal because he doesn't have. Hang
on. Here's what I'm asking. The under the radar thing.
Guys on bargains that fit with what you do, and everybody's better because of it, and including them.
But here's
Bruce
the
E.P.
difference.
wouldn't have gotten paid the way he did unless he came here.
But Bruce Brown, even the year that the Nuggets got him, what did he make, Vic? $9 million a year, I think, right?
Yep.
9?
Yep.
I think he made 8.
You don't. The most you could pay.
He went from that to making 20.
You aren't listening to me at all. Listen, he made 9 that year. You can't sign somebody for $9 million. You only could sign somebody for 5.1 last year, and the guy didn't play.
I'm talking about deals, trades, whatever.
I don't know what that looks like.
I don't either. That's why I'm not going to be a GM.
No, what I'm saying is there is nothing I think that can happen under the radar this offseason without an initial big-time move. It can't. You don't have the flexibility to do it. You used it. You had this much flexibility last year, and you used it on Dario Saric.
All right, let me ask you guys this, because there are two schools of thought going into this offseason, all right? And it's very simple. Do you go essentially with the same core players and only make moves on the periphery? When I mean the periphery, Saric is going to be gone. Maybe Westbrook is gone. You're going to have some open contracts. DeAndre Jordan's contract might be available.
What's Vlatko's story?
Vlatko's going to be available. There's going to be 4 or 5 deals where you could sign some players, and you're not going to be able to pay them much. All these players I mentioned, all under $10 million. These guys are all
okay. But how about this? How about you actually just get guys in, whether or not you're paying them, that actually see the floor.
Let me finish.
That actually get on the floor and shoot a basketball.
So your choice is to do that, to go the cheaper route and hope, right? Hope that they can play. Hope that they can flourish. Or you shake the hell out of this and you take one of your core players and you trade them and you unload them and you fulfill the shakeup that is going to add a little more depth to your team, but might forsake your starting 5. Which route would you guys prefer to take? Which route?
Sud's bucket.
No. I think you cannot do more of the same.
Sud's
I think
bucket.
there has to be something big.
I think so too.
There has to be.
I mean, I don't think, because I just expressed to all of you, the Western Conference is growing like a sun. It's getting hotter every year. It's getting hotter. Is the sun growing?
No, man, it's stable.
Oh.
In about 4.5 billion years, the mother trucker's going to explode, and we're all
Okay.
going to be a giant dead rock in the middle of space.
The Western Conference is getting better every year. Your own division is getting better. If your idea to get better is to keep it together and just hope a couple role players will help you, that ain't going to do it.
Time out. This doesn't have. Why can't you move a piece of the core?
That's
starting five. Okay, and not bring back Vlatko, not bring back DJ.
You can do all that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A Suds bucket. Why can't we do both?
You can.
Because if you make the big move, it's no longer minor moves.
How many people listening to the program right now?
I think 4.
Have no idea when I say Suds bucket. Have
Million.
no idea. Yeah.
You've
have
said
no
it-
idea what
yeah,
I mean.
You've said it so many times. I don't even care what it means anymore.
Brett.
Why don't you slap me around a little bit or take me home?
No, it's like
Why don't you do
he says
both?
he's like,
Jeez, Vic,
where you
can't
going?
Put the mic down.
Oh, for
now
God's
look
sake,
at-
what a mess.
Would you see? This is what happens when you leave a segment early.
Don't say Suds bucket.
Okay.
Last thing.
Please,
the kid gets to the Suds bucket and says to Dottie, "Hey, wait a second, dollface. How about you go in the back seat with me and make a man out of me?" And she says, "How about I slap you around a little bit?" And he says,
Can't we do both?
There you go.
All right. Now,
one of the greatest lines in the history of that movie.
Yep. We're just gonna go blow through this. Nelly, go ahead. Circus Sports, even though both of our teams are out of the postseason, the odds never stop in the NBA and the NHL. And in fact, if we're all rooting for the Pacers now, it feels like that's the team to root for. They are plus 1,000 to win the NBA title this year. And whether it's that, whether it's hockey, whether it's the middle of the PGA, whether it's the middle of baseball season, nobody does it better than the Circus Sportsbook. It's sports betting the way it should be. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com and check out those tight money line splits and excellent customer service for yourself. Download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
the Thunder, they tried to make a point to wear you guys down with their depth throughout this series. You guys were obviously playing a shorter rotation for most of it. Maybe this is above your pay grade too, but as far as depth, what do you sort of think this team needs most going forward?
Like you said, it's about my. But yes, we definitely need probably. I think we played so long for such a way, and it's hard for the guys to step up and especially play, especially against two really good teams, Clippers and OKC. We cannot ask for somebody who didn't play maybe 20, 30 games to jump in and be good and expect him to be good. But,
All right, back here at Sanctuary for the National Jewish Health Charity Golf Tournament. That is Joker after the game. I kind of agree with the tone from Joker all post-game yesterday. Asked questions about, did you feel like this team was close to a championship? And he basically said, I don't believe in that stuff. Yeah. It's either you win or you don't. There's no in between. Now, I will ask a question regarding that. Do you think if the Nuggets were fully healthy, no shoulder problem for MPJ, no hamstring for Gordon, do they win that series?
I do.
Yeah?
Well, let me take that back. I think they would have a better shot at winning the series. I think they could have.
They got blown out in 2 games.
Yeah.
Blown out.
By the way, both games they were blown out in had one thing in common. Scott Foster was the lead official in both games.
I saw some guys texting about that. No, I would like to address this for a second.
I'm just making this reference point. I don't officiating had nothing to do with it.
Understood. I want anybody talking about Scott Foster this morning to listen to me very carefully. You had total control of the game against a team that looked scared to be playing in a Game 7. And then you gave them the basketball 22 times. That's why you got
23 times.
23 times. That's why you got blown out.
Yeah.
That's why. Not Scott Foster or a bad flop call or anything. You gave them the basketball when they were terrified at the beginning of that game, and you boosted their confidence by giving them layups and dunks in transition.
How many of you people watching that game at home through the first 7 minutes, because the Nuggets led by 11 with 3:55 to play? Think about that. 3:55 to play in the first. How many of you watching that game were looking at the TV screen saying, when I was saying, oh, my God, OKC is terrified?
They're horrified.
Oh, my God, these guys are afraid to shoot. Oh, my. I mean, did you see that last shot?
Yeah, but then,
close.
But they're close at the end of the first quarter.
Easy buckets.
But that's basically, how do I describe it, Vic?
Well, I'm going to describe it for you.
Here's how I describe it. They everything that they didn't have in the first several minutes of that game, they got all of it and more in the final 3.5 minutes of that quarter.
The Nuggets gave them the ball. The minute the Nuggets went to their bench, the very minute they went to their bench, things unfolded.
I think things
unraveled.
Was it the first 2 minutes Jokic was out? It was a 13-0 run.
Let me give you some. Numbers. 3:45 left in the first quarter. The Nuggets were up 11. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, they're going to do this! Oh my God, they're going to do this! The Nuggets are going to do this. They're up 11." Here's what happened with all those turnovers: Chet dunk, Wallace dunk, Chet dunk, Caruso 3, Wiggins layup, J-Dub layup, J-Dub layup, Hart dunk. Those were the successive points scored. They went from down 11 to up 3 with turnovers and not just easy buckets, dunks and layups.
Dude, it was 42-41. I'm like, okay, well, they're hanging in there. They recovered, okay? Then all of a sudden it was 47-41, and then it was, 49-46, and then all of a sudden it was 60-46. I'm like, these runs, dude, you can't protect the ball and you can't get stops.
What did I mention after Game 6?
It drove me insane. That part was frustrating, Brett.
The close to quarters was a real problem in both series. It was a problem against the Clippers, and it was a major problem against the Thunder. The reason you won Game 6, because you had a horrible close to the first quarter, but you closed the second and the third quarters in a huge way. The first quarter, you brought it up, Vic. It was you're up 11, and then with a couple of minutes left, this big run happens, and you escaped up 5 still after the first.
What's the common denominator when you're closing those quarters?
The bench comes in.
Yep.
But here's at the end of the second, that's not the bench anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's the starters finishing things out.
Yeah, but the avalanche is already in full effect at that point.
1 point game with 3 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
You're down 14 and a half.
Yeah.
In the span of 3 minutes.
That's what was. So what was it? It was 42. It was 42
I don't
to
have
41.
the score written down.
It was 42 to 41, right around there. All of a sudden, blam! Everything. It's these pockets of everything going wrong. It just drives you insane.
I'll tell you. I know we said
42-41, Jamal Murray made a jump shot. After that, home run layup, J. Will 3, J. Will dunk. Joker had a jump shot in there. Shea 3, J. Will dunk, J. Will dunk. And that's how it went.
Yeah.
That's how it went.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's in there. The turnovers that led to a lot of those.
Of course.
Now, I'll tell you, I didn't, like Vic, lose like a wink of sleep over the game because there was a feeling of, I was content because it was very clear that you weren't as good. And I knew that throughout the course of the series, but you weren't as good as OKC. I was super angry, though, at one thing. The amount of turnovers to close out the first half was killing me.
Mm-hmm.
And to open up the second half with a turnover on the first possession. I wanted to throw everything in front of me.
Yeah.
Like, are you bleeping kidding
me?
me?
I missed that because I was coming in off. What happened here? I'll look at it. Let me see. What happened
It was on Jamal. It was on Jamal. But I, like you, Vic, I
It's
got
like
back
you come
to my
out
TV.
of the locker room. You come out of the locker room saying, "Guys, protect the basketball," and then you turn it over the first
possession. The first one.
Let's see.
Now, I know it was Jamal, but
yep.
I couldn't believe that. In the second that happened, I literally in my head I go, all right, it was a bad closeout to the first half. Hey, cut this 14-point lead to like 9, 8, 9 to get to the fourth quarter. Maybe you got a shot. I saw that one possession. I go, oh, all right.
But
game's
there's
over
little
then.
micro.
That's what we're gonna do. Game's over.
There's little micro moments where, honestly, Brett, I'm not kidding you. I said at that point, I said, we're done. That's it. Done.
Yeah.
I don't understand what a flagrant foul is anymore because I saw in this series a couple indications, a couple examples where they elbowed Jamal in the face, no flagrant, and yesterday Shea gets elbowed in the face from Aaron Gordon. I don't know what a flagrant is anymore. I don't know what that is. So all that aside, the Nuggets did not have the necessary, I think, when they got down, usually they didn't collect themselves. They could not collect themselves to get back in the game. And when you can't collect yourself because your stars aren't playing at a star level, you're in trouble. Again, Jamal Murray had 4 points at halftime.
Yeah.
He had 4 points at halftime. That second quarter is when they desperately needed Jamal. Hey, here's another stat for you. You want to hear something crazy? So Nikola Jokic led the Nuggets in scoring, right? What do you have, 20?
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
he had 20 points.
How many shots?
28 and 7.
Yeah. How many shots do you think
I think he only took
in the second half? How many shots do you think Nikola Jokic attempted in the second half of that game?
3, 4.
What's your guess?
2.
1.
1. Are you serious?
I'm dead
1.
serious. 1.
Well, they couldn't even get the ball to him.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They were so flustered. I
thought it was like 3.
They were so out of. It was so ridiculous and chaotic. They couldn't even take the ball and give it to their best player.
Yeah.
Because Caruso changed everything. Caruso was the most impactful player on that floor yesterday.
It's pretty impactful, bud.
If you had to pick one player from the OKC roster, not a starter, one non-starter, and put him on your team, who'd you take?
It would be Caruso. I'd take Dort. I mean, I like Lou.
No, non-starter. Who would you take?
It would be Caruso.
Non-starter.
Caruso. Yeah.
It would be,
I would either take
because he's an absolute disruptor, is what he is. He's a disruptor. He's an energy guy. He's
smart.
He's a smart player. He's got the Kevin Shockey haircut. You know.
Did you see that one instant where he's trying to front Joker? Right. He's doing everything he can, and Joker sort of hits him in the head, and his headband goes over his eyes.
Yeah. He's got the headband. Kevin, if you put a headband on, actually, you're better looking than he is. He's really not attractive.
He is not attractive.
Yeah.
Kevin?
No. Yeah. Well, both, but Sud's bucket. But you know.
Yeah. I mean,
and that's it for the game yesterday. There's no other reason to break down that game. I mean that's it. I mean this is a series where you don't have as much depth support. Obviously, One of two things had to happen yesterday. You either had to be saved by Russell Westbrook or Julian Strawther.
Mm-hmm.
Strawther saved you in Game 6. Or your star players had to have star numbers. And they didn't.
No.
They didn't. Their star players didn't have star numbers. That's the one advantage. We said it. The starting five for the Nuggets rated better than OKC's starting five. So the only way you win a game like this is if your starting five is way better.
Can I ask you that again from just the starting five? Do you think they played well? Because I
don't think they played. No, but maybe that tells you how good they really are. With
being OKC?
No, with the Nuggets starters or these. They didn't play great, but man, they were right there all the time. I mean, those 2 games they got smoked.
Okay, but hang on. Let me just take it individually. Jokic had a substandard playoff series.
This series,
he had like 3 pretty poor games.
Yeah, but he also had no choice, man.
All of that is understood.
Well, I'm defending him.
I'm just saying, Joker, statistically, and even in the middle of the game, that you saw impact. He was not as impactful in this series as he usually is. That's one, right?
Yeah.
We all agree?
Yeah.
Jamal Murray.
Substandard.
Was he substandard?
Yes.
Michael Porter Jr.
Yes, of course.
AG?
I think AG had a great series because he won 2 games for
I
him.
agree with you.
I think he was basically himself.
The other one is Christian. I think Christian was
Fine.
mostly good.
Yeah, fine.
But that's 3 of your 5 stars that we were like, probably not as good as they usually are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you're already lacking depth, and I give you that. That's pretty tough, man.
I mean, but you could say the same thing about OKC. Was Jalen Williams subpar? For the most part, he was.
For most of it, yeah.
I mean, you could say this because when you have 2 great teams play against each other, everyone's going to sort of fall to the mean.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what happens. They
and
neutralize each
their
other.
guys, their starters didn't have great
That's what
games
I said.
every
Yeah,
damn
they're
game.
not,
I mean, Lou Dort. I mean, he had some subpar performances as well.
But the numbers are one thing. The impact is that's why I like
Impact.
a Caruso. He impacted
Correct.
the game even when he didn't
All right.
score.
If you want to get positive before we get the break, you want to get a little positivity going?
Go
The Rockies are 8-38. Have you seen the run differential between the
This is what you want to do?
Huge,
What you want to do to me right now?
Not today. Not today, Mo.
Not today.
Not today.
It's minus 144.
Not today.
It's not today.
It's May 19th.
Not today.
Today.
Again, you can get in touch with us on the Voice of the People.
I need some
Sports Radio
positivity,
app.
man.
I'm about to eat these eggs.
Don't you dare. Anyway, again, Altitude Sports Radio app. Hit that little microphone at the bottom if you want to get in touch with us. You go right into Nelly's ear holes. Did you know that? Directly in there. It's how it's sent.
He's got an implant.
He does. So you can get in touch with us that way. A lot more to talk about with this game. Stick around.
I would really, really appreciate it if there were a couple of days in between games in the playoffs instead of every other day, regardless if you go 7 games. And I understand if you do your work early and you get first seed, then you can have some time off. But I think the days in between games, not just off day and a travel day, but a travel day and a recovery day, just two days. I think the product of the game would be a lot better. I think there'd be just a better product on the floor, just to give all these professional athletes just one more day of rest, and you would see a higher level of basketball, probably less blowouts.
He's right, but the problem is this. If you spend 2-3 days between games, the playoffs won't end until July.
Yeah. I mean, I know he said he understands it, and take care of your business early. I know he said that, but there is something to it.
You know what you can do? What they used to do, 5-game series to start instead of 7. Hell, they used to have a 3-game series in the NBA playoffs. I remember in the 80s, the Nuggets and Suns, I think 2 years in a row, played a 3-game series in your first round.
By the way, here's something else.
Are you going to ignore that they have all this great food for breakfast here at Sanctuary? And Moser showed up. He came back from his breakfast routine with a plate of bacon.
It was just a plate. It was a plate with just bacon.
With a bunch of bacons.
And it looks like some Cholula sauce.
Like 8 bacons.
It was more than 8 bacons.
Like
Are you kidding? Yeah. It was a lot.
What did they say when you grab 10 bacons?
Enjoy.
All right, hang on. I have a question for you because today has been, largely about what's next, right?
As Dutch once said, nothing burps like bacon.
Here's my question. We're all like, hey, do you trade this guy to try and make up for some room? And there's a small move that you can make that can make a difference, blah, blah, blah. You know what else is on the horizon? Christian Brown is going into the last year of his contract next year.
Yeah.
I just saw Bobby Marks on ESPN. You know what he said this morning?
Yeah.
Christian Brown, his extension is expected to be worth north of $30 million per year.
You're kidding.
Wait a minute. I thought you were going to say 20.
Nope. Nelly, do you have that audio? Should I send it to you?
North of 30?
I'll send it to you.
Wow.
Okay, see, this is where the Nuggets have some big decisions to make. Big decisions. Because I gave you 3 players off the top of this show that I said you got to keep around, right? 3 players.
Yep.
Well, sometimes you just can't afford to keep those players.
Well,
you just can't.
I mean, sure, but you need to choose who you want to afford and who you don't.
If
they, I'm telling you right now, if they let Christian Brown walk, a la a KCP thing, sorry, we just don't have the cash for it.
Yeah.
This place would revolt. There'd be pitchforks and torches outside of Ball Arena being like, that guy's not one that you let walk.
Understood. But at the same rate, when I'm looking at those numbers, it's gonna capsize the boat.
Well, let's hear Bobby Marks on ESPN talk about it. Go ahead.
Extension candidate to watch. Christian Brown certainly has helped himself. You can check the boxes off. He should get paid. What does getting paid mean? Jalen Suggs was 5 for $150. I would think it would be higher than that based on where the cap is going. But career high in minutes and started 77 to 79 games, third year in a row playing 75 plus. Durability, played all 82. Joined Dyson Daniels as the only player in the past 2 years to increase their scoring average by more than 8 points. Christian Brown will get paid. He is a terrific player, and he fits what you're trying to do. I think the number is at least $30 million per year.
At least 30 per year.
See, the teams.
Why do I find that to be absolutely insane?
I
probably shouldn't, but I find it to be insane.
Well, because our numbers are our numbers in our brains, we have to add $10 million to whatever you think is a fair number anymore. And the crazy thing about the NBA, and it really is stupid. You got guys making 30, 40, 50 million, and then you got dudes making 3 million. Mm-hmm. And sometimes they're playing the same amount of time, if not more.
Oh, I've made this comparison before, Vic. There's a real middle class problem in professional sports right now, and I would say specifically in basketball, there's no middle guy. You're either making a ton of money or making none. And in football with quarterbacks, Brock Purdy gets $265 million. We all know he's not worth $265, but what? Are there any quarterbacks that exist that make $32 a year?
Yeah.
No. You get $55.
When you saw Brock Purdy, that probably killed him.
See, the teams right now.
It's just like there's no middle
class.
class.
It's just the going rate. I mean, and again, no offense, but they're already hamstrung, and now you got to pay CB north of 30 next year.
Here's what the new CBA tells me.
He's got 1 year left. This is just for an extension after next year.
I said after next year.
Oh, after next year. Okay.
Here's what the new CBA tells me, and that's why the new GM, whoever they hire, is going to have to be almost an accountant. It's going to have to require a brilliant mind here. The teams that are going to thrive moving forward, you have to have your established superstar or two. You got to, all right? But then the rest of your roster, you have to sprinkle in young players who are aspiring to get paid but not yet paid.
Well, it's the same
young
thing
players,
in the NHL.
Yes,
it's the same thing.
But you have to find that player like, oh, that's the guy. But he's not yet paid. Like, for example, Caruso. His extension doesn't kick in until next year. Mm-hmm. He's making $10 million.
What's he been clipping along at, though?
He's at like
through
9,
Chicago
9,
years,
10 million.
Through all this time?
After next year, he makes plus 20 plus.
You're kidding.
You know what's funny? So Tesher says, can't they go over the cap and pay that tax? They can with Christian Brown, but you can pay Christian and guys who are on your roster whatever you want.
Exactly.
But you can't pay people outside the organization to come in.
It limits the more you pay. Like, had they kept KCP, and this is what hurts. This is, when you think about it, a double stab to the gut. You let KCP walk, right?
Yep.
And you did so that you could use some money to help your bench. They used that money on Dario Saric.
All I was thinking about, but you said the new GM has to be like an accountant. And I'm just thinking of the scene from Moneyball with Jonah Hill where he goes, Billy, this is Dario Saric. We can get him for $5.1 million a year. His flaw, he's terrible. Unplayably bad. But we could do it. I mean, that was it. I said this earlier, Vic, like midway through the season. The whole thing behind the KCP letting him walk thing was flexibility that just turned into we can get one guy for a money line exception. That's what the flexibility was. And then you used that little itty-bitty bit of flexibility on a guy who literally didn't touch the floor for more than what? Did he have 40 minutes this year? I'm not even kidding.
I don't know.
Did he play 40 minutes on the basketball court?
You know, he played a lot early. Those games, remember where Joker had the birth of his child? And he missed a few games. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he played extensive minutes. And
was it extensive, or did he just start the game and then he just never
play.
came back? I think that's what happened. He started, never came back. And I want the exact. I'm finding it right now. The exact minute total from Dario Saric.
208.
208 minutes.
Where does that rank in team minutes? Like you have all the team minutes in there, like.
I don't have everybody's, no.
I'm just wondering who got more minutes. Someone like...
it's just insane.
Saric or Tyson? Who got more minutes? I would say Hunter Tyson did.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so hang on. I'll find this as well. Just give me a minute.
No, that is paralyzing to your roster. It paralyzes your roster. Not only that, but you compound it with Dario plays very minimal minutes, and then your your fifth highest paid player doesn't play either.
Yeah.
He doesn't play.
Right. Just deemed not allowed. You were just not allowed to even touch the floor.
So can someone explain to me how this is a coaching issue? How is this a coaching issue?
I'll try and bring this to you
But
again.
Vic, hang on a second. We don't know if it's a coaching issue or not. Because hold on a second. Okay, I don't have the horses to run. Well, it's back to, when Zeke Naji played a couple of games, we came in the next day and I said, okay, well, he can play, then why ain't he playing? Right? I mean.
So why did he stop playing?
Well, you'll have to ask Michael Malone that question, or maybe even ask Zeke Naji that question. Who was it that said.
Well, they made a coaching change. He didn't play.
Here, hang on a second. I'll give you guys some exact
Yeah, because
stuff.
now you're into the postseason.
Just out of curiosity, who do you think is your top 3 leaders in minutes this year for the Nuggets?
Nikola Jokic.
He's third.
He's third in minutes?
He's third.
Jamal?
Jamal is fourth.
Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr. is second.
Russell Westbrook.
He's fifth.
Aaron Gordon.
Christian Brown, number
CB.
one.
Yeah.
Christian Brown,
CB.
number one.
Okay.
So Dario Saric, I have here on NBA.com, played 210 minutes this year.
Okay.
210. Just for reference, Christian Brown played 2,675.
And Saric made twice the money he did.
The people surrounding this, by the way, Vladko Čančar played 136. Spencer Jones played 125. Trey Alexander played 117.
You know what's funny? You mentioned every player. Remember
Hunter Tyson played 400.
Remember the Spencer Jones game in Golden State?
Yeah.
Yeah,
brought him in. He just started hucking it up. Yeah,
remember that?
Absolutely.
There's always a game, and the Nuggets won that game. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, is that when they had a million guys out?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Hunter Tyson went off for 42 against Orlando?
Huh?
Yeah, me either, because it didn't happen. Because these guys aren't. No offense, man, but you need dudes. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just being frustrated.
Jalen Pickett, by the way, played 665 minutes. Here's my question.
Remember the Jalen Pickett Sacramento game?
But here's my
when
question.
When Adelman took over and they needed to win, and they did?
Yeah.
665. Is that enough for Pickett during the course of the season? For situations like you found yourself in the postseason where you're really thin depth-wise and you need, like, maybe extra bodies later?
Yeah, they run it. Listen, Oklahoma City, what made them great is they run a deeper rotation. Hell, they played 12 guys during the regular season. All right? They played 10 guys at times during the postseason. But David Adelman said it yesterday. What makes them so lethal is that when they go to their bench, not only do they switch players, they switch the style of play.
Yeah.
They switch from just traditional bigs to Caruso's going, he's like a chihuahua out there. It's a completely different brand of basketball almost. So not only do they have the gift of depth, they have the gift of style, two different styles. That's rare in the NBA.
It really is. It's a luxury, and it's also because they've built the roster well. I mean, we never made fun of them, but they got rid of everything and just acquired all those picks, and we thought to ourselves, well, what can they do with all those picks?
Well, you got to know how to use them.
They did that, but they also parlayed them into guys that really helped. They acquired all those assets, and they had to suffer for it. They don't have a championship yet either, Vic, so let's not give them anything
and I
great
agree.
yet.
And anybody who thinks that I know they're favored to win it all, would not be surprised one bit if Minnesota beats OKC.
I can't have either one of those teams win.
Indiana.
I'm not kidding.
You know what?
Hang on.
You know what? No, I recency bias is already. I would rather have OKC over Minnesota.
I think I would too if I had to choose.
I would,
but I'm not choosing. I want both of them to lose.
But you have to make a choice.
You listen to what I'm telling you.
You have to make a choice.
Listen to me. No, you listen to me. I would root for the Knicks over either one of these teams. Even with how obnoxious that fan base is, I would take that over OKC.
I don't want the Knicks to win because I don't want the NBA to win.
Me neither.
I want Indiana versus little OKC or little Minnesota. That's what I want.
Okay.
And by the way, Minneapolis ain't little. I'm just saying these are not your East Coast, West Coast markets, your fancy markets. I want to see a non-fancy market win.
Moj, Minnesota or OKC winning the next round? Who do you want?
Indiana.
You guys, stop.
Okay, who can Indiana beat?
Stop ignoring. Just make a simple answer. OKC or Minnesota?
I told you.
OKC.
I told you. I think it's Oklahoma City.
Me too. No, not who you think. Who do you want?
OKC, and then I want Indiana to beat OKC.
I think it's Oklahoma. I think it's Oklahoma City because I'm not going to know until. Well, I can't bring myself to watch.
Why
that
do
series.
Why do we want OKC over Minnesota?
Because you want the team that beat you to win.
No,
that's not it.
Then what is it?
It has nothing to do. I don't like Minnesota.
Well, I don't like Minnesota either.
I don't like Ant. I don't like Jalen.
I don't care if OKC. I
don't like them.
You're asking me questions that are stupid to answer. That they're relevant to answer. I don't want either one of those. To
really?
win.
Watch this. Hey, Moj, who do you want, Dallas or Edmonton?
Edmonton.
Okay. See how quick that. See how easy that was.
Yeah.
See what an easy answer.
Why?
Because I want Dallas to lose.
Yeah. See. It's not a difficult answer. Just who do you hate more? That's all. It's sports hate.
By the way, you know what's crazy? What I saw just as the weekend started. and this applies to, I guess, both the Nuggets and the Avs, but I guess more kind of on the Avs side. So when Ovechkin and the Caps got bounced, God, I got to see if I can find this, because I think this is right, Moj. You correct me if you know the answer to this. Has Ovechkin only made it past the second round of the playoffs once in his career? And
2018 when they won the Stanley
They won
Cup.
the Cup, yeah.
Yeah. 20 years.
One time.
They've been beyond the second round one time.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Crazy. The Leafs go and win Game 6 in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, are they feeling themselves in Toronto. Oh my God, are they feeling themselves? We're going to the Cup Finals, baby. We'll take care of Carolina. They're already planning trips and everything else. Florida walked in there last night and absolutely stuck it in their craw.
Yeah.
Absolutely stuck it to them. Hi, Kathy. Absolutely stuck it to them.
3-0, just like that. Boom.
Boom. Mitch Marner's flipping out on the bench. Yeah. Everybody's having kittens. People, do you see that, Brett, during the course of the game? People are throwing their jerseys and hats on the ice.
I thought you were at a concert last night. How'd you watch that game?
Saw the highlights.
Oh. What concert you go to?
Larry Bragg's.
Huh?
You know, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. So anyway.
Do you know who Larry Braggs is?
No idea.
He's the former lead singer of Tower of Power and the Temptations. You have no culture. Doesn't matter.
Always the comeback. Now, I will say this about the Avs offseason. I saw something as well about it sounds like they're not going to bring back Brock Nelson.
Well, I mean, do they want to? Does he want to? I don't know. We'll see. Do you guys think he was a good fit?
He had moments.
For a second, not in the postseason. Like,
You know,
didn't notice him at all in the postseason.
When the initial move was made, everybody's like, finally, the 2C that they haven't had since Kadri. And
It's more than just a guy. It's more than just a player. It's about fit. It's about again, you really don't know until you try.
Do you think he fit?
Sometimes, in some ways.
Well,
yeah.
you didn't fit enough.
Right.
You didn't win. You know, it's funny. I'm still pissed about the way the Nuggets ended, but not too pissed. And yet that pales in comparison to the memory of an Avalanche team that's up 2-0 with 12:49 to play in a game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you want me to say?
Account for it.
Yeah, be accountable.
Okay, you know what, Vic? We've been through this a million times. I'm not going to rehash that today. I'm not in the mood to do it. I don't think it's necessary. This one's going to sting for an awfully long time.
I know,
an awfully long time. All right. I mean, this is one of those ones. Listen, Joe Sakic, when he and Chris McFarland spoke after the season. I mentioned this to you guys before. You don't think he looks back on those two Dallas series in the late 90s and goes, gah. Because one moment in any of those games changes the course of history.
You're right.
It's just if you do that, you'll end up in an insane asylum. Do they even have those anymore? Do they have Bellevue anymore?
2 games.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest with lobotomies, because that's where you'll end up if you go and rehash all that crap.
2 games that kill me. Game 3 in the Dallas Avs series that the Avs should have won.
Yeah.
And Game 4 in the Nuggets OKC series that the Nuggets should have won. Or 5, hell, for that matter.
I mean, dude, you had 2 games go to overtime that you could have won.
Yeah.
Actually, you had 2 games where you had the power play on your stick late in the third and into overtime. You couldn't do it.
What is it about the Stars in overtime?
I don't know. They find a way. Well, I mean, I didn't want to get into this today, but you saw what happened before their Game 6, right?
With Scheifele?
Mark Scheifele's dad passed away in the middle of the night. And he was in the box when they scored the power. It's just so heartbreaking, man.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine, dude. It's just heartbreaking.
All right, so some final thoughts here as we move ahead. Again, if you guys got anything, 303-504-0925, especially on just the subject of kind of how you feel today. I know it's just like a super mundane general question, but I am curious because I have not seen a lot of people saying that they're pissed, which is odd for a team that just lost a Game 7. Very odd. And I know there's reasons for that, so we'll get to that in a second along with a fact checker next.
Hello, Nellie's ear holes. Good job going to town, like Moser said. How long can we expect it to take to hire a new GM and make a decision on head coach? I know the draft is at the end of June and then Summer League beginning of July, so I would guess that you need all that wrapped up a couple weeks ahead of time. So do you think we have some more information before the end of the month?
Everything the guys are describing on the radio today about Alex Caruso is exactly what Bruce Brown gave them last year. He was player off the bench. You can get up and people's you-know-what's behinds. And he gave him that spark off the bench to lock down players like Caruso did. Could add a little bit of offensive punch, but not much. Mainly just defensive stopper and disrupt things.
I think we didn't lose sleep last night. At least I agree with you. I didn't lose sleep last night because this is what OKC does. When you get tight, you just play lockdown defense, intense defense. And that's what they did, and it was the kryptonite for the Nuggets. And more power to them, and I absolutely hope OKC buries Minnesota.
All right, there's some.
I'm with that guy. I hope OKC wins.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that I said it didn't feel as if people were, like, super mad today.
Listen, during the course of a series, I know there are a lot I got into it with a bunch of OKC redneck fans, and that's fine. I'm still going to root. I don't care.
NASDAQ.
I would still rather have
Dow Jones.
I'd still rather have OKC win over Minnesota.
Yeah, but hang on. I'm getting a couple of these texts come through here. How are people not pissed? Neil asks. It's another wasted prime Joker year, thanks to the fired GM and head coach, terrible bench play, unfortunate injuries, and Murray playing subpar again in the playoffs.
Agreed, but again, what you're thinking is that your team should
what
win.
A waste of a season. Like a lot of these are going back to the idea of I am pissed. We are wasting a generational talent with stupid front office decisions.
Okay, should Sidney Crosby win a Stanley Cup every single year? Should Connor McDavid win the Stanley Cup every single year? I mean, there are varying factors that go into every single team with superstar players. I'm not excuse making. What I am telling you is that you can't win it every year. Period. I mean, otherwise McDavid would have had he'd have 10 Stanley Cups in a row if that's the way it's supposed to work. It doesn't work that way. But yeah, when you have the best player on the planet, you need to win at least more than one. Ideally 3 or 4. That'd be great.
You know what's weird about the Nuggets and Avs off seasons? I think the expectation, for me, the expectations were higher for the Avs. Now, they ran into a really difficult matchup in the first round and blah, 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 right? But they were higher because that team was healthy and they had, a full roster, which felt like a lot of depth on it. The Nuggets didn't have that. They had an obvious flaw that we knew. Whose offseason do you think is easier to tackle?
The Avs by far.
The Avs.
It's not even close.
Okay. What is the Avs offseason?
Well, you have
expiring
contracts. You have It's much easier to do deals if you want to do that sort of thing.
What were they missing?
It's just a lot easier to navigate NHL CBA.
What I'm asking though is,
the funny part is, Brett, you ask
what were they missing?
I'm not sure a whole lot.
I just think the power play turned off.
The power play turned exactly right, and it sucked. And if you look at the 5-on-5, they were better than the Stars. It comes down to, I mean, you're talking about, again, silly bounces here. I don't even know how to describe it, and I'm not going to say it. Yeah, call sports, 1-800-SPORTS, and ask sports what the hell went on.
Okay.
I think there's listen. The Nuggets.
Oh, that's frustrating. I'm still mad about it.
The Nuggets did not have enough depth. The guy who called into the Voice of the People and he compared Bruce Brown to Caruso.
Open the app and talk.
Whatever. He compared Bruce Brown to Caruso. He's exactly right. A do-everything Swiss knife kind of player, right? That's what you need. And they don't have that right now.
And you can't find that for $2.2 million on a vet minimum deal. That's what's funny. Everybody's hating not everybody. A lot of people hate Westbrook. I don't think you let him go at all. I think at least you have him in your back pocket next year.
I mean, I don't think they bring him back. If he opts out, they're definitely not bringing him back.
But if he opts in, Great.
Let me get to the first guy on the voice of the people. How long is this going to take?
What the
How
GM?
long is it? The GM comes before the coach. How long?
I guarantee they have a list of probably 3 or 4 guys right now.
There's no doubt in my mind
right
they do
now.
as well.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't already interviewed these guys. I wouldn't be shocked if they name a GM here in the next 2 weeks.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I think the sooner the better, obviously. Let's get cooking. I mean, start working it before the season's even regular season's even over. I mean, the season.
They don't have a draft pick, so it's not like you got a deadline there.
Right.
However, consider this: you can always get draft picks if one of your trades leads to that.
You could always move back in.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm so tired of draft picks. I'm so sick and tired of these. Like, Jokic has been here for all this time. They've been in a championship window, and it's like Pickett, Tyson, Zeke, Strother, Watson, all these different picks, and nobody plays.
Yeah,
and nobody ever plays.
The reason you acquire draft picks and use them is because they're cheap. They're cheap and they're manageable, financially
They're cheap and manageable if they play.
But I'm just telling you, that's why draft picks are proven valuable.
Who was the Hampton?
Draft picks are super valuable for teams that aren't winning right now.
What do you mean? OKC's got a lot of draft picks and they all play?
Yeah, they do, but they were drafted like 5 years ago.
Vic, when was Moutier drafted?
I don't know.
2015?
By the way, a lot of those draft picks for OKC weren't like 29th overall. I mean, Chet wasn't the
What was Case and
35th
Wallace? I'm just curious. I like me a Case and Wallace. Do you?
Yeah.
What's he make?
Nothing. I'm sure nothing.
Eventually, he's going to get paid, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, he's going to get paid.
He was the 10th overall pick.
Yeah. All right. So, what's he make? What? Eventually, when guys like Case and Wallace want theirs.
Oh yeah, they're going to get paid eventually. Yeah.
And that's where every team is destined to go there unless they change the CBA. Would you rather be the Nuggets or Boston right now in terms of?
It feels like the Celtics are only going to get one out of that roster.
And they've got
Whoa. Who would I rather be?
You heard me.
Yeah.
You heard me,
I would
Red.
rather be the team in the Eastern Conference.
No,
because it's easier to get there.
I'm talking about roster construction, just the way it's set up now, and they're
Boston's still pretty good. I mean,
they got their best players out for a year.
Well, yeah.
And
okay.
All right, I'm just telling you, who would you rather be? I'm giving you the situation.
Porzingis' thing is bizarre, by the way.
Porzingis is so inconsistent and not reliable. I'm like vomiting if I'm Boston.
Porzingis, more like Azingus, am I right?
Nope, not right. Wasn't even clever.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I know. But it was
more like butt bingus.
It was kind of like a Vic joke there, to be honest.
Huge, yeah.
Hey,
wait. So hang on. Just to be clear, hey Ross, okay, fine. So Tatum's out, but Jaylen Brown, Derek White,
dude, they are so far into the.
What is it? What are the?
I guess it
what
doesn't.
Can the
it doesn't.
Nuggets
It doesn't.
do?
Yeah.
Why are you guys acting like the Nuggets have money and they're broke? You're both broke.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I guess I'm just looking at another broke. Hey, would you trade MPJ for Derek White straight up?
Yeah.
Heartbeat,
yeah,
right?
I think so. Yeah.
You'd do that, right?
You guys would really, without hesitation, just be like, I'd rather be the Nuggets than the Celtics.
I would. Yeah, I would. 100%.
Who's deeper?
Their star players out for a year. You're screwed next year, and
honestly,
you have to pay all these salaries. Are you dumb?
But you're right, Brett. The East is so much easier. The East is so much easier to get to. All you got to do is
what do you mean they need
fog
to pay
a
the
mirror and
salaries?
you get there in the East for crying out
They're
loud.
already paying them. What do you care about the money they're making? Their roster's set, unless they want to blow it up.
Yeah.
Like they're deep and they're in the East.
Well, do they have the hunger? They sure didn't look like it through most of this series.
Like here's what
and then Tatum blew up.
Our plan for the Nuggets so far, just if I have this correct, if they make a big move, is to hope that you get better after the big move, which you have no idea if you will be.
That's correct, Brett. Yeah, you're exactly right. What's your alternative?
I forgot.
I'm not disagreeing. I don't know why you're looking at me like I'm stupid for saying that the Celtics.
Because the way you're saying it is very vociferously. Like, okay, here's what you're looking at. Let me do. Like,
all right, stop. Do you guys think David Adelman did enough to win the job?
That's going to be up to the GM.
I say yes, he did.
I think he did too, but that's going to be up to the GM.
I know, but I say yes, he did.
This is also philosophy on what the GM brings.
I'm not asking them. I'm asking you.
I
Do
think
you
he did a
he's done
good job,
enough
and I
to-
think the players like him.
I think he did everything he could have done to keep that job, and I also wouldn't keep him because I just want change. That's my
that
answer.
makes zero sense.
No, it does make sense.
It makes zero sense.
I think he's done a fine job.
So if you think he's done a fine job, then why would you change it?
Because
he wants all new.
Okay.
He wants all new energy.
Okay,
all
how about
new,
this? How
all
about
new
this?
perspective.
When the Raiders fired, was it McDaniels a few years ago, and Bisaccia took over?
Yeah,
took him to a playoff spot.
They got
They kicked him
86
out.
Bisaccia, yeah. Because you
want change.
Big,
You-
and
you
not
just
only that,
want
but
change.
I'd like to see somebody get their hands on what you got, and the big fella, and then say, okay, maybe we're gonna or do something even a little bit more different and exploit it even more. I mean, I don't know. I think Edelman's an incredibly competent
Do you
dude.
think the team needs a tweak, or do you think they need like a major overhaul? And
The primary problem is the roster, so maybe it doesn't even matter, Brett.
yeah. All right. Got time for a fact checker here, Nelly. Go ahead.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, you guys were talking about Vic's boy, Dario Saric, and you looked up his minutes total. He played 210 minutes for the team across the entire season. There are only 4 players on the roster who played fewer minutes than Dario Saric. Can you name them?
Spencer
Yeah,
Jones.
we did. Spencer Jones.
Vlatko.
Vlatko.
Trey Alexander.
Trey Alexander. And
there's one more.
It's not
P.J. Hall.
P.J. Hall, that is correct.
Yeah, there you go. P.J. Hall.
In fact, I wonder if Dario is the highest played player in the NBA who was healthy and played the fewest minutes.
It has to be.
Who else would it be?
Has to be.
Yeah, there's no way it's anybody else. By the way, just quickly, did you guys see that D-backs pitcher over the weekend, Tyler Gilbert? First start through a no-no? That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Do you imagine
remember when no-hitters meant something?
Yeah.
Remember when the world stopped on its ass?
Like it would be a major headline on ESPN or
we
something?
would just, everything would stop.
Yep.
No more. Tyler Gilbert,
Hey,
good for you.
The
That's what you get.
The Rockies are 8-38.
Here's what we're doing. I know
8-38, bro.
This is a scramble tournament for National Jewish Health. We're going to play our own balls.
No, we're not. We're going to try to win.
Well, we're not winning my tournament. We're going to play our own balls.
Then
We're
you
gonna
don't
put
win.
money
Then
on this.
don't
We're
play.
competing
Well,
today.
then you don't
No,
play.
I want your money.
Okay. You guys have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
You're not playing.
Who do you think I am? I am
And now Dangal's telling his team to intentionally foul to get the bench boys in. So that'll come with a timeout. Oh, actually it won't. So that'll be it for the Thunder starters with a 114 to 76 point lead. And there's the horn, and that's it for game number 7. Mark Bertinoli will play this highlight for you in October, folks, for preseason game number 1. The Denver Nuggets season is over. Final tonight from OKC, 125 to 93. We'll take a timeout. Postgame show coming up next on the Altitude Sports Radio Network.
Well, it hurts this Monday morning, as every season that closes without a championship does. But I suppose I wake on Monday feeling better for this reason, Coach Sanford. And it's this reason.
I need to decide, or there is a Eurobasket, the European Championship. I need to decide that. I need to talk with the coaches and with some of the main players, let's say like that. And we will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
If we didn't know it, we now know it. Nikola Jokic, confirmed one beers guy.
Friend of the program.
Confirmed one beers guy.
And it's time for him to get gluttonous.
Game 7 sucked. That was both Game 7s that we got over the weekend. They were crap. They were no good.
And the Avs Game 7 also.
That was also nonsense.
If you want to lump that in there. Game 7's, we had one good Game 7 against the Clippers, a really good Game 7. This was a team that went a lot further than everybody thought, certainly 6-7 weeks ago, would have gone. But at the end of the day, you know what showed up in Game 7 at Oklahoma City?
Depth, health.
Your warts. Your warts showed up. And unfortunately, the warts that are a reality that we're going to get into a lot of the different offseason discussions as, today goes on, as the week goes on, as the month goes on, you name it. But whoever the new general manager is going to have to figure out.
You got a field to plow, baby.
You got to figure out where you're going. Because the reality right now of who you are is that Nikola Jokic is a phenomenal basketball player, but the Joker needs some help. He needs some help. And unfortunately, two of your max contract players who have had great moments in Nuggets jerseys are, I wouldn't say damaged goods, but they come with a pretty significant injury history. And it shows up that since the championship run in 22-23, Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. are just not consistent, accountable players. And that's the reality of what you have. You have a sample size now to evaluate off of. What you do with it, who the heck knows? Can you do anything about it? We'll find out. But the new general manager's got to be very creative with how you go about addressing this.
Like you said, it's about but yes, we definitely need probably. I think we played so long for such a way, and it's hard for the guys to step up and especially against two really good teams, Clippers and OKC. And we cannot ask for somebody who didn't play maybe 20, 30 games to jump in and be good and expect him to be good, But Julian step up, he was good, Peyton, he was in a rotation, but he had some good minutes too. So definitely, seems like the teams that has a longer rotation, longer bench, it's the one who are winning. Indiana, what's the name? OKC. So. Minnesota.
Yeah, this is the new NBA. This is what the construction of the first and second aprons were designed to do. They were designed to keep it as hard as humanly possible, to keep a championship roster together, for better or for worse. But you are right now going on 7 years without a repeat champion. You are in.
Wait, hold on.
You are in the parity era of the NBA.
And just to be clear to all of our listeners, not just a repeat as in a 2 year in a row. There are 7 this year, no matter how it plays out, there will be 7 completely different champions than anybody in the last 6 years that preceded this. That is remarkable. when you think about it. In the world of dynastic runs, the NBA in its current iteration with all the aprons and various salary caps and automatic max contracts for certain players, this thing is exactly what maybe the NBA wanted to get a little bit more diversity as it relates to where the champions
are.
They are
spreading championships over the country.
Is it good for basketball? That's a great question. I don't know. Is it good for the NBA? I don't know. The Nuggets certainly were benefactors of it 2 years ago, and it was pretty awesome, was it not?
Yeah, it was great. Still feeling the remnants of that.
But does it also feel, if you're a Boston Celtic fan right now, you're like, what happened to our run?
It's gone.
You're a Denver Nugget fan, and you're 2 years removed from it, and
with this core,
it feels gone.
No, it's gone.
It feels gone.
It is over. And I will bring it back to, we have so much to unpack about this season and last offseason and how it impacts this offseason. We're going to do both of those teams today. We're going to do the Nuggets. We're going to do the Avs as well. Obviously, more time than we want to dissect the problems and pick away at, to steal your word, the warts for this Nuggets team. You do start with Jamal Murray. You're going to lose Game 7 when he goes 1 of 8 from 3. You're going to lose Game 7 when he goes 6 of 16. Yes, you're only playing with 5.5 players that are serviceable to you against the best and deepest team in the league. If you ask me, was the season a success? If you ask me that at the beginning of the season and then at the end of the season, in terms of like, you don't get to know what happens during the regular season and all of the craziness.
You don't have the
on.
data of the injuries.
No,
you don't have
I
the
just
data of Michael Malone and
Right.
Calvin Booth getting fired with 3 regular season games to go.
I say it's a failure. But if I know everything that went into it and know the version of the Nuggets that went up against OKC, you guys ripped me on it for Friday or on Friday. That was a valiant effort. Adelman, you talk about squeezing the orange. Adelman squeezed it, man. You didn't get a full cup of it, but you got more than it would have had 3 days before the end of the regular season. I know the Russell Westbrook experience pisses you off and pisses a lot of fans off, but for a minimum contract, that might have
minimum vet contract.
Might have been the best minimum vet contract in the league this year. Probably was.
It was good.
Now, did he cost you the series? Did he cost you the games? No. What cost you the series, what cost you the game was the fact that you made decisions in the offseason that you didn't have to. Your head coach and your GM didn't talk to one another, and it eventually came to fruition in Game 7 against the best team in the league. Even getting there with all of that chaos and turmoil. I told you, it was all cherries, man, on Sunday. That I didn't sulk after that loss. I went, good for you for getting there. Would have been nice to win, but good for you for getting there with all the crap that you had going on.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And so, yeah, while you would have said a Game 7 victory was the cherry on top, the real heavy lifting and the real roll up your sleeves, grimy, hard work begins now.
I don't know how they're going to do it. You have, if you're going to drastically change the Denver Nuggets in terms of what Nikola Jokic wants, which is depth, rotational pieces. He looks at OKC and goes, look at all those dudes. Just they get to sit down and they're fine. Joker sat down and OKC immediately went on a 13-0 run and the series was over. It was over. You had no chance to get back whatsoever. So he looks at OKC and he goes, I need depth. I need younger and cheaper pieces. And the only way to do that is trade Michael Porter Jr., trade Jamal Murray, make a big-time decision on whether you want Peyton Watson here or not, because Christian Brown has to be re-signed for at least $30 million a year. At least.
When does that happen?
You should do it this offseason. Wow. He's available to be extended this offseason, and it's probably going to be between 30 and 35 million.
He just concluded his third year.
Yeah, he was a 2020. He was drafted the year they won the title.
It was the title, 2022. I mean, is it dumb to ask the question, is Christian Brown worth $30 million annually? I mean, everything's got to be on the table here, Raj. Is Christian Braun, who I loved, he was one of the more consistent players on this team, is Christian Braun a bona fide starter on a championship basketball team? Or is he elite levels of six-man?
He's a starter if Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray are moved on from, and you get deeper, and you have a rotation that's 7, 8, or 9 deep. You cannot have him be a $30 million starter if Jamal Murray, making $50 million, goes 1 of 8 from 3. Michael Porter Jr., I know he was injured, and again, talk about valiant, guys who step up and play through injury, MPJ and AG. Good on you. But even when he's healthy, you don't know what you're getting out of Michael Porter.
Are we in the era where the promise that we were holding on to for dear life of a Jamal Murray playoff victory on his back, are we in the era that we say, that's a thing of the past? Because he had 14 opportunities to have a Jamal Murray flurry type of a game, and I'd say of those 14 opportunities, he had 1.
He impacted other games. He did not take over anything except for his big-time 40-point performance.
1 out of 14.
And that's why I go back. And that's why I go back. Why I said that you have so much to unpack, right? Not just this season and this coming off season, but last off season. Do you know how more manageable you would be right now if you weren't tied to the first year of the Jamal extension starting next year, when you didn't have to extend him? You were not forced to do that. Yes, you would have had a disgruntled Jamal Murray. And a disgruntled Jamal is not fun to deal with. He is salty. He is snarky, even when he's in a good mood. But you would have had at least giving a brand new GM whose hands are tied behind his back, whoever this guy is going to be. At least he would have had one hand, because then you can make the decision, do I sign and trade? Do I sign and keep? Or do I just let him walk and I use that money elsewhere? But because your GM and your head coach were not aligned, and at the time, ownership didn't have their finger on the pulse, now they do. Now you're up a creek, and you are now forced to trade from a position of weakness, unless you want to run it back, and that can't be the answer.
Jump into our Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour at 303-504-0925 to vent and get it all out. And I'm getting obliterated right now from several texters that are even asking the question of why would you, Coach Sanford, bring up, is Christian Braun a bona fide no-doubter of a starter? And to that I say, I love Christian Braun. He was one of the more consistent players on this team from start to finish. But he is one of the pieces that you can control in terms of the salary that you are going to have to dole out. Because right now you have no control going forward on Michael Porter Jr. You have no control right now going forward on Jamal Murray.
Oh, in terms of a team taking the money?
You're right. You have no control. It is completely out of your control. Jamal Murray, the Christian Braun contract is that's that you're playing, like that's your money that you have the choice to say, do we want to make more impact some other way and move on or trade or not pay the $30 million and be in a wait and see mode?
The Porter contract is more movable than the Brown contract, but it's still difficult because of his injury history and inconsistency. However, spot up shooter, teams like shooters. And if they believe, hey, we can keep him healthy or we can play him at a role that is a clip less than what Denver has to force feed him because they don't have a bench, there's a possibility you could get a trade partner there. Maybe. Who knows? It also only has 2 more years left on the deal, and that's nice. The Jamal issue, if you want to get rid of that contract, if that GM comes in and goes, that ain't my guy, there's a distinct possibility that Christian Braun might have to be part of that deal. And that would hurt. I don't want to see him go. He's either has to be part of that deal or you have to package it with 2 young players, probably one that you don't want to get rid of, and one of those 2031 or 2032 first-round picks. There is so much to unpack, so much to diagnose with this. Is it just because they lost Game 7? No. This was an entire season and 2 off seasons worth of problems that finally came to a head against a really good team. And I texted it to you guys last night. The better team was better. Sometimes that's the way she goes.
The deeper team, the healthier team, and frankly, the
just
better,
like
the
with the
team.
Avs,
It
the
is what
better
it is.
team was better. And it sucks.
And that's why they play 7-game series in those two respective sports and in baseball. Football, different story. And the only good news, Raj, about last night's result is that Coach Mike Sanford is in full-fledged football mode now. Football is back, baby.
We'll get into more of the Nuggets, some Avs offseason moves as well. Also, huge contract. We're talking about contracts with the Nuggets. We have to talk about a quarterback contract that happened over the weekend as well. That's Mike Sanford, Alex Ranemi. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. We're live from the Backus and Shanker studio, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. As we continue to break down the Nuggets and the end of this season and moving into the offseason, two things obviously have to be addressed. And one starts with who's on the sidelines. With the chaos, the injuries, the opponents that you went up against, has David Adelman done enough?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you. You
Yes.
are not the new GM. Has
Correct.
he done enough?
And you just answered the question. I am not the new general manager of the Denver Nuggets. So what do I want? I want Bob Myers, who has been the architect behind the build of the Golden State Warriors, and then also just decided to switch over and become very involved in the rebuild of the Washington Commanders football team, oh, by the way, and now working even this game yesterday for the Denver Nuggets in the studio it was the ESPN game, correct? Bob Myers was in the studio. I want Bob Myers to be the GM here at the Denver Nuggets. Win the bidding war. Spend the money required to go out and get Bob Myers as your general manager. Thing that I think Bob Myers likes in his head basketball coach is a thinker, an intellect, a real one. And Steve Kerr was all of those things.
Yep.
Now he got a little big for his britches, a little big for just in terms
big for his britches. The guy's got 3 rings.
I'm just talking about later on, man.
One of the greatest and most
ego
dominant
and pride,
teams ever.
I'm just telling you, ego and pride makes people unbearable to be around when you've won 3 championships.
I'll agree,
That's my
but
point.
the britches are pretty big regardless.
Right. But my point being is that I do believe that David Adelman is the type of personality and intellect that a guy like Bob Myers would really like to be locked in with. And so you're probably seeing him, and he's a lifer in the NBA. You got to see that he knows Rick Adelman and that history there. And that would be the ideal scenario, is that Bob Myers, his handpicked guy from evaluating this postseason and seeing how David Adelman acquitted himself, that would be the ideal scenario for me.
Would you be upset if Myers is hired and gives Adelman the boot?
Nope. Because franchise alignment really matters. Look at the Denver Broncos. You finally got
It's a great
franchise
point.
alignment.
From ownership straight on down.
Ownership, general manager, head coach. You got it right now. Penner, Peyton, alignment. It's a brilliant thing. It's beautiful. You can now start building. You get away from all the, different wings of the facility. You have different perspectives for where the franchise should be going and what types of moves should be made. And that's what happened. That's ultimately what happened as the Calvin Booth and Michael Malone era went further into its existence.
Did you ever have a situation in college football where you felt that there were different powers tugging from different sides of the building that weren't necessarily, kind of headed in your direction?
A little bit. It's just nowadays in college football with this NIL and transfer portal era that we all find ourselves in, they do, I should say. There is actually a general manager on most staffs where, and I've already heard it, I have somewhere between 3 and 5 recruiting coaches come through the high school I work at on a daily basis. And some of them, about 1 out of every 3 are like, I don't have any control on who the heck we recruit. It's that dang general manager. That guy's never played football in his life. He's some pencil neck. He's just pushing paper and tells us who we're offering, how much we're paying him. So I'm just out here just kind of twiddling my thumbs and traveling the United States of America for no purpose. So yeah, I'd say right now in college football, it's more so like that. Back when I was coaching, way back in the ancient days 3 years ago of college football, it was much more.
It does feel like a completely different game.
It was much more that you were responsible for farming your own land. So if you were going out and finding your quarterback if you were the quarterback coach. So I'm hearing it, I'm feeling it a lot more in the college football landscape. And frankly, it's becoming something that most don't like dealing with.
The reason why I think Adelman is the guy is because he doesn't, even though he's from the coaching tree and he has been there and he grew up in this Nuggets system under Michael Malone, he doesn't feel like a retread. He doesn't feel like more of the same. The version of the Nuggets that you got in the postseason this year felt completely different than what we saw during the regular season. That version of the Nuggets that we saw in Game 6, I don't think existed during the regular season. The ability to rely upon guys who hadn't really tested the playoff waters. The fact that they played zone like crazy in the postseason.
There were adjustments made.
And it looked really good. I mean, that first quarter was awesome, right? You're up by double digits. As high was it 11-point lead that you had it at? And it felt like you could stretch it. The zone was working. OKC wasn't hitting. And then finally Caruso hits that three and opened up the floodgates.
Your offense it looked pretty good. You're starting five even with Aaron Gordon at, 35%? And he is Mr. Nugget. He is a certified American hero. What he did, he was hurt. I was
good for him for playing.
I had my tinfoil hat on that it wasn't as bad as I thought. Once I saw him try to open it up and run, I'm like, no, that's a guy that's playing.
You could feel he was running on his toes.
Did you find it funny for the listeners of our program when it came out that Sham says he's got a 2nd-degree hamstring? I was sitting there like, yeah, somewhere between a first and a third.
I still don't know what it means.
I don't know what it means, but it's in between a first and a 3rd-degree sprain.
Could be way worse. But it could be way better.
Could be better. Could be worse.
Still have no idea what the difference is.
I loved it. I was like, in real time, something that my dumb A has been talking about for the last couple of weeks. And oh, by the way, my athletic trainer made fun of me because it got back to her that I didn't know the difference between a first and a third. I go, well, you know what? You guys always confuse me because then sometimes it's a third and the person's back a lot faster than somebody with the first. So I don't know. I just don't believe these science anymore.
It's an easy strain, a medium strain, or a hard strain.
Well,
that's better for me. Can we go red light, green light?
I like this. I like, hey, it's a mild strain. It's a medium strain, or it's a tear. A tear is technically a grade 3. If you tear your hamstring, like off the bone or completely sever it.
Didn't need to have that visual.
That's what a grade 3 is, though.
Yeah, I
didn't
need that.
Yeah, doesn't feel good. Raj, who are the untouchables on this roster right now? No matter what.
Nikola Jokic, and that's it.
Aaron Gordon's not?
I love AG, but I don't think he's untouchable.
Kind of banged up, man. Not only did, what the recency bias would tell you that the hamstring, man, that really inhibited him. It was the calf the entire year.
Just like if you ask me the same question about the Avs, there are 2 players that are untouchable.
Cale and McKinnon.
That's it.
And Gabe?
No. But
Really?
I think he's got he might have like a full no movement or something like that.
You have absolutely no heart, Raj. You heartless jerk. Gabe? Pulled at our heartstrings
there are
this year,
2 untouchable players on the Avs. They wear number 29 and number 8. That is Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. There is 1 untouchable Nugget. He wears 15, and his name is Nikola Jokic. Both of the teams have drastically underperformed based off expectation. Again, from the beginning of the season, if you give me the expectation and ask me what I think they can do the day that they fire Michael Malone, I go, I hope they can win a series. So, April 3rd or whatever that was when they fired him. If you ask Raj then, I go, yeah, they overperformed. Pushing OKC to a 7th game based off of all the crap and all the injuries, they overperformed. But if you ask me back in October, no, it's a failure. Just like the Avs. And the Avs don't have any excuses whatsoever. They just flat out failed, which makes me think there's not a player on that team that I go, yeah, you're safe.
Austin on the Shot Mazda text line brings up a good point. What in the HE double hockey sticks did Cale do in the postseason?
He just wasn't good.
Right.
It's just.
Nor was really Jamal Murray for what you needed him to be in a 14-game sample size. What's all that different? Because
what's all that different? What's all that different is that
though.
Jamal Murray has never been and will never be the best player at his position or the best player in his sport.
Not an all-star.
And Cale
not an all-star.
has been and will be.
And you brought up, this was wild on the break. You read it off a tweet, but in 2025-26 season, Jamal Murray will be paid what relative to other NBA salaries?
I was getting that off Spot Track.
Okay. So
Jamal Murray
13th highest paid player in the National Basketball Association.
$51.961 million.
Making
13th.
more than?
LeBron James. Making more than. Donovan Mitchell. Making more than. Anthony Edwards. Tyrese Halliburton. Kevin Durant. Pascal Siakam. Evan Mobley. Making more than. Kyrie Irving. The only players that Jamal will make less money than next year are these players: Paul George, Joel Embiid, Steph, Cat, Booker, Joker, Jimmy Butler, and then we get into the top 5. Dame, who likely won't play next year, Jaylen Brown, Giannis, AD, and another player who won't play next year, Jason Tatum.
That top 5 outside of Jokic doesn't seem too tasty. It's kind of a washed group.
You think Giannis is washed?
Doesn't feel like a championship is on the horizon.
Not in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Giannis as a trade piece. Hope like heck he doesn't end up in Laker land.
I don't know how that happens.
It'd be an asinine. Be somehow, some way, it'd be part of the script. Get Lakers back where they
really don't give a.
So we bring up this conversation. Cale Makar postseason, Jamal Murray postseason, and yes,
as bad.
I've acknowledged that the take that I loved of Mark Bertinoli, that one game per series will be won by Jamal Murray. That happened one time in 14 games. And I believe it happened one time last year in what was the series? How many? They beat the Lakers in 5?
In 5.
And then lost to the Timberwolves in 7. Did that happen did Jamal Murray have a bona fide Murray flurry, or did he just win at the end of games? He had
last year?
He had 2 games that he either hit a game-winning shot or...
He had 32 in Game 5 in the 2-point victory over LA. Was that the Jamal Murray hit a shot game? Game 5?
Game 2 was Jamal
Game
Murray.
Game 2 was Jamal Murray.
Which he didn't actually, his scoring was off until
he had 20.
He had 20.
He was 0 for 3 from 3. He had 35 in the Game 7 loss at home against Minnie.
Lost it.
It was pretty good.
Yep.
Although not very efficient, 13 of 27. And he had one Murray game this postseason.
Raj, do you think when we're having this conversation about Jamal Murray and Cale Makar as being potentially parallel individuals?
And Cale had 0 Cale Makar games.
Okay.
0.
And let's talk about this. Would you say, and this is a rhetorical question, but would you say Cale Makar had a good regular season this year?
He had one of the best we've ever seen.
100%. To the untrained eye, and answer me rhetorically, do you think Jamal Murray had a good regular season this year? To the untrained eye.
It doesn't feel like it, but he kind of did.
And then we look at his stats, his career,
he didn't have
regular
season. He didn't have Cale's season.
No,
he had a good season.
But Jamal Murray, who we all think like massively underachieved, he had a career high in points this year in the regular season. 21.4 points per game was a career high for Jamal Murray, and yet it just didn't feel that
what?
way.
By so
0.2.
By 0.2?
He's had 21.2 points per game twice in his career.
What I would like you to do now is look at the minutes played on average from that season to this season and tell me where the big number is. Because not only did Jamal have his best scoring season of his career, he played 5 more minutes on average per game and only ticked up.
The 2020,
0.2.
2021 season, until his ACL injury, Jamal Murray played 35.5 minutes per game. That was prior to the ACL. This year he played 36.1. Every other year he's played south of 33 minutes a game. So he had a career high in minutes played, a mere 4 years removed from recovering from an ACL injury. My problem with Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. is if you look at the league-wide perspective of both of those players, so if you're trying to deal Jamal Murray, get into a trade, or Michael Porter Jr., what do you think that other general managers in the league and front office personnel are going to say about those two players? Just be honest.
There are 2 things. One is Denver already got the best out of those players that anyone's going to get. Therefore, what else are you going to give me in the trade? That's why we brought up the name Christian Brown. Because if you have to get rid of the Murray contract to get a little, I wouldn't say more cap compliant, but just deeper, then Christian might have to be on the table. And I don't want to do that. Maybe the same thing with MPJ. Now, that's one thought process. The other one could be, are we just a shooter away, utilized in the right spot? And the Jamal contract muddies everything up, right? Because he's making top 15 money next year. I don't think he could be that dude. But is there a team out there that goes, I could handle Michael Porter Jr. for 2 years. Maybe I can get a look.
How much of the money are they taking off
juice.
your hands, though? They're not taking the entirety of that contract off your hands.
I mean, it's only a 2-year contract. It's really the MPJ contract is not a behemoth. Murray's is.
You just signed it. You just signed
Murray's
it.
is a behemoth. MPJ's is not. 2 years is that's edible.
The unfortunate nature of both those players on max contracts is the injury history. And it just looks like they're on the downhill of their of the optics of how they play basketball right now feel downhillish, which is crazy because Michael Porter Jr. is not an old basketball player.
And it all brings us to the one main question that anyone wants to know at the end of a season that doesn't end in a championship. Whose fault was this? It's Calvin Booth's. All of this stems from bad contract management. And that's the reason why he doesn't have a job anymore. The reason why you are in this situation is because Calvin Booth bungled it.
And the reason Michael Malone isn't your head coach anymore?
They didn't see eye to eye.
They didn't see eye to eye. And ultimately, management wanted symbiotic environment between general manager and head coach. And that's what's going to happen. You know that's going to happen. It has to happen.
It wasn't all doom and gloom. The Rapids won.
Tell you what.
Up the Pigs, baby. Chris Armas joins us next.
Hey, Colorado, looking to tackle your real estate needs? Well, I got the all-time leading tackler who's my favorite real estate agent, and that's Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. It's Coach Mike Sanford, and I can't tell you how excited I am to tell you about my favorite real estate agent and family in the state of Colorado, Barry Remington of the Remington team, again at WK Real Estate. He's a proud Colorado native, born and raised, grew up in Arvada, attended Fairview High School up in Boulder, and played inside linebacker for Coach Bill McCartney at CU, where he still holds the all-time tackle record of 493 career tackles. Raised his family in Boulder County, and all the Remingtons are proud CU grads. So here's the deal. I bought my home in Colorado 3 years ago from Barry Remington. And I'm going to tell you this, if you're selling or buying, he brings intelligence, strategy, and negotiation skills to get you the best possible outcome. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
Why not the Rapids? Up the pits.
Nifty footwork by Cudi Pietro. Gets it to Mihailovic. Now the underlap. Cannon knocked back across. Goal! Rapids still looking to get a shot. Yes! Georgi Mihailovic knocks it into the bottom corner. There's your hero in the 70th minute. Colorado take a 1-0 lead. And that is the final whistle. The Rapids back in the win column. 3 points richer and 3 points against their Rocky Mountain rivals, Real Salt Lake.
Up the pins, baby! Up the pins!
Every Monday on the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, we are joined by the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas. He's on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Coach, first off, welcome. Second off, congratulations on getting back into the win column for the first time since early April. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, listen, it feels great because we not just that we were looking for a win, but the nature of the win, the nature of the performance, all the little victories inside that game that on the night, we take a lot from it.
Coach, you mentioned the aspects of the win, but also who it was against. You're playing for hardware, and this is a cup that you won for the first time in a long time in last year's campaign to win the first leg of the Rocky Mountain Cup and go up in a 1-0 fashion. How important is it for fans of the Rapids and club supporters to feel that victory against a hated rival?
Yeah, listen, when I met the fans for the first time early on in 2024, I asked what was important to them, and this was at the top of the list. So now, the way that Rocky Mountain Cup works, you play Salt Lake. Last year was a 3-game series. This year is 2. So you add up the points at the end of it. We're 3 points in the lead. So yeah, it's huge. It's huge for, again, our club. It's even more massive for our fans.
Obviously, a big performance from Nico Hansen, just your second clean sheet win of the year. Talk about your netminder and how he played and how he had. Does it mean more to you getting back into the win column from a defensive standpoint, like being a clean sheet win, or would it have meant more, outscoring your opponent 4-3 in a crazy back and forth game? Because we know how you like to push pace consistently.
No, the perfect one would have been 3 or 4-0 us.
All right.
I like that.
It works in attack, but it's really important, guys. I mean, last time we talked, right, when we talked to you guys, it was, hey, what's going on with some of the goals conceded, focus, concentration? How about late in the halves, the psychological part of things? Is it real? Is it not? So the fact that against a pretty good team, we put up the shutout. We had a very structured defensive performance, very disciplined and mature. And that we created some big chances in transition and we were able to capitalize on one. It meant a lot. So for me, when you can win 1-0, it's not always the most exciting for the fans, even though I thought it was a pretty good game to be at and watch. For the players and the coaches, winning 1-0 is almost better sometimes for us than like 3, only because after we score, we have 27 minutes, right? It was 20 minutes left and 7 minutes of stoppage to say, all right, let's go. Let's see what we got here. And we showed some maturity, and that was good for me to see.
Coach, I loved the goal in the 70th minute because it showed an interconnected attack. It showed Georgi Mihailovic lobbing it off to Reggie Cannon. Reggie Cannon gets a really, really impressive ball into the box, and then I love what Cole Bassett did, not only dropping it back there for Georgi Mihailovic to put it home, but running a little defense for him and creating a natural human body screen. How proud were you of that goal and how it speaks to the culture of your club?
Yeah, I love the culture of the club. I love watching the celebration, right? Like how they all celebrate together in front of our fans, that with the reserves on the sideline that are warming up, that they all come together. That's what I love from a cultural standpoint. From a style of play standpoint, it started with Andreas Maxu, and we have a structured attack. We got into the spaces exactly that we want. I love that our right fullback, Reggie Cannon, essentially gets the assist by being up high and overlapping. This says a lot to me. If you look at where Cole Bassett starts on the play, he is all the way on the left and he runs on an angle, and we talk about flooding the box. We talk a lot about, and I've told you guys, upgrade the shot, whether it's the Denver Nuggets or it's us, upgrade the shot with the extra pass. That shows a culture, unselfish, doesn't matter who gets the credit, but we upgrade the shot that gives you a clearer vision to goal. So many things popped up in that moment that I'm proud of.
Speaking of the Denver Nuggets, as you brought them up, we no longer have Nuggets or Avs hockey, and frankly, Broncos football is still months away. Give all of our listeners a why for getting out to Dick's Sporting Goods Park and supporting this club.
Yeah, look, I love the ride that the Avalanche, the Nuggets have helped. We've been on their journey together. And even the other night, I mean, our guys, the Denver Nuggets pushed it. They pushed it to the end. It's a tough team, right? In the end that they lost to. But I would first say to all our Nuggets guys and players at the Nuggets Avalanche, if they ever want to come to check us out, games, training, doors are open. Maybe they can get on our journey now as well. And to our fans, I mean, we say, you just said, hey, give all the reasons why. I always say, hey, why not the Rapids?
Amen.
Why not us? Listen, Dick's Sporting Goods Park, we pack the building. It's energetic, close to the action. We play attacking football. And look, we're a sports city. So, yeah, let's get behind each other. And anytime our fans can come out and get behind us, they are the 12th man. So come on out and the best is yet to come.
The only head coach right now of a team that has an active chance to win a championship in season. Avs out, Nuggets out. I suppose the Rockies could win 45 straight games, but I'm not holding my breath on that one,
Get
Coach.
them back to 500.
Talk to me about your upcoming match on Saturday against St. Louis. It's a struggling team, but you guys need to start putting together some wins. The midfield right now in the West is packed together, so 3 points, those things come at premiums.
Listen, it's every timeout is an opportunity. So in our building, back at home, in front of our fans, at altitude, come on, like coming off a game where you have some momentum, we got to use it this week to just not worry about which opponents come into our building. That they're an obstacle in our way. We got to step right over them in our journey to where we want to go. So it's a big opportunity. Every 3 points you get in a tight conference, you start to maybe separate a little more. There was a lot of ties in our conference this past weekend, so we gained a little bit of ground in some teams. But it's about just now getting a little bit better at who we are. So it's just adding, and just I don't care. It has to the trajectory doesn't have to go so fast, so quickly. It's just that it's got to show growth, show maturity, and be ready to run St. Louis into the ground. That's how we have to look at it.
If you want to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see Coach Armas's squad take on St. Louis on Saturday at 7:30 at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, all you have to do is text the keyword CUP. That's C-U-P, CUP, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is CUP to 303-504-0925. And you could see the Rapids take on St. Louis this coming Saturday with a family 4-pack. Coach Armas, thank you so much. Start stringing together some wins. We can't wait to see what you guys do in the second half.
Appreciate you guys.
Up the pins, Coach. Up the pins, baby.
Let's go.
That is Coach Chris Armas of the Colorado Rapids every day, or rather every Monday here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and myself, Alex Ryanemi. Again, your keyword to text in and win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on St. Louis on Saturday evening at 7:30 is CUP, C-U-P, CUP, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. On a crappy weekend and a couple of tough weeks of sports here, it's nice to have a team that wins.
It was very nice. And you know what, even more than that, it was nice to have a team that put behind a really bad Wednesday midweek performance at San Diego and came back and responded with a victory over a team. I'll take a victory over a Utah-based team any day of the week, and twice on, Sunday. I'll take it anytime. It's great beating any Utah teams.
Especially ones, I'm going to love beating a Utah Mammoth team that steals hashtags from lacrosse teams.
Hashtags, names, images, likeness. Taking it all.
I'm going to enjoy that. It'll be fun. So much more to unpack about the Nuggets and their Game 7 loss, what they have to do in the offseason. We'll get into the Avs as well. We We blamed one guy for the Nuggets just a few minutes ago. It was Calvin Booth. Are we blaming Chris McFarland too? We'll get into what the Avs have to do in the offseason.
What's up, Denver? Still reeling from that gut punch yesterday. Nuggets losing game 7. Well, basketball season is not over, and certainly betting season is never over. So make sure you download the Circus Sports of Colorado app. I'm looking right now at game 1 odds for the West and East finals. And right now, you're a little pissed off at those Thunder. The T-Wolves are 7.5-point dogs at Oklahoma City, and that's Oklahoma City coming off a 7-game series with only 1 day of rest. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app. On the East, it's got Knicks as 4-point home favorites in game 1 of that Eastern Conference Finals. So make sure you download this app, because if you're looking for playoffs odds or props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports, well, it's got you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. If you got a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Special thanks to Rapids head coach Chris Armas for being our guest last segment. Again, if you want to go see the Rapids take on St. Louis this weekend, 7:30 on Saturday, family 4-pack of tickets. All you got to do is text the word CUP with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Listen.
Take the kiddos there. Coach loves going to those games.
Listen, I know you're sitting there driving around or listening on your Alexa or whatever right now, and you're bummed out. So am I. I'm bummed out.
No, it's a bummy Monday.
I hate the
it's
fact
not a fun
that
Monday.
Neither one of our beloved Ball Arena residents are still involved in the postseason. It sucks. I hate it. I'm not good with it. But you know what? Some good medicine is go watch the beautiful game. Have a nice cold beers. Enjoy Saturday. So make sure you do.
Like we know that Nikola Jokic is. We know that he's having a few cold ones.
He told us that the next couple days are all about, one beers. So you too should go check out, even if you don't want one beers. If you just want to get a soda and watch some great competition, text CUP to 303-504-0925 for your chance to get free family 4-pack.
You want Russ back next year?
I
Veteran
don't.
minimum?
I want
not
nothing
at
to
$3
do with
million,
it.
but if he comes
Nothing.
back at vet minimum on a 1-year deal.
He's got player options, so the ball's in his court, is it not?
It is.
Okay. All right, Russ. Come back if you want. I know a lot of people.
From a value perspective, you hit a home run in terms of a signing. From a value perspective, that was as good of a vet minimum contract as you could have signed. There's no two ways about it. And as much as you hate the guy, and as disastrous,
who hates him?
You.
I do not hate Russell
come
Westbrook.
on. Sorry, hate the player.
You know what I didn't
hate the
like?
turnovers.
You want to know what I didn't like is the microcosm of last night's basketball or yesterday afternoon's basketball game, where in the first quarter you built an 11-point lead and you were playing really clean offensive basketball. And the minute you put number 4 in the game, you know what happened to your offense? It was absolutely unhinged.
I know it was.
And what happened from that point forward?
That.
He's not the only reason or the reason, or even, frankly, he's not even a majority of the reason why you lost that game last night. But I have a hard time unseeing him going in there and throwing the basketball into incredibly awful spaces.
Turnovers on 3 of 5 possessions as soon as he got in.
It was ugly basketball, and it opened the door for a huge run that, frankly, Oklahoma City never stopped running away from you in route to what ended up being a 30-plus point game. It was hard, man.
You're not here without him. You don't get to Game 7 against OKC without him. He had a bad series, but you don't get to the second round without him. So there is value.
See, I think that's such a lazy argument.
What do you mean such a lazy argument?
Because you could have also signed somebody else for a vet minimum. Like, just because he was on your team.
Well, you did. I mean, you found it wasn't a vet minimum, but you found a way to get Dario Saric in here, and that didn't work out.
I know. I mean, that's we go back to who is most responsible for the bench shortcomings that you had as a franchise. It's Calvin Booth. Dario Saric, no good. The Zeke Naji contract, which I just somehow...
It's a nightmare.
It just popped right back into my Twitter, my X feed this morning. I'm looking at that happened when? Based off of what evidence? And at the time you were citing that you had really good developmental chops as a franchise. So a guy with no evidence, he's an NBA player.
And he's got the worst part about it? So the Najee contract is still in effect next year at 7.4. It's in effect 27-28 because Najee can opt into a player deal that season. You might not be able to get out of that after next year.
Yep.
The only way you get out of that is if he's part of a trade.
A lot of people bring up the point on our Shot Mazda text line. I agree with it. Nikola Jokic cited at the end of last night's game that it's hard to trust players that haven't played more than 20, 30 games in a regular season. And that's really all the sample size you have because they haven't been able to do that. So some of this were the players not even deserving of the opportunity to play in significant and consistent regular season games. Is that a Michael Malone problem?
That was a Michael Malone issue because you would have known whether or not Pickett could be a contributor. Strother could have been a contributor prior to game 5, 6, or 7. You would have known those things. You would have known whether or not Zeke Naji was a complete ankle weight or if you could have gotten 15 minutes out of him. But Looking like Najee hardly plays, Tyson doesn't play, Pickett hardly plays, Sarge doesn't, Chanchar doesn't. He was hurt the vast majority of the year, and DeAndre Jordan is a glorified
locker room guy.
Great dude. Don't get me wrong. He's awesome, but like he's not a basketball player right now. Not one that you utilize. And I just named off 5 players on your roster that just simply don't contribute. That for me was a Michael Malone issue because you did not play those guys during the regular season. There's still question marks on Pickett, Strother. Still a question on Peyton Watson. There is.
Peyton Watson's got to show development on the offensive side of the. He has to show some semblance of an offensive game.
That's why I brought him up early on. Right?
He's played a lot of basketball. He has. That's one player that you can cite.
Still young.
It's almost like he needs to just go play basketball the entire offseason. Like I know it's weird for a guy who played significant minutes in an NBA playoff run. He didn't play a lot of minutes in college. Played one season at UCLA where
34 games he started 0, I think.
Which is crazy. High school, he went to Long Beach Poly and he played during the COVID era of basketball. Guy needs to play some basketball and develop an offensive game he doesn't have, and I love him. I love his defensive chops. I love his length, his athleticism.
And you know what, man? Like I think Jared Bednar had that issue too, where you have the opportunity during an 82-game regular season. Like the Avs were not going to miss the playoffs. They're not going to miss the playoffs when McKinnon and Makar are on this team. Just like if the Nuggets decide to take a step back next year, they'll be a playoff team. They won't be a contender. But if they want to take a step back next year to have more assets to trade for, a little bit more room in terms of the aprons to sign maybe a big-time free agent, not this year, but next year, where you take one step back going, all right, we're going to waste the age 30 season of Nikola Jokic, which tough pill to swallow, to not guarantee, but give ourselves the best opportunity to win when he's 32, 33, 34, and 35. The Avs they don't do that either. Now, their prospect pool is completely dry because they've traded it over the past few years, and yes, you got a championship out of one of them, but like, how many opportunities did these young dudes get during the regular season in October, November, and December to play alongside McKinnon or Colton or O'Connor? Like, Ivan didn't get all that much run. Jean-Luc Foudy never got run. That's my thing, is that, like, I don't think the Avs have given their players enough. Like, they'll give them 3 or 4 games. Give them 12. Who cares?
Is that something that is common between these two franchises? Maybe as a result of having Nikola Jokic, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, where you don't want
the paralysis of win always with the best player.
That, and also it's almost it's almost
good point.
It can be almost embarrassing as a coach to throw out such a pup that a vet like those two are like, really?
Who's this guy?
Bedsy, you're gonna throw this.
It's a good point.
They're gonna throw this Jamoke out there. That does happen when you have a very, very strong, I would say, certainly with Nathan McKinnon, a very strong personality.
Joker's strong too.
I think so too.
People think just because he's like happy-go-lucky.
Aw, shucks.
That's a strong personality.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gotten even stronger once Malone left. That could be part of the issue with both the organizations, that because you have the best player in the world, and McKinnon might be, it's either him or McDavid or Makar, a smattering of like 3 or 4 players. You certainly have the best player in the world in Nikola Jokic with Denver. There is that paralysis of, because the best player in the world is on my team, I have to win always. It's really tough to get away from that during the regular season. We said it was Booth's fault for the Nuggets. Whose fault is it for the Avs?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I don't think I can solely put the blame on Chris McFarland.
This sounds really dumb. It's the player's fault.
Because the front office, McFarland and Sakic went out and made the right moves.
That's a good roster.
It's a good, and Sakic told you in his post-game presser, he looked at all of us in the eyes and went, if I have it my way, I bring back the same team.
When you look at what you added post,
I don't know if I do that though.
Post trade deadline, or excuse me, leading into the trade deadline, you look at the roster, following all the things all the moves that you made. You look at that roster on paper. Do you think that you're going to end up being eliminated in the first round of the postseason, Raj? Is that what you would have thought? And I get it. It's the Dallas Stars, and we said it, and it ended up coming to fruition.
There's one team in the world that can beat Dallas right now, and that's Florida. One team.
That you give Edmonton no shot.
I wouldn't say no shot. Like, they've got Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. They've beaten this team before. Right. Edmonton has gone through Dallas before. But the way that I look at it right now, I think Florida's the only team that has like Dallas plays. Did you watch Game 6 at all? Their Game 6 when they closed out their second round series.
You talking about Dallas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay. Even when they're tied, they play like everything is on the line.
Mm-hmm.
When they went into overtime and at the end of regulation, this is Game 7. We're down by 2 goals. We're pushing. We're trying to get they just play differently. And that's why I think when I have blame, I say first and foremost on the players underperforming. And they were healthy. That team was healthy outside of Ross Colton. And secondly, I put it more on Bednar than I do on the GM. And it hurts and there's salt in the wound because Rantanen is on the other side of it. But you have to go back at the trade deadline and go, they didn't trade him to Dallas. They didn't. They did it the right way. They traded that dude to Carolina.
Out of the conference.
Now, Carolina's dead to me.
Now they're not. Now he's not only in your conference, he's in your division.
For 8 years.
Fun.
For 8
really
years.
Fun. Hey, Raj, Raj, you talk about the strong personalities, I say, of Nathan McKinnon. Very strong. My way or the highway. It feels like it.
It is.
Nikola Jokic, you mentioned, has maybe it's masked a little bit. What did you make about his comments about David Adelman as a potential permanent solution of the head coach?
I mean, it's really, like you said, it's a tough spot to be. You have he had three games to change something, and I think he changed the energy. I think the guys were woken up a little bit. The guys had more energy. He made us believe in something, and we played good. We played a seven game series with probably the best team in NBA, and we had opportunity, we had chances. So I think he did a really good job.
I agree, he did a great job, but that is all based off of changing energy. How long does the head coach bump last?
That's what I'm wondering. There was nothing in Nikola Jokic's answer that gave me the feeling that he is going to say, David Adelman is my guy. But he's not going to do the opposite either. He said it. He said after, in the tail end of that quote, he went on to say it's above my pay grade. I would actually disagree with that.
Wendy was like, I think this might be above your pay grade too. Let's be very clear. There's nothing above the pay grade of what Nikola Jokic makes. Maybe outside the purview.
He is the pay grade. But
Nikola is going to be beholden to one person. One person. And that is the person that gives him a 7, 8, or 9-man rotation. That's the one guy he doesn't care who that is. It could be you, Coach Sanford, if you're the guy that's going to find a way somehow to get the Nuggets an 8 or a 9-man rotation like he just faced in OKC. To get guys that play defense like Alex Caruso does against the other dudes. Ugh. Talk about a punchable face.
Talk about Nikola Jokic is going to have some off-season nightmares about Alex Caruso fronting him up in the post or at the block.
Also, I know he's one of the better defenders in the league, but at some point, don't you need to call something?
Apparently not. Not according to the script that David Silver issued to the referees.
That's insane.
It was hard to watch. It was really hard to watch, and that's not the reason you lost by 32 points, but it was hard to watch.
I mean, it's part of the reason because you couldn't do anything with Joker. Caruso was draped all over him. Joker's wearing the guy like a backpack, and as soon as he gets the ball, 3 more gnats swarm to him. I mean, credit for OKC for figuring out how to do that without getting called. That is impressive. Yeah, would I say that Joker is going to pound the table for Adelman? No. He's going to pound the table. If he speaks with ownership, his one answer will be depth. You can't create OKC in one offseason, but get closer. You have to. There's no choice. Because this will happen again. You'll get knocked out just like this again. You will get injured and fatigued just like you did last year and this year again. And I know that Aaron Gordon talked about the fact that, and Russ did too, about the fact that you're seeing deteriorating versions of basketball the longer you get on the playoffs. Well, that is part of the war of attrition that a postseason gives you. But they were upset that you don't get 2 days off in between games. Even with 2 days off in between games, you know who is going to be the most injured team in the league? The Denver Nuggets. That's what happens when you play with 6.5 dudes for 90-something games. That's what happens. Joker was pissed, man, and he had a right to be. Coach, you spent the weekend with someone very special. I want to pick your brain on your long morning with Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. That's next. Before we get into your Saturday morning with Broncos quarterback Bo Nix, I want to bring you into an alternate universe. This is how broken my brain has been over the last 2 weeks because of both the Avs and the Nuggets losing. In an alternate universe, Mitch Marner waives his no-trade clause in Toronto to facilitate a 1-for-1 Mikko Rantanen trade with the Carolina Hurricanes. This was on the table, and Mitch Marner said, "Oh, no. Nay, sir. I will not be going to Carolina," and he nixed it. It was a 1-for-1 trade. It was ready to go.
Is that a good tease for the next segment that we're going to talk about?
A little bit.
He
He nixed it. In this alternate universe, Toronto, instead of losing 6-1 yesterday in Game 7 to Florida, well, they beat Florida in 7 on the back of a Mikko Rantanen Maple Leaf hat trick. Colorado goes on to beat Dallas in Game 6 and win the series because Mikko Rantanen doesn't turn into a superhuman version of himself in Game 6 and Game 7, and then Game 1 of the following series. The Leafs then beat the Canes in 7 games and their old buddy Mitch Marner. The Avs moved through the Edmonton Oilers because they're a better team than Edmonton is. And then Rantanen and the Avs face off in the final, and Rantanen is a Toronto Maple Leaf. That's an alternate universe. That's how broken my brain is right now.
But instead, the Toronto Maple Leafs continue to be built to lose, as you've been saying for
years.
Their postseason accolades are the last 2 years, 3 years in Denver arena sports has felt just gut punch, debilitating. Could you imagine being a Toronto Maple Leaf fan?
Their season was over the moment that Justin Bieber sat behind their bench looking like a Starburst rectum.
Also, have you seen, that was terrible. Have you watched the Justin Bieber documentary?
No.
It's just came out.
That's not my thing.
It's not good.
It's not my stuff. Is it Diddy-ish?
No, more just not. Things aren't all so good in Justin Bieber's world. We'll say.
I don't really follow the Bieber world. If
I didn't know much about it, I just know that he used to put out some pretty good songs. There's some bangers.
Baby.
I haven't really heard a banger in a while. Been a while.
You had a nice quaint Saturday morning with Bo Nix for 3 hours.
Bo Nix put on a wonderful youth football camp that I was able to be a part of in a volunteer capacity. So Valor served solely as the host. We did not put the camp on. It was Bo Nix and his agency and his marketing people. And so I just said, you know what? We're going to show up with about 50 of us, players, coaches, parents, and just volunteer and help Bo out, put this camp and execute it. Well, I get assigned, unbeknownst to me until that very morning, I get assigned to run, of the 14 stations, the one station where Bo Nix is playing backyard football with 5-year-olds all the way up to 15-year-olds. And I was with him as essentially his ball boy, referee, hype man for
just
3 full hours.
Snapping and shagging?
Oh, just snapping and shagging, baby. That's what I was doing, snapping and shagging. I'm going to tell you this about Bo Nix.
I love that.
This guy is a football machine. There were 600 kids divided up into 14 groups. He played 18 on 18, two-hand touch football in a very small space. Him running up and down the field. No huddle, up tempo, and he was doing all the things. I was watching it in real time that Patrick Mahomes does, working on changing his arm slot with this little youth football.
The Jamal Murray pass.
And he did some behind the back passes. What I learned about Bo Nix and what I learned about his personality, even more so than I knew until that 3 hours I spent literally right with him, he is perfect for Sean Payton. I mean, perfect.
Why is that? What did you learn?
You remember some of the things with Russell Wilson and the feel good of warm and fuzzies, and then a little bit sometimes getting in your feelings, and just at times Russell Wilson felt a little bit dramatic, a little bit emotional.
Yeah, trying to win the narrative, trying to win the interaction that he would have with either a group of reporters or a single reporter or a microphone.
Bo Nix just played football for 3 straight hours. And I'm not lying when I said this. I was working with him We had like little tiny pleasantries, but even
But
the
not
kids,
much.
even the kids that he was throwing to, like they made a great catch. He kind of signaled touchdown. It was on to the next play. It was like, hey, flip it around. We're going the other way.
We don't have time to sit and watch and admire that.
It was presented to me that over the course of 5 minutes, each kid would be divided into 2 18-player teams and go and have 4 chances to score with Bo Nix as their quarterback. And then if they don't get that, then the other team flips it around and they get 4 chances, and that's the whole station. Do you want to know how many reps each kid got potentially catching a ball from Bo Nix? Upwards of 50. It was unbelievable. My knees hurt so bad when I woke up Sunday morning because I was sprinting up and down a field with Bo. First of all, anybody who's worried about his health, there was a little bit about either he had a surgery and there was some point of fractured back. There were some things in there. That dude's healthy. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, very, very healthy, sturdily built, and has had an incredible offseason because that guy looks phenomenal and he is in incredible shape. I've been around a lot of high-level football people, Raj. He has a really unique way about him. You want to talk about the ultimate stoic? You want to talk about the ultimate just ball guy? That's who he is, man. There's not a lot of fluff. There's not a lot of warm and fuzzies. Even kids, I mean, I'm telling you, even kids that made plays was like, hey, good play, next play. That's how he's wired, man. But it also makes me understand when I was around him. Remember when he snapped on Sean Payton on the sideline?
Yes.
He's got a little bit of that to him too. Like a little edge to him. Like there's a little bit like the people that ran his camp for him, they didn't communicate something very well in the front end. So this group of kids that were supposed to be playing football with us, they just ran to another station, and all of a sudden it just freaked out the entire operation. Bo's like, who's running this camp? I was like, well, I guess I can help. I'll do it. Yes, sir. I got you, Bo. Hey, get over here. Let's divide up 18 on this side, 18 on. Put on your orange jerseys. Let's roll. Like that guy's a ball guy.
That's what you want as a quarterback. Like if you're going to pay him, let's talk about it. The Brock Purdy contract, right? $53 million on an average annual basis moves him to number 7 in the league behind Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Joe Burrow. Lawrence, Allen, Love, and Burrow all have matching $55 million contracts when it comes to AAV. The highest paid quarterback in the league in 2026 will be Dak Prescott at 60. When you're paying a dude north of 50 sheets a year,
got to be in the mix.
Not only does he have to be in the mix, he has to be. I want his singular focus to be football. I'm okay if he's a little scratchy. Like that's kind of what Nate is. Nate's scratchy, McKinnon. When he's answering questions, the only people that he really answers questions with in a happy-go-lucky manner is in the off-season when he's talking to the Chicklets dudes. And that's in the off-season when he's in the middle of like, I'm hanging out, working out, drinking a few beers with the fellas, playing a bunch of golf. But like you saw it with McKinnon and Paul Bissonnette, right? During the series against Dallas when he asked about the impersonator behind Bednar.
Yeah, McKinnon had no time for that.
No time for that. He was like, we lost the game. Why
that's how I
that?
felt being around Bo Nix.
Bo.
There was not time for silliness. It was very like, I'm going to get in. I'm going to give every one of these kids the best experience of playing football.
But it's not get in, get out. Because there's that very, very fine line of I'm here because I have to be here.
Right.
And I'm going to do it and get the heck out.
Yeah, bare minimum it.
It doesn't feel bare minimum.
Bo to me he actually gave the bare maximum
in terms
like the kids were exhausted.
The bare maximum.
I got to the end of it, and when the 14-year-old kids that were bigger and older got there, after like 2 times up and down the field, they were all breathing hard.
Man,
I mean, he was zinging them. It was serious. Well, that's what you want, man. That's what you want. That's what you want as your franchise quarterback.
Get ready for him to be a $60 million quarterback. That's the going rate. By the time he is up, right? 3 years from now, after that final year, that extended rookie year, that 5th year comes into play, $60 million. That's how much Bo Nix costs.
I just don't want that to happen because then I'll probably lose Izzy Nix as our assistant strength coach over there.
Probably doesn't need to work anymore.
She probably doesn't need anywhere right now anyway, but she's so awesome. It was just that opened my eyes to all the things that Sean Payton fell in love with in the process. He's a throwback, man. He's different. He has no time for the silliness.
Now, the question is, can you repeat that type of character draft class to draft class? And it looks like they've tried to do so, right? All of the team captains that they've been drafting, the fact that it feels really good that when he hits on a guy like that, and it feels like the off-field and the intangibles go with it with Bo, which you're now illustrating to us that happened on Saturday. When Sean falls in love with a player, that should tell you way more than the team going out and trading for a guy. When he falls in love with the player in the draft and kind of overdrafts them, RJ Harvey, Bo Nix, Pat Bryant, that should give you a little warm and tingly, a fuzzy. When Sean Payton goes, oh yeah, we maybe could have waited around, maybe could have traded back into the back half to get this guy, but we selected him 25 picks before anyone else was going to be because I want him.
You know what Sean Payton's reaching for right now in drafts and with players? Character. He doesn't reach for possible development opportunities. He reaches for really, really high care factor, high character, accountable players. And he hit that perfectly with Bo Nix. Now it's the path going forward. In this draft, when we had Pete Kwiatkowski, defensive coordinator from University of Texas, on the day after Jahdae Barron was drafted, did it not feel almost identical, Raj, in terms of the conversations about who is the guy that you can't even, you have to almost kick him out of the facility. He's in there too much. It's exactly what Jahdae Barron is too. And it sounds like that's exactly who RJ Harvey sounds like high character guy, high care factor. Unbelievably weight trained, as we've seen with how his work ethic is clear. Patty Bryant, probably a bit of a reach. Nobody liked the 40 time. High character guy, captain.
Yeah, I don't love the speed there. But do you really need the speed? You have a couple of speedsters. You got Franklin, you got Mims, you got speedsters. You have guys who can stretch the field, or at least you hope can stretch the field. The Pat Bryant draft pick doesn't. I don't lose sleep over that as a third rounder.
No.
That reaching in the third round, I don't think exists. I don't think it does, man.
You can get some quality in the third round now.
But you're still, in the third round, though, you're still looking for, all right, who do we think other teams missed? Reaches come back to hurt you way more in the first and the second than they do in the third.
Mm-hmm.
Third still feels like if you hit and you find a true starter or a two-contract guy, that almost feels like it's a diamond in the rough, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's why I think that reaching doesn't really exist to me in the third. Unless it's completely off the block. Purdy at 53. Is it worth it?
No way. No way. If I were the 49ers, I would have moved on. I already laid out my plan. Get something for Purdy. There's plenty of quarterback starving franchises. Should have drafted Shedeur Sanders in the first 2 rounds.
They could have had him in the third. They could have had him in the fourth.
They could have
had him in the fifth if they really wanted to. 53 over 4 years for a guy that it doesn't feel like they are invested in. You know what it feels like? It feels like it's something you didn't have to do. It feels like Jamal Murray. And at least Jamal Murray came with a ring. Purdy hasn't come with anything. It felt like something that San Francisco did not have to do, and they just went ahead and said, well, if you don't have a quarterback, you're always looking for one. Let's sign it. They don't believe in that, dude. Shanahan doesn't. What happens if they fall flat on their face and Shanahan gets fired and John Lynch gets fired and the next 2 dudes that walk in have to get saddled with that contract? Again, much like the new GM and new head coach of the Nuggets have to walk in and look at the debacle that is the Murray, MPJ less so, and the Najee contracts. Unenviable situations abound. I told myself I wasn't going to feel this bad on this Monday because I expected them to lose Game 7. And it was all cherries on top for pushing the best team in the NBA to 7 games while being that injured and having that much turmoil and an interim head coach. I was going to tell myself I wasn't upset. And look at where I am now.
Upset.
There's no way to get rid of this.
I'm about the opposite. I was the rose-colored glasses. Anything can happen. Great matchup. You're going to get unbelievable performances, which we frankly saw in the first quarter until we didn't. We're going to see a heroic effort from Aaron Gordon. It's going to play through an injury.
You did see a heroic effort, but it wasn't impactful outside of the first
And now
quarter.
you want to know what the end of the game felt like for me? And then even this morning, it felt inevitable. It did. Felt inevitable.
Is it the best thing that could have happened to the Nuggets, though?
No.
Are you sure? What if they win this game and AG can't really play in the Western Conference Final?
They're not.
And Joker is still banged up.
They're not beating Minnesota.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Was it the best thing that could have possibly happened for the Nuggets to have lost this game, and now you are forced, just like the Avs are forced, to look in the mirror and go, what else do we have to change? Because if you get to the West Final amid all of the turmoil and injuries and interim head coach nonsense, and you get to the West Final, you go, we're right there.
Raj,
Why would we change things?
Raj, you remember about 3-4 weeks ago when you had
Could be the best thing ever.
You had an on-paper healthy roster.
Yes.
And I said, OKC is a great matchup for the Nuggets.
They were.
Do you see why?
Yes, I do.
Because you take them to 7 with an incredibly injured Michael Porter Jr.
An incredibly flawed team.
Limping into a Game 7. Quite frankly, limping. And Aaron Gordon. I didn't have the same feeling about a healthy Nuggets going in to beat the Timberwolves. I didn't. It's a bad matchup. Would have been a really bad matchup if you limped into that game.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Just search Altitude SR on Twitch. You can also search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe today. Don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily Podcast. Comes out every single night. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I could not be more fired up to tell you about my favorite real estate agent and family in Colorado, and that's Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry works with his daughter. It's a family business. His daughter, Cassie, has worked alongside him for 7 years, bringing smart insights, high-level communication, and a fresh female perspective. She's simply a joy to work with, too. I know that firsthand because I purchased my home in Colorado with Barry Remington 3 years ago. He has been the best real estate agent I have worked with for, and as a college coach, there's been quite a few homes and bought and sold over the years. So with years of experience and over 40 homes sold each and every year, Barry and his team consistently deliver results. And the reason I believe that is because he treats clients the way he wants to be treated, with hustle, discretion, and honesty. Are you ready to win in this market? Make sure you don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
Look at me being directly, not exactly on pitch there.
You were
but
on
beat,
rhythm,
baby.
man. It was perfect.
I didn't miss that for a second.
How about KJ doesn't miss and he actually has it synced perfectly to when you're hitting, baby?
There's a very 2K
With the
Tuesday
Beebs?
thing here. It's exactly what that is.
We need something, man. We need something to get
Just
us through this bloody Monday that we're
Who's
dealing
having
with.
a worse time right now? The Nuggets and the ensuing off-season madness, or the stuff that you mentioned about Beebs? It's the front office.
Neither one's great.
That is the most. I didn't think that there was going to be a GM in the world that had more to do with less wiggle room than Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic have to do with the Abs this year. Whoever steps into the role as general manager of the Nuggets,
It's going to look over there at McFarland and Sakic, say, hold my beer.
no doubt.
Hold the heck out of my one
You think you
beers.
have a tough job? You think you have a tough job when you have to maneuver around a few contracts. You have to find a way to maybe trade Sam Girard or Josh Manson. You have to find a way to figure out what you're going to do with Charlie Coyle or Ross Colton and move that money so you can sign some meaty free agents. You think that's an issue?
You're going to need a vet. You're going to need a veteran general manager and somebody who's smart and creative. And right now, that guy, as I keep pointing out, that I think would work really well, potentially, with David Adelman, if indeed that was who he chose to be his head coach for this team, is Bob Myers. Bob Myers, according to numerous outlets, is being pursued heavily by Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns
I don't love
franchise. So Ishbia is throwing copious amounts of dollars at him. But Yahoo Sports just came out with an article a bit ago that says that Bob Myers has been hinting at being unable to work with Matt Ishbia as a possible Phoenix Suns GM.
Because there's too much meddling
Yeah,
in the
Ishbia's,
organization.
Think Al Davis in his final 20 years of being a general manager, where he just had his hand in the cookie jar
Now,
way too much.
Is there a worry about Josh Kroenke's hand being in the cookie jar more? Because he did say that, like, I was too far away from the situation, and then once I got into the room and saw what was happening, I realized that I can't be that far away anymore. Doesn't that make you feel like there's going to be a little bit more meddling?
The reason I don't think that's the case is that Josh Kroenke has shown that he is more than capable of hiring at the time really good people and then letting them work. Now,
they do that with the Avalanche all the time.
Problem is that it got to a place so far removed, and Josh Kroenke, he already has cited that there were some blind spots as a result of holding up the first championship trophy in franchise history within the last 2 years.
That's why I brought up the point of losing Game 7 against OKC, probably not the worst thing in the world. Winning that thing and going, look what we just did.
What are the positives of it? The biggest positive is you might have found yourself your future head coach, insofar as the general manager who is hired deems him to be the right guy, personality-wise, basketball alignment, all the things. I think that's one positive. What's another positive?
You may have found yourself a backup guard in Julian Strother, or the next guy that if he can find a way to take the next step as a dead-eye three-point shooter. I think a positive is you believe in Julian Strother, makes Michael Porter Jr. more tradable in terms of what you lose from the team, right? Because they're already not a great three-point shooting team. They're actually quite a terrible three-point shooting team. That's the reason why the main reason why they lost that game last night was not necessarily, sure, the non-Jokic minutes that you guys heard in the promo, they take him out, they go on a 13-0 run, the game was over. The reason why that was such a hard pill to swallow when you go down 42-41 with 3 minutes and 13 seconds to go in that first half, and then you never look back if you're OKC, they couldn't hit wide open threes. They packed the paint with 5 dudes, draped 3 guys on Nikola Jokic, and when he redistributed the basketball, nobody could hit from 3. A positive is you may have found Julian Strother, and you might really believe in him. So I'll give you those. I'll give you that as a positive.
Little breaking news for you, Raj.
What's that?
Recently fired Nuggets head coach Michael Malone's got a new gig.
Where?
The Western Conference Finals coverage by ESPN.
Oh,
he's going to be in the booth on an NBA Countdown.
You are the worst.
That's pretty good, though, man.
You're the worst.
We're going to see some Michael Malone. We haven't heard from him, seen him. He's been out of the public eye for quite some time.
I'm going to be very happy to watch him on TV, but you're the worst.
He's got a new gig.
Take that L on the way out.
Yeah, Raj.
You didn't have to do that.
I just saw it on 9news.com.
I thought you were going to say he was are the Suns the only other team with a head coaching vacancy? Is that it? I think that's the only other team right now. I thought you were going to tell me that Ishbia had signed Malone as head coach.
What if Bob Myers and Michael Malone end up
just
in
kick
Phoenix?
Me square in the seeds. Square in the seeds. Not that I'm pining for Michael Malone right now. I think Adelman did a great job, but it's too close. With all the things that have happened with the Avs and ranting and coming back to beat them, and then having Malone right in your backyard, I would hate that.
The one thing
I would hate it.
The one thing we do know, David Adelman's a candidate for the head coaching job without question.
Certainly,
it is
he strengthened his
It
his
should
case.
not be a no-brainer, though. I know that's a double negative. You should not say that right now. David Adelman, hell or high water, is our head basketball coach, because you're just asking a potential future GM to come in with the hiring process already backwards if you go that route. You have to hire the general manager first. And the one thing that I think we do know is that the general manager has to be from outside of the current building.
Yes.
That has to be the case. Would you agree?
I would agree. I would agree with you. Now, the head coaching candidates would be, if they're not Adelman, it's Mike Brown, it's Taylor Jenkins, it's Frank Vogel. Is it Mike Inori? Those are probably the guys that are around there. And Adelman does feel like he got enough and he changed enough and he is young enough to not be set in his own ways. Now, did he have is he the wunderkind that could have brought them to the NBA Finals this year? Obviously not. But he wasn't working with a full deck. That guy went into the Western Conference Final 2-7 off suit. And almost got a guy rocking pocket kings to fold.
He had the deck that had some creased cards in it. Some of those cards had some bad injuries to them cards. That you're playing a hand of poker.
He almost Chris Moneymakered his way all the way through to the Western Conference Final.
I recognize that crease. Yeah. That's the Jack of Spades. I know that
was
crease.
The Italian dude that Moneymaker drew. It was 2003. Remember how awesome that was? Remember Chris Moneymaker?
Was that the World Series of Poker?
World Series of Poker, the chubby dude with the Oakley glasses, the mirrored Oakley glasses.
I wonder how he's doing.
I bet you he's doing just fine. Won the World Series of Poker, became a cult hero. He beat some gold chain wearing Italian dude that looked like he had an uncle named Vinny that would kneecap you and then put two in the back of your head.
He's living in Nashville, Tennessee. He's 49 years old.
Having a great life, Chris Moneymaker.
Yeah. Graduated with a master's degree in accounting from the University of Tennessee.
The amount of millennial boys that he turned into crippling gambling addicts. You can thank Chris Moneymaker for that. Certainly can. Congratulations, by the way, to our winner for a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Colorado Rapids take on St. Louis this weekend. Robert Lenners. Robert Lenners. Congratulations. You have won a 4-pack to go see the Pids take on St. Louis this weekend at Dick's Sporting Goods Park on Saturday evening at 7:30. Coach, I imagine we will feel better tomorrow.
It's football season.
It's football season.
Got my first practice this afternoon.
Very excited for you.
Ball's here, man. I'm happy. All's good.
That'll do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD's coming up next. More time for you guys to sow your sorrows with the fellas in the midday. Don't go anywhere. Love you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
So now what? That's basically the question. Welcome to PhD. We got some weird weather moving in here. We'll keep you updated if, I don't know, hopefully no tornadoes or anything. You never know.
I got practice canceled this afternoon or what?
Yeah, Nuggets did cancel practice.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about the Nuggets.
Oh, not the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Who you
Yeah, they're
thinking about?
indoors.
We got the Rockies taking on the Phillies. Got a 4-game set against the Phillies.
Oh, here we go.
And then the Yankees
Is that
come
where
in.
we already are? We're 30 seconds in, and we're already moving on to the Rockies.
Get ready for 50,000 plus this weekend with the Yankees in town. Phillies will probably draw pretty well, too.
Well, the Oklahoma Sooners are trying to repeat as champions, I believe.
Enough with
Women's
Oklahoma.
softball.
Enough. Oh. Oklahoma. Scott, welcome back.
Thank you.
Talk to us about your trip. How'd that go?
Well, it started exactly how the vibe I had going into it, and it just wasn't sustainable.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
First quarter was pretty cool.
I'll say this. Well, they lost the game at the end of the first, start of the second. That's where the vibe started. Then they kind of got it back, and then they let it go at the end of the second quarter. But that kind of 4-point swing on the flagrant call with Gordon kind of just went, whew, there's all your momentum.
It's still a 1-point game with, what was it, 3:51 to go, something like that? 3 to go?
In the second quarter?
Yeah. They were outscored 18-5. It was 41-42, and they were outscored 18-5 in the last couple minutes of the second quarter.
It was a really, really good emotional Last of Us episode last night. It was good.
Yeah, I saw that. Flashing back, huh?
At first I was like, are we getting anything accomplished here?
Explained a lot.
But by the end of it, I was like, wow, that really kind of tied my heartstrings a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Now I know why Ellie was so pissed off.
Yeah.
Basketball?
I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
Well, basketball, but Last of Us was good too. She really likes space.
Yeah.
14-1 run to end the first quarter, and then a 9-0 start, I think, to start the second. That's where
that's where you lost your lead. You're up by 5, 6, something like that going into
26-21 or something like that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But should have probably been 10.
Sure. But, hey, listen, teams go on runs. Wouldn't be the first time. Hey, you got a lead. You're doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay. You're really okay. All right, you gave up the lead. It's a 1-point game with like 3 minutes to go.
Well, that's exactly what Adelman said when they zoomed in on during the timeout. They're like, all right, so we gave up the run. Here we go.
There you go.
It's a 1-point game.
They get a run, we get a run.
And then they just kept running.
They initiated Forrest Gump mode.
I want to go positive or critical first.
No, whatever
positive is this.
Vibe is.
Aaron Gordon is a stud.
Sure.
I bet if this was regular season, he probably would have missed 3 weeks.
Yep.
Something like that. I talked to.
What did he get? 5 or 6 rebounds in the first?
I don't know. He had double
something
figures.
Like that.
Yeah. His hamstring, the effectiveness of his hamstring was defensively. He could not move laterally. That really struggled.
Oh, he wasn't even jumping to defend a shot. He was just sort of waving at guys.
Yeah,
but got some rebounds.
I talked to somebody within the team, and it was a grade 2 hamstring, and I don't think many guys play with a grade 2 hamstring pull, but he did. And
most teams wouldn't need a guy to play with a grade 2 hamstring.
And it's true. And I thought he contributed. Like I said, I think the place where it hurt him was his mobility defensively. He got beat backdoor a couple times when he's in that low zone spot. Guy going, I watched him one time. He just couldn't move, and when he's running up down the court, it wasn't an athletic gait, if you will. So first and foremost, Aaron Gordon, the son of Denver anyway. Right after the championship, going down with all the people, a son of Denver.
I couldn't believe he was out there. I mean, the reports that came out before the game, it was like, here we go. Aaron Gordon's out for 3 weeks. All right. Well, good luck. And now you start thinking about subs. You start thinking about rotations. Then all of a sudden you're watching pregame warm-ups, and he's just out there doing his deal.
Well, I just kind of knowing him a little bit, and I talked with him right before he went and warmed up. Andy and I did a podcast a couple hours for the game yesterday.
Yeah, that was kind of hot, by the way.
Yeah, and I said he's going to play. I mean, I don't know where Shams got it and everything else.
Well, if you read the Shams report, he wasn't wrong, but a lot of people took the Shams report to say he wasn't going to play. So I think a lot of people sort of misinterpreted that. Nothing really had changed from the day before. Adelman spoke the day before, and there was, nothing was different.
Yeah, I read it as he was out. That's how I read it.
A lot of people did. It's funny. I was at the Colfax Marathon, and it was funny how the word was just sort of spreading. I had all sorts of people, AG's out, AG's out. And I'm like, wow. Like, I didn't, I'm like looking it up, like, he's out? He's out? Or is he just hurt? And it turns out he was just hurt.
Yeah, he's hurt. And it's legitimate hurt.
By the way, lots of people wearing Nuggets. It was kind of fun being out there. Tons of people wearing Nuggets jerseys and in the spirit of things.
You know what? And now,
see Spring?
I did not see Spring. I'm proud of him, though. He ran the 10-miler. That is amazing. Good for him.
I'll say this. The better overall team won. And it was, and to be honest with you, it was probably time Denver ended it. They did just too shallow, just too banged up. And it, but it would have been fun. I mean, it'd been a heck of a lot funner to talk today, getting ready for Minnesota tomorrow. But having time to reflect at about the 6-minute mark of the third quarter. Cos and I in the last 7 minutes are talking about drafts and trades and possibilities and who's being hired here and who's. It was
like that.
He's texting people in the front office. Hey, where do you guys start in preseason? He goes, well, it hadn't been released yet, but we'll be somewhere Vancouver or someplace. He goes, I got to have something because it's 40.
Yeah, what does Cos do now?
He told me absolutely nothing. In
fact, few beers like Nikola Jokic suggested.
He landed last night, got in his car, and drove to his lake house in Nebraska.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There we go.
He took off. He said, I got to rest. But it was probably time. I hate to say that, but it was probably time. I thought this team probably got as much as it could at the end of a deal. But you had you did. You had a 30% Aaron Gordon in Game 7. Michael was, disappeared all but one game really in that round. Jamal, we didn't have that. We thought we'd have that one game. That Berto said, Jamal's going to win you one game. There was nothing there either. And here's a conspiracy: the 2 games you get beat bad, the same referee and crew had both games.
Yeah,
and. Talking with a guy today, one of my NBA guys who talked to an NBA official, and he asked him, he goes, is the way Oklahoma City's defending Joker, in particular Caruso, is that legal? And he goes, no.
Well, listen, first off, I respect the hell out of Alex Caruso. I do. I wish I didn't because he's easy to hate on. I love the way that dude plays defense, but he fouls every single time.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's Jamal, whether it's whoever, every single possession. Probably should be called a foul on that dude.
Well,
I love the way he plays.
And this NBA official told my guy, he said, no, he said, I'm gonna try to get a hold of some people and ask why that wasn't called because he thought it was a little curious, the stuff Caruso in particular got away with. So, but I still don't think. Well, who knows? Maybe it makes a difference. I don't know if it does or not. If you realize you can't defend him like that, then how do they play him? So, but it was tough. Hats off to them. It should be an interesting series with Minnesota and Oklahoma City, and I would not be surprised to look for the MVP announcement to come here in the next 72 hours, probably.
Mm-hmm.
With Shai Gilgeous winning it, I think the league wanted that. So here we go. But now the question part of the season. You said last week, you lose the game. Now it becomes the question part of the offseason.
A lot of questions and regret. I've had a few, but
too few to mention.
I don't think people will be stung by this game. It's embarrassing. You don't like losing like this, but I think in the annals of Nuggets history, this will be forgotten. It'll just be like, they lost by a big number to Oklahoma City. Details will leave. Here's the game that stings, and Adelman did mention this. Game 5 stings. Even more so than Game 4, because Game 5, and yes, Game 4 stings too.
Yeah. Just one of those, right?
You get Game 5. You get Game 5, and you stole one on their court. You're winning the series. You got Oklahoma City in their own heads. You got home. You don't have Aaron Gordon injured. Jamal, I guess, was still sick, but he played. You had, and now you got a little time. You're winning this series if you can hold an 8-point lead in Game 5 going in the fourth quarter. And that one hurts a little bit. Last night didn't hurt.
No. It was too far gone too early.
Too far gone too early. A lead was nice, but you've had leads in like a lot of these games and blown them. I was just like, when's this going to go away? I didn't think for a second that was going to be sustainable. That being said, when it's only 1 point and there's 3 minutes or so to go in the second quarter, I certainly didn't expect the Nuggets to be losing by 12 going into the break. I didn't expect an 18-5 run. I didn't expect that either. And then it was like, well, when are you going to get that run coming back at them? And that's where there's no depth. It's Michael Porter Jr., not great. Jamal, not great. You can't do it. AG hurts. What do you do? And Alex Caruso is just, hey, man, I give him
from the bench.
I give him credit, man. They figured it out. If we just constantly foul them, if we constantly have a little guy and we double when Jokic drives to the post or drives down in the lane, they're not going to call it every time.
Yeah. I mean, feels pretty silly complaining about officiating in a game like that, but you guys aren't wrong. Alex Caruso fouls every single possession. I always thought it was going to come down to Game 5. Whoever won Game 5 was going to win the series. And you go back and all the conversations, we don't need to rehash any of that. It's pointless. But, all the conversations we had about substitutions, how do you handle it? That was the game that was going to define the series. It just was. And it is a shame because there were a couple games that you could have walked away with a victory, but specifically Game 5.
Game 5.
What do you do?
What do you do, man? I mean, listen, to beat the best, you've got to play your best. Right. You can't give things away against teams like that. And it's funny because I'm hearing people, I'm not rooting for Oklahoma City to win. I don't know. I am.
Hey, how about the Stars winning in overtime? Take care of Winnipeg.
I'm pulling for them too. But I'm listening to this station. Everybody's so bitter about everything, man. Like, I'd rather lose to the team that wins it all. I think it says more about where you were at. If Oklahoma City wins I hope they sweep the next 2 series. Because what does that say about the Nuggets? And maybe that gives you a little bit more of a blueprint about what you have to do and what you don't have to do. But that's the big question as the Avs and the Nugget seasons are now over. And the number one question, of course, is how do you set up this team for the future? And the first thing is, what do you do with David Adelman? Has he done enough to earn the job? We'll get into that coming up next. All right, well, here's part of the conversation. If you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you got to get the right treatment for your situation. Every case, a little bit different. However, there's thousands and thousands of men that the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic have seen for the better part of a decade, and they know how to get you going the right way and get that issue over with. It starts with just a little examination here, a consult. You get that visit for $99. You get that consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. With 5 locations, they're easy to find. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, what do you do with David Adelman? What do you think, guys? It's a big
Tough question. Here's where I'm at on it. He's done enough, in my opinion, to be a really, really strong lead candidate, right? And if you would have asked anybody before Game 7, has David Adelman done enough? I bet you the majority would have said yes. Yes. Then you ask them after Game 7, and all of a sudden people feel emotional and they get frustrated with some substitutions. They don't really understand the full context of the injuries, whatever. I think David Adelman has done enough to be a really, really strong lead candidate, but you did just fire the greatest coach in the history of the franchise. And it would I would say the greatest, whatever, semantics. You'd be foolish to not open this thing up wide and far. So, although I do think David Adelman is a very, very strong lead candidate, you can't go into this thing and not examine every single option that you've got.
I think it's got to be done quickly. I mean, I don't think you got a month or two. I don't think that's fair to David, and I don't think it's fair to because guys, and I know Phoenix just finally put a list out of their 8 candidates they like. Guys will start getting their staffs ready and doing things, and any changes you need, people will leave, people will move, all the different stuff. So you can't hold him on the hook, and then all of a sudden, come July, all the jobs are taken, he can't even move to be an assistant. And if you don't hire him as head coach, is the new head coach comfortable keeping him on being the assistant? I mean, it's happened, but I think
probably
it's
not.
It's
quite
a tough
frankly,
thing to do. Yeah.
Probably not, because most coaches don't want an old coach that is well loved. It's just that's the way it goes, man.
Right.
Insecurities run rampant in coaching circles.
So there's a fairness thing, and then there's the right thing. And then also you got to make sure whoever you bring in for a general manager, that there's a vacancy there also. And do you want a relationship where, well, the owner's like the head coach, but I really don't have a relationship with him, I'm going to hire him, and then what if that's oil and vinegar again, or oil and water? So, yeah, I don't know. I think they need to move fast, to be honest with you.
What's fast?
Before the Western Conference is done.
Oh, wow. 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, you got to have a great idea.
Okay, that's fast.
Well, it feels to me like you got to get the GM first. It depends. Of course, it always depends on what type of coach you're hiring. Are you hiring a legend or not? If you're hiring a legend, whatever, you can figure out the GM after the fact because the GM's going to work for him.
Well, the interim GM, Ben Tenzer, first of all, wonderful guy. But as a lawyer, is working in the basketball world, but isn't a basketball, quote unquote, basketball guy. But he was also the GM of their G League team a year ago.
You need a talent guy or a numbers guy?
If you have a numbers guy, then he needs to surround himself with basketball people.
Would David Adelman be a basketball person?
Well, but I'm talking about in the front office first.
Okay.
So you got to surround yourself with basketball people. If you're a talent evaluator, there's going to be somebody on the staff that is a numbers guy because with the crazy salary cap that they got, you got to have somebody that's saying no, yes, somewhere upstairs that knows that stuff. Ben has been involved in the number stuff and salary caps and contracts and writing them up and doing all that stuff. So he's kind of got the number side down. Does he have the basketball side yet? But I also know he has a relationship with David Adelman. The easiest thing was you take the interim off Ben Tenzer and you hire David Adelman. And tell David you get to pick your staff.
I'll be honest, man. From a GM perspective, I think coach perspective is different. From a GM perspective, this doesn't feel like a very attractive job to me. Coaching's different. You get to coach Nikola Jokic, whatever. You'll figure it out. GM, man, you got no picks. Your hands are cuffed. You got a dude in Michael Porter Jr. that in all likelihood is untradeable. I don't know how you flip this thing around.
Well, that is another big question. Of course, maybe one thing goes to the other. What of this roster are you actually bringing back? And to me, that does go to who you're going to hire as a coach and a GM. Now, listen, if you're handcuffed and there just ain't much to do, you really can't deal Jamal. You don't want to get rid of CB, Aaron Gordon, and Michael Porter Jr. I don't know, maybe not. Tough salary. But if you're just bringing back the core of this team, well, then why not David Adelman?
Yeah.
And if not David Adelman, I could see you promoting from inside for the GM too. Now, if the plan is we are going to really blow a good chunk of this up and it's going to be a different team, well, I mean, if that's the case, then I think Adelman's probably the wrong guy. Great coach. Sure he'll be a coach somewhere. But if you're really going to start this whole thing over again, why would you use the old ingredients to try to make a new pizza?
Well, if you okay, let's say we're going to blow this up. We're going to do a Luka Doncic even.
All right, who are we losing?
With an MVP.
So we're losing at least two of the core guys.
Well, listen.
We're blowing it up.
If we're blowing up, I'm throwing Nicola's name in there too.
Oh.
That's nuclear blow up now.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Well,
I didn't say
but
Armageddon.
go with me. He's the one guy that can probably get you multiple first-round picks for the next 3 years.
No kidding.
You have none for this year. You have one next year, and then I think 27 it goes somewhere else too. There's a possibility.
Do we want to consider a nuclear option?
No.
Oh, okay.
But if you're going to do your due diligence, you throw all options out there, and then you do risk assessments. Is that worth it? No.
Okay.
It's not worth it.
All right.
But the most value you're going to be able to bring back is Nikola Jokic. True?
Yes.
Okay. Who's number 2?
Value
back that you could possibly move.
Jamal Murray.
Okay, Jamal Murray. His max deal kicks in next year.
Yeah.
So whoever trades for him's picking up $50 million.
So you're probably keeping Jamal Murray.
Well, unless somebody thinks he's.
I think there's a chance you could trade him. Tough with the amount of money he's making.
A non-all-star max deal? I don't know. Tough.
Yep.
Let's just say for shiggles and giggles, it's you don't trade him. It's you keep Jamal, you keep Jokic, which you're probably the most committed to anyways. Now what?
Well, now
who's third?
Well, now you've got a real problem with Christian Brown. We got salary cap hell, boys. How do you bring Christian Brown back?
Well, he can come back under his current contract, but the year after,
right.
The rumor was that he's going to be his value will be $30 million, but not next year. That'd be the year after. So you can bring him back fine next year, but the year after you're going to have to pony up,
So do you try to trade him?
He definitely is.
I think when you do the math on it, Christian Brown is the most valuable commodity that is actually tradable. The other guys. Okay, somebody asked on the text line, why does Tyler keep saying Michael Porter Jr. is untradeable? Well, because of the amount of money he's making and the amount of injuries he's got and the lack of production. It's going to be impossible to trade that.
Well,
we just talked about.
They'll forget about the production in the postseason, which was lacking. And he averaged 19 the regular season, and I think he's only making 30. And I say that with a grin, but I think his salary is only 30 something. Well, let's see, it's right there. Michael Porter, 38, 38 and 40, 38 next year and then 40.
I respectfully disagree on them writing off the postseason. I understand what you're saying. I respectfully disagree. Yeah. I think when a dude's on a court, you get judged, you get evaluated whether you're injured or not.
But what does he have this year?
What do you mean?
Build an excuse.
Because he was hurt in the playoffs.
Fine. I don't think people care. I don't.
Well, I think I'd say they'll look at the regular season.
I think
when he was healthy.
the easiest guy to deal would be Michael Porter Jr.
Ooh,
if you can find somebody.
I mean, if you just want a box of rocks back, I guess. But I mean, what do you define easy? Like, are we looking for real value?
He's probably the least impactful of the core guys that you would lose, and you'd still be okay.
Okay, true. What are you getting back?
Well, I don't know. That's where nothing
that's going to really help you.
That's where you get paid a lot of money to be the GM of the Denver Nuggets. You got to figure that out. But we were just talking about guys
See, when I say untradeable, I'm talking about something that's going to help you.
Well, you'd have to. I mean, this is where the art of the deal, right? This is where you got to figure things out. This is where you got to be really good. This is where you got to be a basketball and a numbers guy together. But we were just asking, what does blowing it up look like? If you're just going to keep Joker and Jamal, well, then there's 3 other guys that we got to talk about. And do you want to get rid of Christian Brown? He's got to be the most valued. Like there got to be a ton of teams that would love Christian Brown,
right?
And probably not so much with Porter, but that doesn't mean there's nobody. And then you go for the Aaron Gordon conversation, which is really painful because nobody wants to get rid of AG.
Yeah, but to make a trade worthwhile, you got to have suitors. It's as simple as that. And with Christian, there would be suitors, multiple.
So
listen, if Jamal and Nikola, which next year it's 55 and 46, and then the following year 59 and 50, and then a player option 62, 53. Porter has 38 next year, 40 contracts done. He may be more valuable to trade next year or the year after the 26-27 season for an expiring contract than he might be right now.
That makes a lot more sense.
Including with the injuries.
And you got Christian on the cheap at least for one more year.
The 3
relatively.
The 3 guys, Christian Brown's will be a restricted free agent at the end of the year. So you don't have to do anything because you own his rights if he decides to, he can't decide anything. You own his rights. And he's making $4.9 next year. Aaron Gordon's at 22. Zeke Naji, that's the one. He's got 3 more years on his deal. Is 8, 7, and 7.
Painful. That sucks.
Peyton Watson is just got a 1 more year deal at 4.3.
He's fine.
Yeah, but
you can do whatever there.
All those guys are, are numbers you can throw in there.
Sure.
But
here's the painful truth. The guy that probably is the best guy to talk about in this whole deal would probably be Aaron Gordon. You probably would get the most back for him, and he would have the least amount of impact on relative to the rest of your team. But this sucks because we all love Aaron Gordon.
Because he's a son of Denver.
Right. Like, it's like the last guy we would want to see go. But when we talk, I just want to bring up some realities here to this conversation because I've heard so many people just say, oh, this, that. Like, it's easy to do. It is.
And you know what you're getting back to? My point that I'm not sure how attractive this is as a GM job.
Well,
the bar's low though.
But
the bar's low.
Yeah, the bar's low, and there will be people who love the challenge because you can't mess it up any more than some would say it is.
Well, somebody that wants an opportunity, sure.
All right, I'll give you this.
Somebody that's got choices, I don't know.
Who's the GM? The Warriors guy who's on TV with the hair.
Bob Myers.
I'll agree with you on this. Like, this ain't a real attractive job for Bob Myers, who could probably have a lot of, picks into, where he's going next if he wanted to, and has an unbelievable resume. But of course, it's great to have great players.
Probably is going to make $6 to $10 million.
Yeah, this is probably not a great deal for him. But who had ever heard of Tim Conley before Tim Conley was Tim Conley? Who had ever heard of Masai Ujiri before he was Masai Ujiri?
Who may be available too now.
And
that's interesting.
That's going to be the challenge for Stan and Josh Kroenke is there's always people out there that just want an opportunity.
Sure.
So there's going to be a million different GM candidates out there that would love the job because they want an opportunity. So now it's going to be on you identifying talent. That's what it's really going to come down to.
So you got a couple weeks to make some really tough decisions. But I'll tell you this. You bring the core 5 guys back and do it again, you're in the playoffs again. I got no doubts about it. Let me ask you a tricky question. Hypothetical. If you had Holmes this year, different situation?
Who knows?
What do you think?
I have no idea. I didn't see him play.
Well, you'd have a guy that essentially would be Zeke Naji.
Nope.
And you couldn't get anything out of Zeke Naji, and you couldn't get anything out of Saric.
Yeah. Well, the opportunity would have been there. Can he play? I don't know. I mean, the coaches don't know. No one knows. You hope. Your GM
that was the intention, wasn't it?
Your GM that you fired picked him.
Right. Not Calvin Booth's fault that he got hurt in Summer League.
That same GM that picked him also signed Zeke Naji to 4-year extension.
I understand. He also whether he wanted to or not, brought back Jamal on a huge deal. That was a fun summer, wasn't it? That wasn't exactly smooth.
Well, I'll just say this: whoever the coach is, because you may be, like Tyler said, you may be limited in what you can do as far as the GM position goes. Your developmental department has to be the best in the league because Peyton Watson is not good enough yet. Zeke Najee is not good enough yet.
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Strother's not good enough yet.
When you say developmental department, are you referring to coaches?
Yeah. But they basically carry a clipboard on the back row.
I got you.
But they are there every day, extra hours with these guys developing players. Those guys have got to be almost your most. If you're limited in what you got draft wise and cap wise, then I mean, listen. Zeke Najee got an unbelievable NBA body. Unbelievable. Somebody needs to make him a player, and if he's not, you need to get rid of him as fast as you can. But somebody needs to work with him. Somebody's got to get in his head and say, your hand's terrible. Your hands are terrible. Your jump shot is bad. Starting today is when you can improve those things. Tough to improve your jump shot during the season. Peyton Watson, you ain't strong enough. You can't finish at the rim, and a lot of that has to do with you ain't physically strong enough yet. He's got to get better. Julian Strother, the same thing. We can't have 15 then nothing.
Oh, were you really surprised by that, though?
No, that's exactly what I thought.
Right.
But you do see the talent there.
Yeah.
I mean, if all the guys
of
come off the bench, did you say, ooh, this guy, you know what it is? He's like Mims was a year or so ago. Why isn't this guy getting more time? But he's got to get stronger too, and he's got to find all them guys right there got to find some sort of confidence. But so you're developed to me. If I were the GM, I'm going around scouring the league, talking to all my buddies that I've met over the years, say who's the best developmental guy you know, and maybe John Beckett's the guy here. I would say, Beckett, I'm gonna give you another $10,000 a year, but here's what you're doing. I want you on the road. If Peyton Watson ain't here, you're spending a week out with Peyton Watson. Yeah, you're going to, and then you're spending the second week in Las Vegas. If Julian Strother's going back home to his parents in Vegas, you're going back there. Deron Holmes, okay, you got a redshirt year because of the Achilles. No, you aren't coming in and playing like a rookie. We're going to get some skills. So that's who I would get first. Well, maybe I get head coach. Okay, fine. I said, listen, you can hire your staff. I'm hiring one guy. I'm going to find the best developmental guy I can get. And like I said, they may have it in John Beckett. I don't know. I think he does a great job. But I'm finding the best developmental guy you can find, period. And he's going to be moving. He's going to be traveling. He's going to be getting out there. You might want to get a shooting coach to hire for Zeke Najee. Hey, you're spending 1 week out in the month for the next 4 months in Arizona with Zeke Najee, and you're going to get this guy with a different jump shot. That's what I do. And now you're stuck with your cap, but now maybe you can get some actual help and depth with some guys that have great NBA-looking bodies, but they ain't there yet.
And then there's one name we haven't mentioned yet, and that's the force of nature. What is next for Russell Westbrook with this team? And what kind of year was this with Russell Westbrook? It's PhD on 92.5. My guy Bennett from the Post. Oh, actually, this might have been Vinny from the Gazette. Hold on a second. This is an interesting comment. He talked to Russell Westbrook. Yeah, I'll find it.
Swallow your sentence or who?
I'll find it. I'm just taking a second. How was the plane ride back?
It was fine. It was fine.
I got it.
Like I said, I think the outcome was so good. I will say this, and there's like three or four sections of plane. The plane muggles, the traveling muggles, sit in the very back of the plane. You know, like radio, TV, social media.
Yeah.
PR.
Yeah.
And then the couple of the trainers, and 1, 2 of the extra staff. One of the third wait staff coach and somebody else. Some muggles. The traveling muggle sitting back in the plane. Okay. One player came back to the back of the plane and dapped everybody up after the game on the way home. Nikola Jokic.
Pretty cool.
And I thought that was kind of cool.
How deep into the flight was that? Because that's not a long flight.
I was on that. No, it's probably halfway.
So he just, all of a sudden, there he
came
is.
down. I'm walking. Nikola's come back here.
Yeah.
And I,
as in, like, thanks? Like a little, like,
yeah.
hey.
And I'm like the next to last row. Came back all the way here. Then the
give you a hug.
Equipment guys are on the back row, and he was carrying a soda or water cup.
Yeah.
Who knows? Might have been something else in there.
A little bourbon in there as well.
Yeah. I don't think he does bourbon, but it might have.
He talked about it.
I need to decide. There is a Eurobasket, the European Championship. I need to decide that. I need to talk with the coaches and with some of the main players, let's say like that. And we will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
It might have been a beer.
It could be a lot of beer probably.
A lot of beer probably.
Honesty.
All of a sudden, you like him even better, don't you?
I love Joker, man. He's like a dude's dude. He was asked, the whole like, hey, were you close? And he's like, no, we weren't actually. We didn't win.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
So that's it. That's a wrap.
I think he was specifically asked, can you win with this group next year?
I got it. Here's what he said.
We didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
That is actually
honest,
brilliant analysis, kind of about every team in every sport. How much turnover, Tyler, happens on a football team from one year to another?
Oh, it's insane.
Percentage-wise,
of all the sports, it's got to be the highest. I don't know.
30%?
I would say higher than that.
Okay.
Close to 50.
Right. So,
but don't, when you say also that number's down, when you've got a core and a good team, like don't you think there's going to be less turnover this year with the Broncos maybe than there was 2 years ago in Russ's first year?
Nope.
See, I think there will be.
It's the positions that matter. There won't be turnover in quarterback because they're set. I don't think there's going to be.
But when I say turnover, I'm talking backups and everything else. I mean, they added a tight end, so you lose one, gain one, probably.
You always gain something.
When you're a lottery football team or a basketball team or whatever, there should be a lot of turnover.
Yeah, I don't know if Jokic's statement is always true. I mean, do the Chiefs feel like they could have won? Probably. Right? I mean, do they feel like they could run it back with the same group? Probably.
No.
And maybe you're right. But I'm just saying they probably feel like they could. When you've got issues like the Nuggets have got, though, you couldn't put a Band-Aid on any of that.
All right, let's talk about force of nature. So Russell Westbrook. First of all, he's when you look at the money, he's playing for freaking peanuts.
Yep.
Compared to everybody else out there. Peanuts. NBA peanuts. NBA salary peanuts. A guy playing for peanuts should not be relied on as much as these other guys who are being paid way more. It's kind of preposterous.
He's playing for peanuts, and he still made $300,000 more than Christian.
Okay, but Christian's on a rookie deal.
Yeah, true.
So That's different. That is what you get. That's the good thing about being smart in the draft. You get Christian Brown because that was a good draft pick. That's the reward. You get that for 4 years, and that's it. Russ came here as a veteran for peanuts. Do you want that back or not? And again, you're going to have to help me out here with this player option thing. Is it just up to Russ?
Yeah.
The end?
Yeah.
So if the Nuggets didn't want him back, they'd have no choice?
You could buy it out, but he'd still be on your
You'd
pay.
buy it out.
I think you could, but it still goes against your cap.
Well, that is peanuts.
It's also, though, like when we're talking about the amount of money that Russ is going to be making next year, which was 3.468. Like, Dario would be insane to not pick up his option of $5.4 million if he just wants to make the most money he possibly can. He could go somewhere else, different country, and play basketball if that's what he wants to do. But for money purposes, Dario would opt into this thing. From financial perspectives for Russ, look, 3.4, he could go make that anywhere. He could. He could make about $3 million anywhere in the NBA. For him, it's simply going to come down to, am I happy, and do I think that this is going to give me the best chance to win an NBA championship?
All right, here's Vinny from the Gazette. Vinny's great. Try to get Russell Westbrook in the locker room to see if he had made a decision on his player option for next season. Excuse me.
Pretty quick decision.
He looked at his watch and asked what I was wearing tomorrow. When I said I didn't know, he said, exactly, and walked off.
Great answer. Great. That's a great answer.
What are you wearing tomorrow?
That's a great answer. I mean, you're asking a guy literally 35 minutes after you just got knocked out for the season.
I got it, but I feel for the Muggles on this one, man, because you don't get the guys the next day.
Yeah.
You don't know when you're going to see them again.
Respectfully, it's a silly question right after the game.
You never know.
That's a silly question.
You throw out questions because you never know. And if it's his option to come back, his frame of mind with it is very important.
I don't know if it's a guarantee that Russ opts back in. It's not the type of money that is a no-brainer for him. He might view a better option somewhere else.
Would you want him to opt
and
back in?
And he also might be the type of dude, I just wear thin a little bit. You know, do I like a fresh start every couple of years?
There's been one.
Would I want him back? Was that your question?
Would you want him back?
At this point, no.
Force of nature.
Yeah,
You don't want him back.
I mean, I do think if you could separate the playoffs, you would look at the Russell Westbrook experience as an overall positive. But man, that was tough. The second he got in that game, it was just like, oh my gosh, just stop making bad decisions.
Well, that is a major decision if you don't want him back. He was your sixth man and had a ton of minutes played and was a significant part. So if we're talking
Scott,
about
if you buy him out, when can you do that?
Well, I don't even know if you're allowed to.
Because I just think about the buyout in the middle of the season. But can you do that at any point?
There's probably a drop-down date for him picking it up. It's probably July 1st because I think July 1st or midnight of June 30th is free agent time. So it's probably at that time you have to have had a decision by then. So that's still another month and a half away.
Okay.
So, and I just say the buyout because I don't know if you're allowed to or not. If you don't want him on the team and he picks up his options, say, hey, we don't want you around. They did it to Melo in Houston, right? They said, hey, here's the rest of your $17 million. Don't show up for work. Teams have done that, but you're still on the hook for the salary cap.
Would you want him back?
At 3-4, it's hard not to say yes.
The only issue with Russell Westbrook, and it ain't the money. The money's easy. What does he do in terms of the development of anybody else who's going to get them minutes?
Well, be specific. Who?
Julian Strother, Jalen Pickett, Peyton Watson, Hunter Tyson, your bench. Russell Westbrook sucks up a lot of minutes that other guys would be using to develop during the regular season.
So are we going back to development mode? Is that where we are?
That's what the regular season's supposed to be about. And if you don't do it in the regular season, when the hell are you supposed to do it?
Well, I'll just say this. If Julian Strother, say this team comes back, and if Russell Westbrook plays more than Julian Strother didn't put the work in the offseason.
Would you have a better shot of Julian Strother getting more minutes with David Adelman compared to Michael Malone?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I will say this. I think David's fair, and he likes guys that work hard and want to play hard. I think he probably appreciates Westbrook's effort.
What everybody wants is to dip into the G League and find Alex Caruso. That's what everybody wants. Want to scour the globe for that guy who's about that 6'5" pest who will just do everything for you off the bench. But them guys ain't easy to find. And this is the situation the Nuggets find themselves in. It's a tough spot to move anybody right now. Probably a lot easier next year. But if you bring this roster back and you I don't know, you get 43 wins and you're in 6th place.
And you're in the play-in at 7th.
Well, all right. 43 got you in the play-in?
Probably.
All right, so you're
probably at 8 or 9.
Okay, so you're at 8 or 9? Well, let's put you at 7. Like Golden State. Say you're at 7 like Golden State.
And they went as far as you did.
They went as far as you did, but they weren't close to winning a championship.
No.
It was laughable. Are you destined for that, or is there something that you can do to get better? We'll take your suggestions on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Is PhD on 92.5.
Aaron, you played for Coach Adelman for the last 17 games. What are your impressions, and how did you like playing for him?
Yeah, I love DA. I hope he's here next year. I hope he's our coach. I hope he gets an entire training camp and a whole offseason and a whole training camp to figure out his philosophy. You know, DA in Orlando, we have DA here. DA is great. He was excellent for us, and I hope that he's here next year.
That's Aaron Gordon.
By the way, have you gone down the Aaron Gordon rabbit hole?
A little bit. It's kind of fun. I've gone back and watched him play in high school.
No, I'm talking about the Aaron Gordon Spotify.
Oh, no. Yeah, he can play piano and sing a little bit.
Dude can sing.
Yeah.
I was blown away.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew he could do that. Pretty cool.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I told him that for the game. I said, dog, I went down to Aaron Gordon.
Oh, I haven't done that. I mean, I've seen little clips.
But I saw a clip, and that's what made me. And then
Was he laughing about that to you?
Oh, he was just dying laughing before the game. I said, dude, you can sing, really.
He can sing.
I was blown away how good of a singer he is.
I haven't seen that. I've seen the piano. I didn't know he could sing.
Yeah. Yep.
I saw him Tennessee Whiskey song he was trying to do on piano.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first saw it, I went, dude, they're dubbing his voice in. That ain't Aaron Gordon.
I think that was him.
And he's got a song out on Spotify. You type in Spotify, or get on Spotify,
AG?
type in Aaron, AG.
Dan, you want to? Oh, Dan, you forgot your glasses again? Is this? We're just. That is really, really remarkable. As somebody who wears glasses every day, that you just sometimes just forget your glasses and you have to wear sunglasses at work.
Those are in the car. So where's your glasses now? Sitting on the counter?
How do you just forget your glasses if you need to wear glasses?
Because my sunglasses are prescription.
I got you, but don't you? As soon as you get in the car, don't you realize I don't have my glasses on?
No, because I'm wearing my sunglasses.
I
thought they were in my backpack. I just forgot them.
When do you put your sunglasses on?
When I leave the house.
Why don't you leave your sunglasses in your
the
car?
Right, like most people do.
Because the heat in the summer cracks the lenses.
Baloney.
Literally has happened to my glasses before.
I have
Baloney, it's
never,
happened before.
Baloney.
Chance.
No way.
Maybe if you sit it on the dash out in the middle of the sun.
Maybe if we lived
for
in
like 3
Phoenix.
days.
Yeah, man. What is a scorching, 65 degrees?
Yeah, that's I'm calling such BS on that.
Yeah, that's weak, Dan. Just leave your glasses in the car. They're not going to crack through the sun.
That's literally happened before. Because
Do not
I did
believe
that.
it. Don't believe it, and it won't happen again.
Yeah. Forget the coming home totally wasted and sitting on them the night before.
The concept of I'm just going to put on my sunglasses in the house. Don't you realize you have you know what? Forget it. Never mind. I love you. Happy birthday. Michael Malone is doing TV for the Western Conference Finals. He's going to join ESPN.
I knew that.
That'll be good.
How long have you known that for?
A couple weeks.
Couple weeks. Look at you.
Clipper series.
Look at you. This, keeping secrets.
No dumb question. Was he waiting until the Nuggets were out?
Was Scott?
ESPN might have.
Wait, was that a respect thing?
Scott knew a couple weeks ago.
I was told a couple weeks ago that he was going to join ESPN and do some playoff games.
It almost feels like he was waiting until the Nuggets were out.
Yeah, but that's not him releasing. That's ESPN deciding that.
I think the ESPN would have loved to have him on the broadcast during Nuggets games, of course. I'm going to say that. Well, good for Coach Malone. We'll see him on TV.
Yeah.
On ESPN.
Hey, he's been tremendous when he was on our show. I'm sure he's going to be tremendous on TV.
He had a lot of good work on our show. A lot of good work.
He got some practice in.
Yeah. So he's got a little gig going on there. I bet you he stays on the TV thing for at least a year.
Where's he coaching next year?
I bet you he's doing TV next year.
I'm
sorry.
I bet he spent a lot of time in
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
I bet you he does that too. Hanging, watching his daughters play volleyball. Yeah. He's getting paid. Making millions. You get a little side extra TV gig.
But
go rest up, man. Go just recharge batteries.
Smart coaches stay active, though. You keep in touch. You go to training camps. You do different things. Whether it's the John Gruden thing, Shanahan did that. He had his own office and went down to different training camps for a year or two, I think.
Oh, I think he did it for a long time. Yeah,
and then got the Washington gig after that. So
did the firing of Booth and Malone with 3 games to go work? Did he get more juice out of this team?
Yes.
Maybe, but at the end of the day, we ended where we knew we were going to end. You ended with the bench problem. You ended not being good enough.
You ended with the same problems, but you didn't end where you thought you were going to end.
Okay, fine. I'm just saying the same problems caught up to you.
Yeah.
So, you are where you are right now, and that was going to come no matter what. I go back and forth with this Adelman deal. I do, because I really, really respect what he did. But how can you not open this thing up wide and far? More I think about it, I think the tougher it's going to be for him, because the longer the search goes, and Scott said they got to do it quick. And what'd you say before the Western Conference?
I would think before the finals.
Okay.
Well, that's 2 weeks. Finals start June 5th.
Adelman's probably in a position that he would just take the job if it's offered, no matter when it's offered. But it does get a little bit awkward once you open it up. I mean, hey, I did just coach 17 games, 17, right? 14 playoffs and 3 before that.
Mm-hmm.
7. I did just coach 17 games. And you open this thing up, the longer it goes, the more awkward that gets. If you do go back to David Adelman as the head coach, he probably would be fine no matter what, because he'd just be happy to have the job. But it does make it awkward.
It depends on what you're planning on doing with your roster. And I'm seeing Colin Cowherd, Dan just sent it, I'd deal Jamal Murray. Okay. And we were talking off the air about, what would you give up for, like, say, Kevin Durant? Okay. You got me. If you can get Kevin Durant, I certainly would try to do a deal with Jamal Murray. Although I don't know if Jamal Murray and Devin Booker make a whole lot of sense together. I think you'd have a lot of similar problems to the Westbrook sort of stuff. I'm not exactly sure what Booker and Jamal's relationship is. I'd assume it's respectful and competitive. But okay. If you could get Kevin Durant, though, I would move almost anybody to get Durant and Jokic together. But that is not a long-term play. That is like a 2-year play at the most.
Well, that's how many more years before the option year of Joker.
Well, there you go. So we may be looking at a very condensed window here, fellas. And unfortunately, this is another year that has come and gone. And, oh, man. And hey, you might have just seen the 2 best teams play yesterday in the NBA. You may have seen the 2 best teams left. That's why I'm all for seeing the Thunder sweep the next 2 series. I love that. I'd love it because it would show, hey, man, maybe we got the team, and it is not as far away as we think. And maybe it says, if we don't have the injuries, we win that series. We win game 5, perhaps. It was just managed a little bit better. Who knows? Maybe we're a lot closer than we think. Maybe you get Holmes. Maybe you do a deal. Maybe you don't have to blow everything up.
Well, I think, gosh, I heard somebody say this. I'm sorry, I forget who it was, but I think we did learn, not that we really needed to learn this, but the starting 5 probably is capable of winning a championship with the right support behind them. But can you get the right support by keeping the starting 5? The answer is probably no.
There's a lot of ifs.
That's a good take.
There's a lot of ifs here, because what is Holmes going to be for this team? Listen, look what you got out of Christian Brown. And Holmes and Brown were drafted in relatively similar spots in the draft, right? Relatively similar. So is Holmes perhaps that guy? You're getting nothing out of Zeke Naji, so if you can move him, you obviously move on from him. DeAndre Jordan, I was perplexed with just everything with DJ late in the season in the playoffs. I don't get it. I don't understand it, but clearly he shouldn't be on the team either. It's you got to be able to contribute. We're not doing Udonis Haslem time here. No. I need somebody that makes sense. That's why I told you I like that big center, Vlad, what's-his-face, Golden from Russia, but you don't have any draft picks. What can you deal from this team and just get yourself a second-round draft pick so that you could get some depth for Joker? Like, who up there could you get a second-rounder for? Anybody?
Good question.
Oh, my God. Well, I'm wanting an answer.
Well, who would you take if you're another
Can I get
team?
a second-round pick for Jalen Pickett? No?
You could.
Well, that sucks.
You could a year ago. You might be able to. I don't know.
I can't get a deep second-round pick for Jalen Pickett.
I would hope you could.
Well, I would hope so, too, because if I can get that, I could get maybe Vlad Golden.
I'm glad you can get that. Who's going to take that?
I don't know. I'm asking a question, and I'm screaming for some reason.
Well, could you not get a second-round pick?
I don't know.
For Zeke Naji?
Can you? There's no way you can do that.
You got to pay somebody to take Zeke.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
$8 million?
That's not even the money. It's even
Yeah,
money.
It is.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
it absolutely is.
Yeah, well.
But would you say this is the most intriguing offseason the Nuggets have had?
By far. By
I think
a
it's going to be
million.
boring. Yes, intriguing. Yes, but it feels like it's going to end up being boring to me.
Yeah.
What would be boring?
You're stuck. Yeah, I mean, you are absolutely
So a boring
stuck.
offseason would be you just promote from within for GM. You retain Adam.
I don't think there's, my opinion, I don't think there's a chance in hell they promote from within for GM.
Well, we're talking, you just said boring. I mean, any new GM is not going to be boring. Any new GM is going to be pretty damn interesting. But unless you promote from within and nothing really changes. That's boring.
Okay, I just don't think that's going to happen. But
if you think they're going to just get a GM from the outside, you must think Adelman's going to be gone.
that's what I'm getting to. I like David Adelman, but the more I think about it, he had a lot going on against him from the jump, man. From the jump. When you fire a GM and a head coach at the same time, you don't promote from within for anything. You don't promote from within for GM. You don't promote from within for head coach. I mean, 9 out of 10 times when you fire both those guys, you're saying this ain't right. Nothing in this building is right. If you fired just Michael Malone, you kept Calvin Booth, well, sure, David Adelman would probably have a better chance at the job. And then it got confusing because there was a dead cat bounce there after they filed Michael Malone. And you're like, okay, we like this guy. But the more you think about it, they told us their opinion when they fired the GM and the head coach at the same time, that it's not going to come from within.
I disagree. I think the talent issue with the GM was big. The lack of development from guys on the end of the bench was on Malone. And then the relationship between those two was the final straw.
Is Adelman his own guy, or is he Malone 2.0?
No, he's not Malone 2.0.
And the biggest difference is?
I think he empowers the team, the players. I think he has a better relationship in the sense that, and Connor will tell you this, 9 out of 10 times the assistant coaches everybody loves, and they end up hating the head coach, right? I mean, you love some of your position coaches to this day, right? Same way in basketball. Assistant coaches, a couple of my best friends in the world were assistant coaches.
Was the nature of the biggest problem between Calvin Booth and Michael Malone is that Malone was already in place when Calvin Booth was hired? Calvin Booth did not get to hire his own guy. Was he kind of restricted from the jump?
Well, here's the thing. Calvin was a promotion from within.
So
there should have been a relationship already.
Which made sense at the time, though. I mean,
it makes sense if Malone's in charge of things, yeah. If it's one of them situations where the coach has more power than the GM, it makes sense.
Right.
But it feels like that was, it feels like that was the root of all the problems. It feels like that was the biggest discrepancy in terms of those guys getting along. You don't want that again. So if you hire Adelman first, aren't you setting yourself up for a pinch of failure on the backside?
Well, if you're going to go for an established, let's go Bob Meyer. That's the sexy name out there. Say you go for Bob Meyer.
All right, let's hold on that thought. What if you hire Bob Meyer? What happens next? It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you got a bald spot, maybe you just notice you're getting a little bit thin, Time to do something about it and do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. You can waste your money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, but you'll probably get frustrated because it probably won't work the way that you want it to. Just commit to get your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one, so call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to love the folks that are working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best at what they do. And matter of fact, Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee, your own natural hair. It's going to start regrowing the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
And we cannot ask for somebody who didn't play maybe, 20, 30 games to jump in and be good and expect him to be good, But Julian step up, he was good. Peyton, he was in a rotation, but he had some good minutes too. So definitely, seems like the teams that has a longer rotation, longer bench, it's the one who are winning. Next couple of days, there's gonna be a lot of beer probably.
If the Nuggets hire Bob Meyer, or let's say it's a Bob Meyer-like guy. When you say Bob Meyer, you're talking about high-profile, well-established, guy who's been around the block sort of dude. What then, Scott? You set that up very nicely. Just getting it back to you, throwing the ball back to you. They hire Bob Meyer, then what?
Well,
or a guy like him.
Then everything's off the, then you're talking about an entirely clean house.
What is going on with Masai Ujiri? Is he and Tim Conley?
Well, I read an article last week that gosh, who was it? Orlando or Atlanta? Atlanta was going to try to get Masai Ujiri.
So he's up for another job.
Yeah,
or he's up for leaving Toronto.
It might be. Maybe he's at the end of his contract too. I don't know. But the article I read that Atlanta has a lot of interest in Masai Ujiri.
My favorite quote was, "We got killed on the Mellow. We got killed."
He'd be an interesting guy. Would you want him coming?
Masai, I love Masai Ujiri. That was great.
But if you hire Bob Myers, first of all, you're probably not getting him for under $8-10 million.
All right,
which is
not our problem.
Yeah, right.
No, but does ownership want to pay $10 million for a general manager?
I don't know.
And if you do get him, then to me everything's open. I think your entire front office is start over. There may be people held over, but he's going to make all that decision. Your coaches, and the coaches and what comes.
What's
up with
Bob
the staff
Myers' relationship with Kevin Durant?
Is going to be on that. Well, he played with Kevin Durant, and I heard that is the one thing that they're going to look at targeting possibly.
Okay. Well, if you're going to go after Kevin Durant, you're going to spend money on a guy like Bob Meyer and his hair, then let's go. Then you're blowing everything up, basically. Then Adelman's not coming back. I'm sorry. It's going to be somebody else. It's going to be somebody that Bob Meyer's got a relationship with. And
we don't know if he has a relationship there or not. I don't know.
It ain't going to be David Adelman if Bob Meyer's there.
Well, even if it's Bob Meyer, if it's somebody we don't even know of, it really feels like we are in a position that you have to hire the GM first. You've got to let that happen.
Oh, if it's going to be Bob Meyer, hell yeah, of course, definitely.
I don't know, even if it's a no brainer, or even if it's a no namer. I think you got to do it first because we learned
a no namer.
Yeah, we learned our lesson when we had a GM and a head coach that were not cohesive. So who you can empower? I mean, I guess you could go one of two ways. You could go big name GM, small name coach, or big name coach, small name GM.
How do you want your organization to be structured? Do you want your coach to answer for the Avalanche?
Right now, the bigger job, quite frankly, feels like the GM.
Okay.
I think just about anybody could coach Nikola Jokic to the playoffs.
I think I could take the starting five if we're just trying to get to the playoffs. If that's the end goal, and
I could manage 2 minutes of substitution.
Yeah, it's not that complicated.
Well, but that's the problem, and that's how you ended up where you ended up with this Game 7 is that we'll give him 2 minutes rest. The guy that comes in here now, GM, you got to have a bench. The 82 game regular season is a grind. Your job through the 82 game season, when you have a good team, we mentioned it's a good starting five.
No doubt about it. The starting five, rinse and repeat, is back in the playoffs.
You have to survive the regular season and get out of there as healthy as you can.
Okay.
Joker's 10 years in. Next year will be his 11th year. Do you want him playing 39 minutes a game like he did this year?
To me? You're asking me?
Yeah.
First of all, I'm just saying Joker's going to sit 10 games. At the most, he's going to play his 72.
Well, he did this year, I think.
Okay, fine.
Close to 9 games, I think.
All right, so we start there. I got to figure in 10 games he ain't playing for whatever reason.
But he set 3 games for his baby born. You got all over him.
No, I was good on that. That's not what I got all over somebody for. I got over somebody for something else. I'm fine with.
Is he here?
Well, he's the day. He'll be on ESPN soon. I mean, that was – listen, I love Coach Malone. I do. I didn't know what to say about that one. I've never heard of anything like it. We've all – anybody who's had a biz job like ours or whatever has missed plenty of kid things over the years. It sucks. See, missing your kids playing sports sucks.
You know, the first thing I got for the warden? Oh, you guys lost, right? He goes, oh, you won't miss Ellie's continuation.
Yay. Yay.
I like continuation.
I think it's a joke.
I like to see where an acorn will grow. Wait, is that continuation from middle school? From what, 5th grade?
From 5th to 6th.
Well, that's a big deal. The little first graders sit in the school and they high five the 5th graders.
They do a little walkout. They put everybody in the hallways and clap them on the way out.
I have no idea. I've never been to one.
That's what they did at my kids' elementary. They did a little walkout. Then you had a little pizza party.
Yeah, I've never been to one.
Oh, and when is it?
Friday.
Well, that's awesome. You'll really enjoy it, and you're available.
I am available.
So you'll be there.
8:30 in the morning.
You are available.
I'm available.
No doubt about it. You probably
otherwise they'd have won. I'd have been in Minnesota.
Well, I guess what?
Which goes back to, once again, that's another thing you miss, right?
Listen, I didn't like it. I get it. I understand wanting to be it, but whatever. That feels like ancient history back in the day. Joker missing some days because his kid's born. I got no problems with that whatsoever. I got no problems with that for multiple reasons. First of all, I don't hate kids as much as you guys think I hate kids. Second of all, he's got to miss some games anyways during the year. So I really don't care when those games are. Then there's minutes. You gotta watch the minutes. And you can't panic about things in the playoffs too. You got to be deep enough and strong enough to not panic. I understand elimination games and must win. I get all that. I understand that. But you can't freak out about it when there's lots of time left to go in a series.
Doesn't it feel, if you go back and look at this in a quick, turnaround, what happened during the season, that it sure felt they went to an 8-man rotation early this year?
Definitely.
I mean, after the first month, Sarich went from backing up, and he wasn't any good the first month, but that was it for him. He got a month. That was it.
And you know what, going back on it, don't you wonder a little bit how much of that was just pettiness out of the dysfunction that was going on between Calvin and Michael Malone? How much of it was just pettiness of, yep, I'm going to prove a point?
I guess, but Adelman could have played him at some point too, and he didn't. So I'm just assuming.
Well, but now you're game 79.
It's too
or
late,
80.
right?
You're game 80, 81, 82. You're game 80. Why didn't David Adelman play? Well, but you know what David Adelman did in game 80? He played Kenny Pickett. He played Jalen Pickett. Yeah, he played Jalen Pickett.
I know, but he did not play Jalen Pickett in the playoffs, and I did not understand that. I did not get it.
Did you watch the last 3 minutes of the game?
I saw him sink 2 3-pointers. I saw that. So, yeah.
Well, he probably would have hit more consistent threes than some of the other guys. You're right.
Okay.
But he's slow.
Jalen Pickett?
Slow.
Well, then what are we doing here?
What are we doing? We're firing people. Because of what Scott's saying. I mean, what are we doing? That's why people are not here.
Why was DeAndre Jordan on this team?
Liked his locker room.
Okay.
But you know what?
I don't know why he was.
Okay.
Because you like the locker room. And now you want me to tell you what? The one thing you did garner from letting David run the ship, did it not feel like other guys' voices that have a chance to be here next year really stood up in the last part of the season? Did it not feel like Aaron Gordon was more vocal, whether it was getting on, Russell Westbrook or not, whether it was Joker taking over clipboards of the defensive coordinator during timeouts? Did it not feel like all of a sudden your locker room got louder?
Well, you're bringing up a good point.
Like,
it's a tough day today. We're going through everything. We're hashing it out. It might sound like it's completely negative. There were some really awesome moments of the season. There were.
Absolutely.
There were, more great moments than I thought the season was going to provide. So I am great. In the playoff run, actually, if you look objectively at the playoff run, it ended awful, but it was really cool. There were some amazing games during the playoff run.
Yep.
Ball Arena was electric. There were, Aaron Gordon dunking the ball at the last second. I mean, there's all sorts of cool stuff going on. And Jokic's run, what wasn't he first in? Points, rebounds, assists. he was number one in like everything.
Well, he's top 3 in like 4 or 5 categories.
It's just, that game 5, that's what it comes down to. Not yesterday. Yesterday is kind of like whatever. We kind of knew this was happening too. We saw what it was like for the Clippers to win game 6 in LA. They just laid it all out there, man, because this is it. We're home, and we just saw a Nuggets team in LA that was just like, we'll see you in game 7. And I think that's what you got out of the Thunder, basically, too. They're
I still think, and I know you upset the end of 5. I thought game 4 because you're at home.
They're fine.
4.
I was upset. That's good.
I mean, now you go up 3. Guess what? You go up 3-1, you probably win game 5.
You win game 4, you obviously win the series. You win game 5, you probably win the series.
Yep.
So, okay.
Hey, we did make it to game 7 against the best team in the NBA. The most people are telling you we're going to beat you in 5.
I hope they pound the Wolves. I hope they sweep the Wolves. I have way more distaste for Minnesota than Oklahoma City. And all those, sheep putting on them T-shirts, they can be happy out there in Okie City. And,
now, can I say something about them T-shirts?
Yeah, go ahead.
I went to the restroom at halftime, and so I'm up in the concourse, blah, blah, blah. Dude, I would say 95% of them put that T-shirt on.
Oh, I know.
90?
At least 95 plus.
Yeah.
And
Who wasn't wearing it?
Well, and here's the thing I think they do. I think they go bigger sizes so everybody can wear it. Sure, it might be a little bigger on a small kid.
Yeah.
But big people can wear them too. They weren't tiny shirts. So
we're going double XL? Are we doing XL long? What are we doing?
I would say they're XL at minimum.
Oh, yeah, minimum, yeah.
Minimum.
Plus, most of those ladies
dude,
out there,
that
fits just fine.
Maybe that's why I like T-shirts, because I'm sitting there thinking, as I'm walking through the crowd going, God, everybody's got the same T-shirt on. It's unbelievable. And
I'm a fan of it.
I said, yeah, that's my people. I mean, these are.
Oh,
this is kind of my Midwest people.
We just flat out gave up on T-shirts around here because nobody would put them on.
Right. You're going to spend $2,000. You think Bo Nix and Sean Payton are putting on T-shirts? That's who's sitting in the front row for Oklahoma City. What combine is lonely?
Wouldn't you love to see Sean Payton in a Nuggets T-shirt, though?
Good luck. Good luck making that
Julian
happen.
Strother's brother. That's who was sitting courtside.
I don't know. I'm just jealous, I guess. Maybe I'm just angry about that. I don't like being the T-shirt wearing. I don't know. I like the been there, done it before. But that being said, you wear all your stupid T-shirts and win a championship and you win. Way to go. They don't put on them stupid T-shirts in Boston. You realize that. They don't put them on in L.A.
Well, they never played more games than they did.
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of championships in Boston and L.A. over the years. They don't throw T-shirts on the lemmings in the crowd. Well, and somehow they win championships.
And again, people in the Midwest don't care about people in Boston or L.A.
Oh, okay, fine, cool. Yeah.
They can have a shotgun in their
The
pickup.
Pacers aren't putting T-shirts on. People in Indy ain't wearing them T-shirts. They're not.
Well, are they putting them out?
Why are we fighting over T-shirts?
All right, moving on.
Next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer, probably.
Beer.
Where is Joker right now, do you think?
Sombor.
You think so? Think the plane already landed?
He's probably rolling in probably an hour or so ago. If I were
Next
to
couple
bet.
of days, there's going to be a lot of beer, probably.
If I were to say Cherry Hills or Sombor, I'm betting Sombor right now.
Think Cherry Hills is all.
That'd be a really quick turnaround to get to Sombor.
Think it's all locked up for the year?
Yeah.
Think where we go batten down the hatches there?
Yeah. If I had
security
to
codes.
If he needs a house sitter, let me know.
Security codes on.
If I were to bet right now,
Swimming pool's closed
Cherry
up.
Hills or Sombor, I'm betting Sombor right now.
We gonna see a video of him at a racetrack later this afternoon. When do we see Jokic at a racetrack in Sombor?
Within the next 36 hours.
Yep.
In the next 36 hours, you may see a Joker riding a harness horse or
shirtless
at
with
a
a beer.
race. Yeah. I'm saying within 36 hours for sure.
How many more years we got for Joker?
Hey, congrats. We've reached Nikola Jokic offseason tracker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Won't be far from now.
Yeah, we'll get you a free T-shirt if you can send us the first video.
Of Jokic at the horse track?
Joker and Sombor.
Beer, probably.
By the way, heck of a Preakness this weekend. you guys catch that?
I had no idea it was even on until I saw it do a
You being
scroll.
serious?
No, I am.
Yeah.
What journalism had to do. I didn't know you could. Journalism was getting more physical with horses than Caruso was with Jokic. You got to see the end of the. Seriously, you haven't seen it?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, it's crazy.
No, I'd rather PGA. How about Scotty Scheffler?
Unfortunately, it was boring, but he's great. It just was. I was looking for a little drama from Rahm or something down the end, and it just wasn't there.
So, other than the horse race on Saturday, it was like a drama-less, drama-free weekend for you.
Guys, I just want to say, did you catch the Rockies game on Saturday?
Although I did watch the Cardinals-Royals on Saturday night.
I don't care about that. So they're up 3-0. Then it's tied at 3. Then they're down 6-3. Then it's tied at 6. Then they're down 11-6. The game ended 14-12 Rockies.
Wow.
For Warren Schaefer's first win.
So a pitching duel.
How many games did that take?
How many games?
To get his first win? 6?
He lost 3, 1, 4. Fifth game. 1 and 4. The next day, yesterday, so they scored 26 runs combined on Saturday.
It's like a 2-1, 3-2 game.
Chase Dollander is a really good pitcher, but he gave up a home run in the bottom of the first. It was the only run scored by either team the entire game.
Like his first time out.
I know. And Tolia gets up there in the top of the ninth, bases loaded, 2 outs, hits a freaking bullet up the middle. Shortstop's overshifted towards second, lands right in his glove. Or the Rockies would have a 2-1 lead going in the bottom of the ninth. And the game ended 1-0. They got 3 hits.
But
14 runs one day.
Dollinger looking like a nice pitcher.
Dollander looks really good. And so does Rollison, who came in after him. And even Kinley's been pitching relatively well for the Rockies. And they were hitting bombs. I think they had like 5 home runs. And Tovar almost had a cycle on Saturday. He had a home run, a triple.
And where were they playing?
Arizona.
What happened to the Preakness?
The Preakness, journalism won. But he was bumping horses.
My point was, I think I'd rather hear about the Preakness.
Who cares?
Journalism won. You haven't heard that statement in the last 12
Tell
years.
me about it. All right, no dumb questions. 303-505. I look up, and Dan's got those stupid sunglasses
on. I know, it's a little.
It's so weird. It's
stupid. I paid $200 for these.
No, you're stupid for having to wear sunglasses inside like you're Bono.
Hey, have your girlfriend pick them up and bring them over.
They wrote a song about that.
Okay. We will have no dumb questions, so we lean on you. 303-504-0925 on Twitch, on YouTube. Get your questions in now.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
On Twitch from Storchio31, have you ever tried cauliflower pizza? I have not.
I've heard about it. You're talking about where the crust is cauliflower.
I don't know.
I believe that's where the crust is cauliflower.
Got me.
So it's more.
Is this a gluten thing?
Gluten, carnivore-ish.
Oh, it is carnivore.
Well, I maybe a cheat, but I think there's not a lot of carbs in cauliflower.
No, I've never done that. Sounds stupid.
Okay. All right. I got more. No dumb question. Why does Scott feel the NBA wanted an SGA Edwards Western Conference final matchup? Do you feel the refs had a hand in ensuring that matchup?
No. Because as we've talked about, you had a chance to win games 4 and 5, and that was on you. So you win 4 and 5, it doesn't come to game 7. I don't like the fact that the 2 games you have the worst games are the same refereeing crew. That always bothers me. It bothers me when an NFL official, through a buddy of mine, says he has no idea why those fouls aren't being called against Joker. And I think ESPN or TNT, whoever has the Western Conference, and the NBA, the young faces of the league are SGA and Anthony Edwards. And so, heck yeah, they want them competing in the finals. Do I think they push things that way? Probably not.
I'm still confused on why they ran the risk of not giving out the MVP during the series. That still confuses me.
Well, if you go conspiracy theory, I'll say, well,
okay. If you want to go ultimate conspiracy theory, you're going to be like, we can guarantee that they're going to move on because we got the refs in the back. I guess I don't buy that deep of a conspiracy.
Do you buy Dallas was rewarded for doing
that one I'm in on.
So they're willing to do that, which, by the way, did you guys see the stat? There's been like 4 teams that traded a franchise player away in the very next draft. They got the first pick in the draft.
Really?
Even though none of them were statistically
They were all
able to
trades
get it.
that involving LA. That's nuts.
That's a good one right there.
So doesn't that add to the conspiracy?
Sure.
Doesn't hurt it. No dumb question on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Michael Malone, it was announced today, is going to join ESPN for the Western Conference Finals. Is Malone, who will have a megaphone to discuss the 2 teams, going to bury the Nuggets roster during his analysis?
No. Subtly.
Will he use his megaphone?
He'll talk about the great job that Conley has done in the time he's been there to get this roster and this team to where it is.
All right.
And when I had Chris Finch and Micah Norrie on my staff, these guys understand. He will,
By praising the development of roster and depth, he'll be taking shots.
A little bit.
He's going to try to be guarded about it, but it's human nature, dude. That is as much of human nature as it gets. You get fired from a job, inherently, you want to justify it.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of high praise for Conley. High praise for Conley. And he'll in turn do the same thing for what's the guy's name in Oklahoma City?
Dagnall? Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Big time
Oh,
GM
my
name.
Lord. I'm seeing him. I can see him.
I saw him last night in
He
the
didn't
hallway.
sit down. He, Sam Presti. Thank you, Sam
I mean,
Presti.
that's got to be the deepest roster in the NBA, right?
Yeah, and they still got like 15 first-round picks left. But they'll have to adjust next year or two, too, so we'll see how they do.
No dumb question here. Does Shea get his MVP game 1? Well, which is Tuesday, but tomorrow.
Yeah.
It happens quick.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's before game 1 or game 2 in the morning like a shoot-around.
I would be surprised if it's game 1, but you better do it before game 2. Because if you don't do it before game 2, I don't know if that series is going to go 5.
What's the difference between 1 and 2?
Just just TV stuff.
What's
Tuesday
that?
compared to a Wednesday? I don't know. Who knows? You got to get the series going. You got to get everybody there, you know? They could do it today, I guess. I mean, they're not going to do it the day of a game. They would have to do it. So it'd either be today or it'd be Wednesday, right?
Aaron Gordon, after the game, said that he would really love to see the NBA give 2 days between games in the playoffs. So it'll be a better product. Fans will enjoy it more. True or just complaining after a loss?
No, I think it's true. I think it's true. The thing that is really screwed to me is you give the Pacers and Knicks start tonight. They both finish their series Friday. And then the Nuggets played on Sunday. Why don't you start the Knicks Pacers on Sunday, play Denver today?
Because you scheduled the finals to be on June 5th, to start on June 5th, and you work backwards from there. Listen, man, as far as we're concerned, and we've talked about this endless amounts of time, we think the entire schedule should be moved. And I agree with Aaron Gordon. You're not getting as high quality of basketball and more blowouts because of the schedule. I'm all for starting the NBA, soft opening right before Christmas. Christmas we go, and we're going to do this bad boy up until training camp in mid-July or so, which would give everybody more time for everything and would make more sense for everybody. And you could still get in an 82-game schedule.
And still get the stupid tournament in there. Or you know what you do?
Oh, for sure. You can do that.
Start the season with the in-season tournament. Make that your soft
opening.
The
Maui
Sounds
Invitational?
Good.
Yeah.
Well, okay, fine. That ain't a bad idea.
Make the in-season tournament the start
Actually,
of the
it'd probably
of the
be
season.
the Dubai Invitational.
Well, as it's going.
Well, it's already called that. Right?
Tournaments in November anyway, so sure, why not? Start the whole season with it. That's actually a great idea. What a fun way to start the season.
People would buy into that.
I would buy it. That'd be
right
fun.
out the gates. We got something to win right out the gates.
Yeah, it'd be really fun. It'd be exciting. You could start it with the tournament and probably working like a week off for everybody else, and then here we go for December. It's a great idea. So we start in like mid-November or whatever. Maybe you have the championship of the tournament over Thanksgiving weekend when everybody's just kind of sitting around eating turkey, watching TV.
And then give them everybody 4 days off.
Give everybody 4 days off like an all-star break.
Like December 7th, 8th, you start the season.
There you go. And it's relatively spaced out until you hammer it on Christmas, and here we go.
Until you get to Christmas.
And then we have the NBA Finals from after the 4th of July, like July 7th through the 20th.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Right? And then, bam, we're in a training camp, and here we go. That is a damn good idea. And I don't know why they don't do it. What the hell else is on TNT and ESPN like in June and July? Nothing's on. Why wouldn't you want? Wouldn't that be better TV anyway?
I think it would be. I think it'd be fantastic. I would start the season with that. That's what I would do. No dumb question. Come with a serious no dumb question.
Okay.
You can only spend tons of money on one for the Nuggets. Do you go high-price GM or high-price coach?
I'd probably go with the GM because it feels like the more difficult task. You got a real job on your hands. Redeveloping this roster, figuring out the trades, the relationships that are going to matter in this league, and the scouting, because quite frankly, you move on from a guy like Michael Porter Jr., you're going to have to scout the hell out of these dudes, and you better be right, As far as the coach goes, I really do believe just about anybody can coach this team to the playoffs.
I can answer your question if I can ask one question. What do you want to do with Jamal Murray?
Well, that's up to the high-price GM.
What do you want to do with Jamal Murray?
If you don't want to move Jamal Murray, then
low price everything.
Yeah.
If you want to move Jamal Murray, high-priced everything. It's as simple as that. If you're keeping Jamal, you're keeping the core of the team. You don't need to spend all that money. We'll see how things go for the next year. I wouldn't be against putting an interim label on kind of everything, to be honest with you. I don't think they'll do that. But if you're keeping Jamal, there's no need to get a high-priced GM. Why? What's the point? What's he going to do? Jamal is the key As he was the key on the court, he's the key to everything in the offseason. Everything. He's the toughest, hardest, biggest decision you have to make. Everything else is peanuts compared to what you have to do with Jamal. So what are we doing with Jamal?
That's the key.
Big question of the day coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes a host of problems, including low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, all sorts of issues. But many men just say, man, I'm just getting older. It's whatever. What am I going to do? Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic says, what? Stop. Don't be a moron. All right, I just say that. I don't know what they say. They're probably a lot nicer than me. But listen, if you've got some of these symptoms, just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. They're going to draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. Going to review the results. What's going on? How you doing? The cost of the appointment is only $99. TNPSA test. Listen, if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or hit them up at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I still think the big question of the day, because right now we really have barely talked about the game. It's all about what's next. I'm up for it if you guys want to hash out anything about the game. Is there anything you feel that's uncovered or hasn't been talked about, or do we care? We just kind of moving on to what's next.
Gotta move on.
Care about it?
That's how I was last night. I mean, I was talking about it, and I was like, we could break down this game for 5 minutes if you want, or you could just start talking about the future of the team.
It's fine by me. Too many turnovers, not enough depth. What else? Caruso fouls. It's good strategy.
Yeah, turnover points off turnovers, difference in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same as it always was.
Yeah.
We
talking heads.
It's it wasn't much to break down.
It was always was.
Same as it ever was.
Same as it ever was.
Same as it ever was. Life during wartime. All right, so now it's about what's next as we broadcast from the back of Schenker Studios. Their passion? Justice. What would be justice for? I'm going to really boil this down. This is all about Jamal Murray. It's always been about Jamal Murray. It will always be about Jamal Murray. There's nothing to worry about with Jokic. He's going to get his max deal and be here for however long he chooses to be here. Yeah. He'll be maxing out. So that one is like, you don't got to think about it. You can hem and haw about the value of Michael Porter Jr. all you want. The real story in it, I think Calvin Booth didn't know it in the offseason. I think when we saw the prolonged, whatever that was, Tyler, we were like, what is going on with the Jamal Murray deal? It's always been about Jamal. It always will be about Jamal.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me is the big question. And you go from there. Everything goes from there. Your coach, your GM, the other players on the team, everything goes with Jamal Murray.
So a lot has been made over the years about the fact that Nikola Jokic has never had an all-star teammate. And nobody's really done more with less talent around him than Nikola Jokic. And that's all true. Those are facts. When it comes down to Jamal Murray and you make a decision, are we going to try to trade him or are we going to try to move on? You ask yourself, well, what are the odds that by moving on from Jamal Murray, we're able to add an all-star caliber player? I mean, we go after depth if that's all you really want to do, but you want to talk about it like, gosh, you want to talk about folding the immediate for the future. Trading Jamal Murray for depth feels like you are just giving up on the next 3 years. So if you move on from Jamal, you're like, all right, well, we got to find ourselves an all-star caliber player. And I think what that's going to lead you to, Jamal Murray is probably better than anybody you're going to get back in return. And whatever pack, and I mean, put that together as a package. I mean, it doesn't have to be an individual player. Jamal Murray is probably more impactful to this basketball team than whatever package you could get back for him.
What if it's Kevin Durant?
Yeah. What if it's Murray
and what? And
AG
CB
and Christian Brown for Kevin Durant
and probably some other
you know what,
depth sort of thing.
I guess I'd think long and hard about it. I probably would. That's giving up a lot, dude. I mean, you're giving up what you'd be doing right there is you're giving up on a starting 5 unit that is capable of winning a championship if you had the right depth around you. So you say, all right, well, what would give you a better chance? This 5 or 2 really just studs.
I'll give you something that you're going to get with that deal. You're going to bring back Bruce Brown.
Okay, that doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Still my in-between breaks.
I'll steal anything from anybody. I got no pride. It's a good idea.
Does that do much for you guys? That doesn't do much for me.
So you're trading Jamal, AG, and Christian Brown for Durant, some other thing.
Yeah, maybe a big guy.
You're clearing some space to bring back Bruce Brown.
Yeah, your backup point and bench guy.
Ironically, you probably still have Michael Porter Jr. You probably will still have Russell Westbrook. And you go from there. But you got Kevin Durant with Joker. Talk to me. We liking that for the next 2 years? What are you losing with Jamal Murray?
Clutch guy at times. I mean,
inconsistent, though.
Inconsistent, but he's going to win you games.
So is Durant.
That's true.
How about that shot Durant hit against the Nuggets put in overtime this year? That was pretty clutch. I mean, what am I talking about? Look at Kevin Durant's entire Hall of Fame career. It's pretty clutch. We doing that deal?
I don't think so. I think long and hard about it, but I don't think so.
Well, if you ain't doing that or something like it, just get Adelman, get whoever, Tenzer, whatever. I don't care. And then, don't worry about it.
You guys doing it?
If we don't do something like that, we're just bringing the same 5 guys back to start. And, Russ, it won't be much different.
Would you do it?
Oh, I would do it in a heartbeat, yeah. This team, unfortunately, as constituted, is not good enough to win a championship.
You know what? You probably hit the expiration date. I mean, to your point, like not even thinking too hard about it, there's a pretty good argument that this team, just this iteration, the expiration date's over.
Yeah, it sucks. And listen, I grew up in the 80s with Bird, McHale, and Parrish, and 3 championships was awesome. Don't get me wrong. But they were way too loyal to those guys, and it did hurt them.
Someone besides KD? Is there anybody else?
Like Kevin Durant?
Besides KD.
That'd be worth that.
What about Giannis?
Not of that stature. I'd rather have KD than Giannis. Although Giannis much younger. Giannis can't shoot a lick. He's all you. And if you want to play downhill, play in the paint, he's gonna be great. You're gonna put him in that Aaron Gordon role, let him do the dunk roll.
It'd be awkward with
He's
Jokic.
gonna be great. But have him step out and you need a 3. Like, let me ask you this.
All right.
If you got Kevin Durant on this team and not Jamal Murray, do you win Game 7?
Do you have the turnovers? You have Durant. Well, who else do we got? We got Durant and we have AG and we got Christian and yeah, we win Game 7. What Jamal shoot, man? I mean, we're just talking about one game. Well, what the hell did Jamal shoot? I mean, I get you. It was only 3 quarters when he was in there. Don't everybody rush at the same time to give me an answer.
I think 6 of 17.
I'll find it. 6 of 17? He was 6 of 16 for 13 points.
In a closeout game.
Yeah. Well, more importantly, you probably win Game 5. But do you win Game 7? I don't know. Game 7, you lost by 40.
Forget what game,
but you win Game 5.
Game, that game, do you win the series?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And you put Jalen Pickett to handle the ball, and you win the series with Kevin Durant, Christian Brown, AG, and Jokic. Yeah, hell yeah, you do.
Porter's coming off the bench.
Are we complaining about how many minutes we're playing these guys? I mean, I disagree with you, actually. Talk about having to overwork those 2 guys. Then what? Then what? When KD and Jokic aren't on the court, then what?
Well, that's the rest of the
Jalen
job.
Pickett? Okay.
Sure.
Good luck.
Well, I mean, you were leaning on him.
Didn't our GM just get fired for Jalen Pickett? Didn't our GM just get fired for Julian Strawther? Didn't our GM just get fired for the entire bench?
Well, but
and we're saying that those guys are going to be good enough?
Technically, our GM got fired because it was the Cold War between him and Malone. Technically. It is the chicken or the egg, because the argument pro Booth would be, I gave you the guys, you didn't develop them. And then Malone's argument would be, you didn't give me the guys, there's nothing to develop. And then it's like, well, what are we doing here?
It was chicken and egg.
Who's right in that case?
I think they're both right.
And so I felt this way, you felt that way, and now we're not going to talk to each other?
By the way, you said 6 of 16, 1 of 8 from 3.
Yeah, 1 of 8 from 3. Yeah, he was terrible. It was a terrible game by Jamal. By the way, he was still sick. Did you know that? Oh, okay. Adelman said the day before, and the report was he was still sick.
Well, it only been a couple days.
True.
Yeah, I don't think so, actually. They wouldn't have won the series.
You ask a question. Besides,
you say they would not have won the series.
No.
With Durant?
I think they'd have won the series in 5 games.
Wow.
But the truth is, you wouldn't. It'd be great to have Durant just straight up for Jamal, but you know that that's not the reality. You'd have to be giving away something else.
Well, I thought that's what we were talking about. What were we talking about? Who was the starting 5 with Kevin Durant? I was assuming we didn't have Aaron Gordon, we didn't have Christian Brown, And
Well,
we didn't have Jamal Murray.
We played the game that you did have those guys too. But, I mean, in reality, your starting five would have been
I mean, without those three guys, you think we're winning that series?
Durant, Jokic, Michael Porter Jr., Russell Westbrook.
No.
All right, give me the five.
My five would be Joker, Gordon, Durant. Who was your two? Christian.
I thought those guys are gone.
Well, how are we going to get Durant?
How are we getting Kevin?
Who's gone? So who's
Well,
gone?
you tell me.
AG's gone, Jamal's gone, and Christian Brown are gone.
Well, I didn't know you threw AG in there too.
How the hell else are we getting Kevin Durant?
Let's back up. How are we getting to Kevin Durant?
Well, salaries will match up with Jamal. You're probably gonna throw a Zeke Naji in there.
So you think you get Durant for Jamal and Zeke Naji?
No.
Okay,
and probably a Christian Brown.
Okay. So your starting five is who?
So you're gonna have to go
AG,
Joker, Durant. Who cares?
Michael Porter Jr.
No, I'd bring.
You don't care at that point?
I'd bring Michael Porter off the bench.
So you're starting Peyton Watson then?
No,
or Strawther.
Maybe Strawther at 2, and then whoever you got is, and then
You're gonna
maybe
start Russell Westbrook.
Westbrook at 1, and then you bring Pickett as your backup point, and Peyton Watson going 2, 3, 4.
Well, we're talking
and Michael Porter Jr.
We're talking about some weird semantics, and it all comes down to what do you have to give up to get Kevin Durant. I mean, if you're telling me you can get Kevin Durant for Jamal Murray, what did you say, Jamal?
AG and
Well, here's
CB.
another thing,
No, that's what I said.
Does Phoenix won out the contract? And if Durant, I don't know Durant's contract. Does he have 1 year left, 2 years left? He's only got 1 year at a big number. Are they willing to take a Jamal with 3 years left with big
God, how old is Durant? Hold on.
33?
No way. He's got to be older than that.
35?
Kevin Durant, 36.
36?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Boy, I don't know.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. I got to think about it now. 36, pretty old.
I mean, that's pretty. No, you know what that is? That's a 1 year. You better win it this year.
Yes.
He'll actually be 37 in November.
That's not a give up the farm to go get the guy. That's for sure.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
that's true.
All right. Never mind. It's too old. It's too old. It's too old. And he's played in the league too long. Because he played when he's...
What's his contract status?
I don't know. What do you think? I'm an encyclopedia over here?
I mean, he might be a guy you can add at the end of the trade deadline, too.
37 years old. Nah, it's too much. It's not like adding Randy Moss to the Patriots. He's got to really play. Although Moss is pretty damn good.
Oh, Randy. I was just about to say
good. Let's see. What are you asking? I got his contract up here. What's
he got left?
He's got you want cap hit, apron salary,
just what is contract?
Cash.
When's he out of contract?
He's got one more year next year. 54.7.
So that match up with Murray's.
Yeah.
You can give Murray and Westbrook, or you can give Murray and
you might not have to give up Christian.
Sarge.
Devin Booker and Jamal going to get along great.
Well,
that's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it could be 1 and 2.
I mean, why would Phoenix want to do that? Actually,
that's the whole thing too.
You got to think about. We want to do it.
Yeah.
Why would they want to do it?
Yeah.
For Jamal. How are we getting more depressed as the day's going on?
Find me a new aging superstar.
There is none. They're all in their 20s. There is no more aging superstars out there.
Right. And the 20-year-old superstars teams aren't giving up on.
Yeah. Why would they?
I mean, Giannis would be the next close one at 31, right?
Boy, we're making a really good case just to rinse and repeat and bring these guys back and try to add better depth and hope Deron Holmes can be something.
Yep.
We are barreling down that path.
Yep.
That means Adelman comes back. You go low rent with the GM. You just try to oversee things and see how things go. You try to add at the trade deadline. You look.
And what was that soundbite from Joker a while ago about? Did they have enough to win the championship?
The next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer, probably.
Oh, not that one.
Oh, no,
not the
that
beer one. This.
I mean, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
See, he makes it sound pretty simple. It makes sense.
It is simple.
Yeah.
Hey,
when English is your second language, guess what you don't have to do?
Yeah.
Mince words.
Hey, if you invented Facebook, you would have invented Facebook.
Right.
if we were going to win, we would have won. We didn't.
No, we can't do it.
All right, let's take a breather. Dan is so cool with those sunglasses. We'll come back. We'll get a little football update. Believe it or not, we do have a little football news, and we'll get back to your reaction with everything. If you want to get on the voice of the people, it's the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So you can get anything off your chest you want. Just get that app. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. There's the best car dealership in Colorado. It's the only car dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory. They've got the best prices. They've got the best vehicles, and you're going to walk away a customer for life. Guys, what I love about Phil Long Ford is the inventory that they've got right now. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, and you're going to get the best price. You're going to save money, guys. You're flat out going to save money. You'll walk away a customer for life, just like I've been ever since I bought my first car my rookie year at Phil Long Ford. Tell them that Tyler sent you on over, and remember that they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very, very long time. Feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Yeah, when you start melting down about the T-shirts, you probably got a problem. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com. It's not their fault Dan's wearing sunglasses inside. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. It's about that time.
All right, we'll start with some Broncos stuff here, guys, and then I've got some other NFL news to get to. So ESPN did a rookie running backs tier list. They have the first tier is clear featured backs. They only have Ashton Genty of the Raiders in that tier. But the tier below that is lead backs. They have 3 rookie running backs in that tier. Omarion Hampton of the Chargers, Quinshon Judkins of the Browns, and R.J. Harvey of the Denver Broncos. They say Harvey is on the smaller side, 5'8", 205 pounds, but he was productive in college. He ran for 10-plus yards on a class best 23% of his carries. So nearly a quarter of his carries in college went for 10 yards or more. They say size and age, he's 24, are a few of the concerns he had coming out of college. But with his size, fellas, do you think R.J. Harvey can be the clear-cut featured back of the Denver Broncos, or are we going to see more of a running back by committee this year in Sean Payton's offense?
Am I the only one that's like getting a little bit nervous here about the pressure that's getting on R.J. Harvey? Like, I got it. He was Sean's guy, but we're talking about R.J. Harvey like he's Ashton Genty. That's what the conversations have turned into around here. Like, Denver Broncos got the steal of the draft with R.J. Harvey. I like the young man. He looks like he's got some fun film. He's lightning fast, runs a 4.4 40. There's a lot of stuff to like, but I am getting nervous about the belief that is in R.J. Harvey right now.
Yeah, man. Like, can you just think of running backs when they were drafted by the Broncos ahead of R.J. Harvey? No Sean, Monte Ball, anybody else? I mean, we probably name a few others, right? I was taken 60th in the draft, y'all. I'm kind of with you on this. He's up, man. I don't know. Who knows? He's a late second-round running back. Boy, is everything hinge on a late second-round running back? I mean, they kind of
unfortunately,
fall off the turnip truck.
You're off.
Only if you don't think you have any.
Right.
It does hinge.
Well, and it kind of does for the Broncos. I think it's true. The running game probably does depend on R.J. Harvey because you got the same starting 5 offensive line. You're not getting any better there. I mean, and it's a good group. It's a very respectable offensive line. It does come down to R.J.
I have no idea if R.J. Harvey can pass block. And if he can't pass block, you got some problems. Maybe he can. Maybe he'll be just fine. Guy apparently lifts weights. Got big thighs for a small dude.
Well, I mean, how long does he have to pass block if everything?
He got him for a little bit.
Little quick slants.
A little bit. Well, and more importantly, you got to know where to be when you're pass blocking. That seems to be the most. You know who's good? Is Javonte Williams was a good pass blocker.
He wasn't real big.
He's bigger than R.J. Harvey.
Well, Dallas should be good then.
Well, I guess. But, I mean, you got to – I don't know, man. Who knows? I'm with you on this, though, Tyler. Let's ease up a little bit on R.J. Harvey and what we need out of him. Relax.
I mean, if you're really being honest, how many of you out there even knew R.J. Harvey's name before the Broncos drafted him?
A couple of buffs knew his name when he was running past him for touchdowns on that incredible wheel route.
Ran past Travis Hunter.
Ran right past Travis Hunter.
There you go. Second coming.
When was that UCF game? That was really early in the season, too.
It was a big game. I remember the Buffs handled them, and it was a big game because UCF was like they were like a top 15 team at the time.
Yeah, they were kind of like they were on a real roll right there. Yeah, it felt like a really big win at the time. Man, the Buff season was freaking fun as hell last year, wasn't it? When you really think about it, that was such a fun freaking year. Every Saturday was just like, what's next, man?
No dumb question. Who has a more fun year? Broncos, Buffs.
Broncos by a mile. Unfortunately, I hope I'd be happy to be wrong. See the Buffs keep rolling. I'm rooting for it, but
no, you're probably right. Yeah, I mean, we thought they were going to lose 2 top 10 draft picks. They lost a 5th rounder and a number 2 overall. You also lost 4 starting wide receivers.
God, can I ask a stupid question here? Dumb question.
Starting caliber.
Did Horn or Wester or anybody else go before Shadur? Was it Travis and then Shadur? Was there another Buff that got drafted before Shadur?
I think Shadur was second.
He was? Okay.
I'll look it up.
So maybe they with the
what about that linebacker guy too? I'm forgetting his name.
With the draft status, so maybe they were where they should have been.
Jimmy Horn was 6th round.
Okay. Well,
LeJontay definitely went after that.
I'll tell you this. That is
what
one
linebacker are you talking about?
Who was the defensive player? Maybe he was a lineman. Gosh darn it, I'm forgetting his name. I thought
I don't think they had any defensive guys drafted.
they didn't have anybody drafted.
Not that I remember.
Okay. Maybe Prime was a better coach than we're giving him credit for. If this is how the NFL really values these guys, if this is who these guys really are. I'll just look at Shedur's number retired though, and just be like, that was one hell of a year, man.
What a year!
What a year to almost compete for the Big 12 championship.
Do you think he gets 12 retired in Cleveland?
If he does, it'll be the greatest fifth-round pick.
Tell you
ever.
what, man, that'll be something else. Next story, Dan.
Well, just real quick, since we're talking Buffs, Tyler, do you think freshman 5-star quarterback Juju Lewis, plays for the Buffs at some point in his freshman season? Does he start the season?
That's a fun question.
Should he?
No, I don't think he's going to start.
Right.
Does he play at some point? Yeah, probably. I mean, especially nowadays, the rules are different. You can play an X amount of games, and you still have got a redshirt year that's underneath you. Caden Salter, from what I saw at the spring game, definitely looked like a more polished product. Probably more of a running threat. Julian's got more talent. He's smaller. He's less impressive to look at. But he's got wicked talent. He looked bit frazzled though in the spring game.
Here's the bad thing is if he doesn't play and he takes a red shirt, non-injured season, does he even come back for the next year?
Oh, that's who, Scott? We are fixing to find out with Prime. Like
that's the world you live in right there.
He may not be we'll see. What makes the Buffs
so
we going
excited? Back to Prime leaving? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Your quarterback.
No, we'll see who really wants to be around Prime for the next year. These kids have so many options. It's kind of crazy. So we'll see. We'll see if the Prime effect still has,
I don't think Deion's changing.
No, I don't.
I mean the appeal. I don't think the appeal of Deion Sanders is changing. Are you talking about because of Shedeur? What are you talking about?
I'm just talking about if kids just aren't playing or they don't like how it's playing and they got other options.
Yeah, that's true. And then in America, that's true everywhere.
And okay, that's kind of my point. Yeah. At some point, Prime just becomes another college football coach. It's the whole Prime thing is just not that big of a deal.
Well, when you bring the quarterback in, that was so intriguing to the entire country. And you bring him in, you don't play him his freshman year, he ain't going to be around for the next year.
Exactly. Like, hey, listen, it was one thing to come with Prime, but Shedeur's there, Travis Hunter's there, Jordan Seaton's there. There's kind of like a lot of wow, this is really a great team to be on. If I'm a good player there at CU and all of a sudden it's just, I don't know if this freshman's playing or not. I don't know what my role is. How many games did we just win next year? We're winning 5 games. We're winning 10 games. What are we doing at CU?
Win more than 5.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. CBS Sports has their 5 quarterbacks in the NFL with the most to prove in the upcoming 2025 NFL season. We'll see if you agree with this list here. Dak Prescott, J.J. McCarthy, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, and at number 1, Trevor Lawrence. Is there another quarterback in there that you guys think have the most to prove in the upcoming NFL season?
Oh, those are all pretty good.
I'll give you one. Brock Purdy.
Oh, okay.
It's not in terms of do I have a job or not, but damn, dude, the amount of money you just got, you better prove that worth to the 49ers.
Is he getting paid for past performance or perceived expectation?
I don't think anybody gets paid for past performance. I know what you're saying, but when you give him that check, you're doing it because of perceived expectation.
Well, that's a good point. He's getting paid a lot, but they all get paid a lot now. All these, everybody gets paid a lot. He's just getting paid the same amount as everybody else is getting paid, right?
They call your name on Sundays, you get paid more than the guys that are running down on special teams.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the best bargain quarterback out there right now?
Any rookie of that rookie class last year that came out and played?
Is Bo Nix your biggest bargain right now?
Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels is an unbelievable bargain. Yeah, true. Jaden's pretty
CJ
good.
Stroud's still on there if you believe in him.
Yeah, what
QB's on rookie contracts? I'm trying to think about that.
I'm trying to think of a.
So you got Jaden Daniels, you got CJ Stroud, Brock Purdy just got off of his. Drake May.
I'm trying to think. Are there any veteran quarterbacks who are starters?
Like Sam Darnold last year.
Well, but Sam got paid.
10.
Okay, no, but you're right. Sam Darnold, like Sam Darnold last year. Yeah, good point.
Joe Flacco.
Okay. That's a good one, man. That's a good one. Could Joe Flacco get the Browns to the playoffs?
No. Joe Flacco won't even be the starting QB day one.
Who's going to be the starting quarterback day one?
Kenny Pickett.
Really? After all this, it's going to be Kenny Pickett.
Day one? Yeah.
Okay. What's your quarterback roster then for the good old Cleveland Browns day one? Kenny Pickett's a starter.
Probably Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders.
We're cutting Joe Flacco?
God bless it. What are you doing?
Yeah, what happens with Deshaun Watson, too?
I mean, you almost have to cut one of Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel and try to put him on the practice squad.
Yeah.
Right?
Or you could dump Kenny Pickett
you know what?
and start Joe
You know what?
Flacco.
I bet they do dump Joe Flacco. I do.
Okay.
So
Yep,
all right.
because if you keep Kenny, he's the equivalent of Joe.
No dumb question. Who would be easier to sneak on the practice squad, Gabriel or Shedeur?
Gabe. Oh my God.
I think I'd go Gabriel.
That's why they're cutting Joe, because they can't risk that.
Okay. Hey, I don't care. But I'll just tell you this. Joe Flacco's going to roll into training camp. He's going to know all the plays. He's going to know where everybody's going to be.
Joe Flacco's 45 years old.
I gotcha.
Relax with Joe Flacco.
Walk in at 6'6" with big hands that don't get cold.
He's 45 years old.
He's going to throw darts all over training camp.
Not.
He is. But guess what he's not going to do? He's not going to run around. He's not going to go crazy. But they don't do that in training camp anyway. He's going to look like the best quarterback in Browns training camp. Guarantee it.
Well, then he'd win the starting job if that's true.
Well, he probably will win the starting job.
No, he's probably going to get cut.
Well, okay, fine. But what's Kenny Pickett ever done?
Well, one of those two guys is getting cut. I mean,
Okay.
either Joe or Kenny Pickett's getting cut.
I mean, for the record, I really don't care. I'm rooting for Shedeur to be the guy in Cleveland anyways. I want to see Shedeur succeed. The world is going to be much more interesting with Shedeur Sanders as a starter.
What if Shedeur Sanders was the day one starter?
That would be great.
What if after all that, he was day one?
I would be pumped, wouldn't you?
I'd be fascinated. Hell yeah.
Scott, would you not be excited to see Shedeur start day one?
It'd be a heck of a told you so by a whole lot of people in the media.
Well, I'm rooting for Shedeur. I'm not rooting against him, so go for it. I hope that's the case. It's the football world is more interesting with Shedeur Sanders in it. Joe Flacco's like watching mud play football. It's boring. It sucks. I'm not rooting for Joe freaking Flacco.
Joe's 40 years old.
Yeah. Hands are still big. Last story there you got, Dan.
All right, well, this relates to Shedeur Sanders. Chef D just reported that the Browns have officially signed quarterback Shedeur Sanders to a 4-year, $4.6 million contract. Let me ask you guys this question.
Oh, my God. That's literally hysterical that his 4-year contract is less than his NIL money
last year. Well, that's what I was just going to ask you guys. So let's just say play out this scenario. If Shedeur knew he was going to be drafted in the 5th round, and this was his first NFL contract, do you think he would have decided? Because he did have a year of eligibility remaining.
He did?
I believe he did.
Yeah, because he had a COVID year.
Yeah, so do you think Shedeur would, knowing this, would have stayed one more year with Dion at CU?
Well, he'd be crazy not to if he knew this, if he had a crystal ball.
Of course he would avoid all this. It's not even a question.
Yeah, why would you do this?
Well, didn't he have an option after the first day to say, no, I'm pulling the name out of the draft?
There were a bunch of reports about that. Pro Football Talk was putting it out there. But once you've declared, you're declared. Now, could he have filed a lawsuit and tried to be the first one to go back? Yes, he could have filed the lawsuit.
He's making $1 million a year, though. I mean,
I'm not sneezing at it. Of course. No, but it's NFL money. It's different. That is nothing. I mean, the fact that he signed a contract for 4 years that was less as a 4-year contract that he made
last year
is Does anybody not think that that's insane?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
What's his face?
Which
there?
is why
Texas quarterback Quinn
I was
Ewers.
just going to say that, which is why
Yeah.
he should have gone back to school.
Totally. We've had that conversation. How much is Quinn Ewers' NFL contract?
But Quinn Ewers knew he wasn't going to be the starter next year in Texas.
Can you say
so
that
what? He
name
was going to
again?
get like $10 million to play at Wisconsin or whatever.
I really like the way you say his
Quinn
name.
Ewers. Quinn Ewers.
Sounds like a record scratch.
Wasn't he going to get $10 million from Wisconsin or someplace like that?
That was rumored, yeah.
Can you name where he got drafted? I couldn't. I had to look it up. I just looked it up.
I don't know.
Miami.
It
Okay.
was Florida.
Well, that's interesting. Who are the quarterbacks in Miami? Because our boy Zach Wilson's
Tua.
down there.
Tua and Zach.
And Quinn Ewers. Can you
Hey,
what-
Ewers or Zach will
Hey,
start sometime during
I
the
was
season.
just gonna say, what if Zach Wilson just
That's
lights
true.
it up there in Florida? Would you guys be kind of pumped about that if that were to
Well,
happen?
then that would be the guy that went to Minnesota, the guy who went to Tampa. I mean, that's what happened to them, right? They went somewhere else. Got
Baker
two or
and
three-
Darnold's, yeah.
Got a couple starts, lit it up, and all of a sudden got paid.
I rooted for Drew Lock every time he got in the game.
I did too. I like Drew.
Listen, you know what it is?
I like Zach Wilson.
He's a utensil drawer with about 5 utensils missing.
Hey, listen, man. You think I'm all about second-round quarterback draft picks? Are you kidding me? They drafted a guard, Dalton Reisner. How is Dalton in the NFL?
Yeah, he started for Indy last
No,
year.
no,
didn't
no,
he?
no, no,
No, it was
What?
Minnesota.
Or Minnesota, yeah, that's right.
Eventually, he got in there.
Well, and he started the rest of the season. I thought he
Oh, I
signed
don't-
a new deal.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, check my math.
I think he just signed a 1-year deal.
He was only on a 1-year deal with Minnesota.
Yeah, but I thought they re-signed him.
Okay.
We're talking about a guy that fell off.
Tell me, it's crazy.
I have no idea.
You don't really see anything popping up there, Dalton Reisner?
It does. His wiki does not say he's a free agent, so maybe he's still with Minnesota.
All right. Well, we hope that Dalton's a good dude. I mean, I thought he was going to be like some sort of superstar though in the NFL. NFL's tough, man. So, Tyler, you got 8 years out of it, bro. Hey, you're going to have a longer career than Dalton Reisner.
Nah, Dalton will play a long time.
You think? I
Yep.
don't know.
Yep.
We'll see.
How old do you
Hey,
think
where's
Dalton
Justin?
Reisner is?
Where's Justin Simmons at?
30.
He's still
29.
unsigned.
29?
Justin Simmons is still unsigned.
I saw a
Wow.
report today that the Bucks could be interested, or that could be a good landing spot.
What happened with Simmons and the Eagles? I thought that was where he was going to reunite with Fangio.
I bet that still happens, and I bet it happens like mid-training camp.
Okay. That would make a lot of sense, right? That
Yep.
would that'd be good for them. Good for him, too. All right, Nate and Andy, how are they dealing with all this? And the next step for the Nuggets, next, right here on PhD. All right, well, it's over, I guess. It's always weird when you just go from everything to just nothing. It's always a weird sort of emotional moment, man.
I know.
By the way, same weekend as last year.
Is that right?
Yeah, I looked it up. I was like, man, this really feels familiar. Like, it's one day
You
later.
got so much hope, and you're like, what now?
Monday, March 20th is when we came back here, and the Nuggets and Avs were both done.
Monday,
it's
March 20th was the day that sports died.
Yeah, both teams. And now
we should look up the Rockies' record on March 20th last year.
Last year, the Rockies?
Yeah.
I'm sure it was better than the worst record ever. The Rockies. I can talk all about them if you want.
By the way,
the
worst baseball team ever storyline that got them on the front page of ESPN, that's fading. Nobody's paying attention to them anymore.
It'll pop up again if they continue that way, like around the All-Star break, and then it'll get some interest at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But I need 34 more big wins, and totally, I'm telling you, bases loaded, top of the ninth. Bullet up the middle.
Starting pitcher pitched great.
Tolander pitched great. But the worst thing, I'll just give something to everybody out there. The worst thing in the world is about to happen this weekend. The New York Yankees are going to come to town, and there's going to be 50,000 people at 3 straight games.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, well, but you should not have 50,000 people when you are the worst team ever. That should not be happening.
So you're promoting a boycott.
I am not.
Yankees fans.
I am not promoting a boycott.
What are you saying?
I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
Are you going?
No, I hate the Yankees. I hate the Yankees. I sports hate the Yankees and almost personally just hate the Yankees.
Are you close to the Knicks with that too?
No, the Knicks were never that big of a deal. Knicks were just a road bump at best for the Celtics back in the day. No, I'm cool with the Knicks. I think the NBA would be better if, and I like Patrick Ewing because he came from Boston, Cambridge and Latin, even though he went to Georgetown, which I inherently hate Georgetown people, but
Orangeman.
Go Orange.
Boy, the Big East was good back in.
It was sick. I was there at the best
early
time.
80s,
Didn't even know
wasn't
it. I had, and the coaches were stars. The players were unbelievable. I mean, everybody was incredible. It was awesome.
I had
everybody.
About the Big East basketball back then. The
incredible.
Hall of Fame, the College Hall of Fame coaches that were in the Big East.
Unbelievable. Raleigh Massimino,
Luke
Carnesecca there.
Gavitt Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, Jim
Boeheim.
Yeah.
Calhoun.
Patino was at Providence, and that was part of the Big East. I forget what years he was at Providence, but I think so.
They had a good
I think
run
you could
there
put
for a
that in
while.
the mix. I mean, Massimino at Villanova was unbelievable. We were in national championships.
Yep.
Carnesecca at St. John's was great. Chris Mullins was a star there.
I tell you, I talked to Chris Mullins the end of the season when we were in Golden State.
How is he?
Doing good. Doing good.
USA basketball hero.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a sick time, man. And, I mean, I'm walking out of my dorm to watch Patrick Ewing play basketball. Alonzo Mourning, Allen Iverson. Are you kidding me? What am I doing?
You weren't there when, what was my name?
We had Derek Coleman. We had Billy Owens. We had Sherman Douglas. We had Stephen Thompson, whose kids were great players up there at Oregon State.
What was my little guard I played with in Miami that you
yeah. Well,
was he before you?
That was before. Well, Pearl was before me.
Pearl
was before. Did you play with Pearl?
Oh yeah, I played with Pearl.
Pearl had a weird body, didn't he?
Weird penguin. Looked like a penguin.
Yeah, he was before my time. I had Sherman Douglas. I had Ronnie Cycli.
I played with
Yeah,
Ronnie
I know
Cycli.
you know Ronnie, right?
Yeah.
Then we had a collection of just Matt Rowe, who went to Fayetteville Manlius High School down the road in Syracuse. I was buddies with him. It was fun being friends with the guys on the team a little bit.
Which you could do in college.
Well, you could because we're all the same age. If you're the same age, you probably are friends. You're probably buddies with certain reporters if you're around the same age or something.
Well, I was, and that's kind of how I got to know Elway, because when I got here, I got to know him when I was playing here, and he was an 83 draft. I was 83 draft, so we were, became friends. Yeah.
I'll give you a quick one because it's a local guy. Remember Justin Armour, who was a star here at Manitou Springs? You remember Justin at all?
Remember the name.
He was a Broncos wide receiver for a little bit. He was a stud in Manitou Springs. In fact, I think he might be the high school coach there. He went to Stanford. He was buddies with the guy, Tony Klein, who was also from Stanford. And the Bills drafted both these guys, and we gave away a date with Todd Collins, Tony Klein, and Justin Armour. We did a dating show where these guys were just like dating listeners. It was like the most bizarre thing of all time.
Smart by them.
But it was
so you were Tinder before Tinder.
Yeah, kind of back in the day, but I was the same age as these guys, so it was no big deal for me to go in the locker room and be like, hey, you guys want to bum? We ended up palling around and whatever, and it was cool because we're all kind of the same age. And then Tony Klein, I'll never forget this, great NFL story. 6'5", this goes to the NFL, how hard it is. Some guys, to me, just get there, and maybe basketball is the same way, maybe, because they're a certain size and a certain natural ability. Tony Klein, great guy. Sanford, 6'5", 260, whatever, the whole thing, tight ends. I remember halfway through his rookie season, he was sitting, the Bills locker room at the stadium was their full-time locker room. They didn't have a training facility. Everything was at the same place. So you just go to the stadium. I come out of the locker room one time. This is like a Wednesday. Tony Klein, this is halfway through the season, is sitting there like not moving. I go, Tony, what's going on? He goes, I don't know how I'm going to do this. Like he was so exhausted. Do you ever see guys like that, especially in their rookie year, that just like, how can I keep doing this? Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. And then you feel that way every Tuesday and Wednesday and then Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday you're like, maybe I could do this again. And then Sunday you get that Toradol shot, get halfway through warm-ups, you're like, well, I guess adrenaline's going to take over.
How many guys make it to the NFL only because they're such good athletes they don't really have a choice and they just end up there? I'm not saying they stay there, but they get drafted, and I'm not saying they stay there.
There's definitely a lot.
They just wind up in the NFL.
For sure. There's a lot. I think that's probably true in every sport, I would guess.
Is there anything like that in basketball, Scott?
Like the guys there, and they have no idea
They
why.
just were so talented naturally, just every step of the way.
I would think it would happen even more in basketball, and the only reason I say that is because basketball, like, these guys are such freaks athletically. Like, you don't necessarily see the same athleticism in football players that you do in basketball players.
Yeah, I mean, there was guys that would make it because it used to be when I grew up, when I was in the league, if you were 7 foot, had any sort of athleticism, they were.
You were there. You had a shot.
William Bedford, I mean, he had a lot of skill. I mean, drug addict, but because he was 7'1" and athletic,
there you go.
You got more shots.
I think that is different now. There's a lot of 7-footers out there. Yeah.
Zeke.
Andy's here. How's you doing, Andy? Andy, I know Andy. Andy doesn't care. Andy handles basketball fine. It's hockey that gets him going.
Yeah, it really does. I don't
look
because
at Andy.
again,
Andy's not. You don't care.
No, I do care.
You're
I'm
fine.
I think I think you got to figure some things out so you don't screw this window up. And let's be honest about it. You got two teams that shouldn't be out before the second round that consistently do it. And I mean, but again, I was reminded about how the Avs are not doing what I'd like them to do last night as we watch Florida move on. As you watch, the Oilers are now back in the Western Conference Finals. Those two may be on a crash course to meet in the finals again.
Well, I tell you what caught fire, though. The pregame podcast with you two.
Yeah, we did all right.
Oh, hey.
No, you put out a shams-induced headline thinking Aaron Gordon isn't going to play, and the big man comes on the podcast and goes, he's in pretty good spirits. I think he's going to try to play, and next thing you know, you and I are both editing headlines later on throughout the day because it didn't look like it was true anymore.
We're doing a little editing,
So,
weren't we? Yeah.
You know, we've decided we may do a little football pregame. What do you think of that?
Oh,
how about that? Now it's set here.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Maybe you two jump on.
Let's go. Well, I'm all about it.
All right.
What do you think about
everybody? Everybody all right? You all right? Need a hug?
You had too much time. I mean, midway through the third quarter, that was done. So you got all your sadness and anger out for me. By the end of the game, it was like, all right, it was time for the season.
You really didn't have to go through the 7 stages. You know, you went straight to acceptance during that game.
Yeah, there was denial at that little run before the halftime, and then acceptance about 6 minutes more.
I think it's easier to accept because at the end of the day, Oklahoma City, sadly, is just a better team.
Yeah.
Not by a lot, though. And if things had gone different in Game 5.
Let's say Mike Malone was still the head coach. Would it feel as easy to accept?
Oh, wow.
I'm going to tell you, if Mike Malone's the head coach, I don't think they're there.
All right, just play the game, though. I mean, so
I don't want to.
Fine.
Wow, he threw the phone down. I've induced a lot of My favorite is when you get Tyler so worked up that he gets stunted in the one tone of voice he's allowed to have. He's trying to get mad at you. He's trying to raise his voice like this, but this is all
Do you understand how hard it is? Do you understand how hard it is to poop when I raise my voice like this?
Yeah.
If Malone was the coach, where did they bow out?
First round.
What?
That was
how
a
many
team that was
games?
done with each other.
How many games?
That team was done with each other. You and I have been around
Well,
that.
actually, it
you know what they
probably wouldn't
were? I'll tell you what. We all saw it. This whole room saw it. They were the 2014 Broncos.
Well, first of all, you got to back up. How many games in the final 3 games did they win?
They go
1 and 2?
1 and 2.
Okay. So that means they're probably maybe the 6th
They're in
seed.
the play-in.
Oh, are they in the play-in? Would they be in the at
They would have been in the play-in.
Would they really have?
They would have replaced, I think, Golden State in the
At
play-in,
1 and
right?
2? So you'd been the 7th seed, so you've been hosting a
If
game.
you're the 7th seed, you better hope you win it. But
Well, are they winning? Are they winning that?
Now, who did Golden State beat? Memphis?
Yes.
You'd beat Memphis.
Okay, so you'd be the 7th seed. Here's what's scary. If you're the 7th seed, that means you're playing Houston. You beat Houston?
Oh, they beat. Yeah,
Probably.
I thought Houston was a little
soft.
They're too young.
Okay, so now you're playing. Say you beat Houston. Now you're playing. You're the 7 Golden State. You'd be playing Minnesota. How you do? Michael Malone against Tim Conley and all?
Okay, let's add that in.
What are we doing? Are we
Did
beating
any of us
Minnesota?
really believe with Aaron Gordon compromise? And in the game, it was clear he was compromised.
right.
I didn't think you were you weren't going to beat Minnesota anyway. What hurts is when you think you would have gone farther. This is where we could resurrect the great 2012 Broncos debate and all the people that think they would have went on to win the Super Bowl. And I mean, Elvis Dumerville couldn't run down old man Flacco. He was gonna hunt down.
Do you think
prime
old man Flacco? That was Flacco when he was like 20 years old.
Well, he never's
Flacco's-
been able to run. I will never forget being on the line of scrimmage, watching Elvis going, get to him, please get to him. And then he throws the ball and all.
If
hell
the
breaks
Avs
loose.
hold a 2-0 lead in the third period, are they playing the Western Conference Final?
Yes.
Like the Stars are right now?
Yes. Dude, how about Scheifele? Is there a more heartbreaking?
Nah,
Dude,
that's
the
a
bad
tough one.
guys won this weekend. The bad guys won.
That's a tough one.
Not only do you play, you get the only goal, but then, they had to call that penalty.
Yeah.
They couldn't do anything, but frankly, they could have given him a penalty shot if they wanted to.
I do take some joy in watching Toronto Maple Leafs fans suffer, though. There is something great
Boy,
about that.
now talk about a suffering sports team.
You got a problem with the Beeb?
I just find it funny because they care so much.
How
They
about
care.
with
They
the
care
right
so much.
behind the bench. Like
I just
would
want to
that
know
be-
whose grandma's hat he took. That's all.
That's a good point.
It's KKSC,
I thought he
FM,
was in
HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Why did you think he was in Iceland?
Because I saw on TMZ like the day before he was on ice. He was in Iceland.
Private planes. Beebs is rich. I don't know. Is he rich? Did he blow his money? Did the Beebs
he's rich.
Isn't that the story?
Yeah, actually, it is the
Yeah.
story, isn't it? That he did blow his money. The Beebs is having a hard time.
But then he sold his catalog for $200 million, and I think he's okay now.
Isn't that an awesome thing? Like, I screwed my
I'm
life
broke.
up. I don't have anything except this lousy
What am I gonna do?
music catalog, and I'm selling for $200 million.
Oh, I guess I'm okay.
Did he get Michael Jackson though? Whoa.
Easy.
Did he? Well, remember.
that's on trial right now.
No, I meant. Remember, Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog, and McCartney got mad at him.
He was
and
mad.
Was like trying to fight to get the rights to the music
Oh,
catalog.
yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of these rock stars I'm seeing are selling their music libraries when they're within 10 years of cashing
All right,
out.
old rock DJ. Did you ever hear this? Did you ever read Slash's book? How that's basically when they were all doped out. They got home from the big Use Your Illusion tour, and that's how Axl got all the guys to sign the rights to that catalog.
Good for
over.
Axel, smart guy. Yeah, they reunited. They're playing
By the
together.
way, there's a fat Axl picture going around, and people are now debating
Another
if it's
one?
real or not. Well,
He's fluctuated, Andy. And who are we
but
to
is he
judge?
thin?
Axl?
No, but this was
How
this
fat?
was your fat athlete. No, this was Kirby Bucket Big.
Wait a second. Axl Rose is Kirby
I don't
Bucket
know.
Big?
I don't know if it's real.
Oh.
Everybody's saying it wasn't real.
Yeah, you.
No. Oh, wow. Well.
Look for there's a side
Why does that look
profile.
so much like? Never mind.
Me?
No, I didn't say that.
That doesn't look like me.
I didn't say that.
But did you think it?
I don't know.
Pull that one up.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
I don't know.
Broken foot and all.
What are you
See
gonna
that? Scott's got one pulled up that looks like maybe he's fine. I don't know.
What are you going to talk about for 3 hours?
See, this is where the afternoon
It
shift
sucks
sucks.
a little bit.
Everyone's already mourned.
You really have.
You know
are you
Nate'll
gonna,
have a breakdown.
Are you going to start breaking down the first quarter?
No. Isn't it pretty much about who do you trade and what do you do? And
Well, yeah, that's kind of what we were doing. You got any
no,
ideas?
I heard it. I was like, God, Kevin Durant might be fun. Then I heard you guys going through all the possibilities. I was like, well, I don't know.
Plus 37. 37.
37 in September, yeah.
That's.
Does shooting ever leave?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but
Shooting ever
37 and 60 million.
Could Bird still hoist a few today if you screened him?
No. In the NBA? No, he
Can't
couldn't.
move.
No. He could beat you in a game of horse, Andy.
Can Axl Rose still sing Sweet Child of
Not
Mine?
really. Not his voice ain't the same. Not really.
No, the
actually.
guy that's bad is Def Leppard, dude. You ever heard him?
Joe Elliott's not in
He's
good
had to
shape.
drop everything like 5 octaves.
Is that right?
he's singing the Johnny Cash key all of a sudden.
Your Blink guys, when they came back, kind of changed a little.
Age sucks, bro.
Little pitch.
Sure, your voice gets impacted by age. No doubt about it.
Tom's singing lower than he was.
Everything gets worse when you get older, Andy.
Well, where?
Except for talk radio. We can do this forever.
Speaking of singing, have you heard the Aaron Gordon sing?
No, you told me he's a heck of a singer.
Blew me away. All
All right, are there untouchables left on this team? I'll ask you guys that because I thought Nate was
Jokic.
coming, but
Joker.
yeah, it's Joker and that's it, right?
Yeah.
Because I love Aaron.
I said
but
the whole thing centers around Jamal anyway. Like, if you want to move, if you can move on from Jamal and you want to do that, you got to get yourself a high-priced GM and reboot the whole thing. But if you really don't think you can move on from Jamal, why spend all the money? What's the point? Hire Eidelman, promote somebody from within, and let's go.
does it affect my paycheck?
Does it affect your
'Cause
paycheck?
if not, go get the richest guy.
Well, I
you
mean,
can.
I think the Nuggets, as constituted, will be back in the playoffs next year. I think they'll be like the Warriors. They'll be back in. They may win a first round, but they'll have no shot at winning a championship. And
no, they've got to get, I think, bigger, taller, something.
Okay.
They got to have some help. I want to ask you, Richard Jefferson made an interesting point during the broadcast. He said it costs money to be good in the NBA these days. It just, whether you like it or not, it is. Do we have to accept? Because here's what I don't like. You get too far into an apron, then you can't make any moves if something isn't working out.
Well, I saw something just pass around. The Celtics got dismantled by the Knicks, and their tax bill and salary cap next year is $466 million. So they're paying like a $200 million tax bill.
466
or something like that, because they're probably their salary is probably about $230, and it's dollar for dollar after that, so it's probably a $230 tax on top of it. So it's like $466 million.
You remember the movie The Untouchables? Yeah. Nate, you ever see The Untouchables? I did. Do you have a list? Who's the Untouchables on this Nuggets roster?
Untouchables.
Jokic?
Joker.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Jokic.
I like that.
Yeah.
Good. That's solid thinking.
Aaron Gordon.
Ooh, he's putting Gordon in there. There we go.
I'm
All
putting
right.
it's and I say it with a caveat, and we'll revisit it. But I'm gonna put Aaron Gordon on it right now. I think that Christian Brown has shown you what he is as a very good, viable NBA player. You know what I realized about Christian Brown yesterday? You know what team he'd look really good on? You know what team he kind of fits the profile of?
OKC.
The Thunder. Yeah. Yeah, he's the Thunder buddy. And the Nuggets got him. So that's
better player in this series, Caruso or Christian Brown?
Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, what I said,
well, more impactful with what he did with his role, although Christian had a very good series. And the other guy, okay. And I heard you guys bring up the notion of trade Jamal Murray. All right. And I'm not dismissing it out of hand. Here's what I'll tell you about the notion of trading Jamal Murray. I truly don't know what you should do there. If there's a viable trade partner, obviously explore it and have that conversation. But this is the question that I keep coming back to. If you trade Jamal Murray, well, then who does what he does?
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem. Like the part where you're sitting around going, they don't have anybody that can get their own shot.
Would you trade Devin Booker for Jamal Murray?
Yes. Okay.
Well, why would they do that?
Yeah, exactly. But you gave me a deal that I would do. Sure, absolutely. I'd trade Jamal Murray for Kevin Durant. Of course I would do that, but that's just it. Like, I'm trading skill set for skill set. Like, the realistic thing is you trade Jamal Murray for like 2 contributing veteran players, but are either of them going to be able to do what Jamal does? How are you going to operate 2-man game without Jamal Murray and everything that he and Jokic do?
Would you trade Jamal Murray for Brunson?
Yes.
Right, but that's what you'd have to do.
Right.
Like, why would any of these teams do this?
Exactly. That's where you keep coming back to, and then again you keep, like, when you talk about doing a deal that is viable, who then replaces Jamal's skill set, which he still averaged 22, 5, and 5 in this series. He wasn't the most efficient version of himself. He's also going up against like the best defensive backcourt in the entire NBA. I'm not saying it's out of hand wrong to trade Jamal Murray, but in whatever that scenario is, you have to tell me that what is coming back, that skill set still exists on your team.
All right, let me give you 2 names.
Okay.
Derek White.
Boy, why would they want to move on from him?
Yeah, he's absolutely the
Are they
glue of what the Celtics do.
Are they in trouble over there?
They're
they
in
got some
trouble,
money trouble?
which they wouldn't never trade for Murray because that keeps them in trouble with salary cap.
But also, like, can Derek White consistently get his own shot the way that Jamal Murray does? Or is Derek White excellent because he's surrounded by all-world talent in Boston?
Yeah, how much does he handle the ball, too?
Just like he once was in
a
San
little bit.
Antonio.
I think he does a little bit.
But not like
I think,
Jamal.
And I think he's a better defensive player.
He's a much better defensive player.
And
But
I
I think you would miss Jamal badly on the offensive end.
I think he's more consistent 3.
Yeah, but Jamal handles the ball a
All right,
lot.
how about Trae Young?
That'd be fun. That'd be interesting.
I'd be interested in that.
What's that contract look like?
Well, probably similar to
I
Murray's.
I think you're matching up pretty well there, actually. I think that'd be pretty good. I'm interested. Okay. These are good names that you're giving me. Again, like, if these are viable deals, like, yes, you're replacing much of what you need to replace. But if it's like Jamal for 3-and-D and backup big guy, well, then who the hell is getting shots on this team?
True.
Trae Young?
That's where, like, Porter is one where, like, if he's not making shots, what does he do for you? Nothing. He's a good rebounder. Like, I don't want to just trash Michael Porter, who I think it's easy to trash Porter. He's been a great Nugget. Like, I think this will sound lame. I think his spirit is good for this team. The guy that plays through everything, the guy that has put in all of that work. But also, like, I think we've just hit a ceiling with this thing. The core 4 has to be broken up in order for this team to get better right now. Or be different.
But what are you going to get from Michael Porter Jr.?
See, that's the one where I think for Porter, hopefully you're getting a couple of different
Do you think
veterans.
a team like a Charlotte or Orlando or some team like that would see Michael Porter Jr. as like this crazy upgrade and like would be willing to deal some young guys for him?
How many elite wing shooters are there in the world that are 6'10"?
Not a lot.
Like,
I mean,
there's going to be teams that are going to look at Michael Porter and say, "Hell yeah, we could absolutely use us one of those." The problem is that right now Porter feels like a luxury on this roster because they don't have enough of all the other stuff.
By the way, the Murray and Young thing, Murray's set to make $3 million more next season than Young. Young's going to make 43, Murray 46.
And that's just because Jamal signed his extension a little later. So that's
well, he also he signed a 4-year 208. Trae had signed a 5-year 215.
Cool.
So that would be the exact switch, but you're not saving a lot of money there. So that's one.
No, I think
that's tit for
if
tat.
you
But
trade
Young can get his
somebody-
own shot.
I'm with Nate. If you're trading somebody with a big number, you're trading them for star power back.
Yeah.
Right? You're not worried about $40 million to $20 million, save some cap, get a bunch of other players. No, you're trading for a guy that's going to step in right away and be a star 1-versus-1.
Yeah, I just, again, like, and it's funny because I read Tony Jones in The Athletic today, and I know you read it too, Andy, he brought up the Zach LaVine thing, okay? And he had done reporting on it, okay? And again, like, perfect solution, I don't know, but that's that different skill set of a guy that can just go and get buckets, get his own shot off the dribble, which this team, when Jamal Murray is ailing and not feeling well, and again, he's getting locked down by that defense the way that he is, unless it's Joker operating one-man game, essentially, the Nuggets they run out of options. They become so limited as a basketball team, and then the moment they have to actually, I don't know, put a reserve into the game, it's just death.
I have an unpopular opinion. I am such a non-Zach LaVine fan.
Okay.
I think he
does nothing for you.
I think he's a good player on bad teams.
Mm-hmm. And I don't. That's just it. Like, I don't argue that he is necessarily individually the perfect solution, but that guy gets his own shot.
That's
and
true.
the argument that I have always made is that what if there was a world where Nikola Jokic didn't have to be the focal point of every single offensive possession for your basketball team? You know, like, obviously he creates everything for Jamal, but like a game like yesterday where the Thunder will just say, okay, let's crowd Nikola Jokic, let's put Caruso
They're not making
and Wallace
shots.
and Dort,
Yeah.
and then that's the situation where, like, okay, if you're gonna put that much gravity on him, he distributes the ball. Well, nobody else is making them pay. They're not going to change anything that they
the
do.
games they tried to do that, it didn't work. The outside shot was falling from a lot of other guys.
Yeah.
And last night it wasn't.
Didn't fall for anybody last night.
Well, and the other interesting thing I think we learned yesterday, and I don't know what you do about it. It just is the way of the NBA right now. But they're going to let you play more physical in the playoffs. You know the brilliant move I thought Dagnall made? He threw Caruso on Joker, who's a smaller guy.
Mhm.
So all his wrestling, his bumping, his
Yeah.
form, all the stuff he was doing, he never got called for because they'll never call a smaller guy for doing it to a bigger player.
They don't call those, first off. And,
Like
and,
when Ivica Zubats was doing it,
Right.
and they were calling fouls left and right.
Yeah, it's one thing that I think people need to recognize. And Andy, I'm not saying your point is wrong. You're dead on there. But I saw this sort of at large. It's like, oh, Caruso is the Jokic stopper.
No.
GTFO with that, okay? Other coaches have done this and have had success with it, okay? Like, it's not surprising that he did. PJ Tucker and Draymond Green and Taj Gibson. We've seen smaller defenders give Nikola Jokic problems before. They get away with that physicality. There's other games where teams try that stuff, and then Jokic distributes the ball, and guys make shots, and those coaches go, well, that ain't working.
Well, it's like
and
the
they
one,
go away
the one
from it.
time he had 5 assists, but there was 20 other assists the guys missed shots.
Oh,
on.
the potential assist
Game
numbers.
5.
It was like sub 40% in this series. It was over 60% in the regular season. That's again, you're killing us with this stuff, and it's, you go back to. Okay, one last question before you get out of here, Scotty.
And I'm going to read you a text I got from one of my NBA guys, and I will remove names.
Okay. The Russell Westbrook experience. Does it get a passing grade?
For the regular season, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Clippers series.
For the Clippers series.
I don't think they win the Clippers series without Russ.
Yeah.
He was great in that series, but then they lose the Oklahoma City series largely because of Russ.
He had a good game 1, right?
Yeah.
I think he was a good game 1.
The end.
And then after that was it.
And you need him as a ball handler, and they gave him too many problems, and then he's spacing the floor, and if he's not making corner threes.
When the run started in the first quarter is kind of when he checked in, wasn't it?
It was. Immediately.
This, my buddy who's in the NBA said, I spoke with this guy's name, who was an NBA referee, and he asked him, is what Caruso was doing to Joker legal? He said unequivocally no. Asked him why the officials aren't calling. He told me he didn't know, but was going to contact a number of them today to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, interesting.
Yeah.
But see, again, you guys also made the point, though. Jamal wasn't hitting his threes. And so remember the one
Nobody
time
was.
Caruso tried to play rough up and then tried to rotate out to get to Jamal. If Jamal's hitting that three, they can't keep Caruso on Joker.
Right.
But because nobody could hit an outside shot, they could keep Caruso
Well, they
in.
were bringing tons of dudes from that weak side, whether it was Jamal Guy or not.
Jay Williams did it a couple times,
Yeah,
right?
Williams came in over there. The other little guard that came in and guard Joker, Dort did it a couple times.
Dort did it, yeah.
Can't lose to Lou Dort.
They were just leaving dudes wide open. Say, go ahead.
Yeah.
Dare you.
All right.
You got to hit outside shots
You
or this
have
thing
to.
doesn't work.
You have to. And they got to find guys that can do it. Dempsey coming up here in just a minute. So we're going to, postmortem on Game 7 and looking ahead to the offseason with Dempsey here. Legwald 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. It's time to get ready for training camp, everybody. It's May 19th. Let's go.
The Broncos!
Yes. We do have playoff playback today. Don't worry. We promise you'll enjoy it more than you did Game 7. That is the K&L guarantee that we give you. The great Scott Hastings, everybody. That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. 10-miler himself, Mark Springer, producing the program on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Do you feel like this team could still win a championship as it's put together now?
I mean, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
I love that answer out of Jokic, by the way. If we could, we would. But we didn't, so we can't.
Well, and it's the second year in a row. One of our regulars is giving me a hard time. Josh, I think it is, because Josh is a good listener. And he's like, Andy, your answer to everything is get bigger and get stronger. Well, unfortunately, stronger I don't know about when it comes to the Nuggets. But when Jokic is down there for the second year in a row, you get to the second round, and they've got multiple big dudes that battle for the boards and make life hell on Jokic. Now, again, if you're hitting outside shots, life on Jokic maybe isn't the same hell. I don't know, but we haven't seen it for 2 straight years in the second round.
To me, the biggest answer with this team to me is get deeper.
Sure, but you can't do that without trading some starters away.
Yeah.
Because you don't have any money to.
You don't. You have no draft assets.
Literally none.
Literally none.
This year they have no picks, folks.
You have no money to spend. I think they got the taxpayer.
Yeah, don't have like a mid-level exception.
Yeah.
And look, DeRon Holmes is coming back, which we don't know what he could add, but
right.
You can't bank your off-season plans on
how much internal improvement can you get from Peyton Watson, from Julian Strawther. If Westbrook is out, then is Jalen Pickett prepared to be a viable backup NBA point guard? And it's
what do you think he does? Real quick, since you brought it up, what do you think? What do you think Westbrook's taste for the season was after this?
I think it ended pretty negatively.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah. And again, it goes back to the conversation we were having with Scotty before of like, you don't get to the Thunder series without Westbrook.
You don't.
And yet, in the Thunder series, he was a giant net negative. He was awful yesterday.
His last 3 or 4 games of the Thunder series, again, yesterday, you're just screaming to get him out of there, unfortunately. Making weird passes. Strawther thinks he's going to throw him, and I don't know. Maybe it was Strawther's fault. I don't know. All I know is Strawther threw a pass to a guy that wasn't there anymore.
Right.
And they weren't on the same page. Now, look, I like his toughness. I like his attitude. I like his compete level. I don't like missed layups. Like he's a guy.
Yes.
He's the ultimate conundrum, Nate, because he will work so hard to get the ball into his possession, but then it goes back to the end of the regular season. Remember, we were talking about this after the Minnesota blown game where he makes the steal, but then blew the layup.
You know, we talked about like in this series, okay, when Jamal goes and we talked about the non-Murray minutes, which were awful in this series. By the way, David Adelman, and I killed him yesterday on the post-game show, but I have to continue to kill him for this. You put a lineup on the floor to begin that second quarter that didn't have Jokic or Murray in it.
Yeah, you can't do that.
What are you doing?
I know.
And they ripped off a 6-0 run immediately and took the lead away from you. And I know they had already started the run at the end of the quarter, but come on, you can't do that.
Well, and you woke the building up.
You did, and
the building they were all nervous and tense.
That thing that the Thunder do where they just play, vicious perimeter defense and get steals and run out and dunk. They did that to everybody all year long, and they did it to the Nuggets yesterday, and the Nuggets just had absolutely no counter to it. And, Westbrook is a backup ball handler, was a complete and total disaster against this team. And it's funny because our next guest was the only person that I heard say this, and I think he said it on this show back in like December. And we were having a conversation about Westbrook at the time where Russ was kind of still the fun, new, shiny thing. And it was like, his energy, his attitude. We love it. The nasty that this team needed. And Chris Dempsey said, he's old. Those are a lot of minutes that he's playing right now, and you need to be careful with it. And Russell Westbrook was sloppy, and to me, he was gassed out in this series against the Thunder. And Chris Dempsey, who joins us right now from Altitude Television, was the only guy that I heard say that. So, Chris, you get your flowers 5 months later.
I'll take flowers anytime I can get them. Yeah, it was just an interesting season for him, right?
Uh-huh.
You know, we got the full spectrum of everything from him, and look, he was a very motivated player against the LA Clippers, so he had a generally really good series against them, and but I just it's funny that you mentioned that. And that was that was about the time there was there were a lot of conversation about him starting over Christian Brown or not, and I think for me it's just you look at a player and no matter how much energy he looks like he has, there's still a number, and that is the age.
Yeah,
and
it's a real thing.
Yeah, exactly right. And what that means is that you just have to make sure that he can give you what you need during the playoffs, like when you need it. And if that means you have to kind of cut back on some time during the regular season, then you do that. And, this is a Nuggets team that is, age is starting to be a factor. And it's, it's manifesting itself in injuries late in the season, not able to bounce back through some things, and then it's costing you at the most important time of the year. So what they do this offseason is going to be very, very important.
All right, Chris Dempsey joining us here on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Demps, a lot of us, we get a little myopic and we just stare at the Nuggets over and over and over again. One of the things I've always appreciated about your basketball analysis is you sort of do it from a little bit more of a global perspective. And so I ask you this question because I think you'll give us a really well thought out answer to it, which is there are 4 teams remaining in the NBA playoffs. The Denver Nuggets are no longer one of those teams. What is the thing that those 4 teams have right now that the Nuggets don't?
Well, I think it's a good question. It's a loaded question. And I think it's a little more nuanced this year because we've had so many injuries really derail teams that probably are better than the ones that are left. And so when you look at the New York Knicks, obviously they did a nice job against the Celtics. The first 2 games, Celtics didn't hit any threes. Then it became a 3-1 series. Then Jason Tatum got hurt, and that was all she wrote for that. The Indiana Pacers benefited. A really good basketball team. Don't want to take anything away from them, but Darius Garland hurt, Evan Mobley hurt. It just became a real problem for Cleveland. And they were not able to get out of that series. And then you have the Minnesota Timberwolves, who just got the gift of the greatest path to the conference finals of any of these teams. Just given the youth or the no Steph Curry for the Golden State Warriors. And that's all she wrote there.
So basically, your point you're making is the Nuggets didn't have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander getting hurt.
Yeah, it's kind of it. It really is. I mean, when you look at these teams, the Nuggets really by far had the most difficult path.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about having to defeat a couple of teams. But, okay, having said that, this is, to me, a backfill problem with the Nuggets. And if we're going back to the championship team from a couple of seasons ago, Christian Brown for KCP was a total win. Christian Brown wins that. The issue is who replaced Christian Brown.
Right.
And so for the Nuggets, like you missed on your when you use pieces of your mid-level exception to sign Dario Saric. Russell Westbrook was kind of hit and miss, obviously. That is not what you need when you're using those exceptions. And they have the taxpayer mid-level exception this year, which is $5 million and change. So sign a player 4 years, $20 plus million. They can't miss on that this year. They cannot. And because what we're seeing is, the core of this is fine. It's just the issue is that the core is injured and it's tired and it's beat up, and we've seen this 2 years in a row now. And the reason, the thing that will keep you in a better space are players that can come in, quality depth that can come in and not just spell these guys, but really enhance the equation. And that's what your Bruce Browns and your KCPs back then did, and to a lesser extent, obviously Jeff Green as well. And so you get in there, you got to come away with one player at least, and probably multiple, that you can legitimately plug into the equation and say, okay, you guys can help us with the bottom line of winning basketball games throughout the regular season and then into the playoffs. And then also you have to hope that guys like Julian Strawther continue to improve and play a whole season next year. And then Deron Holmes, what can he give you next year? To me, that is the issue with the Nuggets, and they got to get that solved.
It's all just real easy. All right. So I asked, because look, Chris, the reality is I think you're going to have to trade a starter to really get a little bit more flexibility, because I know people tend to believe in the core four. I guess I'll turn it into a question. Yeah. It's been 2 years in a row where this core four, the big starting five, whatever, hasn't been able to really compete in the second round. I guess that's unfair because you did compete this round and guys were hurt, not whole and all that. But I think you got to change something up this time. Where do you sit with there?
I don't disagree with that. I think there's a lot of ways to enhance this equation given their financial situation, there's not a lot of ways, but I guess what I'm just kind of saying from a 30,000 foot view is I would try to tinker with the supports players around them. But if you wanted to trade one of the bigger players, I understand that as well. I don't think there's a wrong answer here, I guess is my point.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you truly, because you said it, $5 million, are you going to go ask Bruce Brown and hope that he's in the mood to take a discount this time?
Yeah,
I don't know. That's a hell of a discount down to $5 million. That's less than he was making last time he was here. So to me, I'm with you. More depth, more bench. Jokic talked about it. But you can't do that unless you free up money, right?
Yeah, no, it's true. And look, you have some guys whose contracts are up. DeAndre Jordan's contract is up. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking out right now. But there are a couple of guys whose contracts are up, and we don't know about.
Vlatko is up.
Yeah,
he's going to go away. There you go.
You're hoping that Sarge doesn't pick up his player option.
Sure
I don't know what Russ
Yeah.
is going to do. Do you know what Russ is going to do?
I don't. Actually, I think that's actually a very interesting question. It's not like the player option is $15 million. It's $3 million.
Yeah.
And so it's he can play for the veteran minimum anywhere. So it really is a question as to whether he wants to come back to this team or not. I think that's as up in the air as it could be. Dario, I think, is a little bit less up in the air. I think he'll opt back into that, and you'll have to figure that out once he does. But look, okay, so let's just go back in time. Bruce Brown. Who knew who Bruce Brown was at the time?
I did.
See what I'm saying? Yeah.
Nate did. There's no doubt. He did.
Craig, no, okay, yeah. No, Nate, you, of course, yeah, you most certainly did.
I threw a parade that day that they signed Bruce Brown. Just ask Andy.
I remember we were at Blake Street. I think you ordered a bourbon right on the spot.
I loved that move. Yes,
no doubt.
But also, that's just it. Like they found a guy for what they pay him $6.6 million or whatever it was. Like a guy that kind of to your point, Dems, the league kind of forgot Bruce Brown, but he was the kind of guy that you looked at and you were like, wow, he answers so many questions that this team has, and you got him at that price point. Like, that's the thing they've got to be able to find.
That is it, and that is my entire point. And I think they're probably there's always players like that around. And the Nuggets aren't in the search for star players or players that need to play significant production roles on their team. What they are in need of are these specialist kind of guys that can come in and give you a defense or some extra ball handling or some extra shooting or whatever it is that you do. When you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder now, they paid a pretty a big price for Caruso and for Hartenstein. But that's essentially what they added to their team. Their team was fine, but what it needed was extra size. It needed extra defense. Like the Dallas Mavericks showed them that last year.
Yeah.
They went out and got it. And so I think for the Nuggets, this is not a team, to me, that is old and past their prime. It is a team that is in need of enhancing the support staff. And Is there another Bruce Brown out there? I promise you there probably is. Is there another KCP out there? I promise you there probably is. Can they fit both of those type of players into their current financial structure? You would have to find one of those would have to be a real diamond in the rough, right? Like nobody's beating down best player's door to give him a big contract. You come swooping in because you can see the potential and the fit with your basketball team, and you find a diamond in the rough. I think one of those guys has to be that. The other guy can be a guy that's a little bit more expensive, but that's where they are right this minute.
Yeah, and not a ton of flexibility to be able to do it all. No problem whatsoever. Yeah. Demps, last thing, is what percentage chance do you give it of Adelman being the next head coach?
I would give it 60 to 70.
Yeah.
I think that they definitely want to, conduct the national search, quote unquote national search, right? Mm-hmm. Because you don't want to leave any stone unturned. Yeah. I think that David Adelman showed you a couple of things. When Josh, did the interview with Vic after firing Michael Malone, one of the things that he was very protective about was the culture in the organization. He thought it was, quite frankly, off the tracks. And David Adelman got you back into that space where feels like everybody's pulling in the same direction. Everybody's, it's a little bit more of a family atmosphere again, in the way that there were just a lot of storm clouds that were hanging over the organization, according to Josh, especially, for the however many months. So he did that for you. But more than that, I thought that what he showed you was that he's a very smart basketball coach, and I think in the ever-changing landscape of basketball, like this sport changes so much in terms of, schematics and philosophy, and you have to be willing to ebb and flow with all these changes, and you have to be very nimble with how you're assembling a roster, and you're assembling, how you're going to play in this league, this sport. And I think David Adelman is perfect for that. And I think, these two series showed us that. I can't remember the last time I saw more zone defense played.
Right.
In the NBA. I mean, I know the Miami Heat play a bunch of zone defense, but this was just unbelievable. 1-3-1, 2-3 zone, box and one, doing whatever it is that you have to do defensively to disrupt one of the best offensive teams in the NBA. And then offensively, you weren't just stuck in some like horns action or whatever. You did a lot of different things to be able to put players in positions to accentuate their strengths. And I think that makes total sense because his dad was exactly the same way. And, he put his best foot forward. Like if you're putting this on your resume and you're like, look, they gave me three games at the end of the regular season to win them. I won them. Then I got to Game 7 against the number one team in the NBA. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for some short notice. I give him a pretty good chance of that, but certainly you definitely want to continue to look around.
Yeah, do the search. Chris Dempsey, everybody. Best in the biz. Demps, excellent work as always. Thank you so much. It's your off season, man. So enjoy it. We'll see you soon, pal.
I'm gonna soak it in. Anytime you guys need me, let me know.
All right, Chris Dempsey with us there on a Monday afternoon. Let's take a quick break. There's a lot of stuff in there, and Dempsey talked in particular about the starting lineup. I got some interesting numbers on the starters that I want to share, and just some general series stuff. Backfill problem. I like that phrase, backfill problem. I would say that is an issue right now for this team. It's Monday. It's postmortem, guys. The Nuggets season ended. We don't get to watch Nikola Jokic play basketball for several months. That sucks. But we're talking about, hopefully, how this team goes further next year. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Well, guys, it's Monday. Did you get a chance to get out, have a little romance this weekend, go on a date, maybe get out with the wife, the significant other, whatever it may be? But if you're not doing this because of erectile dysfunction, make this the last Monday that you deal with it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic this week and get answers to your questions about how you can solve ED. If you're finding yourself pulling away from the person you're in a relationship with, you're just avoiding romantic situations altogether because of this problem, don't do that. Come on now. You don't want to be missing out on this part of life just because of a problem that could be solved over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All you have to do is give them a call, talk through things with them. You want to find the right treatment. That's a key. And they have multiple treatment options for you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some treatments that'll have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So all you have to do is go and schedule that consult with them. It's $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, well, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be up to your old activity the very next day. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you in Fort Collins and the Springs as well. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman, Lindahl. We are the stars of the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we are with you until 6 o'clock. Jeff Legwold coming up 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We'll do some football with Leggy as the Broncos offseason now becomes a bit more of a focus for us, but the Nuggets, they fall in Game 7 yesterday. They trailed by 43 at one point. They got absolutely blasted. It was not a very good time. It was a 42-41 game with 3:10 to go in the first half. The Thunder would rip off an 18-5 run before the break. I think the closest the Nuggets got in the second half was like 17. It was a pretty bad time for a Game 7 right there. So I want to revisit some stuff that we were just talking about with our buddy Chris Dempsey. If you missed it, altitudesportsradio.com. We podcast all the stuff. You can find it on YouTube. It's all good stuff. Dempsey, as always, wonderful to bring on the show. So he was talking about the bench is clearly, the depth is clearly a problem. Jokic singularly called that out of, hey, look at Indiana and Oklahoma City and look at the Timberwolves. Look at the depth of these teams. Like, yeah, the Knicks don't have any depth, but the Knicks have just a bunch of guys that are out there trying to kick your skull in every single night. So they do fine with it, and they haven't been beset by injuries so far in this postseason. So the starting five, Andy, I'm looking at, this is for the postseason. This is Murray, Brown, Porter, Gordon, Jokic. Starting five. 282 minutes together. By the way, most minutes of any single lineup in the postseason. Offensive rating, 119. Phenomenal. Defensive rating, 108. Pretty good.
Better than you'd expect.
Yeah, not elite, but pretty good. Net rating plus 11.3 per 100 possessions. That's great. That's good, and that's good enough to go real deep in the postseason right there. That's over 14 games against arguably two of the top 5 defensive teams in the NBA, and the Clippers, and the Thunder are number 1. There's no doubt about that. That's really good. But like, you know, you go to the next most commonly used lineup, which was Westbrook with the starters replacing Porter, and your offensive rating drops to 114. Your defensive rating bumps up to 112. Your net rating is plus 1.4. So basically, you're 10 points worse per 100 possessions the moment you put in one reserve and you take Porter off the floor. And that's even as bad as Porter was this postseason because of the shoulder injury. Your next most commonly used lineup was Westbrook, Brown, Murray, P. Watt, and Jokic in the playoffs. 37 minutes together, 13 games, net rating minus 23 points per 100 possessions. That's with 2 reserves in there. So, like, you know, we would always be like, oh, the Nuggets are only 6 or 7 deep. No, the Nuggets were 5 deep.
Yeah. Well, and
the
look,
end.
You read that, and I told you, and again, it happened yesterday. P. Watt and Westbrook existing in the same lineup just is not something you can sustain.
Nope.
And it showed neither guy is consistent enough with their, even when we're talking in range, close by the bucket shots.
Yeah.
You know, both guys had these weird, just knocking the ball out of bounds. Instead of just grabbing a basketball, too often the ball goes flying out of their hands inexplicably and out of bounds. And it's a turnover.
Yeah.
Well, they have like 6 turnovers in 30 seconds. Wasn't that drastic, but
heinous.
What, 3 minutes? When the game turned, it was like 6 turnovers right away, and all of a sudden Oklahoma City's in their bag. And they all relaxed, by the way, too. They're all uptight at the beginning of the game when you built a lead. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's
You're starting 5, like again, I know, and people want to complain about Jamal Murray. People want to complain about Michael Porter. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I have my complaints about those players, too, right now, with how they played, especially at the end of this series. Porter really the entire series, save for Game 3. And I know he was playing with one arm. I know that Murray was sick, all those things. But Jamal wasn't good enough yesterday. He just flat out wasn't good enough in a Game 7 situation. You got AG playing through a grade 2 hamstring strain on one leg, essentially, and coming up with 11 freaking rebounds.
Yeah, well,
My
and
God.
you saw it. He really shouldn't have been out there.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been, and yet he was, and he battled, and what a player, what a dude, man. Aaron Gordon's the absolute best, okay? But that starting five, again, you look at those numbers, and that's against the Clippers and the Thunder collectively over 14 games. That's really, really good. It's that they had nobody else.
No, I'm with you. I want to make clear, and you know this, but I want fans to know, when we talk about having to trade a starter, and we heard the promo last break where Vic said you can't remake the roster, fair enough. He's not wrong.
No,
the finances are not going to allow it.
Yeah, it's really tough.
But you were going to have to pick one of 3 of the starters. One of your big contracts has to go if you're going to create depth. That's just all there is to it. You don't have draft picks.
Okay, so
you just don't.
Let's examine all 3 of those very quickly. I made this point yesterday on In the Paint, and I believe it to be true. I think Aaron Gordon is the most tradable player.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't do that in a billion years. I'm not moving Aaron Gordon off this team. He does too much. He's too important.
Okay, we already kind of threw out there, if you were to just match up dollars, a Trae Young for Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
I don't know if you said that or Scotty said that, but I don't mind the name.
That was a Hastings suggestion. Those are the kind of trades that, like, when you bring up a name like that, I'm very interested in, because, again, you can get somebody that can replace the Jamal Murray skill set of being able to get a shot for themselves. Jamal's the only guy on this team that can do that. I'm telling everybody, like, if you subtract that from this team, you think non-Jokic minutes are bad now. Wait until that.
No, you're right.
Hell, look at possessions where just Jokic can't get something, which does happen.
Okay, what if you, and look, I don't know what you would get for Porter right now. How many years did we say are left on the Porter deal?
He's got 2 years deal.
2
years left after this.
What kind of return do you think? Because look, like you said, no matter how people feel about it right now, and everyone's in their feels because it's another disappointing end to an offseason.
Yeah.
Or postseason run, I should say.
Feel it today, folks. That's okay. We are too.
But he's a tall 3-point shooter. He does bring a very unique skill set.
Yeah.
He has improved his rebounding game.
Yeah.
I think he's shown to play a little bit better defense. What could that realistically bring you?
Right. That to me is the key piece right there, because then you're talking about, okay, can you trade Michael Porter for multiple contributing players, guys that are
realistic guys that you will play.
Yeah.
Not
and guys that, like, when you put them on the floor, they give you something.
Sure.
The way the Thunder can put Alex Caruso or Cason Wallace into the game and their effect is seen. Aaron Wiggins they can put on the floor and you're like, oh, he brings this. That is very welcome and we need it, you know? Instead, the Nuggets just, they go to the bench and it's fingers crossed time. And sometimes Julian gives you 15 points and other times Julian gives you 2 turnovers the first 2 times he touches the ball.
You know what sucks about this? I'm excited for Deron Holmes, but we have zero idea what that could look like.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, again, maybe by this time next year, we'll be lucky enough to talk about, well, you know, your first-round draft pick truly was Deron Holmes since you missed him all last year, and boy, was he a big contributor this year. But we don't know that. This team hasn't developed its young players. And if Adelman truly is the coach, doesn't have to be clear, you are going to have to develop young players better than the last guy.
Let's talk more about that coming up here on the other side, and we'll revisit a comment that Adelman made earlier in the playoffs that, to me, tell me he sees what the picture is right here. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, second hour of the show. The offseason is upon us. The Nuggets eliminated yesterday by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Final score, 125-93. You know what's lame about that? Not as close as the final score would indicate.
Yeah.
Really. When it was like teetering, like, oh, are they going to lose this by 50? Yeah. I was telling you in the break, like, Thunder started making that run late second quarter, and I turned to Berto. We were out at Stoney's yesterday. Shout out to everybody that was at Stoney's. We had a great crowd out there, and boy, did everybody had a really good time for like 20 minutes of basketball. Unfortunately, there were another 28 minutes to be played. But I turned to Berto, and I was just like, this might get bad.
Oh, you could feel it.
Yeah.
Like I told you in the break.
They were teetering.
I'd said it. You just could feel when the Thunder lost their inhibitions about a Game 7, felt themselves,
right,
and weren't worried about it.
Yeah, they were a little tight early on. I think the Nuggets had a they walked onto the floor with a better jump. I think Aaron Gordon being on the floor was a huge motivating factor for that team. Again, AG's performance yesterday with a grade 2 hamstring strain, 8 points, 11 rebounds, and a -9 for the game, which is actually was the second best. Porter was a -8 in his time, but he was 0 for 4 from 3. I don't really have anything good to say about Porter's performance yesterday, but Aaron Gordon, phenomenal. And I think the Nuggets benefited from it, and I think it was 26-16, and then 5-0 run to end the quarter, so a bad finish to the quarter. You start the second quarter without Jokic and Murray on the floor, immediately a 6-0 run and another timeout, and the game just kind of got away from you from there. I think my quick math here, last 13 minutes of the first half after Denver led 26-16, it was 44-20 Thunder.
Yeah.
That's it.
They were hitting everything. They were launching threes. They were feeling good.
And they were
going
playing
to the hoop.
that kind of perimeter defense that was just, they were getting out and running. That's what the Thunder did to teams in the regular season. The officials allowed Caruso and company to mug Jokic. Joker got frustrated. The Nuggets couldn't punish that kind of defense with any outside shot making whatsoever. It was unfortunately, it was the best version of the Thunder basically from there on out, and the Nuggets just they couldn't match it. They didn't have the gas. They don't have the dudes. They went to the bench, and the bench was awful. And the Thunder just they come at you in waves. I did realize yesterday whose fault this all really was. And that was the Chicago Bulls for trading Alex Caruso to the Thunder for Josh Giddey and not even getting any draft pick compensation. Just handing Caruso to Sam Presti and the Thunder. I can't believe they freaking did that. But and by the way, Giddey also beat the Nuggets one time this year when he was with the Bulls.
Yeah,
that trade killed us a couple of times
because this isn't the only time going to your bench has been a poison pill.
Yeah,
it's just something that you've got to fix. So all right, so one of the reasons why I talked about, Adelman asked to know. And look, I like David Adelman. I was impressed with what they did. Now, I would fully be in agreement that you still do a national search. I do think Adelman, if, not here, somewhere else, he's going to be a coach. Mm-hmm. So you've got to be very smart about that.
I think he impressed a lot of people with what he did.
But you've got to be able, with your cap situation, no matter how you choose to address it, you've got to be able to make these draft picks work. Not you got a lot, you don't have a lot, but chances are you're going to have to coach something out of some people.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this improve? Because like a Julian Strother, let's go back to that. Because you made the comment, a couple times last hour. And I think we all knew it was so awesome to watch Julian Strother come alive in Game 6. And I knew first shot up, I'm like, well, this isn't Game 6 Julian Strother.
Right.
He looked like he was running around with a chicken with his head cut off. Shots were not, they just were hopers. They weren't, you know what I mean? He didn't look confident and stuff.
I think he's an NBA player.
I do too, but I think he's probably a bench player.
He needs health. The biggest thing that guy just needs is health. Like his career so far, it's just like it's had too many interruptions. Because both years he's had a major injury that has sidelined him at critical points of the year. This year it was right at the start of March. That was a bad loss for the Nuggets to kind of lose him at that spot. And so like he missed a lot of high leverage basketball at the end of the regular season. And then he entered the playoffs not in the rotation, and then it's like, okay, the Game 6 scenario was the best case, and then Game 7 was the worst case, but that's what you're going to get out of second-year guys. That dude has to stay healthy.
All right. The other thing that you're going to have, as we talked about trades, I would bring Jamal Murray. Like, I would not work to trade Jamal Murray this offseason. But what I'd try to do, I think he needs to have the Nikola Jokic revelation of, I have got to be in phenomenal shape. I have got to be in my playoff shape.
I agree.
The moment I show up here.
Yes.
We can't be doing whatever the start of last year and the year before was.
You know, the injury and the fatigue and the bad feelings from the Olympics and
whatever was going. He and Russ had a weird thing going on. I think it frosted and melted and all that by the end of the year.
I think the contract thing brought him into the building on a strange foot this year. Like, but now it's like, you're exactly right, Andy. Like, the contract is done. Okay. You reestablish. I believe Jamal Murray reestablished himself in the second half of this year as unquestionably this team's number 2, being the guy. And what you said is he needs to walk through the door with that attitude of this is mine. I have ownership over this thing, and I have to be the critical component of this thing 1 through 82, and my body's got to be ready for it.
Yeah, because yesterday, Nikola needed you. It was shown again, and it harkened back to the Minnesota series in Game 7, where he could not hit a shot to stop the bleeding.
Right.
And again, just like yesterday, they were jumping Jokic in the Minnesota series the way they jumped him yesterday. Only better shooting around Jokic is going to prevent that from happening.
Yeah.
Period.
He didn't make enough buckets. I completely agree.
And then it takes away the Aaron Gordon factor. If they're not, again, when the spacing gets all gummed up, and not that Aaron Gordon could have dunked yesterday, but he can't even try. Dude, it was unreal. Did you see the one? How many times did he land? And then he had to lean over.
Yeah.
And you could tell that thing was hurting him. I don't know what he took to try to not feel it, to just get through whatever he could.
Freaking warrior, man.
You know when I knew they were really in trouble with him? They had one of those backdoor passes. I think it was to Caruso of all people. He either made it or Gordon could not get in the way to knock that pass away. You know the play I'm talking about?
I know exactly what play you're talking about. And Gordon was on Caruso. He's in the corner. I think this was second quarter, actually.
Yes.
This play, Caruso, he pointed. He literally looked at Chet and said, flash, and moved Chet out of his way. And then AG took one step forward, and the second he did that, Caruso cut back door, and boom, they got him with a pass, reverse layup, was up and in. Like a healthy Aaron Gordon can contest that shot, maybe even cut off Caruso before he gets to the basket. This was a play where Caruso's so freaking good and so freaking smart, and was just like, oh yeah, no, there's a free bucket. Just go.
Well, I think a healthy Aaron Gordon maybe cuts the pass off to begin with, and he never receives the bounce pass in the first place.
Yeah, it could have been. But it was, you were defending 4-on-5 for a while.
Yeah, and I saw that. I'm like, you got to get him out of there.
Yeah.
He can't move.
He was battling. Oh, he was absolutely battling. Aaron Gordon, the year that guy had, the tragic passing of his brother, and Mark Spears wrote about it, like the life adjustments that he made to take on the role of raising his two nephews and everything that he went through personally. Just an unbelievably tough year. And then to have it end the way that it did after such a great playoff run from that guy, that was one of those where you're just like, this feels unfair, watching him out there trying to battle. And he freaking battled, man.
He did.
Yeah.
He showed up ready to play, and not enough guys showed up with it's the attitude that he brings.
Yeah.
That just not enough of them seem to. I don't know why. I don't know where they lost this. All I remember during the playoff run 2 years ago, Nate,
they were connected.
They were connected, and they were so competitive.
They played
just
for each
loved
other.
Competing. They loved winning. They didn't let
Everybody
anything bother them.
Knew their role.
We haven't seen that the last two playoffs.
Yeah, everybody was paid. They knew exactly what their role was. They were so connected with it. It really, this season of the infighting at the top between Malone and Booth, the lack of cohesive vision that existed within the organization, rotations and injuries beset this team all year long and challenges. I mean, Nikola Jokic averaged a triple-double, like a 30-point triple-double this season. He put up an all-time great year, and the frustration was just like visible on his face almost all the time. And, you know, when he sits in front of the press yesterday and says, we can't win a championship right now, it's because he knows. And shout out to Joker for elevating this team to 50 wins and getting them 14 games in the playoffs. But, like, you got to do more around this guy right now. And in some ways, this sort of harkens back to the conversation we had the day the Malone and Booth got canned, was like, this is the all-time player in the history of your franchise. You'll never have anybody better than this guy. And he right now is well aware of how much of this thing that he is carrying. And at the end, he's sitting up there saying, we're not good enough. We can't win a championship, which I appreciate that candor. You know, Jamal Murray is like, absolutely, I think we can do it. And Jokic is sitting there, and he's the smartest basketball mind in the building, and he's going, nope.
Yeah, because
we don't got it.
You don't have a bench, and let's just be honest. All your outside shooting just feels way too inconsistent at times.
Yeah.
I don't know what version, and this is something else Jamal's got to change. You're paid now.
Mm-hmm.
You're a paid dude, okay? Your status, if you look at it that way, is cemented financially on this roster.
Yeah.
You can't be an unknown when we walk in the building. And there were too many times where you and I talked, I don't know what Jamal Murray. If you get the Jamal Murray of Game 5 in the Clippers series, this team still be playing. And you probably, if Jamal Murray was more Jamal Murray Game 5 of the Clippers series during this playoff, you're probably already on to Minnesota. You might be starting the Western Conference Finals sooner because you would have dispatched the Thunder quicker. But also, he wasn't.
But to that point, and I'm not saying this to defend Jamal, because he wasn't good enough yesterday. But also, like, the Thunder won this series, and Jalen Williams, who is their second All-Star, who is their second best player, was offensively invisible most of this series.
Okay.
And you still managed to win this thing.
Yeah,
like,
because
you still managed to win this. You know, SGA was very good in this series. But, like, again, why is that? Because when Jalen Williams isn't scoring, well, they found it in other places.
And he still plays just
outstanding
suffocating defense.
Yes.
He's not a good time defensively.
Still impacts the game in many other ways. There's no doubt about that.
And Caruso is their Bruce Brown. I mean, again, you don't have a Bruce Brown anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest about it. In a perfect world, we're stuck on this. You brought up how basically they were a 5-player deep roster. Okay, whether it was KCP or Christian Brown starting is not the point. The point is, you don't have a Christian Brown coming off the bench to match energy of a Bruce Brown. You had 2 guys you could bring in that were just that were just really kind of like try hard motor guys.
And to that point, like,
you don't have any of those guys coming off the bench right now.
Malone gets fired. They put Adelman in the seat. Adelman did so. Don't get me wrong. Adelman did many different things, but one thing he didn't do, he didn't expand the rotation.
No.
At no point was he like, oh, like, I think Jalen Pickett is the key and he just needs a chance. I think Zeke's the key and we just got to show that we trust him. No, he didn't play those guys. He didn't even play Strother until the very end when basically he had no other choice because the team was too banged up. Like, that's multiple very smart basketball men, Michael Malone, David Adelman, that are sitting there looking at this roster and going, I can't play these guys.
Not in the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's a big-time problem for this team. Kreckman and Lindahl, Monday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, little palate cleanser. Football talk with our pal Jeff Legwald. What exactly are the San Francisco 49ers trying to do? We'll ask Jeff Legwald that next. Yes, it is Jeff Legwold time here on a Monday afternoon. Leggy, we got a lot of Broncos to talk about, but, the San Francisco 49ers, it's sort of Broncos West. They're coached by a Shanahan, after all. They puked a whole lot of money all over Brock Purdy late last week. The new iteration of the Niners with an extremely expensive quarterback. As you have examined what this team looks like going forward, can this all still work? Can Kyle still maximize all of this with now crazy payroll imbalance?
Yeah, I mean, this is a weird sort of reboot that they're doing. You don't often see teams who profess to be in a reboot and have the exodus in free agency like they had. I think they had a dozen players leave in free agency. You just don't see those kinds of teams just go all in so hard with probably now what are like 7 major contracts for older players. So definitely will be a roster without much of a middle class. Even with the cap, where it is, they're just not going to be able to do those, mid-level signings that get you the big time backups that championship teams have. So this forces them to be healthy, and they haven't been really, and it forces them to get it right in the draft as much as possible because they're going to need both of those things to make this work over even the next 4 years.
Leggy, put yourself in John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's shoes here for just a moment. And this is simply my opinion. I don't view Brock Purdy as a $265 million quarterback. The San Francisco 49ers do. Why do you think that is?
Might be he's a $265 million quarterback because there isn't another one available to them that they believe is as good. And sometimes it's that simple. Can the replacement be better? That type of thing. And unless you're picking at the top of the board to get one in the draft that you're immediately confident about, I think it's also, Nate, the price of quarterbacks as the cap goes where it's going. I think, and I'm guilty of it as much as anybody in seeing the totals on some contracts and saying, wow, that's a lot. And then I sit down and think about it. And, comparatively, the percentage of the cap each year would roughly be the same of, the $100 million deal. Like when Peyton came here, when Manning came here and signed the, 90 something million virtually guaranteed deal, that was kind of an out of the box contract at that time, and that isn't really all that long ago when you think about it. But I do think a lot of this is, will the replacement be better? And I think the coach has certainly made his feelings clear there in Kyle. And I think John, like a lot of GMs, if your coach is very passionate about the most important position on the field, you're probably going to defer a little bit on that.
All right, we haven't had a chance to get you on since the old big schedule rolled out there, but what do you think of how it sets up for the Broncos? Another late bye for them, but not too late. I guess it's a little bit rough at the beginning, right? I believe it's 4 of 6 on the road, but What did you make of the schedule? How competitive should they be with this schedule if things stay somewhat similar to last year?
In their division, Andy, and in the AFC, that'll be a rugged affair again. The start's going to be a pretty important thing. Those first 6 games are going to mean a lot. In fact, in a lot of ways, they might mean as much as the last 6, coming down the stretch. So I think that struck me. That's a tough early go. I think no bye after London. You're seeing the brave new world of the NFL. For a while it was, all right, these international games are special and you're going to get a break after you go. Well, those days are done now. The international games are fully, this is the NFL saying you're going to have to deal with it. We're going to play a lot of these, get ready, and, no bye after London and then a late bye. So I think those 3 things make it, with the fact it's it's a who's who of quarterbacks. They're getting over the course of the schedule. Granted, we always look at those things, and not everybody has a great year when it actually gets going. But on paper, it's a pretty stiff quarterbacking test for the defense. And with those other things, I think it's a pretty tough slate.
They get Kansas City week 11 at home right before the bye, and then they get them again Christmas Day or Christmas night, I suppose, in KC, the Amazon Prime game that they will play right there. Leggy, we always are waiting for the Kansas City Chiefs to take a downturn, for their lack of skill position talent to catch up to them, to look at it and say Mahomes is not enough to carry this team. And let's be honest, their offense has been kind of boring and lame while still being effective in recent years. Is this the year that finally the downturn actually hits the Kansas City Chiefs, or is their voodoo just going to carry them to the AFC Championship game again?
Unfortunately, if you're a Broncos fan, I mean, they've got the Tom Brady of this generation of the NFL. In the short generations that is pro football, that are pro football. I mean, he is the Tom Brady of this one, and his voodoo will work as long as the team around him is reasonably healthy. And I think that's what derails them. Repeated playoff teams, repeated championship teams, they lose depth.
Yeah.
You lose your depth. That's where it hits you. I mean, all you got to do is look at the Nuggets. It doesn't matter any sport. It erodes
Damn it,
your
Leggy,
depth.
we're taking a break.
You're
for
the palate
Nuggets
cleanser,
talk. Come
Leggy.
on.
Sorry. It's still crushing me here in the local football bureau. But no, but it crushes your depth. That's where you get erosion, and what really brings that to a head is our injuries, and that, to me, that's what will pull them down. Or if Mahomes has even a little bit of a slip back for some reason, whatever, if he's dealing with a nagging injury, or Andy Reid can't find the combination in the offensive line, or whatever it is, those are the two things that would give everybody else a better chance.
Yeah.
All right, Leggy, when do we actually see? We're getting soon to where they got to have some camps, right? I know, Sean, you told us dialed back a few of these camps. When are they going to get back out on the field?
Week there'll be an OTA, that will be their first OTA. Most teams it would be their second, but he's only going with 2, and then it's one more OTA after that, and then the mandatory mini camps, the June 10th, 11th, and 12th. So you got about three good off-season weeks coming here pretty quickly.
All right, last one for you, Leggy. Is there a free agent out there that still might make sense for this team? Is there anybody left that you would maybe keep an eye on, or is it going to be quiet till we hit camp and, you inevitably lose somebody?
And I would have said maybe one of the older receivers had they not used a third-round pick on Pat Bryant. But okay. I think that ended. I don't think they were that interested in any of the remaining free agents. And the fact they didn't really dive into any negotiations seriously with many offensive free agents other than Ingram tells you what they thought of that group in their price range, at least. So I don't think, other than, maybe an injury forcing them to look, or just somebody out there at the end as camp approaches, that they would be too intrigued by. They've in-house, they feel pretty good about this roster as it stands right now. And I think if Singleton's recovery wasn't going as well, they may be looking at linebackers too, just in case. But, by all accounts, that's going pretty well at this point.
Didn't he have a rough shot at the Nuggets game the other night that we were at? Remember, he was first shot of the game, Singleton was?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that was the greatest shot there.
Hey, it's...
Yeah, Leggy, he's not ready to maybe play some hoops, but it's good he's ready to play some linebacker.
That's a tough gig. So. Not everybody's Vic Lombardi, okay?
Leggy, could you make a shot in front of all the ball arena from the free throw line? Could you kick us off the right way?
As a former Washington General, I'd give it my all.
Leggy, beautifully done as always, man. We appreciate it.
Was that long-haired Leggy playing for the Generals?
Yes.
Nah, man. I still got the uni. Don't make me break it out.
We want to see it. You're gonna next Friday. I want you to hold it up.
I'll bring it out on Friday.
All right.
You get a little Washington Generals.
Hold on. You're serious? You played for the Washington Generals?
I played an entire half for the Washington Generals.
What year?
1991.
Okay. No further questions. Coming up on Friday. Jeff Legwold's going to wear the Washington Generals jersey.
I'm not going to wear it. I'm going to hold it up.
What are you telling me? It doesn't fit quite so much anymore?
Fit over the pullover? Is that it?
Actually, it fits better now than it did then.
Hey, see, there you go. Okay, good to hear. We're going to get the full story of Jeff Legwold, Washington General, coming up on Friday. Spring, put this in the notes because Andy and I will forget.
No,
okay,
Jeff, don't forget.
Don't forget, all right? Leggy, go get him, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, real quick, can I just tell you what broke my heart today? Speaking of that era, you know our head promotions gal, or one of our top promotions gal, Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
She unfortunately had to help a friend pack up her grandpa's house because her grandpa unfortunately passed.
Okay.
And so she saw me walking in with my old school Bronco shirt on. She's like, "Oh, yeah, she told me the story." She goes, "Yeah, I had to help pack up this stuff." He had a bunch of old stuff from like the 90s or something. And I was like, "Jordan, what? You're killing me. The 90s are not that long ago.
They really are.
You just relax.
They really
with that
are.
Old stuff from the 90s. Yeah, she made it sound like if I was talking about going and finding like all this stuff from the 60s.
Exactly.
You know?
That's like that math realization sucks.
Yeah, it really does.
Doesn't it?
Really does.
Yeah. It's
Oh my God. I was just thinking about today. I saw something on Twitch or on Twitter where Eddie Vedder broke out the Hunger Strike song for the first time since Chris Cornell's passing. And it just kind of took me back. Yeah, I was in college when all that was going on.
Temple
and
of the Dog.
Jordan telling me, "Yeah, we had to pack it up like it was in a museum." You switch, you're shipping it off to the Smithsonian. Calm down. Holy cow!
I know. It's
killing me.
I know. 1995 was 30 years ago, Andy.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
By the way, I had someone come up to one of the watch parties. Now I'm trying to remember who it was. Someone came up to me at one of the watch parties and said, again, Nate Kreckman doing yeoman's work, hearing the Wilhelm scream and now noticing it in everything.
It's in everything.
Everything.
You can't miss the Wilhelm scream.
Indiana Jones, it's all over the place.
Star
Wars,
Wars,
it's all over the place.
It's everywhere.
It's in a Taco Bell commercial, I think.
It's Hollywood lore, man.
Anyway.
Michael Porter. We did the Wilhelm scream a few times watching him shoot the ball in this series. Michael Porter, let's hear from MPJ when he talked to the media after the game yesterday, and he talked about the frustration of battling and playing through that shoulder injury.
I mean, there's so many parts of it that are tough. For me, I really wanted to win and I really wanted to help the team and to feel like everybody kind of was playing their part through this playoffs. And been playing good basketball, AG, CV, doing probably more than they were even expected. And then to feel kind of like you just couldn't give your team what you wanted. That's really tough for me. And I know that I was, going through some things with the shoulder, with the brace had broke and I was trying to find one that fit and I felt balanced with. But it's hard. And then the shoulder, that affects so many things. That affects how you sleep. I couldn't sleep through the night very well because it was very painful. I couldn't lift. I haven't lifted, and I'm so used to playing basketball, having lifted weights and feeling strong and feeling like your shot is feeling a certain way. So there were so many parts of it that were frustrating for me. But at the end of the day, I didn't play well this series, this playoffs, and I got to figure out a way to get my body into a better place if possible. And become a better player.
He averaged 7 points, 5 rebounds per game. In this series, he shot 25% from 3, which is just an absolute killer. 32% from the floor. His scoring by game, Andy, was 2, 8, 21, 3, 2, 10, and 6. The 2 games where he scored in double figures, they won both of those games. That was game 2 and game 6 of this series. Game 3 and game 6 of this series. Yeah, it wasn't good. It was not good what happened to him this postseason. He talked about it right there. It's awful timing for the injury, right? It's absolutely awful timing for the injury to suffer a major shoulder injury, to lose your ability to shoot. He talked about it like physically he was not able to do the things that he needed to do to get his body ready and prepared to be able to play every single night. I think all those things are very real. I think sometimes excuses also are just the reasons why things didn't go well for you at a particular time, but also like, here's the reality. That very well could have been his last game in a Nuggets uniform yesterday. I don't think that Michael Porter is directly the problem with this team, but in order to start to solve some of the issues with this team, he's the kind of guy that probably has to go out.
You put it perfectly early in the show. He's a luxury with this salary structure.
Kind of, yeah.
You need someone to – you need a couple guys to do – you need a couple guys to be – you need someone to take his place in the starting lineup. But if you could get – now, look, you won't get someone with the shooting ability that he has. You have to be ready for that.
Yeah.
But if you could get a couple guys that could actually come in and give good quality bench minutes and make you feel deeper –
yeah,
then that's where he's the piece that probably has to go.
When his shoulder's hurt and his shooting goes, like how else is he still affecting winning? Like he averaged 5 rebounds a game in this series. That's not enough. That's just flat.
It's not.
And I know his arm was a huge factor. We get all of that, but also like having Porter and having him at that contract number is a part of the reason why this team has no depth available.
No, you're right. And you know, I mean, again, I love AG and I would put him on the untouchable list with you. I just think he brings a lot to this team. But that's another contract where you're going to be monitoring. There are a lot of leg injuries this year.
Yeah.
The health has to say. The problem right now, and we all know it, but it's hard to still accept when you watch it not work out for this. The starting 5 has to be so good for this thing to work.
Yep.
You just don't have any money for anything else.
The biggest issue with this team, well, Nikola Jokic yesterday said the quiet part out loud about exactly what it is. Hear from the Joker next. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is basketball. Game 1, Thunder Wolves, tomorrow night. Western Conference Finals. The basketball nerd in me is excited to watch that series. I truly am. I think it's going to be an excellent series. I think it's going to be fun. I'm very eager to see how those two teams play off of one another. Should be a good time. I think the Knicks thing is compelling. Like, I think the NBA's Final Four, despite not having Boston, not having Cleveland in it, despite ESPN sobs not having the Lakers in it, I think is going to be very good. I wish the Denver Nuggets were going to be a part of it. They had their opportunity, Andy. This series against the Thunder after they get blown out yesterday. Game 1, you pulled out of your butt. Game 2, you didn't show up. Game 3, you get a heroic performance from MPJ and AG. You push to overtime. You get that thing. Game 4 and Game 5, those are the ouch games. Those are the games where, because you didn't have enough legs, enough juice, you couldn't finish games where you otherwise played well. You just you couldn't win them.
See, for me, just on that point, I isolate Game 5 because you were shooting fairly well that game.
Yeah.
Game 4 was a puke fest for everybody.
Yeah, it was a slog, and
nobody could hit a shot.
You
for
couldn't
either
complete it. Yeah, they basically won because of Cason Wallace and Aaron Wiggins in that game. And Game 5's the Lou Dort game, which brought us the infamous Kaz drop that'll live on forever.
Oh, don't tell me you didn't hear that in your head when Lou Dort hit one of those corner threes.
He hit a corner three yesterday.
Like, oh my gosh,
those
here
things
we go.
are in the air
This
forever.
guy's back.
Mm-hmm. Game 6 was the Jokic game, and Game 7 was a puke fest. There was a series that was there for the taking for the Nuggets, but when you sit back at the very end of it, you realize the issues. I pulled up some of the advanced numbers from this series. I just want to give them to you really quick. Points off of turnovers, the Thunder had 167.
Oh, my God.
The Nuggets had 81.
Half of it.
Yes. Second chance points, the Nuggets won. 109 to 102. Offensive rebounding edge. Fast break points, Thunder 142, Nuggets 79. Their transition defense killed you, plus their ability to be able to generate turnovers in the backcourt and just get out on the run was huge. Points in the paint, Thunder 352, Nuggets 274. And that's four bodies crowded around Jokic basically the entire series.
Okay.
And Joker being, let's be honest, pretty bad for games 2, 3, and 4.
And aside from points off turnovers, which I don't feel like the Nuggets were always great creating turnovers. They were the team turning it over, it felt like, in the regular season. When it came to points in the paint and fast break points, wasn't that kind of your thing?
Yeah.
And you got dominated both categories?
In both of those categories.
You're probably lucky it's a 7-game series when you look at it that way.
One more, and to me, this is a very turnover-influenced stat, field goal attempts. The Thunder took 650 shots in this series. The Nuggets took 614. So, quick math, plus 36. They took 36 more shots than you did in 7 games. That's a massive advantage right there. And again, that to me is created off of turnovers. That's just, even with the second chance points advantage that the Nuggets had, that was too many possessions where the Thunder just took the ball away and then went and scored. That's kind of it right there. Yeah, to your point, like, it is kind of a miracle this thing went 7. You beat a really good Clipper team. You took the best team in the NBA to the very limit. You fired your GM and your coach with 3 games left in the regular season. Like, AG's hamstring, Porter's shoulder, Jamal's illness. When you look
Jokic
at all,
still was battling through some stuff too,
and the elbow and everything that he was dealing with. Like, the Thunder just looked like a way healthier team than Denver did. Plus, they're the deeper team. But put all of that together, and it's like on a day like this, you're kind of like, you know what? I didn't expect this team to play 14 playoff games. The way we were talking about this team with, the way that we talked about this team 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, It was like, are they going to fall into the play-in? Like, it was that frustrating, and they made a really good playoff run. Like, I enjoyed this postseason for the Nuggets. Like, the fan part of me really had fun watching this team over the last few weeks and watch them come together. You know, yesterday, and really the entire series, and really the Clippers series too, they exposed all of the many flaws, but the Nuggets, their resiliency, their toughness, they were able to overcome those things. Their chemistry, their competitiveness, they had all of that. It's just their weaknesses were they didn't have enough depth and they didn't have enough talent.
No, they didn't. And it just was, you're right. It sucks because you're in the Jokic era, right? That's what kills you about this thing.
You blew another year.
You can't keep doing this.
Of Joker's prime.
But
that's
at
bad.
the end of the day, nobody at the start of the playoffs, I don't know anybody that thought it was going to go this long. You and I were worried about quietly a 5-game series against the Thunder. And when the Thunder whooped them in game 2, I thought, uh-oh, here we go. This could get ugly.
I was worried they weren't going to beat the Clippers.
Under control. No, trust me, I was with you.
Because
the Clippers whooped them once, too.
That's just it, too. Is like, and Dempsey talked about it. Like, there was an element of luck in all of this, and some of this was, again, the Nuggets' own doing for not locking up the 2 seed or anything like that. But some of this was just a little bit of bad luck of who they kept running into. You know, They had to play the Clippers. They had to play the Thunder right off the jump. This is where getting the 2 seed would have been nice.
All right, I need some help for people. 303-5040925. You know my rule. It's a loose rule, as most of my rules are.
All right.
But it's a rule. You don't root for the team that beat you. Man, I don't think I can root for Minnesota. I don't know. I'm telling you, the Thunder might be the first exception to the rule.
Yeah.
I haven't grown enough playoff hate for them yet.
Uh-huh.
Now, believe me, I could do without looking at Caruso, and Chet just bothers me. Dude, Kaz calling him weird science is just
So
top
good.
shelf stuff.
So good.
But I know the Nuggets fans are tired of SGA and the flopping, but it was something. The other day I asked Scotty, explain to me. Scotty was getting all over everybody for the loose stats he thought were being thrown out. And I asked him, all right, educate us then. Educate us. Tell me what it is that you think we're missing. And he talked specifically about how the Nuggets don't have a shooter like SGA that gets into the body and then shoots. He said all our guys, and Jamal's a classic example, he's going to jab step and then fade away from the block, from the defender and shoot over him.
Yeah.
So am I annoyed by SGA? Sure, but I'd take that on our team. I'd take Caruso on the Nuggets right now in a heartbeat.
You would take the best scorer in the world on your team?
I'm talking about a guy, though, that will take contact and shoot, which we don't really have. Michael Porter Jr. is not that guy.
Nope.
He wants to shoot over you.
Right.
They don't have a dude that's going to take the hard foul and shoot except for Jokic.
Yeah.
You need to find that.
Again, like you know me, I don't have the same rage that you do for Shea. I just watch him and I marvel at how freaking good the guy is. There's the part of me that, came to really hate Alex Caruso through this series because of, what he did to the Nuggets.
But you need one of those guys.
You need that dude.
He's the reason why they're going on to the next round.
The Nuggets
He's
don't have
something
that
they
guy.
didn't have a year ago.
The Nuggets don't have that guy.
They had it in Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown was kind of that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just didn't know it because he was our guy.
Right. You got to have that guy.
So I think I may root for the Thunder. I'm not ready to root for anything Minnesota right now. Although, did you see, it was funny. I found an old clip. Somebody had retweeted it. I meant to send it to you guys, and I don't think I did. You talked about how much the Thunder foul on their way to winning. Someone found the old clip of Chris Finch complaining. I think it was the last matchup of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Finch is at the table, and he goes, this team is so hard to play and annoying to play. And they foul too much, and you can't touch SGA. And just like, it sounded like a Nuggets fan complaining about the series they just watched, and now Fitch gets to deal with it. It's going to be an interesting,
I think it's going to be a great series.
Knockdown series.
By the way, one more note, and I saw this note. It was cited in the Ringer, and I guess I didn't even realize this. Or at least I didn't know the numbers. Before the start of this round, Shea had started all but 7 second quarters on the bench this season.
Okay.
So basically like the non-SGA minutes for the Thunder were the same as the non-Jokic minutes. In the last 4 games of the series, Dagenalt made an adjustment, and he used SGA in the non-Jokic minutes. When every second quarter began, he made sure he put his best scorer on the floor to best take advantage of those minutes. I wouldn't say that necessarily it always worked. It did yesterday in Game 7. It didn't always work, but like that's a good playoff adjustment right there, and that again screams the Nuggets' problems of not having viable bench scoring on this team to be able to make up for ever getting Nikola Jokic off the court. And they have to, man. Right now, Andy, I think not only are they wasting his prime, I think they're shortening his prime.
Yeah, he's playing too much. I fully agree with you. And again, and I understand Adelman. Like, how'd the fourth quarter? I think he kept him out there for the start of the fourth quarter yesterday. I guess you had no choice.
9:36 or so, he waved the
I'm just
the white
like,
flag.
dude, this is brutal.
Yeah, we're done.
And frankly, as you pointed out, he had to get him back in quicker in the second quarter.
Right.
He didn't even get his full 5-minute rest in the second quarter.
Nah, it was go all the way to the end. Enjoy your beer this offseason, Nikola Jokic. We'll take a break when we come back. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Denver Nuggets. We'll hear from everybody after Game 7. David Adelman, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray on his confidence that this core can get it done again. Plus Aaron Gordon talking about playing through the grade 2 hamstring injury. That's all coming up. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid. That's their website, Roller Auction. The website is roller.bid. All of the bidding is done online, but check out all the auctions that are available for bidding right now, including this City of Loveland vehicles and equipment auction. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the premier place to go for these city and county auctions. These are well-maintained vehicles and equipment right here in the City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Talking about a John Deere tractor, a Kenworth roll-off truck, a Freightliner bucket truck, a flatbed. Plus, they got SUVs, cargo vans, UTVs, mowers, and so much more. This auction is going to close in a couple of days, so get on it right now at roller.bid and sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You'll both be ready to bid online at Roller Auction, and also just by signing up at roller.bid/altitude, you will be eligible to win sports tickets, concert tickets, and so much more from us here at Altitude. So go to roller.bid/altitude, get signed up, and you got a few days left to get in on the City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Some sick John Deere mowers on here. Check it out right now, roller.bid. It was 42-41. Nuggets were down 1 with 3:10 to go in the first half. By the 11-minute mark of the third quarter, they were down 20. Minus 19 in 4 minutes of basketball. And that's how the offseason starts. Let's dive into the 5 biggest stories of the day. From Game 7 and its aftermath, let's get some Tesh in our life, and let's get the king of the 10-miler, Mark Springer, on the job. Let's do this, Spring.
The final Tesh we will hear for some time.
Is it?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
Well, we'll see how
We'll
fantasy
see.
opens up.
That's
but,
an executive decision.
right now-
That's above
That's
my
true,
pay grade,
because
actually.
we might be in for an interesting offseason here with the Denver Nuggets. Time for the high five, and the Nuggets season is over. They were eliminated in Game 7 on Sunday. David Adelman talking after the game. He was the interim head coach. How much does he want to continue to coach this team and be named the full-time head coach?
I don't think it's time for me to think about that. We just lost Game 7. Our season's over. Decision makers will make that decision. Obviously, blessed to have this opportunity. Take the helm and lead this team. Something, obviously, if I'm not back next year, I'll obviously never forget this. It's been an incredible experience. And to have the buy-in from the guys was really special for me. And, what we did at the end of the season, like I've brought this up a few times, but everyone's going to remember these Game 7s and the playoff series and all that. I'm going to remember the last 3 games of the season because we showed up in Sacramento in a must-win. We did it. We did it with Memphis on a Friday night. We did it in Houston. 3 teams that were, vying for positions. So those were big-time games. For the guys that quickly to come together and give us this opportunity, very special to me. I'll never forget it. Something I think down the road when I'm older, this group will always remember this. It was about us in that room, like I said.
Andy, I want to ask you a classic sports radio hypothetical. If they didn't do the move and Malone coached this postseason, how do you think that would have gone?
So we were doing that on Crosstalk right before you came in.
Okay.
I don't think they get this far.
I don't think they do either.
And look, man, this is not a shot at Michael Malone. I am a fan of the coach that brought us the first title that I thought this town would never see in its history. I think he was a very good coach, but I think it's been said before, and I'm going to say it again. Michael Malone has got a little Jim Harbaugh in him where his style of coaching, his always to 10, just guys can only take so much of it. And frankly, I think this team took more of it than is probably what usually is accepted or whatever. So he did a great job, but it was so clear. They were all burned out.
It was
they were
stale.
all done.
It was
they
done.
weren't listening. Here's where I know guys like that are intense like Malone have lost their room when they go in and they give you the intense speech after a game and it's almost just ignored the next outing.
Yeah.
Where he's demanding defense, he's demanding rebounds, and nothing happens, and
Right.
they get their butts kicked
How
another
many
game.
press
They are tuning him out.
conferences did he sit in and say exactly what this team needs to do, and he wasn't getting it, was going as poorly as it was? They needed new energy breathed into the room. I think they found it. I think they came together. I don't think they came together even close to what they did the year of the championship. It was also a better team the year that they won the NBA championship, and a different NBA the year that they won the NBA championship.
And an easier path. Dude, they had 2 brutal matchups. They had the 4-5, and then they got the 1.
And also, like, the physicality that the officials have allowed to ramp up in the postseason over the last couple of years screams that you need depth, and this team doesn't have it. They didn't have anybody to be able to go with. You can't say for sure. My gut, they lose the Clippers series.
Yeah, I would.
Honestly, my gut is they don't even play the Clippers because they don't get the 4 seed.
I think that's what we all agreed. I think they would have been in the play-in.
Yeah.
I think they would have been in the play-in.
Or maybe a 6 seed.
Maybe they get the Lakers first,
Yeah.
right? I don't know. But I don't think.
We know it was trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, Josh did what he had to do for that situation right there.
Yep.
And look, Nikola Jokic, again, I give the guy a ton of credit. I think he willed the team, and Aaron Gordon came along. Can't ignore him. Those two were the core of what pushed this thing. Christian Brown had his nights. Jamal had a few nights.
Yeah.
And PJ, only one night this series, but had a couple nights in the Clippers series, and even Westbrook. But sooner or later, you knew that they were going to run. Look, I don't think they'd have beat Minnesota. I'll say it. I think that could have been a 4-1 series.
Got an update, by the way. Michael Malone will join ESPN's
Yeah.
coverage of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and the Timberwolves. I think he's going to be great on TV. I think he was born for that role. I think both his honesty and his attention to detail, I think he's going to be really good on television.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I think his analysis of Minnesota OKC is going to be real interesting.
I'm going to be glued to it. I'm going to find it riveting what he's got to say about this series. Should be good. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Following the Game 7 loss, Nikola Jokic was asked this.
Do you feel like this team could still win a championship as it's put together now?
I mean, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
I love that attitude.
Yeah.
This team needs that. Like, this has got to be an offseason about facing harsh realities, okay? That is what this thing needs to be. The Minnesota series, like, we're saying a lot of the same things today that we did last year after the Timberwolves series. You ran out of gas. And why did you run out of gas? Because you didn't have enough dudes. You didn't have enough dudes to lighten the load in the regular season. You didn't have enough dudes to lighten the load in the postseason. Again, the starting five on the balance of this playoffs was very good. Net rating of plus 11. That's fantastic. That's good enough to be able to be advancing to the Western Conference Finals. The moment that you had to put anybody else into the game, it became death. And that was true of this team, and it killed them in the regular season. It killed them in the playoffs. They have drafted poorly. They have added talent poorly to this team. They haven't used the limited resources, the mid-level exceptions that they've tried to pay to get good players. Russell Westbrook was hit or miss. Dario Saric was just miss.
Never played.
He never played. Zeke Naji didn't become playable or tradable for this team. Peyton Watson has to take huge steps forward. Julian Strawther's got to be able to stay healthy. And this roster just has, Vlatko, who I'm not sure is a viable NBA player anymore. Jalen Pickett, who little signs of promise here and there, but again, a guy that just has to be able to play and has to be able to develop. I'm bullish on him. I'm hopeful that he can turn into a good NBA player. But this roster, like when you look at the quality of what the Thunder and the Timberwolves have above them right now, you are not in the same neighborhood.
No, and again, what hurts about this one, last year, yeah, we all felt like Joker just got too tired and you rode the horse into the ground. This year, as you said, you're just not good enough.
Yeah.
And it's a stark reality.
Yeah, and like him answering that question as honestly as he did means how many nights did Nikola Jokic look around him and just go, this ain't it, guys. This ain't it. Averaging a triple-double, but doing so in what at times felt like a joyless fashion. That's got to change, man. That has to go. I will never doubt his compete level. I will never doubt his intensity, his desire, or anything else like that. But like Nikola Jokic, I think you get the best buy-in from Nikola Jokic when he looks around and he goes, okay, I am surrounded by players that are worth making better right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just think also he's now faced 2 years of three people in his face constantly,
right.
And somebody needs to help that.
Nobody's making
pride off him.
anything easier on him. Spring.
High five. Jamal Murray, after the Game 7 loss, was asked what is his confidence that this core can win another championship.
100%. Just came up short tonight. I'll get back in the gym and get back to it for next year.
Okay, Andy, you had a great take on Jamal Murray last hour. I just want to give you the floor. I'll throw you the lob. You throw it down. What's Jamal Murray got to do next year?
You got to have your Jokic revelation. You need to show up. You need to act like everything said about Luka was said about you. He's not fat, but you don't come in proper condition. There can't be a calf injury that hinders you for 2 months, and you can't round into all-star form after Christmas. You can't do it. He's set to make $46 million next year.
Yep.
Okay? By payroll, you are the number 2. Your status is cemented. You've been given all your respect. There's no more weird contract stuff because we see it. When Jamal can't do things to help Joker, when they're not Batman and Robin, none of this formula works. And we can't wait for the formula to show up post-New Year's. It has to happen when you show up in October. Halloween's got to be playoff Jamal. It's got to happen. Because, look, the Nuggets went to the next level when Nikola dedicated himself this way.
Yeah.
It's a different thing for Jamal. It's the conditioning, but you got to show up and you got to be ready to go.
He needs to be a standard bearer. He needs to be a leader with this group. He needs to be a guy that players follow. Because I do think like he's got that gravity about him. I think the locker room does gravitate towards him. The problem is that I'm not sure that the arrow's always pointed in the right direction. It needs to be going forward. Like he and by the way, and I'm casually looking at the text line, but I know people want him traded. I know people want him gone. I think he's going to be really hard to trade.
I agree.
It's a max contract, okay?
He does not look like a $200 million player right now.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah, it's and there's 4 years on it, and for teams to be able to make that work within their payroll is tough. And I think people will ask the question, what kind of player are you without Nikola Jokic? Well, here's the thing. If he stays here in Denver, I don't ever need to know the answer to that question. He could just be the greatest player to ever play alongside Nikola Jokic, but he's got to have it. He has got to be a player that – and honestly, Andy, I thought in this postseason, especially this Thunder series, he elevated this team when Jokic wasn't on the floor. He doesn't do enough of that in the regular season. He needs to take command of that second unit, say, you guys are going with me. Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther, you guys are my dudes. We're putting in the work every single day to turn into a unit that can be trusted, that can help this team win games, not to merely be a placeholder. But the biggest thing that I need to see out of Jamal Murray is exactly what you said. I need to see a shift in how he views his place within this organization, because I don't doubt his game. I really don't.
No, but he's got to be in condition to play it from the get-go.
Yep.
Period.
I completely agree with you on that.
And not being bitter about not getting you'll get an all-star appearance if you play that way the full season.
You got to go take it though, man.
And what does it even matter now? You got your contract.
Well, and on top of that, Andy, like he has the respect. The guys around the league know what kind of player he is. They know what kind of elite playoff performer that he is, how he steps up in the biggest moments, how fearless he is, all of those things. It's not like he has a name that he has to establish with the league. What he has to establish is that he can be that guy every single night, and I believe that he absolutely can be. The other part of this conversation, and we talked before about like, okay, well, you trade Jamal Murray. And my response to it always is going to be, who, if you trade Jamal, who does what he does?
Yeah, who handles the ball? Because nobody could when he was out this series. You pointed out numerous times.
Who gets shots? Who gets their own look? Who gets their own look? Besides Jokic, because if you take Jamal Murray away from this team and you don't immediately replace that kind of playmaking and shot creating ability that Jamal Murray has, you think Jokic is surrounded by too many bodies right now? That's going to be his life every single night. I'm not saying that there aren't players that you couldn't replace him with, but the biggest thing that I need to see is, okay, you got somebody that can get their own look. In an ideal world, the Nuggets would have more of those dudes, but they don't. Spring.
High five. Let's hear from Michael Porter Jr. after the game. How much does this team mean to him, and how confident is MPJ that the Nuggets can win again?
I mean, you know, top to bottom, I mean, from the Cronkies to, you know, Tim Conley, who drafted me, to Calvin, to, you know, Coach Malone, then, you know, now DA. I have a lot of appreciation for everybody in here. You know, with the coaching change, I felt like, you know, there was things DA was trying to figure out on the fly, and he did a great job with the hand he was dealt. And everyone in his locker room, you know, means a lot to me. I'm not sure if it'll be the same exact group next year, but you know, whatever's next for me, whatever's next for this team, I know that the guys will be ready for it.
Yeah, spoken like a guy who has read his name in trade rumors before. Spoken like a guy who knows if you're going to subtract somebody from the core four, it's probably him.
Because not only he does have a unique skill set, there's going to be someone that thinks that they can get him back to the prime form, and it's only 2 years left on the deal. Yeah. Again, that's the difference between him and Jamal. Jamal's a 4-year deal versus the 2-year deal of MPJ.
Yeah.
So, and when his three-point shooting's on, again, there's a lot of there. Now that he's shown he's not really missed a long stretch of game in 2 years now. You point this out all the time. He has been durable. The back has not been a significant issue for a bit of time.
Yeah.
So that will probably bring some people that had high grades on him coming out in the draft to go, all right, we've seen the 3-point shooting at its best, and we think we can get him there.
And we've seen the durability.
So
he plays all the time. And finally, Spring.
High five.
On ESPN today, Bobby Marks, former NBA executive, talked about a possible Christian Brown extension, how much a new deal could run a team that signs him.
Extension candidate to watch. Christian Brown certainly has helped himself. You can check the boxes off. He should get paid. What does getting paid mean? Jalen Suggs was 5 for 150. I would think it would be higher than that based on where the cap is going. But career high in minutes. And started 77 to 79 games, third year in a row playing 75 plus. Durability, played all 82. Joined Dyson Daniels as the only player in the past 2 years to increase their scoring average by more than 8 points. Christian Brown will get paid. He is a terrific player, and he fits what you're trying to do. I think the number is at least $30 million per year.
Woo! Whoever the next general manager is, they got they got one they got to figure out right there. You know, Andy, so we had this conversation when they made the KCP decision.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. Like, Christian Brown stepping into a bigger role and watching his portfolio increase as a player was great. And he took a huge step forward this year, and to me, he's absolutely indispensable on this team. The flip side of making him a starter now was it was going to make him more expensive when it was time to re-sign him, and now you're talking about an extension in the neighborhood of like 5 years at $150 million. That's a big matzo ball hanging out there.
Yeah. Look, and I love Christian Brown. I honestly
Hell
do.
yeah.
But, and that's the thing, if you trade him right now, you're not getting cap relief. He's not making that money right now.
Nope.
That's an apron pusher.
Yeah, that sure is.
See, this is why you have to dump one of the starters, whether you like it or not. You just don't. Christian Brown's a guy you need to keep. I would say.
Have to have him.
Okay.
Yep.
But then you got to add 2 or 3 more with him, and you can't do it with the current contracts of 4 of the starters.
They got a tough spot that they have to deal with. Whoever that next general manager is, like, yeah, you get a sweet office and a good paycheck and everything, but that's a tough one to have to figure out. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, playoff playback from Game 7. We promise you'll have more fun listening to us recap that game than you did watching it in the first place, because we're radio professionals. We got technique, folks, so keep it right here. Game 7 last night. Not a great finish, but a pretty good start. Let's do a little playoff playback with Jason Kosmiski on the call yesterday. He was in Oklahoma City. Let's hear from the voice of the Denver Nuggets taking us through this thing. And let's go, Andy, 1 minute into the game. Hell of a start from the guy that, again, ESPN's Bobby Marks says is an extension-eligible player that could be looking at making as much as $30 million per year. Yeah, well, I thought CB was pretty damn good yesterday in Game 7.
2-2 is the tie, and here comes Jokic. In the front court, Christian has it. He's on the high left side. He goes to the right hand, gets to the rim. Dunk right-handed! They let him go. Denver leads it by 2, 4-2.
Took Chet to the rack, Andy. Knew the lanky guy couldn't stay in front of him and just blew right past him and threw it down. Good recognition there from CB. Just about 2 minutes later, Christian Braun bailing out a stagnant offensive possession.
Christian Braun has it on the high right side, guarded by Chet Holmgren. Throws it back behind him over to Jamal Murray. Murray, by the way, not 100% either. He's still sick. Throws it off over to Christian. Christian's in the paint. Dribbles out of it, backs up, shoots a three. Wow. Wow! Knocked that thing home. Wow. Shoot with confidence, young man. Denver leads it by 5, their big lead of the night.
19 points on 7 of 14 shooting yesterday from CB. The balance of his entire postseason, Andy, I thought Christian Braun was terrific. Like, you know, the flaws in his game of, you know, he's not a knockdown outside shooter. You could see that from time to time, but generally, you could make a pretty strong argument. Christian Braun was, I think, at worst, the third best Nugget this postseason.
Yeah. Now, you know, if you're on pace to get $30 million a year in the near future, I would go hire a shooting coach and try to craft that three-point shot. I'd go do whatever Jokic did to try to get his three-point shot better. I'd work that way.
Yeah, go get in the gym, which I think that's one thing that we're pretty confident of with Christian Braun. That's the kind of dude that is always going to put the work in. Aaron Gordon playing through a grade 2 hamstring strain yesterday. According to, let's see, I want to make sure I got this right. Partial tear of one or more of the hamstring muscles typically takes 4 to 8 weeks to heal.
Yeah.
That was the injury. And he played through it.
Couldn't believe he was out there.
And in fact, he very nearly gave you a double-double, 8 points and 11 rebounds. Mr. Nugget showing off yesterday.
Here comes Jokic the other way for Denver, or over halfway home in the first quarter. Jokic down low over to Gordon, leans in, layup. Got it, and a foul as well on Case and Wallace. Boy, Scotty, Denver's firing on all cylinders here.
Roll into the bucket. He had Wallace on him. Pinpoint lob by Jokic. AG catches it, lays it in, and the foul. He would complete the three-point play. Finally, about 1:38 to go, first quarter. And, you know, Russell Westbrook, for all of his many flaws, and there are many, he did make a lot of corner threes.
Momentum shift back to the Thunder. SGA has it at the point, gets in the rim, or gets in the paint, leans in, little floater will go. Good rebound by Peyton Watson. Watson brings the basketball up, outlet pass off over to Christian Braun. Braun has it, top of the key, back over to Watson. Watson back over to Chris, shoot that thing. He doesn't pull the trigger. Russ will in the corner. Good! 24-14, Denver back in the lead by 10. That a guy, Westbrook.
Nuggets up 10. They would lead by 26-16. 5-0 Thunder run. 26-21 Nuggets after the first. Second quarter opens. Nuggets open the quarter without Jokic or Murray on the floor. Tactical error made by David Adelman right there. Thunder get back into it, but really most of the second quarter, I should emphasize, was a little back and forth. About midway through the quarter, Nikola Jokic gets Alex Caruso on an island.
Jokic has it inside the arc, guarded by Caruso. He puts it on the floor, starts backing him down. He's in the paint, split defenders, layup. Got it in the foul as well.
Now, they let Caruso bang him not once, not twice, not 3 times. Finally got him on the 4th.
The quadruple bang, if you will. But Jokic with an and one right there. Chet with a pretty weak double, and Jokic scored. That was a possession where Joker could get position and could front Caruso. That's when he could kill him, when Caruso could get on the other side and hack away at Jokic all day long and bang away, as Scott Hastings would say. That's when it started to create problems for the Nuggets.
Has Breen ever done the quadruple bang? Bang, 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 bang.
I think, didn't he do it? I think he has like 2 triple bangs. We did the study on this one time. I remember this a few years ago. He's got like, there's a few double bangs, and then I think there was 1 or 2 triple bangs. I don't believe we've ever had a quadruple bang. He had no reason to go to bang yesterday. There wasn't ever a big enough shot that was made.
Basically called it uncompetitive most of the second half.
Yes. Yeah, Doris and Richard Jefferson just breaking out the blowout material. 3:10 to go, second quarter. And, hey, let's hear from Jamal Murray.
Inbound to Jokic, guarded by Caruso at the bend. Now he's double-teamed, kicks it out over to Westbrook. Westbrook's in the paint. Over to Murray, head fake and a drive, wing jumper. That one's good. Nuggets are within 1, 42-41. Timeout, Mark Daignault.
Yeah, timeout, Daignault. It was a 1-point game, and Andy, I don't remember anything else.
That was that.
That happened. As far as I'm concerned, it's weird. The sheet that I have here does not have any more highlights on it, so I had a great time. Game 7 was kind of fun.
What was their yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What was their longest scoreless stretch? They had a pretty good one in the third, right? Just turning it all over. And
yeah.
I guess I could go to the play-by-play and answer my own question, but yeah let's see.
Closing quarters. The last 3 minutes of the second quarter, Thunder were plus 13. Last 3 minutes of the third quarter, Thunder were plus 5. Last minute of the first quarter, by the way, they were plus 5 as well. So that's pretty much that. My notes went from these are my third quarter notes that I wrote down. I generally kind of keep a play-by-play. I was going to do in the paint yesterday, so I was keeping an eye on this stuff. Let's see. I wrote down AG hit with flagrant for elbowing SGA in the face. Gilgeous-Alexander making both of those free throws. By the way, wholeheartedly agree with Richard Jefferson's point on that. They got to go to the college rule. You can't stick your face in there like that.
Well, and you know what? I credit Doris Burke. She's the first one that brought it up.
It's foul baiting. It's
you
lame.
Can't stick your face in there. And then whatever.
I wrote
the fouls are not the reason they lost.
Porter missed 3. Case and Wallace run out dunk. Thunder up 21. And then the very last line that I wrote in my note taking on the game, I just wrote, and I quote, 4 words: "This is all but."
Yeah.
And that was
Cheeks.
the end of my
This has been a Cheeks quarter.
notes keeping right there. This is all but was what I wrote. For the series, Andy, Alex Caruso drilled 43% of his threes and finished plus 62. Third best mark out of all the players who saw action in the conference semifinals. Yesterday, Caruso coming off the bench for the game was a plus 40 in 26 minutes.
Do we get a fight between the Wolves and the Thunder?
Oh, it's going to get chippy. Yeah, it's definitely going to get chippy. There's no doubt about that. Really, really disappointing finish. That the Nuggets could, Game 6 was such a party, and the Nuggets could push it, and Game 7 had as good a start as it did. Again, when Aaron Gordon is playing through what he is playing through, you compound that with Porter's shoulder, with Murray's illness, and with the part where the Thunder were just, better, more physical, better defensive team, forced all the turnovers in the world. It's not surprising that game went the way that it did.
No, I think we all wondered.
Yeah.
I
the Gordon thing.
Yeah, that
I can't
had me
believe
worried from the get-go. And look, it kind of took my zest for everything away.
Right.
Because I'm thinking to myself, if he can't, they needed him. They at least had beat the Thunder without Gordon. They had played, didn't they play Minnesota a few times, 3 times without Gordon, and it really didn't go well.
Right.
Because he's the only other kind of physical presence next to Jokic.
He does everything. I mean, he just does everything. He usually is guarding the opponent's best scorer. He takes on those assignments. He rebounds. He dunks. He has a physicality. He's become a very good post-up player, and he's very good at being able to hit those fadeaway shots. You give him all the credit in the world that he has added that element to his game over the last couple of years, and he was, I don't know, what was he at, 25% yesterday, if that? He was playing on one leg.
Yeah, he couldn't jump. The one time he did, it hurt. All right, I got an important question for you here.
All right.
Okay. And Mark Springer, we're going to need your participation.
Ooh.
You know, Mark Springer completed the Colfax Marathon yesterday.
Well,
not quite.
How much did you get through?
10. Well, I signed up to run 10 miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did the 10-miler.
10 miles.
Yeah.
10 more miles than I would have signed up for, Spring. So you got me beat. So, but I got to ask, is Springer is on Instagram? I didn't know this.
Is he?
Yeah.
I'm brand new on Instagram.
Okay.
But I saw
you followed me back. Did you? I followed you.
I followed you back.
Okay.
And what popped up in my feed was Mark Springer, not double fisting, but finding a third place for 3 Mick Ultras. So my question to you, Nate, is Mark Springer a Mick Ultra guy now? And what lifestyle changes does he have to make?
Is he a Loeb Ultra dude?
Yeah, what's going on? Are you with the Loeb Ultras?
That's just what they offered there.
You take the free beer.
Yeah.
No, you finished 10 miles running. That makes you Ultra guy now, doesn't it?
Whoa.
Huh?
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't think he knew he was signing
Do
up
you
for
need
that
to get some
lifestyle
new
change.
clothes? Do you need like a slick suit? I mean, Ultra guy, frankly, is, that's a whole new life. That's different than what you've been doing.
Well, as you've seen of late, I'm going sans hat.
No hats
nowadays.
He's
the
hatless.
hair's out.
Repeat hatless.
I'm growing up. I'm a Michelob Ultra guy.
Yeah. I feel like you're going to be trading stocks soon.
Low
You're going
cal
to be coming
beers.
in and giving Berto just walked in. You'll be giving Berto this hot stock tip you just got.
I'm going to start wearing those Henrik Lundqvist suits.
Yes.
We were talking about, me and Berto were
Yeah.
talking about those real tight suits. Those are Mick Ultra
Maybe
suits
you
right
dip
there.
into some crypto if you don't already.
Ooh.
Huh?
Board hopping in a Lundqvist suit.
That would be a look.
That would look good.
Yeah.
That would look. Spring, how the 10 miles go? Did you chafe? How you feeling today?
I told you before the show, like my right hip got a little sore towards
Okay.
the back end,
Got a
but all in
hip.
all, it was
Pretty good?
It was good.
Nipples were okay?
Yeah, nips
Yeah,
were
there was
good.
no-
Okay.
there was
No chafe, no blood.
chafe.
Right,
Good.
Andy from the office.
Yeah, no, Andy. I didn't need tape over the nips.
Well done.
That going down.
Well
you
done.
didn't run to get rid of rabies, did you?
No.
It's running for his own health.
Yeah. But so, do you have to upgrade bars now too? Like, I feel like you need new hot spots.
Yeah, no, I'm eccentric.
He's a part of the
now.
glitterati now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Maybe a Vespa. See if Vic will sell you the Vespa.
One of I have a friend who recently became a Michelob Ultra guy.
Okay.
He had to make the change, and when he told me that, because we were literally at a place, I was like, "Can I get you a beer?" He's like, "Yeah, give me Loeb Ultra." I was like,
Wait, he just gave you the Loeb?
Yeah, go pick one of those up for me, and I was like, "Oh wow, okay, all right,
Cool, Carl.
So I was like, "What's going on there, man? What's the story?" Because and I mean this with all due respect to my buddy who will go unnamed, but like, I wouldn't say he necessarily is rocking a Lundqvist suit body.
Sure.
Yeah,
He looks like me.
So what he explained to me was he was just like, man, he was like, I was into the heavy beers. I was an IPA guy. He's like, my stomach can't do it anymore. I just hit an age where like my gut just couldn't handle it. And now I'm ultra guy because that's like what I can digest that properly. So I wasn't aware of that. Like if heavy beers are like your version of lactose, going ultra, that's like the almond milk of beers, apparently.
Yeah, skim milk.
I was not aware of these things. Yeah, but
hey, if it helps you get into that Lundqvist
if
suit,
it gets you there,
yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you enjoy life as much as Ultra Guy? If you're an Ultra Guy, tell us.
It's a great question. I don't know.
How do you have to live to keep up with the Joneses when you're Ultra Guy?
I've literally had one in my life, and it was at a concert, and it was my buddy, another buddy did a beer run and came back and handed me one, and I was like, really? Really? He was just like this. They had the shortest line. I just went for it, man. I was like, whoa, okay. Yeah, I've literally had one in my life, so.
Would you be open to trying another?
Not really.
Why not? What didn't do it for you? The Ultra?
The Ultra. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, didn't really do it for me.
But you were a runner once upon a time.
I was.
See, I feel like you
I never
could
went that
be
way.
Ultra guy.
No, honestly, like that was when I
That
was
stash screams Ultra guy.
when I was a distance runner. Like I felt even better about drinking all the heavy beers in the world because I was just like, I'll run it off tomorrow, no problem.
No problem with these. There's a pickleball ad where they're playing for the Ultras.
Yeah, like I'll play some pickleball. I just I'll go with the banquet afterwards. I don't know. That's just me.
The banquet.
Yeah. Oh, you know it. Oh, you know it.
You ever load up a good old Coors Extra Gold?
I've never had an extra gold. Where do you
You've
even
never
get that?
had an Extra Gold?
Where do you even get
Literally
that?
any liquor store in this area.
Okay.
Just
I'll
go
look.
to that area of the cabinet.
I always go.
I swear they got Extra Gold still rolling around. I still don't know what was extra about it.
I know banquets are extra good, so.
Hey, does Berto rock some Extra Golds ever? Yeah, there you go. He gave me the
Yeah.
I figured.
Yeah.
That's still readily available.
Berto's a
Isn't it,
Molson
Berto?
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might be able to get a 40 right now, although we lost our liquor store.
We did.
What up?
We did. Yeah.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah. The strip mall's not the same. It really isn't.
Ray says Ultra Guy leads to Miller High Life.
Champagne of beers. I thought it went in the other direction.
High Life guy went to Ultra.
That's what I would have thought.
Yeah, I don't think that's the path.
I didn't know it went in the other direction. I love a High Life.
Have you ever
too.
lived the High Life, having a High Life?
God, yes. Every time I'd crack one open,
Now
especially
you're-
in the bottle, that's a sexy bottle. The
We've
High
got
Life
a Coors
bottle.
employee saying no more Extra Gold. What the hell happened?
I've never had one. So
You guys combine with people and now ain't got no extra what? The Canadians don't like some Extra Gold? It's the deal. Hell with Canada. You bring it back.
I think what Andy's telling the audience is he hasn't had a beer since 2002.
I really haven't. No, you're right. I want to say that Oregon Raspberry Wheat was popular. We still had some Pete's Wicked Ale going down around there. The Bud Ice and the Penguin was happening. I'm a bourbon guy, dude.
Yeah, you're a little out of the scene, man.
Yeah. Tommy Knocker.
You can't hang with Spring and his
Tommy
ultras.
Knocker ales.
You're out of the
No, I
scene.
can't. That's what I guess. What I'm saying is, Spring, are we even able to go to the same bar anymore? Now I don't know.
No, I'm too
Yeah, that's right.
I'm too pretentious
That's
for
right.
you now.
You're in
I'm
Amex Black Bar.
I'm above you.
He's
now.
running
You
right
are.
past
You're-
you.
there's
I
no doubt
promise
about
you.
I scoff at you. I raise my pinky finger towards
Hey,
you.
you're getting Uber X.
And you know what?
You're getting the big Uber.
It's easier to raise that pinky because that can is so skinny. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Wrapping it up on a post-Game 7 day. No NBA tonight, by the way.
Yeah, wasn't that wild? I still think the Nuggets didn't move on, yet I still think it's crazy. And I guess Scotty explained it to me because TNT has the Eastern Conference contract,
Yeah,
and so they're not going to start till Wednesday.
Yeah.
But you had a 7-game series, and now the Thunder, like the Nuggets, whoever won yesterday was going to be the home team because they were both higher seeds than Minnesota.
That helps the Thunder. They don't got to travel
Right.
at least.
So that'll help a little bit, but it is just kind of crazy that they're the ones that start first. So are we going to get the SGA trophy handout on tomorrow, I guess it is, or do they not want to motivate Ant now?
I would think I would think they're just going to do it. I want to read this tweet from our buddy Adam Mares.
Yeah.
He writes, and I find nothing incorrect about any of this. Nuggets GM job's a tough one. Next GM has to navigate out of a corner. Seems tough for a first-time GM. Tough negotiations ahead for Christian Brown, Peyton Watson. Tough to move contracts. MPJ, Zeke, Saric, Hunter, Pickett. Very little trade capital. Lots of roster needs. Culture needs to be rebuilt. Other than that. Yeah, you've got the deck a little bit stacked against you right now. If you're the next GM of this team, you don't really have assets to work with. Calvin Booth left the cupboard pretty darn empty.
Okay, you know what though, and I agree. Let me just say this though, when in regards to that tweet, how tough is the negotiation ahead for P-Watt?
I don't think it's that tough. I don't think he's a part of this team.
You want too much money, bro. We've enjoyed your time.
Yeah.
You've been a fun player at points.
Yeah.
But if I'm focused on anybody, it's CB.
It is too. And also, like with Peyton Watson, you don't really – here's the other part of it. Like, he underachieved largely this year, I think. I don't think his game went forward offensively enough. I think he needs to work on his body. I think he needs to get stronger, all of those things. I think he needs to become a more dependable outside shooter if he's going to be a true NBA 3-and-D. Otherwise, teams are going to view him as a one-trick pony. They're just going to look at him and they're going to go, you're just – there's no three, but you play defense. That's how they're going to view him right now. And he needs to take a step forward with his offensive game. So that guy's got work to do. I don't think the Nuggets don't have to do anything with him. Like, he'll be a restricted free agent after next year. He's extension eligible now. I wouldn't worry that much about it. The Christian Brown negotiation, that's a tough one if you're trying to avoid aprons.
Okay, let me ask you this too. Or not even ask you this. I want you to point out, we were talking in the break, and you and I see eye to eye on this, where I think we're about to enter a new era of the NBA. I remember last year we were having this chat for good reason, that you didn't want to upset Jamal, you didn't want to insult Jamal, you need to give him a new contract because that's how business was done in the NBA.
Yeah.
You gave a guy, a contract a year or two early because that's how – now we're in the apron era, a harder cap. The NBA is really trying to create more parity and less super teams and all this.
It's working, by the way. They're about to have their seventh different champion in 7 years.
Right. And so – but my point is, I think, like you'd mentioned, Christian Brown is – or we had the tweet, Christian Brown is extension eligible. But I think in this new era with the new cap, or the new rules anyway, you don't need to go handing the guy the contract so quick. They may have to wait. You may have to prove to me you're truly worth it, and then we'll get it done when I need to get it done.
Yeah.
Like, is Christian Brown even a guy? You said they don't have to do anything right now on one of the breaks.
They don't
right?
have to. No. They don't have to. He's extension eligible now. Well, here's the other problem. What if he goes from a 15-point-a-game scorer this year to an 18-point-a-game scorer next year?
Yeah, then it's going to cost you.
The price tag's only going to go up on him.
But I asked you, let's play the same game with Jamal. What do you think? Would we still be talking $200 million had they waited to give Jamal this contract?
Yeah. That's still what he costs. Like a point guard that has that kind of scoring ability who elevates his game in the postseason, that's still what he runs you.
Would they have traded him at the deadline?
Maybe they would have, and maybe he would have been movable back then. Again, it's so funny because I don't view Jamal Murray as in this team's top 3 problems. I don't even really think he's a problem. I think his illness down the stretch hurt him, but I don't think Jamal Murray is a problem with this team. I think Jamal Murray is a part of the solution. I don't think he's the issue.
I worry, but can he get back to consistently being that BA every night?
Right.
That he was. And that's what I'm worried about. He's getting older. Aaron Gordon is getting older. I love AG. I don't want AG going anywhere.
Well, Jamal's, what's Jamal, 27?
Sure, but is he? I don't even know. God, it feels like he's been with this team over a decade. But
well, he has been, basically. He's 28. He'll turn 29 next season. So he's still smack middle of his athletic prime. He's good to go.
But then it goes back to the point from earlier in the show. You got to show up in shape and be ready to do
I
it
agree.
from the get-go.
That I don't disagree with.
Can't be messing around with this anymore. And, with AG, lots of leg injuries this year. There was the calf thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Now the hamstring got him. And look, that's just part of it. Muscle injuries, it's just part of playing sports. I'm not knocking the guy for anything. It was, it was annoying that Caruso couldn't let up, but good on him. Couldn't let up for 2 seconds at the end of that game, and that's how he strained it, trying to fight that guy off.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
That's the Thunder played that game all the way to the finish, and it ended up with an Aaron Gordon injury in Game 6, and they were doing. By the way that they played the last couple of minutes of that game was exactly how they played Game 7. It was just like get steals, run out, and the result of it was Aaron Gordon could barely walk by the time they got to Game 7. That's going to do it for us this afternoon. Thanks again, Jeff Legwell. Thanks again to Chris Dempsey. Thanks to all of you who tuned in. Shout out to Mr. 10-Miler, Mark Springer. Well done, Spring. At a guy. We're back at it tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking to you. Then we're talking about solutions for the Denver Nuggets. How do they get this all fixed? Maybe Andy and I are eligible to be the next general manager of the Denver Nuggets. You never know. The Blitz with Birdo coming up next. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you.